This video is a little bit of a different one on my channel. A lot of my videos kind of range in that 3 to 10 minute range. There's a few kind of 20 minuters where I go through things. But this one is going to be a compilation. So it'll be a longer video of everything that I've made because there's a lot of people that just like to click a video and maybe they have headphones in or they're driving and they don't want to constantly be clicking the next video. So this will be a long format of everything that I've kind of talked about over the past several months. This is 10 reasons why agents are joining Real. So if you want to earn more and to grow faster, here's why agents are making the switch. Firstly, 85-15. That's our split. We can earn more on every single deal with an 85-15 split. It's one of the best in the industry. Now, it might not be necessarily the lowest split that you'll ever see, but you also have to take into account, well, what's the amount that you have to pay into the brokerage until you cap? Let's get into that. So in Canada, individual agents, so if you're working by yourself, you can cap at just $15,000 being paid into the brokerage, meaning you take home more money faster. So you're on that 85-15 split, 15% is going into Real until you've paid $15,000. That is as a single agent. If you're in a family team, so there's two of you, and let's just say you're partners, your husband and wife, that is actually a single cap that has to be paid by you as a team. It's not $15,000 each. It's a single $15,000 cap paid by the team, and then you're done for the year. You have capped. If you run a team and you're the team leader, you'll be paying in that $15,000 cap, but your team members are on a half cap. So they can be paying in $7,500 instead of that $15,000. And that is huge, especially if it's a new agent. We all know how hard it is to get into this industry and start making a living. So if you can bring in a new agent onto your team and they only have to pay $7,500 into Real before they've capped, that's huge. They'll start being able to make a living and take care of themselves faster, and their odds of success have just been elevated that much. Now, next point is there's no monthly fees. There's no desk fees. There's no mandatory tech fees. There's more money staying in your pocket for this reason. Now, there is an annual $1,200 fee that goes to the brokerage. This is for risk management. It's paid from the first 3 transactions that happen after your anniversary date. So not necessarily January 1st, but when you join, that's your anniversary date. The first 3 transactions, $400 will be taken off from each of them. Now you might say, well, there's no monthly fee, but that sure feels like the exact same thing. I'm charged $1,200 instead of a monthly fee. While this is true, it's also a superior way. And why it's superior is because you're not being charged if you're not making money. So let's say you join the brokerage, but it takes you 3 months before you actually sell a property. You sell that first house, you're going to be charged $400, but you're not charged a monthly fee every single month that you're not doing business. So it's a better way. You're only charged if you do business. Now, another top reason why agents are joining Real is faster commission access. You can get paid faster with Real Wallet. You don't have to wait for third-party transfers or a third-party commission advance loan. Within Real Wallet, you can access funds that are unlocked for you, and you can have them free of charge for up to 30 days, no interest. So if you need money now, go to your Real Wallet, see how much is available to you. That number can fluctuate and change. It's based on different things like how much money is coming towards you, because Real knows if you have firm deals and how much commission is anticipated, or if you say have revenue share incoming in the future, it knows that. And essentially it's giving you a loan to be able to access those funds sooner, and it can be free if it's paid back within 30 days, free of charge. Another top reason why agents are joining Real is building wealth beyond commission. Once you cap at Real, you're given a stock bonus. Basically, success is rewarded within the brokerage, and you can build long-term wealth. With revenue share, I'm going to get into that topic a little bit, but if you bring someone into the company, you're given a stock bonus as well. So there's really all these different ways that you can build wealth, you can make a living besides even just selling a house. The next reason is buying in builds wealth. So buying stock through Real's stock purchase program actually unlocks bonuses for you. So you opt into that stock purchase program and you're going to be given stock bonuses with every single time you purchase within that program. The stock bonuses really do add up. I've been at the brokerage 3 years now, and the stock bonuses that I've been given offset the amount that I have to pay into the brokerage really. It is a phenomenal thing. The next reason is that you're actually even given more stock bonuses for hitting milestones. So once you cap, you're given a stock bonus. If you hit elite status here in Canada, you're given a $16,000 stock bonus just for hitting elite status. So if you sell a lot of real estate, that again can really offset the amount that you have to pay into the brokerage. And the next reason why so many agents are leaving their traditional brick and mortar brokerages and joining Real is another way to make money, and that is earning money from revenue share. So if you bring in great agents into Real and those agents are producing, up to 5% of Real's share of the commission split is shared back with you. Now, some people think, oh, this feels like a pyramid scheme. It's really not. It's rewarding agents that are growing the company. So rather than a franchise owner that sits in their office and brings in agents into their brokerage, because that's the business model, them keeping all of the profits from those agents being at that brick and mortar brokerage, Real is saying, no, we're going to give a portion of the profits from our company back to people and agents that are growing the business for us. So it's sharing revenue, not just profits, it's sharing revenue that's brought into the brokerage with people that are helping to build the brokerage. Another unique opportunity at Real is called co-sponsorship. So when you bring someone in, they can say, oh, you know what, I'd really like to have 2 different agents named as my sponsor. Now, previously, those agents would each get 45% of the revenue share that's allotted, and 10% was being held at Real just as an administration fee or cost of business. It's no longer like that. Real's saying, you know what, we can do this without withholding 10%. Let's give it a straight 50-50 to each co-sponsor. And we'll just, again, help agents that are helping grow our business. And the 10th reason is if you attract agents, you earn stock bonuses. So by bringing in great agents that join Real, you're going to get a stock bonus. You're also going to get a revenue share bonus once they start selling real estate. So it's a win-win scenario. There are so many different ways that Real helps us, not only just to be able to sell more real estate and teach us how to be better agents, but it helps us to be able to make money, make wealth in so many different ways than just selling real estate. If you're interested in all of the model and you want to chat, if you have questions, reach out. If you'd like to see what plugging your business into the model would look like, we can definitely line up a time to chat. If you are a Canadian real estate agent considering joining Real Broker here in Canada, you might be wondering, what are the fees involved? Are there hidden fees? Is there more than what I'm seeing? Let's do a deep dive into Real Broker Canada's fee structure right here in Canada to see what is entirely involved. First off is the commission split. It is an 85-15 split, meaning you keep, as the agent, 85% of your commission, while 15% is paid towards Real Broker until you reach your cap. Now, the annual cap for solo agents, if you're a single agent, you're working by yourself, is $15,000 Canadian. Once you reach this cap, you are then on 100% commissions, meaning there's no longer that 85-15 split. There is a deal fee involved, but it's far less than, of course, 15% of a transaction. Now, if you're on a team, the team leader will also have that $15,000 to pay into Real on that 85-15 split, while team members, they can actually be on half split. So rather than $15,000 being paid to Real, that team member can pay $7,500 to Real. I'm saying can because it's actually an option. You can opt to be on the entire $15,000 paid into Real, and the benefit of that is then you can be eligible for elite status and other benefits. When you sign up, there is a one-time $249 Canadian sign-up fee. So it's not a hidden fee. It's right there. It's shown to you, but that is a fee that you have to expect when you're signing up and joining. There's no monthly fee, but in replacement of that, there is an annual fee. Now, some people say, well, that's pretty much the same thing. I either pay monthly or I pay annually. Similar, but at the same time, I think that this is a better way. And I'll explain why. The annual fee is $1,200 Canadian, and this is deducted from your first 3 transactions of your year. So it doesn't necessarily start January 1st. Your year starts when you joined Real. So again, it'll be split up $400 over 3 transactions. Now, why is that superior to a monthly fee? Why? Because we all know how hard this business is and how hard it is to make a living. Let's break it down. Let's say it was $1,200, the same fee, but instead of being split over 3 transactions, it's every single month. So obviously that's $100 a month. Let's say you join Real, but you don't sell a single house for 6 months. It can happen. You're still being charged, if it was monthly, $600. You're having a monthly expense. What's nice about this is if you are having a slower year, if you're not making any money,
you're not being charged any money. So it is superior in my opinion.
Now, we talked about capping. Once you reach that cap, you've paid in either the $15,000 or the $7,500. There is a after capping transaction fee, and that is $375. So it applies to each sale transaction that you occur after capping.
The last fee is the compliance fee and broker review fee of $40 Canadian per transaction.
So this covers compliance, broker review, E&O insurance.
Now, after that, it's important to know there's no other monthly fee, there's no desk fee, there's no technology fee that's mandatory. I say that because you can opt into having a Lofty subscription, which is substantially reduced being with Real, but it's not mandatory. Other brokerages, you'll have a desk fee. You'll have a fee to cover technology, which covers you using the printer.
So there are significant advantages, of course, being with Real in minimizing cost.
So that term hidden fees, it often refers to unexpected charges that aren't clearly disclosed up front, something you weren't expected. You go through a transaction and you're hit with a bill and you're like, well, I wasn't told about that. So at Real, here in Canada, the fee structure is very transparent. It's well documented. You can see it on the attractions slide deck.
If you don't have a link to that or haven't seen that, drop a comment below or find my email below and send me a note and I can send it to you. But again, it's 15, 20 slides and it just explains everything about Real Canada, all the fees, how it all works.
All of our fees also are outlined in your independent contractor agreement or your ICA, and it's consistent across the board. There's no surprises. There's also no sweetheart deals. Some brokerages will say, hey, come join us and we'll cut our fees for a year or 2 years, or this is what we charge everybody else, but we'll charge you this. That's not how Real works. And I know of people who have asked Real, hey, I'm going to bring over my entire brokerage. What can you do for us? Can you sweeten the pot? This is what's offered. And we at Real believe that what is offered is of huge value already. And you will be better off being here financially and in many other ways. But there's no sweetheart deals. This is transparent. This is what's charged to you. This is what's charged to your friend, to a brokerage coming over. Everyone is on the same level playing field.
Back to the topic of using Lofty. We at Real have a relationship with Lofty. It used to be called Chime. So it's a CRM, but it's also a website company. So if you signed up to join Lofty as a regular consumer, let's just say you go to Lofty's website and say, I want to join, it's $499 US per month. I don't know about you, but to me, that's a massive, huge expense. And it's touted as one of the best. And I do think that there's really good things about it, and I do use it, but it's not perfect. Now, if you're in Real, it's $50 US per month if you wish to use it. So it's not mandatory. So I said there's no mandatory technology fees. There's an optional technology fee to use that if you wish. Of course, you can go make your own website. You can use any other IDX website that you want. This one is just an option with a good deal for us.
So I'll just talk a little bit about my experience with it. The CRM is just fine. There's actually a lot of power within it. It has a lot of baked in and built in drip campaigns. So someone goes to your website, they sign up, they put in their email address, and then they'll be hit with emails over the course of the next few weeks, months, years. When I first started real estate, that made me cringe. And I didn't use Lofty. I was with another one, but I turned it all off. I'm like, no, I want people to come to my website and just surf houses. And if they want, then they can reach out to me. Since then, I've changed my mindset and my attitude. This is business. There are massive websites out there already where people are shopping, home shopping. And truthfully, I do at times tell people, hey, don't look at all the other websites. Just go to realtor.ca. That's our MLS. Every single house that's on the market is there. Every other website just pulls data from that and puts it on their website, including my website. So now my mentality is, no, this is business. I'm in the business to generate leads and to sell houses. So if someone is coming to my website, there's already an intent that there's already at least a soft intent that they want to work with me or my team. So yes, I do make them sign up and provide their email address, and then they get put on a drip campaign. Occasionally I get people saying, hey, I'm not interested, or can you take me off? There's obviously, they can opt out with one click also. and I could just log into Lofty then and take them off. But I have also sold houses to people that have replied to a drip comment, something that I didn't have to think about sending them, but weeks or months later, they replied to an email that was sent to them, and then I establish contact and get the ball rolling, and we list their house.
They turn into an active buyer and we buy them a house. So it does work. Um, it's not super one click. I have a website. It is involved. Um, it's definitely doable. I consider myself a tech savvy person. I have built many websites. If technology is not your strong suit, I'd say you might want to hire someone to build it for you.
I will also say their support is far less than stellar. In fact, it's bad. Lofty's support is bad. Real support is awesome. I love dealing with Real whenever I have an issue.
Lofty is embarrassingly bad, and I've told them that to their face.
They'll show up at conferences, events, and stuff, and I'll go to their booth, and tactfully and kindly, I'll just say, "Hey, like this is an issue. If I write an email, I should not be waiting a week." And I try to phone the phone line, and it'll either just like end before leaving a voicemail, or I leave a voicemail and no, I don't get calls back. And they sheepishly say, "Oh yeah, well, we're working on that." Or one time a gentleman said, "Yeah, that's my fault. That's my department, and we're trying to make it better." It's not better. It's still super, super bad. I don't know if they're understaffed, but just be prepared. The Lofty experience is nothing like the Real experience. It's cheap, and I believe it's a good product. You can look at my website. I'm happy with my website. I'm happy with my drip campaigns, but it took me a while to get to it. The deal's there, but just be prepared. You're not going to have a warm and fuzzy feeling with Lofty in general, in my opinion.
Now, as far as getting to understand it, getting to know it, there are weekly Lofty trading seminars in Real Academy. So you join Real, you have access to Real Academy, and there's actually staff from Lofty that host it every single week. So you can hop on and say, "I'm having an issue with this. How do I do this?" And talk to someone face to face on Zoom and get answers. So that, I think, is actually the best way to get real help from a real person.
So that's it for the fees for Real Broker Canada. Again, the absence of that monthly fee allows agents in slower periods not to have the stress and burden of a bill that's coming their way. You're not being charged until you make money. Those first three transactions. So yes, it's very similar. Yes, debatably the same amount of money is being paid in if you're paying monthly or if you're paying just on first three transactions, but it's an easier way to do it. It's a kinder way to do it, in my opinion.
The team structure also with the reduced cap for team members is an amazing system.
It helps incentivize team members to stay with their team, because if they were to leave, they'd be paying twice as much. Also keep in mind, if you're like a husband-wife team, partners, or if you're, two brothers, two sisters working together, that team cap is half. So it's $15,000 Canadian for both of you. Huge savings.
The fee structure at Real is very transparent. It's agent friendly. There is no hidden fees. Everything is black and white. Here's what it is. All costs are clearly outlined, allowing you to really plan your business finances effectively and efficiently.
If you are actively looking for a brokerage that is transparent, supports your growth, Real here in Canada is worth considering, in my opinion.
If you found this helpful, please do like and subscribe. If you are considering the option of joining Real in Canada and you have some questions, feel free to reach out. We can schedule a time that we can hop on Zoom together and we can chat about whether or not it would be a good fit for you or not. Are you a family team in real estate? So when I say family team, it can be like a husband and wife, partners. It can be mother and daughter. It could be father, son. You get the point. I don't need to talk about every single arrangement. A family team of two. And are you looking to streamline your business under one cap? At Real Broker Canada, the family team structure might be the perfect fit for you. Let's delve into the model. I'll explain how it works. I'll talk about the benefits and we'll see if it's a good fit for you or not. So the family team is also known as the domestic team model, is tailored for two related individuals, commonly spouses or family members, who wish to operate their real estate business together collaboratively as a team. Now, what's really cool about it and special is that there's a single commission cap. Instead of each agent working towards separate caps paid into the brokerage, the team shares one cap, which is $15,000 Canadian in Canada here. The revenue share stream is also shared. So it simplifies the process of earnings and tracking revenue share. Basically, Real looks at you, yes, you're two people, but you are one entity within Real. So stock awards and equity opportunities, they're all consolidated under the team. So it really gives a unique approach to building your business, to building your wealth plan. The structure is really ideal for a family team that works closely together, that wants to keep their business together, not separate. And in doing so, it streamlines the business process, but it also streamlines your invoicing, billing process. We all know that being a realtor costs a lot of money. There's fees. You do have to pay to be part of a brokerage. But at Real, you have to pay for essentially one person, and one person's getting it for free. So in the family team, the domestic team model, one member is designated as the team lead or the primary agent, and this agent is essentially responsible for making sure everything is on track. The transaction management, all transactions are processed through that team leader's account. The team leader then is also eligible to participate in the revenue sharing program and can sponsor other agents. The second team member is the dormant agent. They support the team. Of course, they can bring in deals and they can help manage the transactions, but the team leader will be holding that key slot within Real. So a few things that you need to take into consideration, though, is your eligibility. So if you're not sure, if you're like, well, we're not related, well, it's not going to work. The team does have to consist of two related individuals. It's really meant for that family scenario, spouses or family members. Another thing to take into consideration is, again, because you're essentially viewed as one entity, you're only billed as one entity, when you join, those two people on that family team can't name different sponsors. They have to name the same sponsor. As well, because you are viewed as one individual, the dormant agent, so not the team lead, cannot sponsor other agents to join into Real. That would all be going through the team lead. So it ultimately doesn't matter because the team will still benefit, but you couldn't be building a community of agents separately. You're one entity, you'd be doing it together, it would be named under the team lead. So to establish a family team within Real, of course, then you do need to think about and discuss, well, who on paper or who in reality is going to be that team lead and who will be the dormant agent. And again, if you are joining, you'll want to pick a sponsor that you connect with, that you align with their values, that you feel comfortable with them being in your corner. If you have issues, if you have questions, that's the person that's really going to guide you through the process of joining, but also not just that day one joining, through the coming months and weeks and years into the future. If you have a question like, how does this work in Real? How do I do this in Reason? That's the first person you should be calling. So the family team structure at Real, to me, it's a real big, I said Real again. To me, it's a huge opportunity that many people don't know about or take into consideration, because I know a ton of these family teams and both of them are paying into their brokerage their cap, and it's more than $15,000. $15,000 is still among the industry's cheapest, lowest cost. There's a couple that are cheaper, but again, we're not racing to the bottom here. Real is not about trying to be the cheapest brokerage. It's about giving way more value than the amount that we have to pay in. But lots of these family teams are paying two caps into their brokerage, whereas you join Real, automatically it goes down to one cap, and it's likely less than you're already paying. So it's a huge opportunity. If you're considering joining Real as a family team or making one, if you have questions about the structure, if you'd like to chat and see if it would be a good fit for you and your business, feel free to reach out and we can have a chat about it. So if you're an agent already and you're with a traditional brick and mortar brokerage, you hear of cloud-based brokerages, whatever they are. They could be Real, EXP, Compass, whoever, LPT. You might think isolation. I'm by myself. Right now, I'm in my office by myself. Am I solely by myself all the time? Do I feel like I'm on an island by myself? Well, let's chat about it. And by the end, I feel like you will rethink that thought process if that's what you're thinking right now. Here at Real Canada, connection is at our core. We realize that this is about getting great, awesome, and cool agents together and building something that's amazing. So let's explore how we stay together, how we stay united, and we do rub shoulders through various different means. So today we're going to chat about then how Real Broker Canada fosters a sense of community, ensuring all agents feel connected, feel supported, and feel empowered to do their job and sell more real estate, do it at a higher level. So while Real operates primarily online, right, there is no head office that we can walk into. We are huge fans of still in-person connections through various events. So in different communities, we have what's called Real Cafes. And these are informal gatherings where agents, they meet together. It depends where you are. Here in mine, we try to do it monthly during the summer. It can slow down a little bit, but it's a monthly meetup. We get to know other agents that have joined. Perhaps we haven't met yet in person, but they're in our brokerage. We build relationships. We share experiences. We talk about market trends. It's not necessarily always where someone stands up at the head of the table and teaches something. It's an informal gathering, just staying connected and getting to know people. Now, a few more ways that we stay connected. So I am in British Columbia, BC here myself. So this will be different from province to province or state to state. But here we have a Monday morning BC real estate mastermind. It's hosted by a couple gentlemen out of Vancouver, but we hop on together and we talk about market trends. They'll have different speakers on there also, like maybe a lawyer or someone talking about strata. It's educational and it's weekly. We then have the Real BC Broker Cafe. So that has been Wednesdays at 9:30 a.m. And that's where our broker hops on. It's usually only about half an hour. It's a little bit shorter. It's not mandatory, but it's just kind of a way where you can hop on and talk to them. You know that they'll be there. You have a question about something. Of course, if you have a question about something, you can reach out at any time, but it's just a kind of a place where you can expect them to be in office and you can go see them and talk to them. We then have Real Connect. So this now is not our like little locale type meeting. Real Connect is brokerage wide and it's monthly. It's an hour long. It's a meeting from leadership and they'll talk about what's happening here at the company, things that they're working on, changes that are coming, lots of new releases, talking about technology, what's happening. So that's our monthly meeting. And then we have the Real Academy. So this really is no shortage. This is, you can drink from a fire hose if you want to with the Real Academy. This is our training portal where you go to, and there's over 30 live weekly Zoom training and masterminds that are held. And they're all recorded. So if you miss one, you can hop back on. So I often do that. They're usually hosted in the morning, kind of to mid-afternoon. So in my personal life, I'm typically working, but there's a few of the masterminds that I really do enjoy. Like there's one by Tim Macy, Trends and Tactics, and Ray Allen. So I like to hop on that. And sometimes I hop on it in my car while I'm driving and I'm not viewing it, but it's playing and I'm listening to it. But it's valuable content. And it's not just content from your market. It's what's happening in the world of real estate. So if I'm interested in YouTube, that topic, it's what's working in YouTube, what's working on Instagram, uh, what's working with open houses and success stories and failure stories. And again, it's just bringing an entire network of tens of thousands of agents together and the cream rises to the top. You get the best information of what's working right now in the industry. Now, Real gives us other ways to also ensure that we're connected through our cutting edge virtual platforms. So one of them is Work Vivo. So it's a dedicated space where we collaborate, we share updates, we access resources. It's similar to, say, Facebook, but think of if you open your Facebook app, it's only Real. There's different, groups or pages, like you can go into a YouTube group or into an Instagram group, a social media group, or an Alberta group, a BC group, but it's all Real Broker based. Then yearly, we also have the Real X events. So this is a virtual conference It's nearly a day long, and I attend them every single year live. It goes into my schedule. As soon as it's put out, hey, we're having RealX on this date, it goes into my calendar. So it's a Zoom meeting, but it'll feature different industry leaders, and they'll speak on different topics. They'll offer insights. They'll talk about market trends, best practices. So it's super valuable. Think of like a real estate conference, but it's one obviously that's virtual. Then the next, and it's one of the highlights of the year for me, is the Real Rise event. So this is a live conference. It's a gathering that's several days long, and it combines learning with networking, celebration of our wins, lots of the new releases of like, hey, this is what we're doing. The release of Real Wallet was at Real Rise. There's keynote speeches from industry leaders. There's breakout sessions on specialized topics. So you'll be in the main conference room and there'll be a keynote speaker. Then after that, they'll say, okay, go to your breakout rooms, and you can look at your schedule, and you can go into a room that's going to talk about YouTube, or one that's going to talk about open houses. So you can really pick and choose what you want to learn and listen to. I'm not a huge fan of like rah events, and I've been to some not with Real where it's like they turn up the music. It's like, okay, everyone stand up and punch the air, right? And clap your hands. And it's like 90s pop music. There's music involved and there's standing up involved, but it's less, I don't know if it's, I would say less cringy. I'd say it's more just real and genuine. It's excitement, and they're bolstering excitement, but it's also, I guess it's a excitement about something that I believe in. That's the difference. I just figured it out right here live on camera. I believe in what we're doing, and I believe in our company, and I'm a part owner of it because I purchase stocks and I'm shaping it with what I bring to Real. So that's what excites me. I do go every year, and I do come back pumped, and I do come back thinking, why are my colleague friends agents still at their brick and mortar brokerages? And it's such a good fit for me. I love it. So I got off topic there a little bit, but in the end, there's no shortage of ways to connect with people at Real. We are not just computer nerds behind a screen. We at Real realize it's about people. It's about agents. But if you aren't going to join the meetings, if you aren't going to go to the Real cafes and the meetups, if you don't connect with people in the Zoom meetings, then you could feel like you're on your own, because you're not going into an office and seeing people, and you're not connecting with the people at Real. So really, the onus is on you as an agent. Real gives us the tools, the avenues to connect. We just, of course, need to be able to use them. So on that note, do participate in both the local events that you have within your market. Go to the virtual events, utilize the tools, hop onto WorkVivo, use the platforms that were provided, stay informed, stay connected. If there's local events, hop on them. If you can swing it going to Real Rise, I wholeheartedly recommend it. Yes, it's going to cost you hundreds, thousands of dollars. Maybe not thousands, but it could cost you $1,500. Absolutely, especially with the exchange rate, and it is in America. It's worth it. Now, we did have Real Summit in Banff last year, 24, and I believe they said it's going to be every 2 years in Canada. Go if you can. Absolutely worth it. It's not quite to the same extent as Real Rise, but Real leadership is there. It's more informal. You can see Sharon standing over there, Tamir over there. You can go and have a chat with them. It's very accessible, but go if you can. Feel free to reach out if you are considering joining Real at all. We can have a chat whether or not it would be a good fit for you and your business. At Real Broker Canada, your sponsor isn't just a name on a paper. They are essentially your mentor, your guide, your gateway to success. They show you the ropes. They introduce you to what Real is and how it all works. So let's explore why selecting that right sponsor can make a difference in your real estate journey here at Real Broker. Today we're delving into the topic of the pivotal role of sponsorship at Real Broker Canada, and how making the right choice can significantly impact your life, your career. So at Real, when you join the brokerage, you're asked to name a sponsor. So what does that mean? How do you pick that sponsor? Well, it's outlined as the individual who most influenced your decision to come aboard. So who introduced it to you the most, and who do you want to align yourself with? This sponsor becomes a key figure in your development, especially early on in joining Reel. They'll give you guidance, support, and resources to help you succeed. It's not just you write their name down, they give you a high five, and they're gone. No, they hang around, they're here to help you succeed. So that sponsor's name then is written into your independent contractor agreement, or your ICA. Your ICA is what you sign. It's the contract with Reel saying, this is how I as Josh will behave and act, and these are all the rules that are within Reel. These are the fee agreements. Okay, I understand, I sign. So having it in the contract really shows too the importance of making an informed and thoughtful choice about who you're choosing as your sponsor. So the sponsor at Reel isn't just a recruiter. They again are going to be your mentor, your collaborator, and their responsibilities include onboarding support. So helping you navigate the initial setup, understanding the company's tools, integrating yourself into the Reel Broker ecosystem. Then they'll provide continuous guidance on best practices, market strategies, professional development. They'll introduce you to the network of professionals that are here at Reel, perhaps in your locale. Essentially, they're walking you through the door of a new company, a new brokerage that you're joining, and showing you this is what it is. And they should be there to have your back if you have any questions. So choosing a sponsor that's really aligned with your goals, I do feel is important. One that can give you personalized advice, helping you navigate the challenges and seize opportunities within your market. They don't necessarily have to be in your same town, but let's say, well, I really want to grow into more of a YouTube personality and develop myself that way. Then maybe you should choose a sponsor that's the road they're going down. Or a sponsor that really makes awesome listing videos and you're like, I want to go down that road. Choose one that does that, and then maybe you can tag along a bit and be involved in that process with them and learn from them. Now, something that's really unique here at Reel is that we have a unique co-sponsorship model. So this allows new agents to name up to two sponsors. So in this arrangement, both sponsors then share the responsibilities and benefits equally. So it's not a 50-50 split, it's a 45-45 split actually of the revenue share, and the remaining 10% is retained by Reel Broker. So this model is great because it again promotes collaboration and ensures that new agents receive the help and the comprehensive support from multiple experienced professionals. So you could say, well, who most influenced my decision to join? It was this person and this person. So you can name two of them, and then they're both your sponsors, and then you can reach out to both, and maybe one's busy, but you can reach out to the other if there's a question. So it's a really great way for agents that are wanting to join, but are perhaps not even in my province, or not in Canada even. Maybe I did influence your decision to join and you'd like to name me as a sponsor and we can collaborate, but you'd also like someone in your city. Maybe you're in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan's joining Reel soon, and you want to join there. Then I'd say, hey, let's find you a local sponsor, and I'll also be your co-sponsor, so we can all be in this together. So my tips on how to make the best decision for you is research your potential sponsors. Have a chat with them. Look into their experience. Look into what their area of expertise is. Look at what their reputation is within the Reel Broker community. Have conversations with them, reach out to them, discuss your goals, ask your questions, see how willing they are to support you. If there's other ones that you know that have joined Reel and have them as a sponsor, talk to other agents and ask about their experience and what it's like. And do you really want to align with this person? Make sure that you align with their values. You don't have to be the same person, of course. Everyone's going to be different. But is their business or some aspect of their business kind of a goal of where you'd like to be? Like, hey, I'd like to be a team leader, or I'd like to focus on YouTube. So it is an important decision. It is pivotal. Taking the time to choose wisely really sets up the foundation for your success here at Reel. If it's someone who's not going to be in your corner, you might feel like, I don't have the help that I need to understand these programs at first. And it could even lead to you leaving Reel if you're not satisfied. So that's why it's important to pick a good sponsor. They should be experienced, they should be supportive, they should have an upbeat attitude, and they should be around to be able to take your calls, your texts, your emails when you need a hand. If you are considering joining Reel, feel free to reach out. We can have a conversation about whether or not it would be a good fit for you and your business. At Reel, we pride ourselves on fostering a collaborative and transparent environment. But to do so and to keep it that way and to maintain the culture that we have built, there are clear boundaries that we all have to respect.
So let's delve into the topic of what actions are off limits to ensure that the brokerage doesn't change. It doesn't get diluted. It doesn't bring in bad seeds that now change the awesome environment that we work so hard to create.
Reel operates on the principle of unity, creating exclusive groups or silos that restrict access of information or opportunities
is strictly prohibited. It's not even an option.
All agents have access to the resources, to the training, to the support, and this makes the collaborative environment that we have here. Other brokerages, there's promise of, hey, if you sign with me, you'll be in my weekly, monthly mastermind. That's not here. If there's a weekly, monthly mastermind, you can join it and you can be part of it.
There's no secret deal or exclusive benefits that can be promised or used to entice someone to join. You cannot say, if you join, I will give you this something special.
That is just not allowed at Reel. All opportunities, all incentives, they're openly available to every agent.
This keeps it fair and creates a community of trust, and not one that's like these little pods, these little segments that they go into their back room and they get to have their meeting, and boy, it creates jealousy. It's not here at Reel.
At Reel Broker, the Attraction Code of Conduct outlines specific practices that are not allowed. Another one is disparaging other agents or brokerages. We are not to speak negatively about others. It's against our be kind core value.
Another thing that we are not allowed to do, and I'm grateful for this, is unsolicited cold calling to recruit.
You are not allowed to call someone that you don't know and say, hey, you should join Reel.
Our core values that you see really define us and define our culture. Work hard.
It takes dedication, it takes effort. It's the foundation of our success. But then while doing that, be kind. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. The golden rule.
Understanding and respecting what we cannot do at Reel is as important as knowing what we can do. So by sticking to these guidelines, we ensure that it's fair for everybody. It's transparent. There's a supportive environment for all agents.
If you found this at all helpful, if you have any questions, if you're considering joining Reel and you have some questions about what your business might look like if you plugged it into Reel, feel free to reach out and we can have a chat about it. Imagine keeping more of your hard-earned commission, building wealth through stock ownership and passive income that comes in for being part of a brokerage, all without monthly fees. At Reel Broker Canada, this isn't just a dream, this is reality. This is how it works. So let's explore why agents are making the switch and joining Reel. So firstly, being at Reel, there is an 85-15 commission split that applies to everybody. Everybody that joins Reel, that's what it is. There's no sweetheart deals. So that means you hold back, you retain 85% of your commission while contributing 15% to the brokerage until you cap. Once you've reached that $15,000 cap, then you keep 100% of your commissions with only a deal transaction fee applied. Now, this structure is in contrast to many, many traditional brokerages out there where splits can be less favorable. I've seen 60-40, 70-30, 75-25, and I've seen caps to be way higher too. Or sometimes the cap might be considerably the same, but you're also paying a huge desk fee. For some agents, the savings of joining Reel, just that topic that I just talked about, can be $10,000, $20,000 from changing over from the brokerage that they're at. So that is a huge reason right there to consider joining Reel. Cost savings. But it's not all just about finding the cheapest brokerage, is it? at Real, there's no monthly desk fee. There's no mandatory technology fee. Instead, agents pay a one-time $249 sign-up fee and then a $1,200 annual brokerage fee. And that's deducted from the first 3 transactions that they carry out in a year. So this is a pay-as-you-earn model rather than a pay-as-you-go model. So if you're not selling houses in the first 6 months, there's no bills, which is a nice thing because you're not having any income. So that's why it's a better system than a monthly fee. So beyond commissions, Real offers different ways that you can make a living and you can make income. So of course, there's that commission. You sell a house, you get paid a commission. But then there's the stock purchase program. So you can opt in. It's not mandatory. I opt in. I think it's awesome. How it works is if you say, yep, I want to be in, when you sell a house, automatically 5% of the commission that you made on that house is used to purchase stock for you. And before you cap, because you're using 5% of your commission, Real gives you a 10% bonus on what you just bought. So you're given free stock. Now, after you cap, it adjusts to jump up to now 10% of your income of that commission check is used to automatically buy stock. And in doing so, you're given a 15% bonus of stock. So you could argue, well, that's a lot of money. I need that money. And that's totally understandable. Maybe you absolutely need that 5% of that check to hit your bank account. But this is kind of a forced savings account. You're investing in something. You're investing in North America's fastest growing brokerage. The stock price has been level for the past few months, and it's because real estate in general has been having a terrible year. But this is a brokerage that is expanding, is profitable, is growing, and the likelihood of the stock value increasing, in my opinion, is great. Not financial advice, no one knows what'll happen, but this is a way that I really appreciate not having to think about making a savings account and being able to watch it grow. After being in Real for 3 years, it's pretty fantastic how big my portfolio has gotten. And it's cool, within reason, there's Leo, which is our AI chatbot, and I can say, hey, how much have I used of my own money to purchase stocks within the stock purchase program? And it spits out a number. And then I look at that and I can ask, okay, well, how much have I been given in stock bonuses? And it shows me the number and I'm surprised. And then I look at the entire value of my stock account because it has grown in value also, and compare that with the amount that I've spent to grow that portfolio. And the number is really surprising. Like I am a huge fan of the stock purchase program. Now, other than that, other than purchasing in the stock purchase program, once you cap, if you're on a 15K cap, you're given 150 free shares, stock bonus. Here's 150 shares. And it's the stock price right now is around $4.30 American. So you cap, you're given 150 stocks. If you're a team member, you're on that half cap, you get 75 stocks. Now, if you attract somebody, someone joins, they name you as a sponsor, you're given 75 shares. If you are a team member on a half cap, you're given 35 shares just for attracting. If you hit elite status, so there's different requirements on this, but basically if you're selling, I think it's now 32 transactions after capping. So you have to sell a lot of houses. But if you do so, you're given $16,000 Canadian in stocks. That's a lot of money. Another way to make income at Real is, again, if you've attracted people to join, they're paying $15,000 into Real. But not all that money is held by Real. Real allocates a portion of it, up to $4,000 from it, to be paid to that individual that sponsored and brought them in. And then that changes across 5 tiers, of course. So if they bring somebody in, that new agent would be on your tier 2. And there's different rules on how that all works and how it's unlocked. And that's a whole nother topic. But it's another way to make income, passive income. You don't have to do anything other than attracting great people to join into the brokerage. Real Broker's innovative model is built to help agents. It's growing. It's maximizing how much money we as agents get to keep in our pocket. It's throwing money back to us for being part of Real, for helping grow Real. It's incentivizing the growth rather than incentivizing just a brokerage owner or a franchise owner for growing their franchise and giving them all the profits. It's saying, no, we're not just going to give it to that person. We're going to give it to individuals and agents within our brokerage that are helping grow the brokerage. That's what the revenue share model is all about. It eliminates unnecessary fees. There's no desk fees. There's no mandatory technology fees. There is a collaborative environment. It's empowering agents to grow their business and grow it how they want to and give them the technology and the flexibility to be able to do so. If you're at all considering joining Real and you have questions about how it might fit, work for you, for your business, feel free to reach out. We can have a chat and see if it would be a good fit or not.
Here's every Real Broker Canada fee that you need to know in under 3 minutes. Firstly, there's no monthly fees. You don't pay a tech fee, you don't pay an office fee, a desk fee every single month. There is a $249 Canadian sign-up fee when you first join Real as an agent. And then there's an annual brokerage risk and management fee of $1,200. And that is paid off over the course of your first 3 deals. So $400 for your first 3 deals. This, in essence, replaces a monthly fee. Some might say, well, it's the same thing. You can charge me $1,200 a year, or you can charge me $100 a month. It's the same thing. However, this setup is superior in that you're not being charged unless you're making money. If you're just starting and you don't have a sale for 6 months, you don't have 6 months of $100 fees. You're only charged again once you sell a house. So once you make the money, you'll be able to pay off that bill. Real is on an 85-15 split with every single agent. You keep 85% and Real keeps 15% until you reach your cap. For solo agents, that cap is $15,000 Canadian. After you hit that cap, you keep 100% of the commission minus a deal fee. The deal fee is $375 Canadian until you hit elite status, and that goes down. Now, if you're on a team, you are a team member, that $15,000 Canadian cap can actually be halved down to $7,500. Every single deal and every single transaction also has a $40 CBR fee. CBR stands for Compliance Broker Review. So before you cap, that's the only additional transaction cost. There's no deal fee. The 15% is going to Real plus a $40 CBR fee. But if you earn elite agent status, your post-cap fee drops from $375 to $175 Canadian dollars. That's it. No additional fees, no hidden desk fees, no mystery fees, just the sign-up fee, the split until you cap, that small CBR fee on every single deal, and that transaction fee after you've capped, of course. Now, if you want to use Lofty, which is our CRM and website platform, it's $50 US per month. And that, of course, is completely optional. You can come to the table with your own website. It's not required at all. So again, to recap, $249 when you join, a $1,200 annual fee paid from your first 3 deals. You will be on an 85-15 split until you've paid that cap of $15,000. After you've hit that cap, there's still that reoccurring $40 CBR fee, and then a $375 post-cap fee for every single deal. Once you hit elite status, that $375 drops to $175. If you want to see how that plays out and maps to your production level, we have a fee calculator where you can plug in your numbers and actually see how much you'll be making if you plug your business into Real Broker. Send me a note and I can give you a personal invitation to that. Should you join Real Broker Canada? You've probably seen the videos, the rev share posts, the talk about the stock, but what's it really like to be at Real, especially here in Canada? Today I'm going to break down the good, the bad, and who honestly I think shouldn't join. When agents reach out, they're usually curious about a few common things, and usually it's 3 of them. 1, can I make more money than where I am right now? 2, will I actually get support if everything is cloud-based? And 3, is it legit, or is this just another rev share pyramid dream scheme? So let's walk through it one piece at a time. Let's start with the math, because that's what everyone really wants to know first. Real Canada runs on an 85-15 split. So you keep 85% of the commission and the 15% goes to the brokerage until you hit a $15,000 cap. That's if you're a solo agent or if you're running a team. If you're on the team as a team member, that can actually be halved down to $7,500. Now, once you hit your cap, you keep 100% of your commission minus a transaction deal fee of $375 Canadian, plus a $40 CBR fee, which is a compliance and review fee. Now, additionally, there is a one-time sign-up fee of $249 Canadian. So that's just when you join. It's for onboarding, it's for processing. And then there's an annual $1,200 brokerage fee. This is deducted from your first 3 deals. So your first 3 sales, there'll be $400 taken off to cover that annually. So that's it for fees, but we know also along with that, there are bonuses that are given to you. There are stock awards, there are elite agent perks, there are revenue share potential. Those topics are far more in depth and I have different videos on them, but those options are available to you, of course, once you're within Real. But the numbers I just mentioned above, that's the setup that you can use to calculate your business and what it'll cost you to actually be here. If you're interested in getting access to an online calculator, Real has one that I can send you a link where you can actually type in the amount of transactions you'll be doing and see how much money you'll actually be saving and making if you plug your business into Real. Now, the next question and topic is about culture. Again, if you're at a cloud-based brokerage, will there actually be support? There's no brick and mortar office, but there is a massive community. There is live training nearly every single day. On the weekends, it slows down, but during the weekdays, there's live training every single day. There is broker support. There are collaboration channels that really are personal. You'll find top producers helping new agents with zero ego about sharing strategies and what's working. It's the opposite of that old vibe of every agent for themselves, or if I know what's working and I'm really good at, say, video, for example, I'm going to hold those cards tight to my chest and I'm not going to share it with anybody. This is every agent has their playbook open and is willing to share, because we all realize that a rising tide lifts all ships. We want everyone to succeed because it'll make the brokerage succeed. And we're all part owners of the brokerage because we own stock in the brokerage, and we just want the business to do well because it benefits ourselves as well. Real's tech stack is powerful. Reason, Leo. Reason, it handles our compliance, it handles our deal management, and our payouts fast. Leo is our AI assistant and it answers questions fast. The mobile app lets you run your entire business from your phone. You may not want to because yes, it's small and it's on your phone, but you still have access to everything that's on Reason, that's on your laptop, on your computer, no matter where you are. So you could be on the road and someone asks, where is this file? Where is this deal at? Has the conveyancing been sent out to the lawyers? You can check on your phone and say, yeah, it's been done. It's all accessible right from your phone. Now, our third topic is who should join Real. So, should you join? Join if you are independent, if you are relatively tech savvy. You don't need to be a computer programmer. You just need to know how to use a computer and be able to, say, use Gmail and send attachments. If you want to run your business your own way, but still be compliant, of course. If you want ownership, if you want more than just sales commission, if you want to unlock different ways that you can actually make a living and make a retirement fund in this industry, if you're interested in creating a stock profile or an additional savings account, planning for your future, for your retirement, if you're interested in the revenue share component, if you believe that collaboration can happen without 4 office walls, then you should seriously consider it. Don't join, though, if you want daily in-person management or an office culture. If you really thrive with that water cooler talk, if you perhaps lack personal accountability, but you need somebody to motivate you, that can still be obtained if you, say, join a team and that team leader can motivate you and set those goals for you to hit. But if you're a solo agent and you really need someone to kind of push you in the right direction, then it might not be the best fit for you. Also, don't join if tech is completely scary to you, if you don't want to learn any new tools. Also, I feel don't join if you are just all about revenue share. That's not what Real Broker's all about. That's optional. That's, say, icing on the cake, but it's not the cake. Real is a brokerage that offers so many different benefits to people, and revenue share is just a small portion of it. And under 15% of agents that actually join Real actually are even part of it. Most just join because it is such a great brokerage and for all the tech tools and the way that it helps our businesses and our lives and improves them. It's not all about rev share. If you need structure, if you need mentorship and support, Real has it. But at the same time, you need to reach out and plug yourself into it. Some people, if they're not joining the masterminds that are happening daily and weekly, they might feel like they're alone, but they haven't reached out to plug themselves into what Real's offering. When I joined, what surprised me most wasn't necessarily the economics of it and how it would affect my business. That has been a huge factor now. But what initially really impressed me was how connected it still really feels. We do have managing brokers that we can reach out to, phone, chat, text, email. We do have agents across Canada, across America, that are sharing their knowledge base. They're sharing their wins, their templates, their marketing tips. There's late night support threads on WorkVivo. Because Real is still growing so fast here, the opportunities to lead, to mentor, to collaborate, they're really wide open. If you like being part of something that's building, that's growing, that's expanding, that's pushing the industry forward, that's not just coasting, you can fit right in here. So, should you join Real Broker? If you want autonomy, if you want collaboration, you want a brokerage that rewards innovation, probably yes. I can't say definitively because everyone's personal business is so different. If you need daily hand-holding and hate technology altogether, probably not. It might not be a good fit. If you're on the fence though and you're still trying to decide if it would be a good fit for you, reach out. We can have a conversation about what plugging your business into Real would actually look like and whether it would be a good fit for you or not. While a lot of brokerages are shrinking, Real Broker just keeps growing in agent count, in profitability, and in reputation. Today I want to break down why Real is winning and how it's not by accident. We'll talk about agent growth. We'll talk about how the company is actually profitable in a tough year in real estate in general, and why the model's connecting with agents across North America so successfully. The real estate market has been a challenging one. This calendar year especially, but even really the last few years. Higher interest rates, lower volume, tightening margins. And the fact is a lot of big name brokerages have seen layoffs, shrinking agent rosters, and even negative earning reports. Many brokerages do carry a lot of debt, but Real is trending up quarter after quarter. How are they able to do so? It's because the company was actually built lean from the start. Real didn't have to pivot to a cloud-based model. It started here. So having physical office spaces costs an astronomical amount. We avoided all of that from the get-go. Let's get started with agent count. Real recently passed 30,000 agents in North America. That's growth of over 60% in a year, even while most competitors are down. Just recently we had Saskatchewan open, and the next one that I'm hearing is New Brunswick on the East Coast. We are building momentum in both big metro areas and in smaller communities. Why though? Again, it's because Real's value proposition actually hits both ends of the agent spectrum. Newer agents, they love the collaboration, the mentorship, the tech tools that we're all given. Then experienced agents, they love the autonomy that we're provided and also the ownership of our own business that we're given. And then all agents, whether new or old, they really love the fact that leadership still actually listens to us, listens to our feedback, and is interested in growing the brokerage and how it works for our benefit. And something that's actually quite surprising within the recent real estate climate is that Real has posted profitable quarters, even in one of the hardest real estate years in recent history. While many brokerages are operating at a loss, Real's lean cloud infrastructure means that the revenue goes to people, to technology, not to just leasing an office space and franchise royalties. It's a brokerage that can scale and is scaling and is growing without the overhead ballooning. Real's model for agents is very simple. You're on an 85-15 split and a $15,000 Canadian cap. The fees are very transparent. There's no desk fees, there's no hidden charges. So that simplicity really attracts agents who are tired of complicated commission plans and office overhead. It's the kind of clarity that's easy to scale, it's easy for agents to understand. It respects an agent's bottom line. Of course, we have to pay something into a brokerage. The brokerage is itself a business that requires money, but it's very clear, we know what it is, and it's not huge amounts. Then there's Real's culture and how different that is. It's not a top-down company. It's actually an agent-led company. It's collaborative, it's transparent. Agents share their playbooks, their ideas, their tools, what's working with them in their market freely, because they all win when the company grows. Revenue share, stock awards, and leadership opportunities mean agents actually own a piece of what they're helping to build. That shared upside changes the energy completely. It feels more like a startup than a franchise. Real's tech stack is another big reason that we're winning. And then there's the Reason app, which is available on our computers, on our phones. It connects everything. Transactions, our revenue share amounts, our stock options, chatting with our managing broker, chatting with the financing team, chatting with conveyance. It's all right there. One login, one access. And this efficiency keeps agents productive and the company profitable. Real's leadership team deserves a lot of credit. They've resisted the temptation to chase hype. Instead, they've focused on profitability for the company, sustainability, growth, and culture. CEO Tamir Poleg and the exec team, they're visible, they're approachable, and they're focused on the agent experience first. And that's why we see steady expansion instead of boom bust cycles. Real's not just trying to grow fast, it's growing correctly. So again, why is Real Broker winning? Because it is lean, because it is profitable, because it is agent owned and community driven, because it's been designed to grow and to last. If you're looking for the next chapter in your real estate career, one where you have ownership, where you have flexibility and support, then Real might be a good option for you to consider. If you're interested in seeing what plugging your business into Real would actually look like, reach out and we can have a chat. 3 years ago, I made the decision to leave my traditional brokerage and join Real. At that time, I was excited, but I was also nervous and I had lots of questions. Like, would the culture really be there without a physical office? Would the technology actually make my life easier? Would the financial model actually deliver on what it promises? Now, 3 years later, I've got the answers, and today I want to share with you what I've learned after being at Real for over 3 years now. When I joined Real, one of the biggest draws was the tech platform. Reason, it's where we log in, it manages our business, it manages all our transactions, it's how we communicate with individuals within Real, and all our masterminds are all there. It's going to cut down on paperwork headaches. It's where we access Real Academy, where we have over 30 live training masterminds and meetups every single week. And then there's Leo AI, which helps me with marketing, with listing descriptions, even with client communications. 3 years in, I can tell you that the tech has only gotten better. And it's not just a nice to have, it's a competitive advantage that we have it. Another huge reason that I joined was the financial model that was offered. The cap and split structure has been a game changer, keeping more money in my pocket. Starting a team was easier because my team members only paid half cap. That allowed me to grow without hitting a wall financially, in that they weren't able to make a living in this industry because the brokerage needed too much from them. So their odds for success were elevated. The stock purchase program turned my production into a savings account in generating long-term wealth, something that I never got at my old brokerage. And then there's the revenue share model, of course, as well, which has proven itself that it's not just hype, it's real income that's there month after month. So 3 years later, I can confidently say that this model is designed to help agents build wealth, not just income. Now, my concern was, I wondered that if a cloud-based brokerage could actually really have culture. Turns out that it can. Collaboration happens daily inside our online communities. I've built relationships with agents across Canada, across the US, people that I would never have met in a traditional office. And the culture of work hard, be kind isn't just a slogan. It's something that I've seen over and over again. In fact, I'd argue that the collaboration at Real is stronger than what I experienced even at a traditional brick and mortar office. 3 years in, the biggest lesson I've learned is this. Real Broker isn't just a place to hang your license. It's a platform to build a business and build a life. It gave me the tools to work smarter, the model to build wealth, and the culture to feel connected. And most importantly, it gave me options. Options today and options for the future of my family. So 3 years later, do I regret the decision? Not for a second. Joining Real was one of the best moves that I made for my business, for my family, and for my future. So if you're where I was 3 years ago, curious, maybe a little skeptical, I get it because I was there too. I had major concerns, but what I can tell you from experience is that it's worth exploring. So if you'd like to explore the topic and have a conversation about what plugging your business into the Real model would look like, let's have a chat about it. All right, let's talk about something a lot of real estate agents are thinking about, but might be afraid to admit or acknowledge, but it might be in the back of their minds. Is it time to leave your traditional brokerage? If you're feeling stuck, frustrated, or just wondering if there's a better way to run your business, this is the right video for you. Today, I'm going to break down 5 signs that you may be ready to make the switch to Real Broker Canada. Sign number 1. You're paying way too much in desk fees and brokerage cuts and splits. Listen, I get it. Traditional brokerages have overhead, physical offices, staff, printing costs, coffee machines. But if you're cutting massive checks to your brokerage every single month and not getting more value back than the money than you're paying in, it might be time to rethink things. Real Broker is, of course, a cloud-based model, which means lower overhead and more money left in our pockets. The business model is by no means designed to be the lowest cost option in real estate, but you likely will find it cheaper than your current brokerage. And the value that we get as agents by being with a brokerage far exceeds what we pay to be there, in my opinion. Sign number 2 that a switch might be in order. You're not getting the support that you need, whether it's training, mentorship, or simply just asking a question and getting an answer to it. Some brokerages may leave an agent hanging. At Real, we have an entire community of agents willing to help, plus responsive brokers and support system. And then don't forget, we have Leo, our AI assistant, which we can go to for simple questions like, what was my commission for this? What documents are missing on this transaction? We can even ask it, make me some social media shareables for my new listing, and it'll pump out half a dozen options. It's getting smarter every day and helping agents navigate transactions, commissions, and more within our business. Sign number 3 that a switch might be in order is you're stuck using outdated systems. If your brokerage is still relying on paper forms, clunky CRMs, and tech that feels like it was built in the 2000s, you may be wasting your time. Real Broker runs on Rezen. It's a modern all-in-one platform that streamlines all of our transactions, our commissions, our team collaboration. No more jumping between different apps to talk to different sections, talking to conveyance, talking to our managing broker. It's one hub that we go to, and we can manage our entire business and get deals done. Sign number 4 that a switch might be in order is that you're tired of old school brokerage politics. Maybe you feel like there's a top agent club at your brokerage, or you're consistently being pressured to fit into a rigid mold that's just not your vibe. Real is built differently. It's collaborative, it's growth focused, not just on growing the brokerage. Agent growth is a focus. That is the environment that we're within. We want everyone to succeed without the drama. And finally, sign number 5 that the switch might be in order is that you want more than just commission splits. At Real, we're not just earning commissions, we're building long-term wealth and even retirement plans. Between the revenue share model and the stock bonuses that we're given, you're not just working for today's commission paycheck, you're actually creating a future financial security. It's a model that rewards you for growing your business and helping others do the same. Rather than a franchise owner or the brokerage keeping all those profits for itself, it's revenue sharing, essentially sharing it with agents within the brokerage that are helping to grow the brokerage itself. So if any or all of these signs resonated with you, it might be time to take a serious look at Real Canada. If you're curious to learn more, drop a comment below or shoot me a message. You can find my contact information on my website and we can chat whether or not Real would be a good fit for you. Today we're diving into a topic that's super important for every real estate professional, and that's that of branding. Branding yourself first, then choosing a brokerage. This is about you, not the brokerage you're with. In the competitive world of real estate, your personal brand is what sets you apart from the hundreds and thousands of other agents. It's your reputation. It's your promise to clients. It's the unique value set that you bring to the table. So what does personal branding really mean within real estate? Well, it's more than just having a logo or having a slogan or a business card or a website. It's the perception that people have of you. It's how clients and colleagues view your professionalism, your expertise, and the experience that you provide as a whole. So building that strong personal brand establishes you as knowledgeable, as trustworthy, as reliable, and makes it easier for clients to choose you over the competition. So how is it done though? To build your personal brand, you need to identify your unique value proposition. What makes you different from others in the area? Maybe you specialize in luxury properties, or you have a background in interior design, or you have some sort of knowledge in the trades or some specific neighborhood. Those are all things that if you have, lean into. If you don't know where to start, maybe think about what your previous experience was in past careers. Were you in construction? Anything to do with the home at all? Lean into that as your unique value prop. Your unique value proposition should really highlight your strengths, what you really enjoy doing, what you really know a lot about, the unique benefits that you can offer to your clients specifically because of who you are. So spending some time to sit down and think about this and even defining it to yourself will help you better be able to portray that to people, and will also help you be able to find that ideal clientele more accurately. Consistency is really the key to branding. So from your business cards to your social media profiles and templates that you're using, your branding elements, your colors, your fonts, your messaging, it all should coincide and work together. This is consistency that brings recognition and trust within your audience. So that's something to dive into too. And that's a little bit more of an offset. You can, YouTube search that, creating a brand style guide that outlines your visual and messaging standards. So this branding style guide would be placed upon your website, would be placed upon your social medias. Now, it might seem daunting, it might seem scary, like maybe you're not in advertising, that's not your background. You don't have to go too in depth. Just do a little bit of YouTube research, but essentially you need a color palette that you're working with, a few colors, a font or two, and your logo. And then those things should have its footprint, its stamp on everything that you do. And when it's done effectively, someone should be able to look at those color combinations, that font and that logo, and they should immediately think of you, even if your name wasn't on that post. It should just all tie back to you. And your online presence is a super important in this day and age, a component of your personal branding. So make sure it does apply across all platforms: LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. That color scheme, that logo should be there so that when they see it, they immediately know who to think about. Building that brand is the next step after you've established what the branding style guide looks like. So engage with your audience through comments, through messages, and regular posts. It'll help to build those relationships and keep you top of mind when clients need real estate services. Now, once you've done that, once you've built your personal brand and it's established, now it's time to choose a brokerage that aligns with you, with your values, and will help support you in your personal brand. So look for a brokerage that offers the tools, the resources, and the flexibility to help grow your business. That brokerage should not wipe away your branding. Some brokerages will say, nope, this is the sign you use, and it's this color. Embrace a brokerage that gives you flexibility to spread your wings and let you be you. Look for one that's leading the industry, one that's adapting, one that's evolving to match the world around us, and one that's growing. Remember that clients choose agents, not brokerages. So your personal branding is super important, and that's what you can hang on to. Even if you switch your brokerage next month or again in 5 years, That personal branding that you have, that can stay consistent and people will always be thinking about you. If you're looking at Reel as a possibility, reach out. We can see what it would look like for you to plug your business in and see if it would be a good fit for you or not. Today, we're exploring a question that many agents have, agents who aren't yet within Reel, and that is the topic of reason. Can you actually run your entire real estate business within reason? There's a lot of anxiety and fear that comes when you're not in the brokerage yet about how will this work? How will it be if I don't have that secretary behind the desk? I don't think that I'll be able to do this. That's what many people worry about. So let's just talk about how it's possible and how it works. Reason is Real Broker's proprietary transaction management platform. It's designed from the ground up to streamline all of our real estate operations and our business, and then even enhance our productivity and make our life smoother and easier. This platform is accessed from our computers, from our laptops, but all the same information is also accessible and we can work on it just the same from our mobile devices, from our phones. So it goes with us wherever we are. And this covers absolutely everything from entering deals to tracking commissions. Reason is the central hub for business operations. So I can check on what commission I'll be making for a transaction. I can see how far along I have progress towards capping or hitting my elite status. I can manage those transactions. I can edit deals. I can add a referral. I can generate a trade record sheet. I can even deposit checks. So I'm representing the buyer. We got an accepted offer. We have to give that check in. I don't have to go to a bank. They can give me a bank wire, a bank draft. I could take a photo within the app and it's deposited into our trust account. I can communicate with my broker efficiently about the transaction in hand. I can call them right from that transaction. It'll come up on their computer. Josh is calling me about this transaction, and we'll get right into the conversation. It's really designed from the ground up to increase visibility into the transaction process. And what I mean by that is anxiety is caused by not knowing where you're at and where you stand. But in reason, we have like this pizza tracker showing us how far along the process we are. Just like with Domino's, you can see where your pizza is, right? Oh, it's in the oven. Oh, it's out for delivery. That's applied to the real estate process. And there's a checklist and we can see where we are. I don't have to ask my conveyancer, has it been sent out for conveyancing? I can see a big green check mark when it has been. And again, having it accessible from my mobile phone, I can manage everything right from my smartphone. Depositing those checks again, uploading those documents, communicating with my broker. I personally prefer to do most of it from my computer because I'm working with PDFs. But all the same content, all that same information is right on your phone with you wherever you go. Reason is your one-stop shop no matter what you need to do. You don't need to log into this other program or go to this other website to do other things. If you're in Reel, that is our hub. It works seamlessly with other Reel tools also, like Reel Signature for electronic document signing. Also with our Leo Copilot, that's kind of like Chat GPT for Reel. You can ask Leo, hey, has my transaction on 123 Main Street been sent out for conveyancing? And Leo would tell you. I really have leaned into Reel Signature. I was with DocuSign and I think it's a fantastic, relatively polished product, but it was costing me hundreds and hundreds of dollars every year needlessly. So when Reel Signature came out, it was a little rocky at first. It had room for improvement, but there's now a new iteration out and they've improved things. We've been communicating too, and they take suggestions to heart and they are making it better and they want to continuously make it better. You can make reusable template documents now that saves a ton of time. Another really cool thing within Reel Signature that I don't think I've chatted about before or I've seen anywhere on YouTube is the ability to, when you send a document out for signing, it says, hey, is this tied to a transaction already? And you can say, oh yeah, this is for my purchase of 123 Main Street. And it'll automatically, once it's signed, be thrown into that transaction or into that listing. So you don't need to like check your email, download it, and then push it over back into Reason. It automatically just goes there once it's signed. Very slick. And with Leo, that's kind of the Chat GPT we have here at Reel. It's also baked right into Reason. You can ask it questions. You can ask for training. You want to polish up on subject, just ask Leo, is there any video training on? And it'll show you all the options, everything that we've done. So in conclusion, yes, you can run your entire real estate business on Reason. with its transaction management capabilities, its financial tracking for tracking your business, its mobile accessibility, being able to use it from your phone, and its seamless integration with all the different tools that Real gives us, like Real Signature and Leo Copilot. It gives us the solutions to the problems that we need. I know that there's anxiety coming from not being within Real and wondering how it'll be done, but look at how many people are joining Real and loving it and staying, seeing that it is successful and seeing that it can work. So if it's something that you want to check out and explore, see if plugging your business into it would be a good thing, reach out. We can have a chat and we can see if it would be a good fit or not. Let's chat about a topic that most agents avoid thinking about, and that is, what is your retirement plan? Because the hard truth is that most real estate agents don't have one. When the deals stop, so does the income. But what if you build a business that continues to pay you even after you decide to stop selling homes? Is that even possible? So the traditional real estate model is simple. You sell a home, you get paid. You stop selling, you stop earning. That's not a retirement plan, of course. That is production based. That's a treadmill. You work, you get paid. Now, even after 10, 20, 30 years in the business, most agents walk away with nothing to show for it, except for maybe some plaques on the wall. And that's the brutal reality of this industry, of being a business owner. You're not necessarily saving for the future or your retirement plan like you should be. Real estate is a career, but it's also that business that we talked about. And like any business owner, you should be building assets and income streams that work for you and not just because of you. So the question is, what will continue to pay you when you no longer want to host open houses on the weekend, negotiate offers at midnight, or run from showing to showing? So you're stepping out of production. What will continue to pay you? And that is where Real Broker is actually different. They've built retirement planning right into the model with 3 key streams of income beyond your day-to-day sales. The first potential is revenue sharing. So when you help attract other agents, join into Real, the company shares a portion of the revenue that those agents generate. It's not taken from the agent's pocket. It doesn't cost that agent anymore. It's paid out of Real's portion of the split. So we know that, of course, to be at Real, there's a cap. In Canada, it's $15,000. In America, it's $12,000 US dollars. So a portion of that is paid out. And here's the kicker. It continues to pay you month after month, long after you've even stopped selling homes. As long as you've been with Real long enough, it's not like you've just been here a few months and grown up that network. It's after a few years with Real, they will continue to pay that to you even after you have retired. So that's pretty special, and that's an industry first. Next is our equity and stock awards. At Real, we don't just sell homes and get paid for it. As we do it, we're actually building ownership of the brokerage because we earn stock bonuses in the company for hitting production milestones, for selling our first house, for capping, for bringing in another agent. That means every single transaction is also building a long-term asset that has the potential to grow in value. We're awarded shares for just doing our job, and as the company grows, those shares are going up in value. And another way is benefiting from the network of Real agents that is across Canada, that is across America, that you're instantly a part of as you are a Real agent. So you're able to benefit from the collaboration, from the referrals, from the team leverage. Even when you step back from personal production, you still will be part of that family. So if you were to stop selling tomorrow, you stepped back from production, maybe on your own decision, or maybe there's an accident that forced you to step back, what would keep the money flowing in? For most agents, the answer is nothing. For agents at Real, the answer is revenue share, stock ownership, and a network that keeps generating opportunities and referrals. And that's the difference between just having a career and building a business that outlives your career. Now, of course, I'm not saying that you need to retire tomorrow, but I am saying that you should be thinking about it today and planning accordingly. Because one day you'll want to slow down. You'll want to travel more. You want to spend more time with your family. And when that day comes, you'll either be stressed about income, or you'll be grateful that you made a retirement plan and did it within Real, and it was able to help you grow and succeed. If you don't have a real estate retirement plan, or if you're curious about how the revenue share model works and how equity can really be built up at Real long term, let's have a conversation. Reach out. We can chat about whether plugging your business into the Real model would make sense or not. As a real estate agent, we all know that getting that commission at the end of a sale is, of course, awesome. But at Real Canada, you can earn beyond just selling a home and the commission that it generates. So if you're a real estate agent looking for additional ways to create additional income streams while still doing what you love, selling real estate, stick around. Because today we're going to talk about how agents at Real make money beyond commissions. Most agents are used to thinking that their only source of income is that commission check at the end of a transaction. But here's the thing, what happens when the market slows down? What happens when you want to take a vacation or maternity leave or even retire? That's where Real changes the game with three powerful income streams: revenue sharing, stock awards, and then team building opportunities. So let's break it down. So first up, let's talk about revenue sharing. Real Broker actually shares the revenue it makes with agents who help grow the company. Think of it as a way to earn passive income simply by introducing other people to the brokerage. Rather than all profits just going to the brokerage or the franchise owner, profits are shared within the agents that help build the company. Here's how it works. When you refer an agent to join Real, you essentially get a percentage of the revenue that Real collects from their transactions. Now, this isn't just profit sharing, this is revenue sharing, meaning it's paid out before any company expenses. Some brokerages offer profit sharing, but what they can then do is at the end of the year spend a whole ton of money on, say, marketing, then there's less profits that have to be shared. This, again, is revenue sharing before expenses. And the best part, it's not just a one-time payout. Every single time that that agent closes a deal, you get a portion of the cap that they pay into Real, month after month, year after year, until they hit their cap. So in Canada, an agent, a solo agent, has to pay $15,000 and then they cap. It's an 85-15 split, of course, while they're paying this cap. But of that $15,000, a portion of that, again, is shared with agents within the company. Now, how much are we talking? How much of that $15,000 is actually shared? Real has a simple tiered system, which you can see here. And you can earn up to $4,000 Canadian per agent that you directly help to join each year. Those agents, of course, do have to hit their cap for that $4,000 to go to yourself. And then as you grow your network, you unlock even more revenue with multiple levels and multiple tiers. Kind of like compound interest. If you bring in one person, but then that person brings in another, they would be on that tier 2. So it can really snowball and explode. Now let's talk about stock awards. Unlike traditional brokerages where you're just paying fees and walking away with nothing except for maybe a plaque at the end of the year, at Real, you own a portion of the company. Every agent has the chance to earn stock in Real Broker, which is publicly traded. There are a few ways to earn stock. When you close your first deal each year, you get a stock award. When you cap, you get a stock award. When you refer an agent to join Real and they close their first deal, you get a stock award. When you hit elite agent status, you get a massive stock award. The stock awards that I personally have been provided with within 2 years cover over 1 year of entire expenses that I had to pay at Real. And being part of the stock purchase program, you're essentially committing to use a portion of your commission to automatically purchase Real stock. And for doing that, you get an additional stock bonus. That means that over time, you're not just earning commission, you're building ownership in a brokerage that's growing across North America faster than any other brokerage. And if Real stock appreciates, which it has in recent years, so does your investment. It's a long-term play that traditional brokerages just don't offer. There actually are several different ways or income streams that Real provides, but another way to make money beyond commissions at Real is through their team building structure that they provide. Now, a lot of brokerages, of course, offer you the ability to be able to make a team. But Real takes it a step further by making team structures flexible and financially rewarding, not just to the team leader, but to the team members as well. So at Real, you can build your own team and structure in a way that benefits you. There actually is a lot of flexibility. You can keep more of your commissions, earn revenue share from your team members, and create a business model where you're not just working in your business, you're working on your business. So a team leader will be on a $15,000 Canadian cap. while the team members are on a yearly $7,500 Canadian cap. If you're on a husband and wife team or a family team, it's actually just a total $15,000 Canadian cap for both. That right there is an option that'll save a lot of money for small family teams, being on a single cap. Whether you're a solo agent who wants to start bringing people in to your team, or you already have a team and you're tired of outdated splits and fees, Real gives you the freedom to build something scalable and profitable. So to wrap it up, at a traditional brokerage, your income is 100% tied to your personal sales. If you're not selling, you're not earning. But at Real, you have multiple different income streams: revenue share opportunities, stock bonuses and stock growth, team building opportunities. So you're not just working for your commission, you're building long-term wealth, you're building your retirement plan at the same time. Now, I know that making a brokerage move is a massive decision, and I was in the same position before I joined Real. But if you're looking for a brokerage that actually gives back to its agents, that helps you grow, not just as an agent, but as a business owner, then Real Canada is worth looking into. If this sounds interesting to you and you want to learn more, maybe you have questions and concerns, feel free to reach out or drop a comment below. We can line up a time to chat to see whether or not this would be a good fit for you, for your team, for your plans. There was a moment when I seriously thought about quitting real estate. Not because I couldn't sell, not because I wasn't doing well on paper, but because I couldn't keep living the way that I was living. So if you've ever hit a wall, if you've felt overwhelmed, if you felt exhausted, and if you wondered, is this really worth it? Then this story of my experience might help you. People look at real estate from the outside, from not being within the industry, and they see the potential income, the freedom. TV shows, right, make it look easy and lucrative and flash huge numbers on the screen. But you're already an agent and you know the reality. You know that's not how it is. We work extremely hard. People in general, they just don't see what it takes. They don't see those 11 p.m. texts that are absolute nightmares that need to be addressed. Deals falling apart at the last minute that you've been working on for months and months, and you've been driving and you've spent actual money, not just time, but time is money. They don't see the unpaid hours, the emotional weight of constantly having to show up with a smile, even though you're running on fumes and inside you're crying or you're just completely exhausted. So I was doing well on paper. I was selling a lot of homes, but I was running on empty. I wasn't sleeping well. I would wake up in the middle of the night worrying about transactions, about home inspection reports, about negotiating on a deal, and I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. I was focused solely on myself, on my problems, on my transactions, and no longer on my family, on my wife, and on my children. And the passion that brought me into this business was slipping away. My balance was slipping away. When I would actually agree to go out for an evening or for a dinner with my family, I was not actually present. I was on my phone. I'd be texting. I'd be taking calls. I'd be putting out fires. And it wasn't just once. It was a pattern. So that's when I started to ask myself questions and really determine this needs to be reevaluated. This needs to be fixed. Otherwise, I will not be able to continue on. So the first thing that I looked at was the structure of my business. How was I handling issues? There will continue to be issues, but what are my systems in place to fix and deal with those issues? Because that's what real estate really is. We're buying and we're selling, but really we're problem solving throughout the process. How can I make what I have work better for me? How can I create a more balanced life? So what I've found now is a way to sell real estate, to create a business without sacrificing everything else. And that's where my brokerage, Real Broker, comes into play. So at first I was skeptical, as no doubt you are, thinking people are. They think, well, is this actually going to be what I need? Or is this just a fad? Is this not for me? I heard the buzz, but I wanted substance. I wanted solutions. I wanted actual answers. And the way my brain works is I want to know how this process works and this process works. And it's not just going to be 2 questions. It's going to be way too many questions. So I needed all those questions answered. And I did my due diligence and my research. And ultimately what I found was a model that was built around lifestyle, around leverage, around community, around tech that again leverages our business to give us more time, and a business model that creates long-term wealth and doesn't just focus on selling one transaction to the next transaction. So since joining Real, I've been able to restructure my business around freedom. I'm now more present, I'm more focused in my life. I've created a team also to assist me, and the team was not created selfishly. My team was created with the mindset of, I need help, and I want to be able to offload some of the work that's on my table, but I also want my team members to thrive, to flourish, and to be given so much more value from myself and from my brokerage than the money that's being charged from them to be at that team. Because it costs money to be on a team. But if they're getting more value, then it'll be a no-brainer for them to want to stay and to appreciate and enjoy being within the team. So now I rely on assistance. It's not just all on me. The team structure that Real provides allowed me to bring in a new agent, brand new licensee, and I was on board with teaching him from the beginning. But the commission split that a team member has to pay into the brokerage is only $7,500 Canadian. So just think about that. Think about your first year of real estate. How hard, and that's an understatement of a word, how extremely difficult and challenging that first year is, and to make a living, and you have all your expenses, and you sell a house, and you see the commission check is this big, but then you got to pay into the brokerage, and then you have likely a referral fee because you're just starting, and then your taxes, and then your income expenses and your board fees. That check that was this big is now sometimes 30%, 35, 40%. So me making the switch to allow my team members to only have to pay into the brokerage $7,500 Canadian allows them to make a living, to look after their families faster, easier, with selling less homes. It sets my team members up for success, and that 86% burnout rate of agents stopping within the first 2 years, I am increasing their odds of success by being at Real. So I got back more time, real time. I'm no longer buried in admin work or chasing outdated systems. I've got modern tools that work for me, not against me. I've joined a community that lifts me up. It doesn't compete with me. I have leadership that listens. I have a model that doesn't just reward sales, it rewards community and business growth. And it supports long-term lifestyle freedom by giving me stock bonuses when I sell a home. And for the first time, after joining, after building out my team and using the systems that I have here at Real, I feel aligned again. I am energized. My business is stronger. And that has affected me to revitalize me and to make me as a person stronger. So if you're watching this and you're silently nodding, if you've been carrying that weight on your shoulders too, feeling like burnout while it's just part of the game, just know that it doesn't have to be. There can be systems put in place. You can have access to tools that actually help your business and help your life. You don't need to burn out to build something amazing. You just need the right platform. You need the right people in your corner, the right systems, and you need the courage to change. So if you're curious about what Real would look like for you, for your business, reach out and I'd be happy to chat, and we can chat about if it would be a good fit for you or not. Most agents are stuck in a cycle. Sell a home, get paid, rinse and repeat again and again. But if selling a house is the only way that you're building income as a real estate agent, you're really not building wealth or your future. You're just working a really stressful job. Because that's what this is. This is a stressful job. I have gray in my beard now. I'm 41 years old. Anyways, moving on. Today, I want to show you how I'm building real long-term wealth as a real estate agent. And don't get me wrong, sales, of course, are great. We all love helping people buy and sell homes. But the moment a deal closes, that transaction is over. Your future income resets to zero. And it's that, oh crap moment. Here we go again. So we're constantly chasing in real estate. That next sale, that next lead. We're hustling, we're grinding. And the minute that you want to slow down, whether it's for a vacation or a family emergency or just to breathe, your business slows down, your income stops. So that's not wealth creation, that's a treadmill. Now, there was a moment that changed everything for me. I looked at my year-end numbers and I thought, well, I did well this last year. But what did I have to show for it long term? And what I mean by that is I didn't have any more assets. Nothing changed. I didn't buy anything that added equity to my life or that was going to grow. I didn't have any income streams that were in place that would keep going if I stopped production, if I took a month off. And that's when I made the decision. I didn't want to just be a top producer. I wanted to be smarter with my future for my business, for my family. So what did I do differently? I joined a brokerage that actually helps its agents for thinking long term and growing a future. So here's what I'm doing now. Firstly, there is equity ownership within Real. Every transaction that I close at Real earns me bonuses in company stock that are given to me. And so in this way, I'm not just helping my clients buy and sell homes. I'm building a financial stake in the very company that I work with. So before I cap, I take 5% of my commission check and automatically it'll purchase stocks for me in the brokerage. And in doing so, I'm given a 10% bonus of that stocks that I just purchased. 10% free stocks for using 5% of my check. After I cap, that number jumps up from 5% of my check to 10% of my check. And then in doing that, I'm given a 15% bonus in stocks. This creates, without me having to think about it, somewhat of like a forced savings account in a stock account. For me, this has grown way bigger than I would have anticipated. I've been at Real for over 2 years now, but in 2 years, that stock purchase program has given me so much in bonuses. It really is insanely valuable to be part of. So it's called the SPP, or the Stock Purchase Program. It is completely optional. You don't have to be part of it. You don't have to participate. But it's such a game changer. Do strongly consider it. It might be the biggest decision-making factor of why you should join Real. Not financial advice. Who knows what the stock market will do? But really, it is changing many, many agents' lives. Talk to an agent who's been with Real for a year or two and ask them about it and get their opinion. People will rave. Secondly, revenue share. So by helping other agents join, plug into this same model, we earn passive income from their production. Income that I personally didn't have to generate. I didn't have to be part of that transaction. The way it works here in Canada is that we all have a $15,000 Canadian split to pay into the brokerage. Now, a portion of that, $4,000, is allocated to be paid out in revenue share to agents that have helped grow the business and bring those agents that have joined into Real. So in this way, what Real is doing is it's rewarding agents that are growing the company. So rather than all those profits that just go to a franchise owner or go to the brokerage itself, those profits are being shared within the brokerage itself. So some people hear that term revenue share and they think gross pyramid scheme. No, again, instead of just all the profits going to Mr. Owner of the brokerage, it's being dispersed into the brokerage itself. And that's why we as agents are so pumped and jacked to be here, because we want it to grow so that we all can flourish and essentially make more money. Now, the next thing is having business autonomy and a lower overhead. With Real's cloud-based model, I've cut out tons of unnecessary expenses and have more profits left in my pocket, money then that I can invest, I can save, or I can put towards income-generating vehicles. You're not going to quit selling homes. That's what we do. That's what I do. That's the first thing that I do every single day. My focus is buying and selling homes for my clients. You just are able to stop making sales your only strategy and the only means that you're generating income. The agents who build real wealth aren't just working hard, they're building systems, they're creating ownership, and they're investing in platforms that grow with them. And that's what Real gave me. A platform to build something bigger than just my next sale, my next deal. So if you're tired of starting at zero every single calendar year and you're really wanting and ready to build income that keeps working even when you're not, when you do take that break, you've got to start thinking about things a little bit differently. And if you want to see what it might look like for your business, you plugging your business into Reel, let's chat. No pressure, just a real conversation. We can see whether or not it would be a good fit for you. If you're a real estate agent and you're not using social media to generate leads, to build relationships and establish your brand, you're likely leaving a ton of money on the table. And if you're with Real Canada, you're in the perfect position to capitalize on social media marketing because we are a modern cloud-based brokerage that actually encourages agents to grow their business online. And as we know how it's done, we are a modern and forward-thinking brokerage and have our fingers on the pulse. This is the place to be. No fax machines, no pagers. So in this video, I'm breaking down exactly how to use Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn to grow your business, to get more clients, and to scale your brand as a real estate agent. Let's dive in. So firstly, let's talk about why social media is a non-negotiable for real estate agents. The reality is that today's buyers and sellers are looking for homes and agents online without ever stepping into a physical office to find an agent. In fact, the process of getting in your car, driving to a real estate office, getting out, going through the door, talking to a secretary awkwardly and saying, I'm looking for a real estate agent, actually would cause a lot of anxiety in most people today. No, what happens in reality is they're online on their phone, they're scrolling, they start following local content, they see that there's several agents working in the area, and then they start honing in on the agent that they connect with personally and resonate towards, and that's who they connect with. And that is why it's so important to be authentic and to be yourself to attract the right type of person. So be yourself. It does actually work. According to NAR, over 90% of homebuyers start their search online, and nearly 80% of sellers will hire an agent they find through social media. So that means if you're not online, you're invisible to most people buying and selling homes. And this is where Real here in Canada gives you an edge because we are a cloud-based brokerage that supports digital first marketing, not outdated strategies, no old school advertising, modern thinking, modern marketing. So first, let's start with Instagram, one of the most powerful platforms for real estate agents. Here's what can work the best on Instagram. First, of course, Reels, which is short form video. Short form videos get the most organic reach right now. Instagram is pushing them the heaviest and they will get the most views. Gone are the days where you can post one single still image and it'll get lots of traction and likes and comments. It can work, but you really need to be using a lot of video. Now, a caveat to what I just said is carousel posts. Instagram goes through phases where they push carousel posts and you'll be getting a lot of traction on them. So that's where you have like a slideshow of 6 to 10 photos, right? Maybe you're talking about a house and it's 6 of the best photos of the house and the person will scroll through the carousel to see all those photos. That actually can still work and get a lot of traction. Behind the scenes content. You're filming a video, maybe have someone filming you filming that and then talking about it. Not necessarily bloopers. Bloopers can be really funny, I think, to the agent that's involved in them, but just be careful with using too many bloopers. It can turn pretty cringy pretty fast. But behind the scenes, showing how hard you're working to market something authentically, that's worth it. Another fantastic post is telling a story. It could be a question and answer. It could be how you solved a big problem for a client. Say, I had to sell this house for this client in a week and it had a massive issue. This is how we did it. So if there's a problem and a solution in a post and you talking about it, that shows how you can deliver results. And again, people will connect with you as a person in doing so. Instagram is a goldmine for lead generation. The key is to stay consistent and to engage with your audience. If someone comments on a post, comment back. It absolutely can generate new leads, but just as important is it's keeping you top of mind in front of your sphere, the people that know and like you, past clients, people in the area. If you disappear for months, they will stop thinking about you and then they'll gravitate to some other content and someone else they're seeing. That's why consistency is important. And even if your posts don't always have a call to action, which by the way can be very cringy, if every single post ends with know anyone buying or selling in the area, call me, or I'm never too busy for your referral, it's too much. It's about top of mind. You're there. They see you, they know that you sell houses, and they're reminded, oh yeah, Josh is a real estate agent in my area. Okay, next up, Facebook. Some people think that Facebook is dying, that it's outdated, there's better platforms, but it's not dead and it still works. It's massive in real estate. It still makes a ton of money in advertising. It's still one of the most powerful platforms out there. It does appeal to a different generation. The same people on TikTok are likely not on Facebook. It'll be an older demographic. But who owns more real estate typically? An older demographic. So do not overlook Facebook. Here's how you can dominate Facebook in your market. Facebook groups. Join a local community group and engage with people. Again, don't put out that cringe content where you're like, know anyone buying or selling? I'm here to help. Just actually help. If someone asks something about the community, help. Maybe they're asking about the hours for the pool. Just help. They'll see your name, and your Facebook name should have your business name attached to it. Josh Wood at Real Broker, Josh Wood at Seize the Day Group. So when you comment, they'll be able to notice that you are a professional and you're just offering authentic help. Even better than this, than joining a Facebook group for your local community, is starting a Facebook group for your local niche community. Maybe it's not the entire city, maybe it's your little pocket, your little geo area that you want to really work this little niche. Start that Facebook group. Start adding valuable content about people who want to live there, not necessarily buying and selling, about, again, what's happening in the park this weekend, what's a local event. Then people will gravitate towards that content and want to be there, and then you'll come up authentically as a real estate professional that can help in the area. Facebook ads. On Facebook, you can have access to run targeted ads to the right people, the right buyers, the right sellers interested in moving in. They can even be in different provinces, but have an interest to moving to your city, and you can target them. There are specific rules on this. Facebook has clamped down on a lot of this recently over the past few recent years. However, it still can be done, and you can target buyers and sellers. A small ad budget on Facebook, $8 to $12 a day, can get you in front of thousands and thousands of people that'll actually see your face then. Within Real, we actually do have weekly ongoing mastermind groups talking about Facebook advertising, what's working, how to tweak your ads, and really get the best ad performance. Next up is YouTube, the long-term lead magnet. This is my personal favorite. YouTube is a platform that can generate leads for you on autopilot. So unlike Instagram and Facebook, where content disappears quickly, you can put valuable stuff out there that works. However, that feed keeps getting new posts putting on it, and it's not as searchable as YouTube. So essentially, it's throwaway content. It'll do you good for a few days, and then it'll be forgotten forever. On YouTube, it continues to do its thing, to work and to attract leads months after months, even years after you posted it. Some of the best YouTube video content ideas that you can put out there is what you've already seen. I'm going to say it and you're going to think, oh yeah, I've seen that. But that's because it works and it gets thousands of views. Things like moving to your city, pros and cons of living in your city, compare your city with another city, best beaches in your city. That's what gets clicks. And YouTube is owned by Google. That's why if you search something in Google, there'll be suggested YouTube videos. So that's what gets even more clicks and views. It could be people on Google searching for what's the best beach in your city, and your YouTube video will come up. These videos work, they turn heads. They're what's called evergreen content. They're not going to be thrown away. They won't be discarded in 3 to 5 days as the content feed of social media expires. They provide lasting value for potentially years. At Real Canada, many agents are using YouTube as their primary lead source. And because we are a technology-based company, we focus on it. We have tons of training and weekly seminars on what is working on YouTube right now this week. Next up is LinkedIn. Most agents do ignore LinkedIn, but that's actually a huge mistake. And truthfully, I cannot say that this is a platform that I am utilizing, and you cannot be good at every single platform. Pick a platform, niche down, and do your best in 1 or 2 platforms. But LinkedIn is underutilized and absolutely can and does work. LinkedIn is a platform where serious, business-minded, and high-end client individuals actually hang out. Think about who's on LinkedIn. people that make money. What actually works on LinkedIn is not that video of you jumping into the pool with your suit on, it's stats. Again, who are you talking to? You're talking to a business owner, a CEO owner, someone who takes their career seriously. So the nuts and bolts, the what is the market doing this week? The it went up 1.2%. That's the type of person that'll appreciate that content on this platform. Another key is to engage with local business owners. So that salon owner that's on Main Street, find their LinkedIn profile. They're taking business seriously. Connect with them, chat with them, see if there's some sort of collab. Can you hop in there and do a quick video interview with them next week? That sort of stuff really works. And then posting articles on LinkedIn can really establish you as the local expert in your area. Publish those stat articles about what's happening in your market. This is where it'll be appreciated. Okay, so we've covered Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. But let's bring it all back to the big question of why is Real Canada the best brokerage for agents who want to grow on social media? Look at your social media feed. Which platform are you gravitating towards? Is it Instagram? Is it YouTube, LinkedIn, whatever it is? Who do you follow on that platform that you admire and you really enjoy, appreciate their content, and you're saying to yourself, I want my stuff to be like that? Now, after determining who you really want to emulate and who you want to be like and who you want to copy, ask yourself, which brokerage are most of these individuals at? The answer is going to be Real. Real is a digital first marketing brokerage. We encourage at Real digital first marketing, not outdated strategies, just modern lead generation. You get access to high-level training and mentorship on social media marketing and paid advertising. You will be surrounded at Real by a community of like-minded tech-savvy agents who are also scaling and building their brands online where people are. So if you're serious about taking social media to the next level in growing your real estate business, Real Canada is where you want to be, in my opinion. We're not just another brokerage. We're a modern, cloud-based, forward-thinking brokerage and platform designed for agents who want to market smarter, not harder. So if you're thinking of joining and you have any questions, comment below or reach out to me and we can have a chat on whether the brokerage would be a good fit for you or not. One of the things that I really love and appreciate about Real is this, that what you see today, the tools, the tech that we're experiencing living with, is not what you're going to see tomorrow or next month or next year. And that is because Real is constantly improving, constantly innovating, and always asking, how can we make the best real estate experience for our agents even better? And that's what we're going to talk about today. Most traditional brokerages have been around for decades, some for over 100 years. And while there's value in history, the flip side is that they can move slow. Real is different. Real was founded in 2014, publicly traded since 2020, and now it's the fastest growing brokerage in North America. Because we are young, because we are nimble, that means that innovation isn't just like a buzzword that's slapped onto a piece of paper when we're talking about how we're describing ourselves. It's actually built into our DNA of what Real is. We innovate, we are tech friendly, and we are pushing the boundaries in the real estate industry. So when you join Real, you're not just joining a brokerage, you're actually joining a tech platform that continues to improve and evolve and get better. Within reason, it's our one login, one password, one login name. We get in. Inside there, it's our agent hub where we collaborate daily. It's where we track our business. We take care of our listings, our transactions, our deals. We talk to our managing broker. We have electronic signing. We get into Real Academy and all the training. It's all there in one location. Speaking about that, Real Academy, there's over 30 live classes every single week. And then there's on-demand training. So if you missed a class, there'll be recordings. You can go back and watch it. The content is being refreshed constantly to reflect today's market, not last year's. Then there's Leo AI. It's our in-house AI that helps with marketing. It can make social media posts for us. What's coming soon is it'll even be reviewing contracts and saying like, hey, you missed initials on page 7. Listing descriptions it can do right now. It's actually something that really does work and is saving time. And then there's Real Wallet, which is pretty special. It's actually exploding right now. It's a fintech platform that's going to help us to be able to be paid faster. And then we're going to have our own debit card And basically, when we're paid, the money's going to go into that, and we can keep it on there and earn points, or we can spend money, say for business expenses, with that card and earn points. And those points, they're going to be able to do different things like put it towards your cap. So you don't actually have to spend that $12,000 US or that $15,000 Canadian to cap. Your points will be able to offset that. None of this is static, is the point. These tools are evolving all the time, and it's based on agent feedback and what we on the ground level say that we want. That's what we're getting. And that's one of the most unique things about Real. Agents are actually shaping the future of this company. Through surveys, through feedback loops, through direct communications with leadership, agents have a voice. And that's why training topics shift to what agents need now. Why tech upgrades come directly from agent requests. Why new features roll out quickly, because leadership listens. It's not innovation just for the sake of innovation and doing something. It's innovation that solves real agents' problems. The innovation that we have isn't just about tools, it's about our culture. Real started with a small group of agents committed to the idea of work hard and be kind. It's now grown to over 27,000 agents, and that culture didn't dilute, didn't get watered down, it's scaled. Collaboration systems like masterminds, workplace groups, referral channels are constantly being refined to keep agents connected. So it doesn't matter what market you're in, small town, big city, it works and it brings us all together. The culture first innovation is what makes this experience so different. The bottom line is that the real estate industry is changing fast. Consumer expectations are rising. Technology is changing fast and reshaping the world and how we work. Market conditions are unpredictable. So at a traditional brokerage, you can be adapting alone if that brokerage is not adapting itself. At Real, we're backed by a company that is adapting with us constantly and pushing us forward. So yes, Real has improved itself dramatically over the last few years, but more importantly, it's going to keep improving because the mission isn't to build the biggest brokerage in the world. It's to build the best agent experience in the world. And honestly, that's the kind of brokerage that I want in my corner. If you're curious about what plugging your business into Real would look like, reach out and we can have a conversation about whether it would be a good fit or not. Today, we're diving into a topic that can really propel and transform your entire real estate career. And that is how to become the go-to agent in your neighborhood. So if you're looking to establish yourself as that go-to person, that household name within your city, within your town, or even just a little neighborhood, this is the video for you. So firstly, I had an interview on this channel a few videos back. Go search it out with Ty Mitchell of Ty Sells Winnipeg. And he explained how he has exploded in his niche market by becoming the Mr. Rogers of his area. I definitely recommend you watch it as well, and I'll put a link at the end of this video for you to do so. So first off, let's just talk about for a moment why becoming that go-to agent of your neighborhood is so important. Lead gen, getting those clients, getting those leads coming in is the key to success. It's the name of the game in real estate. Buyers and sellers are most likely to work with somebody that they know and trust, or that they've heard good things about. So if you can position yourself to be that local expert, you'll build credibility and become the first person that people think of when they think of real estate. And that's the goal. If someone says real estate, your name, your face, your sign should be popping into their heads. And that's, of course, what successful advertising does. But to be the go-to agent within your community, you need to, for sure, have an in-depth understanding of your local market. You need to be on top of what's happening. You need to study property trends. You need to know the unique characteristics of that neighborhood. When someone says, do you know that house around the corner that's for sale? You need to be able to truthfully say yes. So you need to really do that research, and that'll be a constant thing, staying on top of what's happening in that market. And doing so, that'll give you knowledge that'll be able to provide valuable insight to your clients. It'll set you apart from the competition. You'll be able to provide value, even if it's just in passing. You're at the grocery store and someone asks, you'll be able to give that knowledge and that value to them, even if it's just a 10, 15, 30-second conversation. And when you see people within your town, within your community that you're working, The topic of real estate should always come up. You are a real estate agent. Find a way to bring it up naturally, not in a cringy way. Are you looking, or do you know of anyone who wants to buy or sell in the next 60 days? Find segues to be able to tell people that you are a real estate agent when you meet them. And that's what Ty really went into also within his interview. You can do so, of course, first by asking them, well, what do you do for work? And then that'll be reciprocated and they'll ask you what you do. Or you could be on your phone texting somebody wherever you may be, and then you look up from your phone and you acknowledge them and say, sorry, just super busy spring market here in real estate. So I'm on my phone a lot. I apologize. And then make that connection. So again, they're seeing you and it's being brought up that you're a real estate agent in that area. Now, your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So your personal brand needs to define what makes you unique as an agent and constantly communicates that across all the different platforms that you're on. So your website will be pushing that out. Your Instagram will be pushing that out. Your Facebook, whether it's your marketing materials that's printed. So all your interactions with clients should really reflect your expertise and your commitment to the community that you're working. For us as a team, we really lean into our marketing, and our use of videos really sets us apart from other agents in the area. And we tell everyone about that. We don't just let the videos talk about it. We explain that to our clients about how much more value we're actually giving them. And then that spreads throughout the area, throughout the community, and with their friends as well. And then being present in your community is another key. So attend local events, support neighborhood initiatives, and be visible in everyday settings. This not only increases your visibility within the community, but also shows that you're invested in the well-being of the community and that you're there to serve them, not just pillage with its sales of homes, but you're there for the community. So share your knowledge by creating content that educates and informs people within the community what's happening. Buyers and sellers within the community. What's the market doing? Dive into different neighborhoods. If a new coffee shop opens up, talk about that. Providing valuable content will really position you as a helpful resource and will help bring you to the top and keep you top of mind. In the end, though, happy clients are your best advocates. People that rave about you and tell all their friends that they should be using you to work with are way better than any form of advertising. So really keep your A-list clients happy and make sure that you get those A-list clients, those ones that do rave about you, ask those ones to leave you a 5-star review, because testimonials, they really build trust with other clients that haven't gotten to know you yet. It'll reinforce your reputation and again, solidify you as that go-to agent. So being the go-to agent in your neighborhood, it does require dedication and consistency. It's not a quick game. It's not something you can pour yourself into for a month and expect results. It's a long-term game. So know your market, start building that strong brand, engage with people that live in the community, provide valuable content, use testimonials, and you'll be able to establish yourself as a trusted real estate expert in your area. If you're curious about Real and what it would look like to plug your business into it, feel free to reach out. We can set up a time to chat and we can see if it would be a good fit for you or not. Hey everyone, welcome back to Real Estate Agent Success. Today we're diving into one of the most underrated but powerful ways to grow your real estate business right here in Canada. Building a national referral network. Even if you're not in a major city, you might be in a little town in a little prairie province, it's still possible. Even if you're in that smaller market, you might think, well, how do I get referrals from across the country? I'm not in Vancouver, I'm not in Toronto or in Calgary. But the truth of the matter is you don't have to be in those markets to be able to make this work. With the right strategy and the right relationships, you can build a thriving referral pipeline across Canada, no matter where you're based. Let's break it down. So first off, the question could be asked is, well, why build a national referral network? What's the point? What does it even matter? I just want to sell real estate. Stable, consistent income can be a real challenge in real estate. Referral deals often feel like little bonuses that come. Over time, they can become this little stream of income that's predictable. So even if you didn't necessarily sell a house, you're able to refer off a client and in comes this little bonus. Also, it's diversification. When your local market slows down, maybe there's a blip in your little micro market there, referrals can still be coming in and help out smooth those income swings. Also, a referral, if it's incoming, is typically a higher quality lead. Referring clients tend to be warmer, they tend to be more serious, and often come with a little bit more built-in trust. And that really has to do with thanks to the referring agent that's sending it your way. And also, it's scalable. You can build this without huge ad spend or marketing funnels. Really, it's just building relationships with other agents. So where to start is with your existing sphere. This first step is easy, but many agents skip it, and truthfully, I did it first as well. So reach out to the agents that you know, that they're in your sphere, that you know personally. Old colleagues, agents you met at conferences, agents you met at training or licensing courses. Tell them where you're located, who you serve, and that you love to be their go-to person for referrals in your area. And of course, you have to be able to reciprocate that. If you're asking for a referral, you have to be able to say, if I have anyone coming to your town, to your locale, absolutely, I'll be sending them your way. It can be good to not only just do this in person, but also send a DM or send an email. That way they have it in their records. And maybe it's 2 years later and they're like, oh, I met somebody that was in Calgary. What was their name again? And then they can search their email and quickly find it and locate you again. You'd be surprised really how many agents are really happy to have someone that they trust in your area where you are and to reciprocate this. So to build these types of connections though, you do need to make yourself visible. And what I mean by that is if someone is searching real estate agent in your town, in your city, you should have a presence online. Whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all of the above, start joining Facebook groups for Canadian agents. When you're attending seminars, masterminds, or webinars, make sure you chat with people, tell them where you are. You're not always asking, hey, I want a referral, but you're building relationships so that people can think of you when they think of your town, your locale. By doing this over time, your name will become familiar. And when agents see your name often, you're on top of mind. And then when they need someone in your area, you're the person they'll reach out to. And when you're building your online presence, make sure things look consistent. So jumping from your Facebook to your Instagram to your LinkedIn, they should all have a clean and professional look to them. Create simple videos about yourself, talk about where you are, about what's happening in the market in your specific town, share local market updates, and this really will position you as the go-to expert for your region. So when agents are looking for someone to refer a client to, they often will Google you before they call you. So make sure that when someone quickly Googles your name, they see good, nice things about you. They see that you're working hard, that you're not just a part-timer, you're taking this seriously, and you're all in. Then you'll get the call. And be specific about who you serve. When agents know exactly who your ideal client is, they'll be more likely to send you referrals if it's applicable. Is it first-time buyers? Is it downsizers? Is it luxury high-end? Is it rural? Is it waterfront? The more specific you are, the easier for it is to people to connect the dots when they meet potential referrals and say, yes, this is the person that I need to send to you. Now, when you get that referral call, your job is simple. At first, over-communicate with both the client and the referring agent. Keep them updated and speak really good about that agent that is sending you this client. Make them feel warm and fuzzy about that introduction and speak really well of that other agent. And of course, pay the referral fee quickly and without hassle. If you're with a brokerage like Real Broker, it takes the hassle out of it really. It's so simple. You just, when you're setting up the transaction, you say, hey, this is the agent that referred it to me. This is the percentage, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Now, on that note, every time I take a referral call, so someone calls me and says, Josh, there's someone I'd like to refer to you, right there and then on that phone call, agree to the referral amount. Sometimes I notice that agents don't like to bring it up, and I get it, it might feel tacky or a little bit awkward talking about money. But why I bring it up right then is because some agents want a really elevated referral amount, and some are only asking for what's typically standard. So standard in my locale, in my area, is 25% for a referral. Some will ask for 35 or 40. So I like to have the conversation right then and there. Hey, just letting you know, if it works out with this buyer, if we're able to connect them with the property and be successful with the purchase, is a 25% referral okay? That's what I am offering, and that's what I would be asking in return as well. Now, some agents have asked for me for higher referral amounts. Now at this stage in my business, I politely turn them down. I say, just letting you know, my cost of business, I'm super happy to give you a 25% referral fee, but that's what I'll be offering with you. If you'd like higher, you might want to connect with another agent, but just know that if I have someone and I'm able to send them to you, I'll only be asking 25%. That's just how I operate my business and I feel is fair. So you absolutely make the best decision for you, but this is what I'll be offering to you. And with that explanation, it has worked successfully. Personally, I just feel that's fair. Once it starts getting higher than 25%, it starts feeling a little bit more predatory, like I'm not really making enough money on this transaction for all the work and all the liability that I incur with it. Now, another key ingredient is to leverage your brokerage network. And this is where Real Broker really shines. Your brokerage in this regard actually can matter more than you might think when it comes to building national referrals. So at Real Broker here in Canada, and of course we're in the States as well, one of the biggest advantages is that you're already plugged into this national and multinational, right, with America, network of like-minded agents who actually want to help each other succeed. We collaborate across provinces and states. We share referrals. There's specific avenues and channels where we can go and say, hey, I need a buyer's agent in this town, and we'll be connected within our workplace community. We mastermind together weekly. We create relationships within the brokerage. We talk and share information and what's working right now, not just in my town, my locale, but in a state across America, on the other side of America, what's working, and it's shared with me. So this is collaboration, it's not competition. So whether you're on Vancouver Island, you're in Toronto, you're in Saskatoon, or some small rural town, you'll be connected with agents everywhere who constantly are looking for good partners to send referrals to. You're not building your referral network alone with Real. You're stepping into one that's already exists and you're plugging yourself into it. So really it fast tracks creating the referral network when you're with Real. And in my experience, that's been one of the biggest game changers in growing my own business within Real. So yes, you absolutely can build a strong referral network across Canada, even if you're not in one of the big markets. But it starts with being intentional. It starts with building relationships and surrounding yourself with agents who think the same way. If you're curious about how Real Broker Canada works, how this network operates behind the scenes, and whether it would be a good fit for you and your business, reach out anytime. My contact information is in the description. We can have a chat about whether or not it might be a good fit for you or not. So you're thinking about making the move to Real Broker Canada, but there's one big question on your mind. How do I switch brokerages without losing my clients? I get it. Changing brokerages can feel like a huge leap. And that change can be frightening because there's unknown questions and answers to those questions. But the good news is it doesn't have to be a chaotic mess. If done right, your clients won't even feel the disruption and they might not even notice. In some cases, they'll be even more excited to work with you. Today, I'm breaking down the exact steps to transition from a traditional brokerage to Real Canada seamlessly while keeping your business strong. Let's get into it. Step one is to have a plan before you announce anything. The first thing you need to do is have everything in place before you start telling everyone that you're making the change. You don't want to jump the gun and create unnecessary stress. So here's what you need to line up first. One, make sure your new brokerage paperwork with Real Canada is ready to go. Understand the rules in your province about transferring your listings and your license. Talk to your real estate board and say that you're considering a brokerage change. At that point, you don't even need to tell them which brokerage, but ask them what's required of myself. Then prep your marketing assets so that when you make the switch, everything is ready to just plug in. Once you have all those things sorted, you're in a much better position to control the narrative and to keep things smooth. Knowing the rules for transferring your listings is very important. This is a big one. And in every province and in every real estate board, it will have different rules about transferring listings from one brokerage to another. Some brokerages will let you take your active listings over, while others, perhaps not so much. So before you make the move, talk to your current brokerage about the policy. Refer to your previously signed contract agreement with your current brokerage or your ICA, independent contractor agreement. See what the policy is. Now, mine had a certain policy. However, when I talked to them, they relaxed it and they said, yes, if you're leaving, that's fine. So despite what the contract agreement that you signed said, there might be lenience, but that's completely dependent on your current brokerage. If listings can be transferred, that's great. We can just get the paperwork signed and move on. And if they can't be transferred, then you'll need to work with those clients to potentially cancel the listing before switching, delisting them, and then relisting them at your new brokerage. And again, this will be different from brokerage to brokerage, province to province, and MLS board. So definitely dig into it by talking to your MLS board and your current brokerage and find out how it will be navigated and handled. In my case, I had conversations with all my active listings. There was around 15 or so, and we canceled them all and then brought them back within 1 or 2 days. So they were off market really at a minimal time frame. And this, of course, leads into the next step, which is talking to your clients, notifying them about your change. So once you've lined things up, it's time to let your clients know also what's happening. The key is here for you to be positive and to speak in a reassuring tone. You don't want them to feel like they're being downgraded in any way or in service, or that you're abandoning them, or that you're not taking the sale of their property seriously. You need to reassure them that nothing is changing in the level of service that's being offered to them. So a script that you can use when contacting your clients could go something like this. Hey, their name. I wanted to just personally share with you some exciting news. Well, it's exciting for me, anyways. It might not actually matter to you, but I'm making the move to a new brokerage. I'm leaving my current brokerage and going to Real Broker Canada. It's just a modern, innovative brokerage that allows me to serve you even better because I'll have access to cutting edge technology and enhanced support within the brokerage. But nothing actually changes for you, for the listing, for the way I market things. I'm still your agent. I'm still committed to helping you with your sale. You can still call me. You won't be dealing with anybody else. It'll still be myself helping you through this. It's essentially just my back-end filing system that I need to be compliant with the province's regulations for real estate that'll be changing. So you actually won't notice any level or change of service on your end of things. There will be some additional paperwork that I have to send to you to sign to acknowledge this. And depending on which route we go, I might be transferring the listing over, which is a document to sign, or we might be canceling the listing and then bringing it back within a day or two as a fresh new listing on the market with the new brokerage. So that delivery or mindset just keeps it positive, keeps it client focused, and you're immediately addressing the concerns that they might have when they're hearing that you're making a change. They're going to say, well, am I working with somebody else? I want to work with you. Does anything change regarding my support or the marketing? No, it doesn't. Everything will stay the same. One other point on that. When I did make the change, one person asked me if anything will change, like monetarily or fee structure wise. So I started throwing that into the conversation too, saying, along the lines of nothing's going to change. You'll still be working with me. Nothing's going to change regarding fees. It's all going to be exactly the same as what we previously discussed and arranged within the MLS contract. The next step is then updating your marketing, your branding. Everything, of course, has to show which brokerage you're with and be accurate. There is leeway. It's not like you make the change and it has to be done that second, but it should be within a relatively short amount of time that it lines up with the brokerage that you're actually with. So social media shareables, your Instagram account has to say the correct brokerage. Your website, you might be building a brand new website, and this could take, days or even a couple weeks because it is a big task. So you might want to just have a landing page that just says your name and the brokerage that you're now with, Real, and then you're building on the new website in the background till it's ready. Because building that website isn't really something that you can likely do until you've made the change, until you've joined Real and opted in to be part of Lofty. Then you can start working on it. Unless you're using a different service, then you can, of course, prep it and have it ready. Email signature, so logging into Gmail or Yahoo, whatever you're using, checking your email signature and making sure it's saying the correct branding. Of course, your business cards, any marketing materials. You'll need access to Real's Marketing Center, which has all the updated branding, the updated logos, our colors, our fonts. And within that, there's also the business card builder. You essentially just type in your name and your province, your phone number, and it's like, here it is. And you can send it to an online printer. You can send it to a local printer. And there's also sign template builders as well, where you just put in your name and then you have a file that you can take over to your local sign shop. If you need access to that marketing center, just send me a message, hit me up. You can go to my website, find my email, and request it, and I can send it your way. Another key step is to leverage the move that you're making to generate new business. And here's something that a lot of agents don't do, is switching brokerages can actually be a great marketing opportunity. Instead of just moving quietly over, use this as an opportunity to create engagement. Make a big announcement on social media. Send an email to all your past clients. It can be an excuse to reach out to people you haven't reached out to in a long time. Maybe you could run a giveaway or promotion, something like, I'm excited to announce my move to Real Canada. To celebrate, I'm offering a free home valuation to the first 5 people that reach out. This gets people talking and positions your move as something exciting rather than as just another business decision. One of the biggest concerns that agents have when moving brokerages is whether their clients will follow them. The truth is, clients care about you, not the logo on your business card. So, to reinforce that relationship, make an effort to check in with your sphere after the move. Send personalized messages, invite past clients for coffee, stay active on social media so that you are in front of them for sure weekly with some sort of post. And again, on that social media platform that you are regular on, say something about your move over to Real and how excited you are to be able to help your clients with all the new tech and tools that you're being provided with. The next step is lean in to Real Brokers, tools, and community. One of the best things about Real Canada is the support and the technology that is made available to us. From the Reason platform to the agent community, you have everything you need to make the transition smoothly. Make sure you take advantage of Real Academy for training and resources with over 30 live classes every single week. This is put on by top agents with cutting edge mindset and their finger on the pulse of where the industry is going and what is working right now. This is really what will propel you forward, your business forward. Our agent community on WorkVivo is where 25,000 of us are present. If you have questions, typing it there. It's not just going to be someone in your local office of 200-300 agents that'll be answering. It'll be people from all over North America that have gone through that and will have answers. By leaning into these tools, you'll feel confident and supported from day one. Switching brokerages is a big decision. But if you plan ahead, if you communicate well, and if you take time to really lean into all the tools and value that Real gives us, you can make the move without missing a beat. If you're thinking about making the switch and want to chat more about Real Canada and what it can do for your business, reach out. I'd be happy to chat with you about my experience. And if you have specific questions about logistics, about the change and how it actually works, we can have that chat and see if whether or not it would be a good fit for you. I was this close to walking away from joining Real Broker here in Canada. Honestly, I had a list of reasons why it wasn't for me and things that were holding me back. And if I'm being totally transparent, I almost let those doubts stop me from making one of the smartest moves in my real estate career. But then something happened, something that changed everything, something that changed my outlook. So in this video, I'm going to tell you exactly what held me back, what flipped the switch, and why I'm so confident now that joining Real was the right decision. And maybe, just maybe, it might be the right move for you too. So I'll chat about my experience and we'll see if it may or may not be a good fit for you. So let's rewind back to when Real popped onto my radar. It was freshly coming to my province. It wasn't here yet in BC, but I knew it was coming. It was anywhere from 2 to 3 months out from coming. I obviously knew it was a cloud-based brokerage. I saw that it was different. I saw what was different about it. And if I'm being honest, at first I was skeptical. I was really skeptical. And as I think most thinking people really should be, like changing brokerages is a big decision. It should be taken seriously. So my first thought was, okay, is this just another trendy model? Is it just a fad, a flash in the pan? I had questions also, like, well, would I lose that sense of community that I have at my current brokerage? Who's going to support me? The support I had at my current brokerage, was phenomenal. And really, I don't think it can get better than that, was my thought process. And then what about training? What about, company culture? What about leadership? What would it all look like? And I did have a comfortable setup. I knew how everything worked, right? It was comfortable. I knew what was expected of me. And that's what causes a lot of stress is I don't know how it's going to work at this new brokerage. So because you don't know what's going to happen, that causes stress and it causes people not to want to change. It's just hard at times to leave something familiar, even if deep down you know that, well, things could be better. It could be done differently and more modernized. But there just is this comfort blanket of staying status quo. I totally get it. Change is hard. It is difficult. But then something shifted and began to shift in my mindset after I had a single conversation. And it was with another agent that was also joining Real here in BC at the same time as they were coming in. And it wasn't a sales pitch. It wasn't something flashy. It was just a real agent doing real estate business, telling me what the brokerage was already doing in Alberta and how we're going to be on the ground floor here when it comes to BC. We talked about the actual vibe of the brokerage, the feel, the type of agents that it's attracting, the type of agents that are joining this brokerage, the agent collaboration of how ones are working together, the technology that's involved, the community without silos. It's an open community. And the equity opportunities then, the revenue share, the stock purchase program that was available. And that's when all the pieces of the puzzle began to click and really make sense to me. So we both dug into Real separately and what it actually entailed, what it made up, what it meant to be at that brokerage. And my biggest aha moment was realizing that the type of agents that were at Real, that were joining Real, that Real attracts, are the type of agent that I want to be rubbing shoulders with. They're social media savvy agents. They're agents that are really exploring and pushing the boundaries in video production, in YouTube, pushing forward with technology and trying and using things that are new, not just, stagnant using a 3-inch phone book and going through and making phone calls. It's like what's working and what could be working next month. And that is what Real is all about. And that is what I wanted my business to be all about. I wanted my business to be forward thinking, not to be stagnant. I do like technology and I do embrace it. Now, it's not to say you need to be a complete techie nerd that knows how to code. And there are many of agents that, don't want to get into video, and that's totally fine. It is just a brokerage that gives you the nuts and bolts to be able to expand into these areas to grow your business if you want to do so. So I realized then that I really wasn't afraid of Real, or I wasn't afraid of Real solutions to the issues that I personally had. Like, what about support? What about my managing broker? What I was afraid of was change. And then I was able to diagnose myself and really say, well, what's causing me anxiety? It's the fear of change. It's the fear of the unknown answers to my questions. So to dig into those questions really helped alleviate my fear. I started asking tougher questions, like actually logistic questions. I spoke to more agents, Canadian agents, and agents in America. I asked to read the ICA, the Independent Contractor Agreement. I scrutinized it. I made sure I would be okay with it. I explored the model from every angle. And each time I looked, and I took days and weeks to make this decision. Every time I looked into it and I dug into it, it just made more sense and it aligned again with my goal for where I wanted my business to grow and to go to. So making the move, it wasn't just about a better commission split, which it is, and it was, or getting stocks and shares into the company, which is amazing. It was actually, though, about something bigger. I found community in a way that I didn't expect. In many brokerages, you're part of an office that's, it can be small, but maybe there are 200 agents. Maybe it's larger, maybe there's 400 agents. And yes, you're part of a chain, so there'll be another office, in the next city with that many agents, but really you're spending time and learning and knowledge sharing with those in your brokerage. So you're limited really to that. And then at the same time, the ones that are in your brokerage in that area, you're probably, to a degree, you are competing with them. So there is this element of, well, I'm really good at YouTube, but I'm going to hold my cards really tight to my chest because I don't want to be directly competing with you because you're in my same town. With Real, there's currently 26,000 agents. We are an open book and there's no silos. So we share with everybody. So I was just on the phone last week with someone from Maryland asking about Real Signature, and we were able to help them with their questions. And that's just, again, because we are open to sharing and collaborating with everybody. And also that openness comes by you're You're not competing with that person in Maryland. You just want to help them. And when we help each other, it just helps Real, the brokerage, grow and our agents sell more homes. And then that helps our stock price go up, which we're all part of because we're in the stock purchase program. And then we all just benefit as a whole. So we all want to elevate each other's business. And within Real, then I found a way that I could scale my business and do so without sacrificing everything that really matters to me in life. Now I really feel like I'm part of something that's forward thinking. I'm not just going from one transaction to the next. I'm actually growing long-term wealth, wealth that even after I retire will be coming in. So if you're watching this and you're curious, maybe you're skeptical, as you should be, you have a little bit of restraint. I get it. I really do, because I was there. So I challenge you to just ask yourself this. Is the only thing holding you back the fear of change? And if so, what might be waiting for you on the other side of the corner of taking that first step? What could be there? If you make that change in your business, what could be your new future reality? I heard a quote that said, remember, you don't need to see the whole staircase to take the first step. And that's so true. So if it feels like this is where you should be, and this is the next growth and step in the evolution of your business, of your career, but you're not sure of, well, how is it going to work using this signing program? Again, all those pieces will fall into place as long as you yourself do align with what is being grown here at Real. So if you're even a little bit curious about what your life, your business would look like if you were here at Real, especially here in Real Canada, where we are, let's have a conversation. No pressure. We can just have a real conversation about whether or not it would be a good fit for your business. All my contact information is on my website below. I'll admit it, I thought Real was just hype. Another trendy brokerage, more empty buzzwords throwing culture around. I rolled my eyes like a lot of agents probably right now are doing, and maybe you're even doing that right now when you see my video. But then I saw something that flipped the switch, and I realized that I'd been looking at things wrong, and my perspective shifted. When I first heard of Real, I brushed it off. Cloud-based, cool, revenue share, not interested. Tech platform, probably clunky. To me, it felt like just another overhyped thing that I didn't need to be part of my life. I'd seen trends come and go, and honestly, I liked the comfort of where I was. I knew how things worked at my current brokerage. I knew what to expect. I knew my routine. I knew what the front desk required from me. But then something made me curious and made me just want to do a little bit more digging and see really what Real is about. So curiosity got the better of me, and I started asking some questions. I started digging deeper, and then I saw it all come together. It wasn't a sales pitch or a webinar or a big flashy event. It was a single conversation with an agent who had made the move. And it wasn't what they even said. It was actually how they said it. It was the clarity in their voice. It was their conviction, their excitement, the way that they talked about ownership within the company, about income streams. Like, they're not just forced to be at a brokerage because, yes, we have to be at one to sell houses, but we are actually growing a company and a business. And it's exciting because it's working. It's North America's fastest growing brokerage. And as it grows, we benefit, not just in some altruistic way where it's like, yay, go team. It's no, our bottom line, our bank accounts benefit. And then I saw who was joining. It was agents that I actually wanted to be like and to be with at the same brokerage. It was forward-thinking agents. It was agents that leaned into technology, agents that I aspired to emulate. This agent showed me and talked about how they were earning income from different multiple channels within the brokerage, not just closing on a house, and how being part of Real, we're part of a collaborative network of high-level thinkers, ones that are pushing the industry forward, that are leading the industry, how their business had grown, what it had helped them to do. And again, that's what I wanted to be part of. That was my aha moment, that the hype wasn't just hype. It was perspective. I just hadn't seen the full picture yet. So on the outside, you probably look at Real agents and you ask, well, why are they so excited? Why are they so amped up about their brokerage? It's just a brokerage. It's just an office. But the reason is it really is that good, and it really is changing lives. and it really is adding future wealth to its participants. It's life changing, and there's a good reason that real agents are amped up about it. I did some digging, obviously, and once I really understood the model, the decision was not hard anymore. I joined Real because I wanted to build something sustainable for my future, something scalable, something that allowed me flexibility to live on my own terms, not on the market's terms. And since making the move, my business feels better in many ways that I didn't even expect. My income has become more diversified, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm growing with a purpose, not just chasing a sale. I'm growing my business. So if you've been watching Real from the sidelines and thinking it's just hype, I get it because I was there too. But if it's still of interest, dig deeper. Ask the questions that you have, the questions that might be causing you anxiety and fear of change. See for yourself what's here. And if you want to have that conversation, the one that changed everything for me, let's talk. Reach out and I'd be happy to help. We can see if it would be a good fit for you or for not, because it's not the best fit for everybody, but it is the best fit for me. Today we're tackling the topic of joining Real and addressing a common concern: will I be left all on my own? This is a question that many agents wonder when they're thinking about making the move over to a cloud-based brokerage. So let's jump in and explore the support that Real offers to its agents. The idea of being on your own stems from the absence of that traditional brick and mortar office that you can go and walk into. Agents worry about the lack of immediate in-person support and the potential that they'll be stranded on an island all by themselves without anyone there to help them when they're in a nightmare scenario. And I was worried about that too when I joined. However, Real has implemented many different comprehensive support structures to ensure agents are really, truly never alone. Firstly, Real has a mentorship program that's designed to guide new agents through the intricacies of the real estate business and process and how it's done in your specific province or state. And this program will then pair less experienced agents with seasoned professionals who already know what they're doing and who can provide guidance on the whole business in its entirety, from marketing, prospecting, lead gen, client management, the transaction process, how to use Reason. In BC, for example, where I am, the mentorship program helps new licensees to be able to fulfill their field assignments that are required of them to be able to go through during their temporary license period. Nextly, we have comprehensive training resources. Real's commitment to agent development is so evident and clear in all the trainings that it offers. We have access to online classes, over 30 held every single week, that are live within Real Academy. These live classes cover a wide range of different topics, from advanced marketing strategies that are working right now to how to host a successful open house, to how to work our CRM. There's weekly meetings on our CRM and how to use it. And you can chime in and say, I'm having this question or this problem with this. How do I navigate that? And there'll be someone there to help answer your question and get you through that issue. Not only are there over 30 live Zoom meetings held, they're all recorded. So we can go back into Real Academy and search that topic of open houses and see what's been recorded for years and years, held weekly, and really polish and take in as much content as we possibly could want. Next is our community and how connected we are as Real agents. To help foster this sense of community, we do have meetings where we get together. We have monthly, it's called Real Connect. We hop on Zoom, and this allows agents to be able to see each other, and we're getting information and we're seeing where the brokerage is going monthly. We're also given training seminars within that Real Connect every single month. Long story short is we are very connected. If you don't tune into a Zoom meeting, you could feel disconnected, but all you have to do is see when the next one is and start pouring yourself into the brokerage. The more you pour yourself into it, the more you'll get out of it. We also do as well have dedicated support systems. So Real really wants its agents to succeed. That's its whole goal, is how can we make the agent experience the best it possibly can be. So within Reason, we can go to the transaction that we're working on and right there, message call or text our managing broker about that transaction and ask our question. We can also ask Leo, our chatbot. It's like ChatGPT built into Reason. What about this problem? How can I solve this? If that's not enough, we can call support. There's a phone number, there's email, there's multiple avenues. So whether it's a transaction question that you have, a technical issue, there is support available. Lastly, I just want to talk about access to our managing brokers. One of the biggest misconceptions about a cloud-based brokerage like Real is the idea that managing brokers are distant or you'll never meet them and they're difficult to reach. The truth is that Real places a super strong emphasis on compliance and on support. And managing brokers play a integral role in that structure. Every province has its own licensed managing broker or group of managing brokers, and agents have direct access to them. You'll never be more than a quick message away, an email, a Zoom call, a phone call away. I saw mine this morning. We met up for coffee. Real also encourages proactive broker engagement. So most managing brokers, they'll hold that weekly open meeting and there'll be a Q&A. They'll be responsive through Reason, through our messaging system. So if you're dealing with an issue that you need help with, there will be someone that you can get a hold of. You are not on your own. The layers of support that we have available to us help us to feel secure, especially when we're handling a complex, a high-stakes deal where we need answers now. There will be someone to talk to. So in conclusion, while Real operates without traditional offices, it has established layers of support systems to ensure that we as agents are well supported. We're taken care of. From mentorship programs, from online training to dedicated support channels, we're equipped with the tools, the guidance, the support that we need to thrive. There's a reason why we're North America's fastest growing brokerage. It's because people that are joining realize how good it is, and then they're bringing in their friends. If you'd like to explore what it would look like to plug your business into Real and see if it'd be a good fit or not, reach out and we can have a chat. I hear this question at times, if Real's so great, then why isn't everyone doing it already? And honestly, it's a fair question that I have heard and I've physically been asked to me. So firstly, truthfully, the shift is already well underway and is happening. When someone asks that question, if it's so great, why isn't everyone doing it already? What they're really saying is, I haven't seen the mass wave of agents flocking over. So maybe it's just hype. Maybe it's not the best. Maybe it's not all it's cracked up to be. But real change doesn't have to start with mass adoption. It actually starts with early adopters, with early movers, with forward thinkers, with ones that see what's coming before the crowd catches on. And that's exactly where Real is right now in many Canadian markets. And the growth is getting hard to ignore. We are North America's fastest growing brokerage. We came firstly to Alberta and Manitoba and are the second largest brokerages there in those provinces in terms of agent count and are also leading the way in terms of transactions. We're growing rapidly in BC. We have, at this time of recording, over 450 agents. We are in the top 10 brokerages in BC, and we're also going to be bridging the gap and coming to Saskatchewan this year. Here in BC, where I physically am located, production is strong within Real agents. The ones that are joining are not just warm bodies. We don't cater or attract the part-time crowd as much. We cater and attract to active producers, ones that are doing business. You'll be hearing a lot more about Real across Canada this year and moving forward. So why hasn't every agent made the switch yet? Why hasn't there been mass adoption? There's a few reasons. The first is change is hard. It's uncomfortable, especially in this industry. Real estate is traditionally slow to adopt to new models, especially one that is cloud-based, one that is forward-thinking, and one that does break the mold of what's expected and of being able to walk in and knock on a door to talk to your managing broker. But that's exactly what makes it also a huge opportunity right now. We've been in BC for over 2 years now, but still joining, you will still be an early adopter. Saskatchewan, you will be an early adopter. Even Alberta and Manitoba, where they are massive brokerages, we still have a long way to go and to grow here in Canada specifically. I'm personally having more and more conversations happening every single week about people asking just, hey, what is this all about? What is Real about? And it's not a pitch about why you need to join. It's me explaining it and saying, here's the pros and the cons. What do you need in your business? Because it might not be a good fit. But for me, it's an awesome fit. Agents who in the past were saying, well, yeah, thanks, I'll think about it maybe later, are now circling back after we've proven ourselves. We've been around for a few years in our respective provinces, and they're saying, okay, tell me a little bit more. I see that you're legit, you're growing, the business is working. Teams are moving over now. Top producers are moving over now. They're exploring it. They're joining. And the fact of the matter is, new markets are opening up in Canada. We are not done. We will continue to go across Canada. The snowball has started to roll down the hill and grow in size. We are not done growing. And the fact is, if Real wasn't delivering value, if it was hype, it wouldn't be growing the way that it is. People may join and then they would bounce and fizzle out. Our numbers would be stagnant, like many brokerages actually are. Many of the other cloud-based brokerages, some of the biggest ones, are actually losing member count. Why? And the reason is because they're seeing, well, that model is not fitting for me, and they're reevaluating, and they're finding one that does fit them better. At this time, we're growing at 1,000 agents a month. So if you want to explore it for yourself, if you want to understand what's really happening behind the scenes, I'd be happy to have that conversation with you. We can talk about Real. We can plug your business numbers into the Reals model and show you exactly what it would look like on a financial note, talk about the systems, and we could see if it would be a good fit for you at the stage that you're at in your career, or if you should perhaps just stay where you are right now.
Now, you might be contemplating joining Real, but your biggest concern is, I'm not techie. Should I be worried? So if you're a person that would define yourself as not being techie, should you even consider joining a brokerage like Real? Traditional brick and mortar brokerages will have a secretary at the front desk. And of course, you can walk up to them and you can put down a contract on that desk and they'll take it from there. They'll do the scanning. They'll send it over to the managing broker. They might get on the phone and say, hey, you missed an initial on this page. Now, some brokerages offer support like this, of course, and others don't, to maybe at a varying degree. This can, of course, change. But some brokerages will essentially do all of the paperwork filing for you. And this allows an agent to be very hands-off with that portion of their business, essentially the secretarial portion of their business. And this is great. And for some agents and people, this is essential, and this is what they hold on to, and that's how they will be operating their business forever. And that's totally fair. So at Real, we have tons of support within the brokerage, and we have help, and we have individuals we can call, email, text to get support. But that secretarial aspect of the job is essentially on us. Or if we can't do it, we'll have to have a team member do it or hire an assistant to be able to do that for us. So if a Real agent does not have that physical support, and you might be saying, well, I'm not tech savvy, should I even consider joining Real as an option? Well, I'll answer this over the next few moments by explaining what actually is required from a Real agent. What's required from them once they have a contract for purchase and sale in place. So because we don't have that physical secretary to go up to, in replacement of that, we have our app, Reason. Now, when you hear app, you might think a phone app, an application on your phone. And you might say, I do not want to have to navigate my complicated business all on my phone, my screen that's 4 inches, 5 inches big. Now, while Reason certainly is available on an application on our phones, it's also a web-based computer application that you can access from your personal Windows or Apple computer. It's essentially a website that you go to and you log in. And I do about 98% of what I do use Reason. I do that on my computer. But I also have the exact same content on my phone's application. So this can eliminate stress and downtime for me personally. You might say, well, I'll never use that. But it can really save your bacon too. For example, in the past, I was traveling without my laptop by my side, and someone called or texted and they said, what's our completion date again? When do I need to be out of the house by? If I didn't know, right, we have too much on our minds, too much on the go. If I didn't know at that time the answer to the question, I would have to ask them to wait. and I would have to carry on with my day. And me personally, I would know in the back of my mind or in the front of my mind that someone's waiting on me, and it could affect my mood because I'm leaving somebody hanging. That's a me problem. Essentially, I was able to answer that question within about 30 seconds. Open your phone app, go to the transaction, find the date. You have the answer, even though it's all on your computer. But because you've put it into Reason app on your computer, it also happens to be on your phone application. So when I have that contract for purchase and sale in place, these are the steps that are required. So you're not tech savvy. What does it actually look like? You open up the Reason app, or you're on your computer, you go to the website. I leave a tab open with the website open all the time, so I don't even have to do that step. On the left, we have a transaction section. You click that. You click add a new transaction, and then it walks you through what's needed from you. It asks you the address. It asks you who the agent on the other side of the transaction is. And then after you've answered all the questions, it asks you about the transaction. Then you'll see a checklist section. And this is where you'll take the documents from the transaction that you essentially would be putting on your secretary's desk. Instead, this is what you're doing with them. You're putting it in this checklist. This is where you put the title. This is where you put the property disclosure statement. You put them all in there. If you happen to be missing something, tomorrow or the next day when it's being reviewed by the managing broker, they'll say, hey, where's this doc? And then ideally you have it, and you put it into the checklist in the appropriate area. In that transaction, there's that checklist section. There's also a comments section. So if you are missing something, your managing broker will say, hey, can you get this for me? And you can reply right in that comment section, and you already know what you're talking about because you're within that specified transaction. So it really does streamline things. Now, if I lost you there, and if dealing with PDFs, like I just explained, is too techy of a process for you, you have a few options. One is, well, determining, you know what, this might not be for me. I don't want to be able to handle this. I don't want that to be on my plate. If you're considering it still, and it still could be an option, I'll just take a minute to explain to you some options of how to navigate this process. So if you have those physical papers that were signed and were ready to submit to your secretary, and you have to get them to a computer in a PDF format, you can, of course, purchase a scanner and run the papers through the scanner and have it email them to you. But an even easier option, and one that is free, is an application you can get on your phone called Genius Scanner. So with this app, I have a scanner in my office right here. I just never use it. I don't think I've actually used it once because I use this Genius Scanner app on my phone. It uses your phone's camera, and you just hold it over the papers and you push the button, and it takes a photo, but it doesn't look like a photo. It kind of makes that paper look more like a document you'd view on a computer, essentially by boosting the blacks and boosting the whites. So it kind of flattens the image. So it looks like a readable document. So now you've scanned that document with the application, and you can just email it to yourself from there. Now you've gone from having a physical piece of paper to having a PDF in your email on your computer. And now you can take it from there and again drop it into that checklist, into the appropriate section where it asks for it. What if you have one large PDF that has all of these documents sandwiched together in one PDF? So one file on your computer, it's called 123 Main Street, and in it has the DORT, the PNC, the contract for purchase and sale, the title, the PDS. But the checklist says, put the title here. Well, right within Reason, there's a PDF splitter. You can drop the document into it, and you can slice it up into as many pieces as you want. And that problem is essentially solved. There's also options like PDF editor applications that you can get on your computer, and that's a little bit next level. You can certainly Google that. I do use one almost daily myself, but members of my team don't have it, and they're able to get along just fine just by using the PDF splitter right within Reason. And of course, if you were running into this issue often, what you could just do is use that Genius Scanner application and just email one document at a time to yourself. Open it up, take the PDS, take the 4 or 5 photos, and then email it. Then open up the app again, take the 4 or 5 photos of the title, email that. Then you've automatically got those 4 or 5 separated PDFs. So that essentially is the most difficult and tech-savvy part of being with Reel. That is the hardest part, working with PDFs and being able to drag them into Reason. Now, there are many other tools and parts of Reason, the application that's provided to us that we can use. Tools like Reel Signature. This is our free digital signing application that's provided to all Reel agents. Now, on my channel, I do have a video that goes through all of the different sections of Reason app and outlines what's available. So I have that video there. You can go check that out. And I also have one specifically on Reel Signature and how it works. It's very similar to a DocuSign, to an Authentisign, but no monthly, no yearly fee, which of course is lovely. So to recap, do you have to be super techie to consider joining Reel? Not overly, in my opinion, but you do have to be okay with navigating something that is about as difficult as navigating a Gmail account. You have to be okay with working with emails, attachments, dragging and dropping files. And truthfully, I know that this is not the best option for some. For some agents, I know that this is not going to be desirable, and that is totally fine. That's why we have different brokerages and different options. In many ways, Reel's model does tend to appeal to a bit of a younger demographic or a younger minded demographic, one that does embrace technology to a degree. Now, when I say that, there are many older ones, super experienced agents with decades and decades in the real estate industry with Reel. But they also, again, tend to have this mindset of being okay with change and still being okay with learning something new and adapting to new systems. So if change and learning a new system is off the table, again, this might not be the best option for you. But if you never change, then of course your life will stay the same and growth won't occur as well. There's a quote that I like, and you may have heard it before, but to restart is better than to regret. You will have to learn some new systems, but you do not have to become a computer programmer, a hacker by any means to join Reel. So if you have any questions about what it would look like to join Reel, or I didn't answer any of your specific questions within this video or other videos, feel free to reach out to me. All my contact information is on my website. We can schedule a time to have a chat, and we can see whether or not it would be a good fit for you.
Here's the truth about real estate. If you're not learning, you're falling behind because the market changes, client expectations change, and technology is changing faster than ever. And the agents who win are the ones who keep leveling up themselves and their knowledge base. That's why I want to take you inside Reel Academy and show you how I personally level up every single week without leaving my desk. Reel Academy is Reel Broker's live and on-demand training platform. There's over 30 live classes held every single week that are recorded that you can tap back into if you miss them, covering everything, every topic from lead generation to marketing to hosting an open house to the luxury market to investing. And it's taught by top producing agents, not just coaches who left the field 10 years ago, agents that are in the trenches and that are making things happen right now. And the best part is it's all built into the model. There's no extra upsell. There's no join with me and I'll let you into this marketing, this closed room, this silo. It's open to everybody within Reel. It's tons of value that's open to everybody. Think about where we are in real estate right now. Higher mortgage rates, shifting buyer and seller psychology, technology that's evolving by the month. If you're running on 5-year-old training or how you did things 5-10 years ago, you're done. It's not going to work in today's market. You need relevant education that's in sync with today's marketplace, delivered right now in real time. And that's exactly what Reel Academy does. How I personally use it. Here's how I work it into my week. Every single Monday, I look in the schedule about what's on tap for that week, and I bookmark at least 2 live sessions that fit the topics, the goals that I want to expand on. I attend one live class during the week so that I can ask questions in real time, and then I watch one replay on Friday or during the week as I'm traveling while I'm doing my administrative work. I actually do like using it while I'm traveling, while I'm on the road, the recaps, the recordings. Of course, I'm not looking at the screen, but I push play and it's over my speakers in my vehicle, and it can be off on the side, but I'm taking in the same knowledge about what's happening in the market right now. That rhythm, this pattern that I've established now after being at Real for multiple years, keeps me sharp. It gives me new strategies to test. Some are talking about new AI programs that people are using and what's working, and it's keeping me connected with other agents who are growing too. It's simple, but it's growing. It's compounding. It's taking in knowledge, and I'm improving myself weekly this way. Another thing I've noticed, being in those live sessions puts me in the room with other agents across North America. I hear what's working in different markets. I see marketing tactics before they hit the mainstream, and it's connecting me with agents and building relationships that later on we end up doing a referral deal with. It's not just training, it's also networking at the same time. At most brokerages, ongoing trading can be present, but sometimes it appears like an afterthought. Maybe there's a lunch and learn. Maybe there's a quarterly guest speaker, or a lawyer comes in to speak at the office meeting. It's definitely not something that's held daily or weekly. At Real, it's a living, breathing system that evolves with the market. It's available 24/7, and truthfully, there's almost too much of it. You cannot attend the over 30 live classes every single week. You have to pick and choose, which is a good thing. You can pick and choose the topics that are important to you. And that difference has been massive in my business. The takeaway is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to figure it all out on yourself, and you don't have to pay for expensive coaching. You don't have to leave your desk to access world-class training. That's the power of Real Academy. And for me, it's one of the biggest reasons I've grown the way that I have here at Real. If you're curious about what Real Academy actually looks like and how you can plug into it, your business, and be part of it and benefit from it, reach out. We can have a conversation about whether joining Real might be a good fit for you or not. If you've heard about Real, you've probably heard the whispers about it's just a recruiting pyramid. It's a multi-level marketing scheme for real estate. And honestly, I get why people might think that and say that. And the revenue share model is largely new to real estate. There's not too many brokerages that offer that. However, the list of new brokerages that do offer that is growing. Today, let's tackle this head on and talk about what's true and what's not, and why over 85% of Real's agents actually never recruit a single person and still thrive and love it here at Real. The reality is that when most agents hear revenue share, their brain immediately jumps to MLMs or pyramid schemes. And I get it, those models are everywhere. But the problem is that they don't actually compare what's actually happening at Real and how it works. The difference is Real Broker is a licensed real estate brokerage, of course. Revenue share is paid from the company's portion of the split, not from the agent's pockets. It's really a referral incentive for attracting productive agents into the company. Think of it like this. If your brokerage gave you a bonus for bringing in a productive agent, you wouldn't call that a pyramid scheme. That's smart business. It's rewarding growing the business. And that's all it is. It's formalized, it's transparent, and it's built into the model. And something that many people miss is you don't have to recruit anybody. It's not about just getting people to join the brokerage. You can join Real, never talk to another agent about joining, and still get the low cap and fair split, the stock ownership opportunities and bonuses, the amazing technology, the national referral network, the culture of collaboration over competition. In fact, over 85% of Real agents never recruit anyone at all. They just run their business, they close deals, and they enjoy the benefits of the model and what Real has to offer. For the agents who do share the opportunity with others, it's optional. Some agents see it as a way to build residual income, some don't bother, and both are fine. But calling Real a pyramid scheme ignores the truth. There are no fees tied to recruiting. There's no pressure to recruit. And whether you recruit 0 agents or 100, you're still on the same platform with the same support and tools, and the same doors and opportunities are open to you within the company. There's no locked doors that are hidden once you get over X amount of agents recruited underneath you. There's no silos. So is Real Broker just a recruiting pyramid? No, it's a licensed brokerage that pays agents fairly for helping to grow the company, and it gives them an option for building a retirement plan if they want to. If recruiting is not your thing, you don't have to touch it at all. If it is, you have a structured, transparent way to create an extra income stream. Either way, you win. My big takeaway is if you've written off Real because it's just another pyramid scheme, you're probably missing the bigger picture. Because the model works, even if you never recruit a single soul. And the truth is, most agents don't. So if you're curious about Real and you have some questions about revenue share or recruiting or how it actually works, let's have a conversation about it. My information is in the description below, and we can have a chat about what your business looks like and if it would be a good fit if it was plugged into Real or not. Hey everyone, welcome back to Real Estate Agent Success. Today I want to tackle a question that a lot of people are asking, whether you're thinking about getting into the business or if you're already in it and wondering if you should keep going. Is real estate still a good career in Canada in 2025? Now, the headlines are out right now. High interest rates, tougher qualifying rules, slower markets in many areas, affordability issues in many areas throughout Canada, tariff talk, uncertainty with the economic climate. But underneath all of that noise, there is still an answer, that there is some clarity that we can find. And there's some important things that you need to know. So let's dive in. So first, we just need to be honest with the topic. Real estate is not easy in general and is not easy right now, especially. Deals are taking longer and there's less of them happening. Sales volume is down across the majority of Canada. Buyers largely are more nervous and apprehensive of spending money, of getting into a mortgage. Sellers right now can sometimes be unrealistic. They saw numbers that were happening during the COVID years and their expectations were set there, but that's just not the reality anymore. There are actually many agents leaving the business, leaving the industry right now. But that also is what separates career agents from hobby agents. So we're in what I would call right now a professional market. The days of simply throwing a sign up on the lawn and then having 10 offers, multiple offers roll in, that phase is behind us. The need for a professional agent to up their game hasn't disappeared, it's actually gone up. Buyers need guidance to navigate the rates, the inventory, the affordability issues. Sellers need help and input in pricing properly, in staging their home and getting it ready for sale, and negotiating wisely. So as a whole, the real estate market has really just shifted. So it's the agent that is educated, that is proactive, that is willing to adapt, that's focused on service and not just transactions. Those are the ones that are thriving and can really still be very successful even in today's market. So let's run through just a few key shifts that matter right now. First of all, interest rates, they have somewhat stabilized here in Canada. They're still higher than our recent all-time lows that we've seen and experienced a few years ago. Buyers, though, are starting to get recalibrated and used to this. The shock factor of that rate hike has been taken into account now, and it's been understood now largely by buyers. Monthly affordability is still tight, but serious buyers that are wanting to get into the market are now adjusting their expectations. Now, government regulations do continue. The foreign buyer ban that's present in many markets, anti-flipping rules, underused housing taxes. So you need to be knowledgeable on this stuff, particularly in your market where you're working. It's part of your value. You need to be able to communicate on these topics when they arise with the consumer. Another shift is that technology is really driving client expectations. And what I mean by that is buyers and sellers, they expect fast communication and professional service. A lot of people are asking, can you still make good money in real estate in Canada as a career? And the short answer is yes. But you have to be honest with yourself about what it takes. It's not easy money. You don't just get your license and the deals start falling in your laps. According to CREA, the provincial stat, the average income across all agents in Canada is fairly modest. But 20% of producers are still earning very strong six-figure incomes. So the gap between part-timers, hobby agents, and full-time professionals, that's what's widening. This is a career where skill and consistency and work ethic really impact your income. And if you want a set it and forget it job, this just isn't it. If you're willing to treat it like a business and work on it every single day and put the hours in that it's required, then there's still excellent opportunity to make a good living in real estate in Canada. A topic that many don't really consider is the mental game. Real estate really requires emotional durability. So can you stay together when a deal falls apart and it's midnight? Can you keep prospecting, start the next day when you haven't even had a closing in the last 60 days? Can you stay focused on building relationships even when it feels like no one is buying or selling homes? Mindset is more important now than ever. A positive mindset and just keeping at it and working hard. The agents who succeed this year are the ones who will play the long game. There are still opportunities to be had in this career here in Canada. And one little niche opportunity that really propelled my career is focusing on a smaller market, a secondary city. Smaller markets have less agents working in them. That means less competition. Big market cities have the most agents working in them, so there's just more competition, of course. Another opportunity is really leaning into YouTube videos, social media videos. Agents that build these media platforms are generating leads organically, and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money in advertising. So is real estate still a good career in Canada? Yes, for the right person. If you are humble and coachable and teachable, if you're willing to adapt, if you can take your personal ownership of your business seriously, if you're a self-motivated person, you don't need someone to get you out of bed in the morning and go to work. You want to work on it, and if anyone's going to succeed at this business, it's going to be you. If that's your mindset, then yes, you can do it. If you focus on providing value and not just chasing the next deal, you can absolutely build a fantastic career in real estate, even in a challenging year. If you're thinking about getting into real estate or you're already licensed but wondering how to grow, I'd be happy to set up a conversation and talk about how Real Broker really has propelled my business and what it would look like if you plugged your business into the brokerage model and whether or not it would be a good fit for you. Instead of giving you a sales pitch about why Real is such a great brokerage, let's flip that around. Here are 5 questions that you should ask yourself to decide if Real is good for you so that you can really determine if it's a good fit for you. So, question number 1, do you want to build long-term wealth, not just income? If you're in real estate to build something bigger than just selling that next home and your next transaction commission, whether that's through revenue share, which we have here, stock bonuses, which we have, or multiple other income streams available at Real, then this model might be a good fit for you. Secondly, are you attracted to more agent collaboration, but less agent competition? That was a big one for me. At Real, I've connected with agents across the entire country and North America who are actually sharing what's working for them, not holding their cards close to their chests about what they're doing. There's this mindset here that we win together because we are financially and culturally aligned. Whether you're new, whether you're growing, whether you're scaling, there are conversations happening daily within our community that will be able to help you, that are designed to move your business forward, to elevate your business and your life. Thirdly, are you feeling stagnant or limited by your current brokerage, financially, professionally, or creatively, or all of the above? If you're split with the brokerage is eating your growth, or you feel like you've hit a ceiling, it might not be you, it might be the model that you're within. Real has a low cap. We have 0 desk fees. We have modern marketing support. We have no territorial politics. You can build your own brand your way, whether you're a solo agent or you're a team leader or a content creator. There's room to grow and there's rooms to enter that show you how to grow your business in that specific niche that you want to be. Fourthly, do you want to work smarter, not harder? Do you want to leverage systems and technology? The tools here at Real are actually built for modern agents. Real's tech stack includes an all-in-one platform called Reason. It's one place that we log into. It's accessible from our computers, of course, from our phone, and our entire business is right there. Our transactions, contacting our managing broker, our filing system, lawyer information. I can be at the beach and my client asks me a question, when's completion again? I don't remember. We have too many on the go. I can know within 15 seconds by opening up the app and checking. The goal isn't to out hustle everybody else and put in more hours and work longer. It's to leverage better tools so that you can spend more time building relationships and doing what actually drives your business, and then actually have a life. And fifthly, the last question, do you want to be in business for yourself, but not by yourself? That's a big one. Real gives you independence, but with real support. So if you ever felt like you're just a number at your brokerage or like you're doing it all alone, that's what's really different. And that's what really can start to shift things in your business. You can plug into mentorship, into training, into over 30 weekly masterminds. You can even build your own group. There's a mastermind group that's not happening. Start it. Do it. Let's grow it. You can get to decide how deep you go, but you'll never be on an island by yourself. So is Real the right fit for you? If you answered yes to those questions, we probably should talk. We can talk about your business. We can plug it into Real's Wealth Planner, your specific numbers, and show you what your numbers would look like if you were plugged into Real. We can talk about our community and whether or not it would be a good fit for you at your stage in your business. Every agent has that moment where you start wondering, is the grass greener at another brokerage? Maybe it's the fees, maybe it's the culture, maybe it's a lack of growing opportunities or feeling stagnant at your current brokerage. But the truth is, switching brokerages is a big deal. It is a big decision. And like most big decisions, it comes with pros and cons that have to be weighed out. So today, let's break it down honestly. Is the grass actually greener? Let's start with the obvious. Why do agents even start looking around? Typically, firstly, it's money. High caps, high splits, or extra fees, desk fees eat away at income. Being in real estate, we all know it's a super expensive business. It costs tens of thousands of dollars every single year to be in real estate. Support. Maybe you're lacking training. Maybe you're lacking mentoring or responsive broker support. Culture. Maybe the office feels competitive instead of collaborative. Are the agents in your brokerage willing to open their playbook and show how they're winning and how they're succeeding? Share their listing presentation? Growth. No path for leadership, maybe team building or long-term wealth. What is your retirement plan at your current brokerage? What does it look like if you're growing that team? Is it actually sustainable? Will team members want to stay because of the way it's structured at your current brokerage? If it feels like you're stuck in any of those areas, in multiple of those areas, it's natural to wonder if another brokerage could be a better fit. Now, let's talk about the cons of switching. Switching in itself does not have to be a positive experience. There's comfort and familiarity likely with where you are right now. You're going to be leaving behind systems, people, and habits that are comfortable. You know what's expected of you. You know how it works getting a deal done from the beginning all the way to the end at your current brokerage. So joining a new brokerage that you've never been to before, you don't know what's expected of you. That can bring some apprehension, some anxiety. Transition logistics, like the paperwork, the rebranding, the updating your signs, the marketing material. It's all work that's involved. And then there's perception worries. Wondering what other colleagues or clients will think when you move. These are legitimate concerns, and they make the decision tough. They make it a stressful one. But here's the key. The stress involved with making those decisions is temporary. Let's talk about what you stand to gain, the pros. Financial freedom, lower caps, better splits, being part of the stock purchase program and stock awards that are given to you when you close your first deal, when you cap, and revenue share. Depending on the brokerage, that might not be possible. That can massively change your bottom line. Another pro is the better tech. The modern tech platform that we actually have here at Real will save you time instead of wasting it. Cultural fit. The collaborative over competition cultural mindset that's here at Real. It's a growth-minded community. It can completely change your energy and your mindset. And then future planning. Stock ownership, as we mentioned briefly, or residual income opportunities that give you a retirement plan instead of just riding the commission roller coaster. Those options are given to you at Real. And these aren't just small perks. They can be career defining and life changing. When I switched to Real, I faced all those same fears. Would I lose clients without that big, well-known, big brokerage name behind my name, on my business card, on my signs? Would the transition be a nightmare? And would I regret leaving what was familiar? The reality is, My clients did not care at all about the logo that I once had. The transition was smoother than I expected. And the benefits, the better splits, the stock opportunities, the revenue share model, the collaboration far outweighed the discomfort of making a move. For me, the grass was greener. I had 18 listings at the time of me making the switch. I explained it to every single seller, and not one had any pushback or concerns. They just wanted to work with me because of who I am. They didn't care at all. So is the grass always greener when you switch brokerages? No, not always. If you're thriving, if your brokerage is serving your goals, if you feel aligned, then that absolutely is the best fit for you and you should stay. But if you're stuck in high fees, if you're lacking in support, if the culture is draining you, if there's competition in that culture rather than collaboration, then yes, the grass absolutely can be greener over at Real. It's not about chasing shiny objects. It's about finding the right environment for you and what you and your business align with. What will benefit your clients and your family the most? If you're at the point where you're wondering if the grass is greener somewhere else here at Real, and you want to talk about it without a sales pitch, reach out. We can have an honest discussion about what plugging your business into the Real model will look like and see if it would be a good fit for you or not. About 3 years ago, I traded in my office for my MacBook and a Wi-Fi network and a life of working remotely in the cloud. Now, I was terrified of three things: of losing my local brand, the brokerage that I was within, and what that could mean to my business, to the clients that worked with me. I was also worried about drowning in new, confusing tech that I was not familiar with. And I was also feeling like I might be lost, like the new kid at school, and just not know if I fit in. Here's how each of those fears played out. So the first one again is leaving my brokerage. Will I lose consumer client trust? I had spent years under my brokerage logo. Sellers saw it next to my name on every single lawn sign, on every single business card and advertisement. And the day that I switched, I was bracing myself for backlash from consumers, from past clients. But what actually happened is me learning that a personal brand is bigger than the corporate brand that's behind your name. Nothing happened. Nobody cared. People work with me because of who I am and what I deliver. The brokerage name behind my name on my business card did not affect anyone's decision to work with me. I had 18 active listings, and I had conversations with every single one explaining my move, and I received zero pushback or hesitation. Every single one signed the piece of paper that was needed for me to take that listing over, and life carried on. Not one commented, "Who's Real Broker?" Even though it was brand new to the province, so no one actually knew who Real Broker was. They just didn't care. The brokerage just powers the back end. You remain who you are when you make that change. Now, it's not to say that Real is not a legitimate company, but even if the consumer doesn't know about them, it doesn't affect their decision. In reality, Real is massive, of course. It grew in agent count 61% last year, and it's just this huge juggernaut that's the fastest growing real estate brokerage in North America. We know that as agents, but the consumer doesn't know that. They just know that they want to work with you. Clients hire and work with the people that they trust, not the logo behind their names. Now, fear number 2. Am I going to drown in new apps and in dashboards and in logins and in confusing tech? My computer already had multiple CRMs, most of which I didn't use, 37 tabs open on my browser. And the idea of adding in a new Leo AI, the Real Wallet, Rezen, Real Academy, my eyes started to twitch. The guided onboarding is super smooth. Real Academy hits you with simple video starter package path. It's easily done over a lunch break. It's palatable. It's simple. There's not multiple places that you need to log in. You log into Reason and everything's there. There's live help on tap. Real Academy hosts hundreds of hours of live and on-demand training every single week. I bookmarked a few that I wanted to tune back into later during the week. One talking to me about Real Wallet, one talking to me about how Reason worked. I was able to hit up those courses later and they filled me in on everything that I needed to know. It just worked. The tech is smooth. There are tutorials and there are videos about how it works. But the CTO, Pritesh, his philosophy is that if you have to read a manual to figure out how something works, he's failed. He said it's like picking up an iPhone. It should be intuitive. You shouldn't have to read a tutorial on how to find the text messages and send to somebody. You should be able to look at it and just click and get right through it. And that's his mindset when he develops everything for Real. It should be so intuitive that if you're like, where do I find this thing? And you look, you'll find it, you'll be able to operate it. Now, my third fear was, again, about leaving. Would I be by myself? No office, no group of friends and agents the relationships that I developed over the years. I enjoy, hallway banter and impromptu contract collapse stories at the photocopier in the hallway. A cloud-based brokerage, it sounded like selling houses in a cold, dark, and lonely place. But what actually happened? Rather than isolation and loneliness, there is actually quite the opposite. There's a mastermind overload in a good way. Real Academy has over 30 live masterminds every single week, and they're recorded. It's too much. There's too much to take in. So really, you got to pick and choose, but you're not going to miss out because it's not just one person talking. It's collaboration. It's a call where everyone is encouraged. Have your camera on. Hey, turn the mic on. Let's talk about this. Let's have some input here. We host monthly coffee shop meetups here for the crew that's working within our locale. It's a great way to get together in person, to get to know those relationships. They're strengthened, and the referrals just start coming back and forth. Stats really back up the shift. Nationwide, only 12.5% of Canadians still work exclusively at an office. When COVID shut everything down, we proved that everybody can work remotely for the most part. There's going to be exceptions. But in real estate, absolutely. It made it very clear to me that you don't need to go into the office. So now Real has just adopted that. It's kept costs lower for Real, of course, as a brokerage. Their overall fees are lower because they're not paying for these buildings and insurance on these buildings. They're able to pour more money back into the tech, back into the brokerage, and then back into us with the revenue share model. It's not keeping all the profits. It's dispersing a portion of the profits back to agents that are growing the company. So in the end, it turns out that culture is not about a drywalled office. It's not only found in that office or that office down the road. Culture is found in conversation, it's people, and it's relationships. So losing the brokerage logo that was behind my name, learning the tech, missing the chatter, those were major concerns that I had. But the reality is that the bigger reach that I now benefit from, my business has only grown and improved. The tech might be one of the best parts of Real. And I'm part of a great network of awesome agents that are really collaborating and growing together. If you're considering about making the switch, let me know in the comments, what's your biggest fear about going cloud-based? Let's unpack it together. Let's have a conversation and see what plugging your business into Real Broker would look like. Reach out if you'd like to have a conversation like that. All right, let's talk about the elephant in the room, Real Broker. If you've been in the industry for a while, you've probably heard a few things about Real. Some good, some bad, and some things that are likely flat out wrong. So today we're debunking the biggest myths about Real. Things like, is it a pyramid scheme? There's no support. You have to be a full-time recruiter to make any money. It's just another EXP. And a few more. If you've been considering Real, but something is holding you back, this video is for you. So let's break it down. What's true, what's false, and what you actually need to know. Firstly, Real Broker. Is it a pyramid scheme? All right, let's get this one out of the way because we hear it, it comes up. Real Broker is just a pyramid scheme. False. Here's the reality. A pyramid scheme is an illegal structure where people make money only by recruiting or bringing others in with no actual product or service being sold. Agents at Real make money the same way as any other brokerage, by selling real estate. Revenue share is just a bonus. It's not a requirement. You don't have to recruit a single person to be successful here. What revenue share actually is instead of at a traditional brokerage where the franchise owner, they get all the profit from all the agents within the brokerage. Instead of that happening, revenue share allows a small portion of the profit not just to go to the owner of Real Broker, but to be spread to agents within the brokerage that are helping grow the brokerage. So it's actually a benefit. It's not a pyramid scheme. So instead of the ownership group taking all the profits, they're simply sharing it with agents within the company. Myth number 2, there's no support because it's virtual. If I'm in a bind, there's no office door that I can go knock on and walk in and sit down and figure out my problems. False. This is another big one. If there's no office, there's no support. And I get this concern. If you're used to walking into a brokerage and chatting with your broker, a virtual setup might sound scary. But here's what people don't realize.
Real Broker has a full-time Canadian support team. You get access to brokers in your province, real people, not AI chatbots. And then there's a tight-knit agent community that actually helps each other and cares about each other. I've actually found that the support at Real to be faster than at some traditional brokerages. There's no waiting around for someone to get back from lunch. There's someone available that can help you right away. Myth number 3, you have to recruit to make money. False. This one drives me nuts because it's completely wrong. At Real, you don't have to recruit anyone. The revenue share program is there if you want to take advantage of it, but the fact is that you can be insanely successful just selling real estate. And most agents at Real actually are not part of revenue sharing. It's just another option, another opportunity to potentially make money, but it's not a requirement to be at Real. I know tons of agents at Real who have never recruited a single person. They're just here for the commission model, the stock program, the flexibility, all the tech, all the community that we have. Myth number 4, it's just another eXp Realty. False. This is the big one. Is Real just another eXp? And the answer is no. While there are some similarities, like being cloud-based and offer revenue share, there are some large differences. First of all, Real has that 85-15 split with a $12K cap in Canada. At eXp, it's a $16,000 cap and an 80-20 split. Real is focused on agent-friendly simplicity, a streamlined experience without all the extra fees and complexity. Quite simply, it is different. And I also appreciate that there are different options. Another myth, there's no culture or collaboration. False. A lot of people assume that because Real is virtual, there's no office to go into, there's no sense of community. But honestly, the collaboration at Real is stronger than a lot of in-person brokerages that I've seen. We have regular mastermind sessions, over 30 every single week. We have active workspace groups where we can hop on and get help. We have live events and meetups across Canada. I've never felt more connected to a group of agents than I do at Real. So should you consider Real? We've busted some of the biggest myths about Real Broker. No, it's not a pyramid scheme. No, you don't have to recruit anybody to make money. No, you're not left alone without any support. And no, it's not just another eXp. But yes, Real Broker is legit. It is an agent-friendly brokerage that's growing like crazy here in Canada. If you're thinking about making the move, let's have a chat. I feel like it is the best option for me and for my team, but it may or may not be the best option for you. My contact information is all below. Let's have a chat and see if it's a good fit. No brick, no mortar. What is the difference in joining a cloud-based brokerage? So traditional brick and mortar brokerages, of course, you'll have a secretary at the front desk. They'll be taking care of the phone calls that come in. They'll be there 9 to 5, roughly those hours. You can walk in with a contract of purchase and sale that you just signed with a buyer and all the required documents, and you can put it on the desk and you can walk away and it's taken care of. Now, some brokerages have support like this, but not all do, of course. Some will have varying degrees of this. Some will still say, no, I need you to get those documents into SkySlope, but I'll be answering the phone calls at the front desk. But some brokerages will essentially do all of the paperwork filing for you. And this allows an agent to be very hands-off with portions of the business. And this is great for some people and some agents. And for some people, that is essential. That is how I operate my business, and that is how I expect it to keep on going. I don't want to be scanning and emailing PDFs. Now, at Real, we have tons of support by means of our network of thousands of agents nationwide. Our managing brokers support us. Our online tech support is there. We have Leo. It's an AI assistant that is improving leaps and bounds. Almost every single month, there's new updates coming. But we do not have a secretary sitting behind a desk that we can walk up to and slap down some paperwork and walk away. There are plenty of people I can reach out to for help, but there's not someone there to do that for myself, for my team, or for any Real agent. So because we don't have that physical secretary to walk up to, what do we have? What is the solution? Well, we have our app, and that is called Reason. Now, when you hear the word app, my brain automatically goes to app on my cell phone. And my first concern is I don't want to be fiddling with contracts and property disclosure statements on a screen that's this big. You can access everything from your phone, but it's also an application that's accessed from any computer, any tablet as well. So it is super easy. If you're at all concerned about it or you're curious, I do have video in my channel here, an introductory look at Reason, and I go through all the tabs and talk about it. It's a little bit dry, but some people really want to see how the nuts and bolts work, so it's there to take a peek. So with Reason, we upload our documents and essentially file them with our brokerage. So we create a transaction and it has a checklist and it says, put the title here, put the contract here, put the property disclosure statement here. And you have to be able to drag and drop it into each of those sections. And then once it's there for our managing broker to review. And they go through and they see if anything's missing. Oh, you missed an initial here. Or they say compliant and you get a big green check mark. Now, what about if you need to meet a client and sign documents? What are the options? And I know this was a concern for me. At times, I would meet people at the office. We'd go to the boardroom. We'd have a buyer consult. We'd have a listing consult. We would sometimes write an offer right in the office. So the concern is real. I won't be able to meet them at the office and have the conversations that I used to have and sign the documents sitting in the boardroom. And then I won't be able to go over to the scanner and email it to the front desk. And all of this is true. But there are solutions. So when I meet a client now, I'll meet them at their home 95% of the time, especially if it's a listing. We just, hey, I have to come see the home anyways. Let me meet you there. Or if it's a buyer or the scenario calls for it, I'll meet them at a coffee shop or somewhere nearby that's convenient. So there's other options, of course. If it's really imperative to you, you can rent your own office space if it's desired, or there's shared workspaces. That's a business model that's expanding now too. Just Google your city shared workspace. Now, I know some agents also, they have a local lawyer or a notary nearby that might have a boardroom available, and you can develop a relationship with them. Ask them, hey, is it okay if I use your boardroom at times for client meetings? And I'll call and say, hey, we're coming by at 10 a.m. on Tuesday. Does that work? And then the client would, of course, have this soft introduction into that lawyer or that notary's office. And then when it comes time for conveyancing of a sale, the odds that they would be using that, that office would be greatly increased. So it could be a mutual benefit to establish that relationship and share that office. Now, I will say that in the last over 2 years of being with Real, this really has not been an issue. I have had clients, and it does happen. Hey, well, I'll just meet at your office. So I then explain that, well, I'm with a cloud-based brokerage and I don't have a physical office other than my home address, and then just suggest an alternative meeting spot. Typically it is, again, at the house. Maybe if it is a buyer, we'll meet them at the house and we'll go over some paperwork, some documents before we go into the home at the address. But ideally, I do like to meet at a coffee shop first, just so that we can have 10, 15 minutes. I can get to feel them out. Now, I've never lost a client after explaining this to them. No one says, you don't have an office to meet at? No, thank you. Sometimes after showing a home, someone will say, well, let's go to your office and write up the offer. And I just navigate this by saying, you know what, it'll take me some time to prepare the offer and to get all the documents in order. So let me grab your email address, your contact information. Then you can carry on with your day, and you'll allow me the, several hours that it takes to really prepare everything and get everything in order. And once I have everything done, I'll just send it your way to electronically sign. That works 95% of the time. Sometimes they'll say, you know what, I really prefer to sign in person on paper, and that's totally fine. And so for that reason, I bought a mobile printer. And it can also scan, although I have a far better option for scanning if you need it to scan. But the mobile printer sits in my vehicle. It does have a battery. The battery does go dead because I don't use it that often, but I can just plug it into my car and run it off my car's power. I've used it, I think, 3 or 4 times. And every time it does get me out of a bind. So for me, it works. But again, there's other options. Perhaps you can just run back to your home office and print things out. Sometimes I've even emailed things to Staples, and then they print it out, and I run in there, and it's 5-10 cents a piece of paper. But you can go get things printed out quickly that way too. So in short, you'll no longer have access to the boardroom at your brokerage, the meeting room that you had at your brick and mortar brokerage. So to some people, this is a deal breaker, and that's fair enough. That's just a business decision that you have to make. You just have to weigh out the pros and cons and make that decision and decide what is best for me as an agent. What do I actually need? What do I require? Is it worth spending $1,000, $1,500 a month to be able to meet people on occasion in the boardroom? It may be. That's up to you. Does that provide some sense of legitimacy to yourself and to your business? Maybe it does, and that's totally fair enough. Now, what about no longer having access to the office's printer, scanner, copier? I was actually more worried about that than access to the boardroom. So again, having that mobile printer, it saved my butt. So for scanning documents, you won't have that office scanner anymore. I use an app called Genius Scanner on my phone. It's free. It works super efficiently and well. It doesn't even put in a watermark on the PDFs. You open up Genius Scanner and you say, start your thing, start scanning. And it uses the camera on your phone. And you hold your phone over the document and it automatically finds the borders of that document and puts a rectangle around them. And you push scan and then it just takes a picture. And it actually makes it look more like white and black, not just like a photo. It generates it to look more like a document, an actual PDF. And then you just take as many photos as you want. If it's 8 pages, if it's 50 pages. And then when you're done, you say email and you type in your email address or anywhere you want to send it, and it emails that as a PDF. Highly recommended. Solves so many problems. I have a scanner in my office. I don't use it. I just whip out my phone and use that because it's faster, it's easier, it's better. So what else is different about being at a cloud-based brokerage? Well, your office meetings, of course, they'll all be online. During COVID, I was with a brick and mortar brokerage, and we, of course, had to shut down all in-office meetings at that time. We essentially morphed into a cloud-based brokerage during that time period. And it showed me that it was certainly possible, and it was a viable alternative, and life went on, and business happened, and houses sold. So at Real, we have weekly brokerage meetings specific to our province, and then we have weekly mastermind groups also for our province. And then we have monthly, it's called Real Connect. It's a meeting of the entire brokerage that can hop on to a Zoom meeting. It's kind of what's happening at Real, what's the news, what can you look forward to? And it keeps all of us connected. And then, of course, over the course of a week, we have over 30 different masterminds and training seminars all on Zoom. And there's a schedule for it. You can go online and say, you know what, I want to do some YouTube training and some open house training. It'll be in your calendar and it'll be an hour long and you can hop on. So there's actually more training available in my experience at Real. But of course, it is online. It is on Zoom. We do have physical in-person meetups as well. There's our yearly Rise convention, which I recently attended, and I go every single year. If you just go back a few videos, you'll see a recap in Vegas. So it's a fantastic experience. I highly recommend going if possible. Overall, we are a very connected community, but you do still have to put out some effort forward to be part of the community, to feel connected. So just like if you're at a brick and mortar brokerage, but never actually walked into the office and never went to any office meetings, you would feel disconnected. So is it at Real. If you don't attend any of the meetings or the meetups, you certainly could feel disconnected from the company and from what's actually going on. So to recap, not having a physical office to go into is not for everybody. It is a viable alternative, and the COVID time period proved that to me personally. And after being at Real for over 2 years, I personally feel that it is more than just a viable alternative, but it's actually the best fit. It's an excellent fit for me personally. But again, it might not be for you. So if you'd like to have a conversation to feel out whether or whether it might not be a good fit for you, feel free to reach out to me. We can have a chat. All my contact information is on my website below.
Have you ever thought about what might be holding you back isn't your market, but it might be the brokerage that you're part of? Because the truth is, some brokerages don't just have a culture problem, they have a silo problem. What do I mean by a silo problem? Well, let's just say you're hustling. You're a solo agent. You're working your butt off. You finally crack this marketing funnel that's actually working, and your business is now exploding. What do? You lock it away. You don't tell anybody, because in your brokerage, success is this zero-sum game. You don't want everyone to see the cards that you're playing with. You keep them tight against your chest. If you share that with someone else, you'll no longer have a competitive edge. Closed doors, tight lips, everyone's protecting their edge. It can be toxic, and it can create a really competitive environment where you're not rooting for your fellow agent for their success. You're actually wanting them to lose so that you can win. So why does it exist? Well, traditional brokerages in the past, they were oftentimes built on a hierarchy, on competition, on scarcity. The idea is, if I win, you lose. But if you're winning, I'm losing, so I don't want you to win. So that's why so many agents stay stuck. Not because they aren't talented or they don't have what it takes, but just because they're isolated. And the crazy part is that was normal. Within our industry for decades, that's just how it was. It was dog eat dog. But Real has proved that it doesn't have to be that way. Now, to build on this topic of silos, some brokerages will even offer special sweetheart deals or incentives to join with them or join with their specific network. It could be free coaching. Join my brokerage, join through me, under me, into my network, and you'll have access into this locked room mastermind that I hold weekly. And you'll only get it if you join through my network. That's another form of a silo in this industry, in real estate. But there is a place where that entire silo model and mindset does not exist at all. And that is Real. There's no locked doors. There's no guarded playbooks. There's no secret masterminds that you have to join this network to be part of. It is one network of agents who all want you to win and want you to learn and want you to succeed. I'll tell you exactly when it really clicked and set in for me about how special it was. I was on a listing presentation. I was about to head to one, and I just completely blanked all of a sudden. I dropped a question into one of our Real channels for communication on Workplace, and 5 minutes later, I had 2 complete frameworks, 1 recorded call, and a template that I still use to this day to help me with listing presentations. The point is, we all collaborate, and it's collaboration over competition at Real. And the real reason is that when we share, we all get better. And that rising tide, it lifts every single boat. So at Real, the culture is built on contribution. You learn, you share, you grow, you give back. I learned Instagram ads from a top agent that I've never even met before. Someone helped me rewrite my listing copy for free. The playbooks aren't hidden, they're handed out. Now, in the old model, the old world of real estate, you chase top producers. But in Real, you're given the opportunity to become one faster, because the top producers are actually chasing you down to help you. The top producers are the ones that are often holding these mastermind sessions that are held weekly. And you can come into these rooms, and ones that are absolutely at the top of their game in any sort of other city, every other market, they are sharing. And you can apply that to your market, and you can learn and you can get better. And it's all because at Real, we believe in something bigger than just transactions. We believe in building lives. We believe your success should never come at the cost of someone else's. And we believe that the only thing that's better than winning is helping someone else do the same. So if you're stuck, if you're in a silo, if you're tired of playing this game alone, if you're craving collaboration over competition, you're not the problem. It just might be the environment you're in. At Real, it's the environment that changes everything. No silos, no secrets, just success and helping each other grow. If you'd like to have a conversation about what plugging your business into the Real model might look like, reach out. We can have a conversation and see if it would be a good fit or not. Today, we're tackling the topic of Real Broker's revenue sharing model and addressing the question, is Real just another pyramid scheme? This is a concern that can come up, and especially when discussing revenue sharing models in real estate. So let's dive in and let's look at the facts.
So firstly, we know what a pyramid scheme is. It's a business that recruits members by promising payments or services for jumping on board, for enrolling others into the scheme. And that's what a pyramid scheme is in the end. It's all about bringing people under you, and those people are paying you money so that they can join, and then hopefully that continues underneath you. So pyramid schemes are, of course, unsustainable, and they're illegal for obvious reasons. They rely on constant recruiting of members, and those people at the tippy top of the pyramid, those are who really benefit the most. Now, in contrast, though, a legitimate business is one that offers an actual, tangible, real product or service, and compensation is based on sales, something that's actually selling, not just recruiting people that are spending money to join. So, Real operates on a revenue sharing model that rewards agents for attracting productive agents to the company. So here's how it works. Agents can earn up to 5% of the commission income from any agent that they directly sponsor or bring into the company, up to $4,000 annually per agent. And that only happens if that agent is producing. For agents in tier 2, so those who are sponsored by your first tier agents, you earn up to 4% or $3,200. And this continues on to tier 5, where you can earn up to 1% or up to $800 per agent annually. Now, to unlock earnings from tier 2 through 5, you do need to have a certain number of producing agents in your tier 1 and then in your tier 2 to unlock the subsequent tier. And a producing agent is defined as one who's contributed at least $450 in company dollars in the previous 6 months. So this structure ensures that the revenue share is based on actual production and sales, not just recruiting warm bodies or somebody that pays a few $100s to join the brokerage. That's not the goal. The goal is bringing someone into the brokerage that's doing business that'll help grow the brokerage. Then the revenue share model is unlocked. So why, again, this is not a pyramid scheme is because compensation is based on the sales and production of those agents that are brought in. It is not based or given just for recruiting people. There is a cap on earnings from each tier, and agents must meet specific criteria to unlock additional tiers and have this whole thing work. The model is really designed to bring in agents that are actually working and producing. That's who we're encouraged to bring in, because if we bring in somebody that doesn't sell any houses a year, it's not going to make the brokerage any money, and it's not going to make the revenue sharing model even work. So it's all about growing a brokerage with people who sell homes. Now, the revenue share model itself has several benefits that are baked in. It provides additional income streams for agents, right? Those that are able to successfully help grow the business. It can supplement their earnings, not just from selling a real estate transaction, but now that up to $4,000 for bringing that person in is available to you if they're a producing agent. It also makes this environment one that collaborates. Why? Because if I bring an agent in to join Real, I want them to do well. Not just because I actually care about them and want them to do well, but if they do well, I'll be incentivized and I'll be assisted financially if they're actually selling houses. I want to mentor them so that they can really make it and they stick around and they also love it here. It allows Real to grow organically through agent referrals. So what this means is some other brokerages, you'll see them have a commercial at the halftime show, right, in football, or you'll see them have commercials on TV. Those commercials cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Real does not advertise, and we don't need to. And at the same time, we are North America's fastest growing brokerage without advertising. Why? Because its producing agents are doing the advertising for Real, and we're incentivized to do so, to bring in other successful agents to grow the best brokerage ever. And this model is creating a community where agents are invested in each other's success. We want agents that we bring in to stick around, to be happy, and to sell more homes. And that's working. In conclusion, Real's revenue sharing model is a legitimate and sustainable business model that rewards agents for their contributions to the company's growth and success. Revenue share does not define Real Broker's business model. It's a part of it, and it's one that you can take advantage of if you wish, but it's not a requirement.
In fact, 85% of agents within Real do not participate in revenue sharing at all. They're just here because they love the brokerage and because of the fantastic tools and support that we're given here at the brokerage. At other franchises, it's the franchisee owner that takes all the profits from all the agents. Perhaps the managing broker is one benefiting and they benefit from recruiting agents. Offices are always trying to recruit because they make money by having agents within their office. At Real, rather than the brokerage keeping all the money and all the profits from having those successful agents, it's dispersed to agents that are helping to grow the company. If you'd like to see what plugging your business into Real would look like, what the numbers would look like, and have your questions addressed, reach out and we can have a chat and see if it would be a good fit for you or not. Something amazing is going to happen soon in Saskatchewan, and that is Real Broker is heading your way. Pretty soon, for the first time, Saskatchewan agents can tap into the Real network without having to move provinces. Let's chat about Saskatchewan itself just briefly. In 2024, there were 16,000 residential sales province-wide, and it was the second strongest year ever. June of 2025 kept the momentum rolling with 1,700 sales. It was the third busiest June on record. The provincial benchmark price just set another all-time high at $370,000. And the population, it's quietly increasing and nudged past 1.25 million this spring. So there's a steady trickle of interprovincial movers chasing affordability. What does all this mean? Well, the translation is that it's a small pond that's just adding a few more fish, and they're hungry for good agents. When you do the math, it's actually quite interesting. So with 16,000 sales and 1,650 agents, that equals about 9.8 deals per agent per year. So roughly 1,650 licensed agents in the whole province. Even in a near record year, the agent pool is still quite lean. There's less than one agent per 750 residents. So the average deal count works out again to right about 10 ends per registrant. So top producers will of course be doing more than that 10 ends per year, but it's really a quite healthy average number to see. Now, if you take that agent and plug them into Real's referral engine and revenue share incentives and stock purchase program, those numbers can move from good to better as your income potentially increases. So what does Real Broker bring to the table? Yes, it's coming to Saskatchewan. What does that actually mean? What will it improve? The same transaction management system that we use here in BC, in Alberta, in all of Canada, and all the states is coming right into Saskatchewan. And of course, you'll be able to use all of the Saskatchewan specific web-based forms when it goes live. Something else that Real brings to the table is revenue share and no silos. So you earn, of course, on revenue share by bringing in agents to join into the brokerage that are producing agents. So even if you're in Saskatchewan, but you know someone in BC, say in the interior, and they want to join, you can still benefit from them joining. Real Academy is a game changer with over 30 live classes every single week. Saskatchewan masterminds will pop up. They'll slide right into that schedule on Central Time. Our community within Real is really special. We want each other to succeed. Being an early adopter and seeing how special it is will propel your business. There, of course, will be Saskatchewan's specific managing brokers, local compliance professionals that know what real estate is like in your province and do business in your province. It's not going to be outsourced to someone that doesn't know what they're doing. Real has absolutely exploded in Alberta and Ontario, and it's growing in BC. The model works, and it works well. So if you want to plant your flag early within the brokerage as it's coming to Saskatchewan soon, a province with 1.25 million people and only about 1,650 agents, and a housing market that just clocked its second best year ever, is about to plug into Real's national power grid. The agents who flip the switch first will own the conversations, they'll own the referrals, and quickly become the go-to people in their areas. If you're interested in having a conversation about what your business would look like if you plug it into Real's model, reach out, we can arrange a time to chat. Let me ask you a question. Are you at your brokerage because it's the best place for your business, or just because you've always been there? That's where you started. Loyalty is a great thing. It's honorable. But in real estate, loyalty to a brokerage brand can sometimes cost you more than it helps you. Today, I'm going to unpack that topic because many agents stay at the same brokerage for years, not because it's the best fit anymore for them, but because it's comfortable, they feel obligated, or they don't want to feel or come across as disloyal to their managing broker or office that they started with. And I get it. Loyalty is important in life. Loyalty feels safe. But real estate isn't just about comfort. It's about growth. It's about opportunity and building a life and a business that can support your life, support your family. After all, this is business. For example, if you owned a restaurant and your supplier raised the prices year after year, while another supplier came along and they offered better quality and better pricing, would you stick with the old supplier just out of loyalty? No, this is business. You'd switch. This isn't about relationships. It's about the survival and success of your business. So in real estate, your brokerage is that supplier. It provides the support, the tools, the culture, the financial model. And if those aren't serving you, you're not being loyal. You're holding yourself back from succeeding and moving to the next level. Now, switching brokerages feels personal. And I get it. You might be saying, but my broker gave me my first lead that led to my very first deal. And when I had that nightmare, they were there for me. I've been with this office for X amount of years. All my friends and colleagues are in this office. I hear those comments, I've heard those, and I've felt those myself. Those were major apprehensions when I considered joining Real as well. But the reality is, your broker isn't paying your bills. Your colleagues, the agents in that office, they aren't building your retirement plan and your financial future and security. And that brand logo that's on your business card right now, it's not going to raise your family. This is all your responsibility. There's no free lunch or ride out there. It is up to you to produce and to produce in the best way and to take your business and make it grow so that it can take care of you, your family in the future. One test that I always suggest is if you stripped away the emotion, took away the friendship, took away the history, took away the nostalgia, all out of it, would you still choose the brokerage where you're at today? Knowing what you know now, looking at the financial incentives that are at different brokerages like Real, the revenue share, the stock purchase program, the team splits, knowing all that, would you still be where you are today? And if the honest answer is no, then it's time to rethink. It's not going to be no for everybody. There will be people that do that audit and say, you know what, where I am is perfect for me. And that's awesome. That's why there are different brokerages. It's like picking the right car. What's the best car out there? It depends. What's the best car for me is not going to be the best car for you. I just need to do the research, see what I need out of a car, and pick the right one. And it's not by any means that loyalty doesn't matter. It does. Relationships matter. Gratitude matters. But again, business is business. At the end of the day, your responsibility is to your clients, to your business, to your family. So don't stay loyal just because it's comfortable. Stay loyal because it truly serves you and it's the best option for you. If the time comes where it's no longer the best option for you, then it might be a good time to move on. If this hit home for you, let's have our conversation. I've been where you are and I know how tough the decision can feel, but also how rewarding the right move can be. And years later, how, yes, it was a hard decision I made, but it really has elevated my career, my business, and my family in so many ways. If you'd like to have a chat about what plugging your business model into the Real network would look like, feel free to reach out and we can have a conversation. So today we're joined by Ashley Wilson, a realtor, a real mentor, and someone who in particular has extensive knowledge and experience within the real estate industry and really within Real too, and the nuts and bolts of how it all works. So Ashley, tell us a little bit about your real estate story.
Hello, thanks, Josh. My real estate story started in 2007. I began in real estate at the low end of the totem pole, or so I was told, entering listings, scanning documents, and working in a brokerage. So from there, I was at that brokerage for about 8 years and moved from conveyance, up to leading the conveyance department, and then ultimately left that brokerage to manage and build another brokerage with agents that had been at that office and knew me. So my start to real estate was a little different than the traditional realtor, but I've kind of seen A to Z from entering listings and doing reception to handling conveyance to managing office and doing payouts and seeing all the different aspects of real estate. So Then after that, I moved to a team and really got to see all the different sides of real estate and preparing contracts and all of that as well.
Interesting. So you also, along with all your experience, you offer like onboarding services to help agents come on to Real. Can you tell me a little bit about that and what that looks like?
Absolutely. So I had taken a little bit of a break from real estate when I left the team I was on, and during that time, one of the agents that joined Real, that I was good friends with from my previous days at different brokerages, had reached out and said, "Hey, are you still a free person? What are you doing these days?" And asked me to help out because there was, with a brokerage of this kind that's remote that we're not used to in BC, there's a little bit of a was a little bit of a missing puzzle piece in that sense that we didn't have the hand holding that we're so used to in
Mhm.
BC. And we're so used to the bricks and mortar where you just go into the office and ask all the questions and they really kind of set you up for success. And we were kind of missing that puzzle piece. The tools were there, but it's hard to find them if you don't
Yeah.
know what you're looking for. So they tasked me, a few of the agents that had been early adopters, with really understanding the systems and programs and showing them. So I spent a ton of time, probably an entire solid week straight, clicking everything, looking at the support systems, the manuals, the agent handbook, and really seeing what Real has to offer, and kind of got this unique perspective on that so that I could help them set up for success the people that joined the brokerage with them. So I kind of got this unique perspective before even getting my license with Real of what everything they offer is.
Interesting. So you basically learned about it, all the nuts and bolts, before you even considered joining it as an agent.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it was a really cool experience in the sense that being early adopters with a brokerage that's just starting out in our province, there's a lot to learn and a lot to do. And so I really got this unique perspective where I got to see the back end in a sense of here's what this brokerage offers. And until I saw that, I actually had no interest in getting my license. I took
Wow.
my licensing course 10 years ago. I went through the exam, I did everything, and then I didn't get my license because I didn't need it for what I was doing and I didn't need it for the position and the path I was taking. But as soon as I got to see the back end and what Real Broker offers as a brokerage, that is kind of not kind of it's wildly different than anything we have out here. So it really kind of triggered my interest to see, oh, this is what you could get out of a brokerage, and this is the path you could get from a brokerage. And so it really kind of opened my eyes to what we could get offered as an agent from a brokerage.
That's really great. Yeah, your perspective and your path, I think, is unique in that you kind of learned everything and then that made you join.
Yeah.
So, on that topic, then, what are some of like the biggest items of value that you see us as agents here at Real BC in Canada getting from Real?
Absolutely. So I think for me, the biggest reason why I never wanted to get my license is because there was no longevity in the sense that I had no retirement plan. I had no
Mhm.
way out unless I invested heavily in real estate and invested really well with my money, even as an employee in real estate. Like they don't have the same type of options you would have to retire. And
Yeah.
so for me, I had no retirement plan staying in the industry. But with Real, that was the biggest thing for me, especially with my background. With this type of model, with the sponsorship and the revenue share benefits, I have a retirement plan with doing what I do every day, anyways. My background obviously was helping real estate agents in whatever capacity. And so getting to get compensated for that, but also have a retirement plan out of that was really an eye opener. And also knowing that it's a willable retirement plan
Yeah.
For me, I don't plan to have kids, so that's not really a thing for me. But I know a lot of my friends that wanted to get out of the industry because they didn't have that longevity and the retirement options available to them. If they didn't invest properly, if they didn't use the commission funds properly, they didn't have a way out and there was no end game. And I don't want to work until I'm 90.
No.
So that was like one of the big ones, but also just the tech. The
Yeah.
tech is like nothing I have ever seen. I've seen the back end of every type of brokerage. I've worked with several brokerages. I've consulted with many brokerages over the years. I've worked with different teams at different brokerages. So I've kind of seen all the ones that there are to offer. And this tech is just miles ahead of anything I've seen. And so it's really what actually got me was the tech and what is available at our fingertips, Real Academy, the community. My first 3 deals were from agents. And if I didn't have this brokerage and get this community that we have, I wouldn't have had that. The community is something like I've never seen before.
Yeah, I agree. And it's easy. It's like a buzzword almost in this industry saying
Yeah.
culture. Well, the culture's great, but like once you get in and experience, you actually see, okay, it actually is something that's special and unique.
It
Yeah,
really is.
yeah,
Even just to have a hard day and somebody just randomly calls you and they don't need anything. They're just, "Hey, how's it going?" And just because you connected at the brokerage. And there's lots of brokerages that have community and there's lots of brokerages that have events and culture and lots of really great places for that. But Real's like nothing I've experienced before. It's really uh real
yeah,
to
yeah.
be just as honest as I could. Yeah.
I was talking with someone the other day too, and on that topic of like how good the community is. But really, if you're at a brokerage and it could be great, and there could be great people, but there's typically like 200 or 300 people there, right? Now we're at a brokerage with 25,000 people, and we're all helping and knowledge sharing. So really, our horizons have expanded from 200 to 300 people to thousands and thousands of people, all at the top of the industry sharing. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I can go on and
Yeah.
on, but I won't.
Yeah. We both good.
So, in the news recently, Real here in Canada changed the fee structure, the caps, how it all works, and it affects us, right? Because it changes what we pay into the brokerage. So what are your thoughts on the announcement?
Yeah, I mean, I have a few thoughts on it, but most of it is that I don't really care. um I even in my first official full year as a licensee, I don't think it affects me much. If I'm not able to make $3,000 difference in one calendar year at a brokerage like this, then I have probably bigger problems than $3,000. There's also lots of benefits for some of the agents. If you're a high producing agent, you would hit elite status faster and get that really large stock bonus award. And you know, the reality of it is Real brings so much to the table for me, for any agent, that I'm making way more than $3,000 more at this brokerage than I would anywhere else. Even if I'm not involved in revenue share, just the community and culture and the referral potential that you have with the community at your fingertips is unbelievable. I get contacted for referrals quite regularly from agents all over Canada, all over US even sometimes.
Mhm.
And I wouldn't have those opportunities at different brokerages. I might in different capacities, but if $3,000 is making or breaking it for somebody, I get that. That's a lot of money, but to me, I think it's a non-issue. They also have so many other things that they're going to be announcing over the next while that the value add that I have is
Yes.
way more than that. And that's worth every penny to me.
Yeah, I totally agree. Every brokerage will require to be paid something. So it's just, are we getting more value than we're paying? And to me, the answer is yes. And what in this world, especially here in Canada, hasn't gone up over the last 2, 3, 4 years, right? Inflation is a thing. So yeah, I
Exactly.
agree
Yeah.
completely.
And they haven't raised their fees in Canada at all since
No.
they started in Canada years ago.
Yeah.
And I've been in the back end of brokerages. I've had to raise fees. I've had to deal with these conversations on the other side of it. They're not fun conversations to have with
No.
agents, but I think the value is there 1,000%.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
So, switching gears a little bit, you are also part of Real Women in Canada. So,
Yeah.
could you tell me like what that little group entails and what it's like?
Absolutely. So I'm the head of Women of Real Canada for BC. So my
Okay.
job is to help find representatives in each area of BC. And what the representatives do is they host events monthly, in person, or virtually, whichever they like. And it's just to create a community. I mean, one of the things that's lacking at any brokerage in BC and anywhere is that women community. And so we are creating a space that's safe, that's comfortable, that's fun to get together monthly and connect on different things. Sometimes it's learning, sometimes it's just having lunch, sometimes it's going to a movie. It doesn't have to be anything in particular, but we're learning together, we're growing together, we're connecting, and it's really all about the connection. We also do a monthly mastermind over Zoom for all of the Women of Real Canada. So anybody can join. We do that every single month. And it's a different topic every month. We usually have somebody kind of leading the conversation, but it's really a true mastermind where everybody gives value, everybody talks. There's space for everybody, and there's space for everybody to ask questions and connect and give value.
That's great. Just
Yeah.
another way that we in Real are emboldening and bolstering up our community and our culture, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really pretty cool.
Awesome. So, what do you think are some of the biggest tools that Real gives us and gives agents to use, but many people are sleeping on them and not using them to their full potential?
For sure. Honestly, the biggest thing is Leo. We have a virtual AI assistant at our fingertips. The way they have really evolved it, even over the short time we've had it, has been mind blowing. It can immediately tell you, "Oh, hey, you have a new listing. Let's create you a feature sheet." It can You can ask it anything about your deals. Hi, who is the buyer's lawyer on Easy Street? How many of us call our brokerage before and say, "Hey, I'm on the road and I need to know the buyer's lawyer"?
Mhm.
You don't have to. You can voice to text on your phone to Leo and say, "Who's the buyer's lawyer on Easy Street?" You don't even have to say the whole address. You can ask it, "What am I missing on XYZ?" And it will tell you all the things you're missing on your file so that you make sure that you can set yourself up for success on completion. I mean, I think Leo is one of the biggest ones because it's so handy to have. And that's just, a couple of the examples of what it can do. But there's also a design center that, truthfully, I don't actually think a lot of agents even know exist. You can have a feature sheet made for you in seconds. You basically just put in the link to the address, you press the button, and there's a feature sheet. And it's made and it's beautiful. And you can do that with flyers, feature sheets, postcards. There is so much available to that. Plus Real Academy. I mean, I could go on a
Yes.
million different things, but Real Academy is mind blowing. In the first year that I got started with Real, they had something like 700 and something new classes. And that's wildly valuable if you use it. It's there, it's available, and there's so many well-educated, successful, wonderful, entrepreneurial, like mindset focused people that all give value and give back to our community that, that's worth its weight in gold in itself.
Yeah, I really do agree. There's over 30 live classes in Real Academy every single week. And I
Yeah.
think that being at a cloud-based brokerage too, if you're not engaging in things like that, then you could start to feel like you're alone on an island. But you
Yeah.
start joining those things and you basically entrench yourself into the community, but also just propel your business because the knowledge share is just so huge there.
Huge. It used to be where you'd be at a bricks and mortar brokerage and you'd say, "Hey, can I see your seller's guide?" And, people don't want to show
Yeah.
that. They keep it. But at this brokerage, everybody shares. And those tools are also just available to us in Real Academy and in our, design center and everything. So it's really cool that everybody's ceiling is your floor. You start where they end. And you really get this knowledge that you wouldn't often get in a different brokerage. And it sets you up for success right out the
Yeah.
gate immediately if you choose to use it,
Yes.
if
Yeah.
you utilize it.
No, I love that. That's great. Well, thank you so much, Ashley, for jumping
Yeah.
on with us. And if anyone wants to get a hold of you, if they have any questions or they'd like to join Reel with you, how can they get a hold of you?
I would love that. It's my email or my website. So www.ashleywilson.ca or hi@ashleywilson.ca is my email. I'd love to chat with you anytime about Reel. I love it. It's, it's the only reason I'm licensed. It's the only reason I decided to go this route. So it's been very exciting.
Beautiful. Thanks for hopping on and thanks for your time, Ashley.
Thanks so much, Joss. We'll talk soon.
Okay, for today, something fun and exciting, Real Signature templates. So it's a bit of a niche feature that Real Signature provides, but it's one that I do find super useful and saves a lot of time. So it's one I'd like to get into and explain today for you. Okay, so here we are within Real Signature, and on the left here, you typically come to that home section. That's where you can see all the transactions, all the files that you're working with, ones that have been completed, ones that you're waiting for clients to sign. But just below it is the My Templates section. So I've clicked that and I'm now in this. Now, I have made a lot of templates for myself. If you're starting off, you're going to have nothing here. Another cool feature is I can make a template and then share it with anybody within Reel. But usually what I'm doing is I'm sharing it with members on my team. So I make a template, I share it with them, and then it'll show up there on their section, shared with me. You see here, if they click that, it'll show all the ones that I've sent them. I haven't had anyone send one to me, so mine's blank. So these documents are BC Canada specific, but of course the process of making a template, of using one, applies to anything. So I'm just going to show you what I kind of use it for. So this is a property disclosure statement we use here in the province, or a PDS. Within one, you see that they're answering many questions, yes or no, or do not know. And for me to do this every single time for every single listing, like, look at how many answers there are. It probably took half an hour, 25 minutes to make this initially, but now I have it saved and I can just send it off. The other thing I do is, of course, I don't want these to be mandatory fields for them answering. Is this strata lot insulated? Yes, no, does not apply. They have to select the right one. So every time you're putting this initial box down, you're also selecting a little box over here that says, no, it's not required, because it auto-populates in that it is required. So you can see how this takes a lot of time to initially make, but then saves a lot of time. The other thing that I do is I make it for one seller or for two sellers. And that's because for a property disclosure statement, I'll just have one seller answering each question yes or no. That's what's legal in our province. But then both will be initialing the bottom of each page. So that's why you'll see here there's duplicates. So here's a PDS, property disclosure statement, for strata, one seller. And then I have a PDS strata for two sellers. So that's case specific for where I am, but again, it is possible. So I'm going to show you how, firstly, to create a template, but then also, okay, now I have a saved template. How does that practically work when I send it to somebody? How do I use it? So first, we're just going to grab a random document, and I'm going to drag it here. We're creating a template. Now I have it. Now we see that on the right here, there's different options. So the first one is to share that, so I can send it to anybody again within Reel or to my team members. I can download it or I can send it off to somebody, but I haven't done anything with it other than put it into my templates. So first let's edit it and then let's send it off to somebody. So here you're familiar with this. We're saying, well, who are we working with, buyers or sellers? So let's just say we're working with sellers, and in this one, it's just going to be one seller. I might do another one for two sellers, but this is one. We're going to go next. Now, it doesn't ask you for their name and their email address because that doesn't apply right now, right? We're working with a template that's going to be used for multiple people, so it's not going to ask that information. The first page requires nothing. On this second page, here's the consumer acknowledgement section. We're going to have them put their name. So I'm going to scroll down here to signee name and put it there. And then I'm going to go initials, click initials and put it there. And then I'm going to put the date box and put it there. So now that's all done. If I was working with a second seller, their name would be here. See, it's sender, that's me, but that doesn't apply. But the second seller would be here, and then I could put them there if that was appropriate. Now I go preview, it takes me to the next page. It shows me where I've entered all the information, the name, the initial, the date box, and I could say, yep, that's good. Now you have two options. You can publish and start sending it to a client right now, but that's not what we're doing. We just want to publish it. Now I have it saved here. Now, perhaps I want to change the name. You can see how I have all these labels as one seller or two sellers. Let's do that. So let's edit that, and here it is right here. So I'll just call it DORT. That's an acronym that if you're not in my province, you won't be familiar with, so that's fine. I'll just say seller 1, and I'll click next. Preview, publish, and now it's been changed. And of course, you can add more sellers as a case-by-case scenario. Now, that was a really simple template that we created with a simple document. So let's use a more complicated document and actually send it to somebody and show how it applies. So let's use a property disclosure statement for strata with one seller, and let's send it off in reality. Now, at this section, I can choose to apply it to a transaction if I want to. So perhaps I have a transaction already within reason. I can have it sent there so that when someone signs it, it will send the finalized signed document to my email, but it'll automatically also send it to reason within that transaction. It's actually a pretty nice step. Now we are determining who is it going to be sent to. So let's send it to myself as a test. And I'm going to send it to one of the emails that I have again. If I can add my name to the directory here if I wanted to, or if I was already in the directory, my client's in the directory, I would just start typing their name and it would auto-populate. Here's where I put the body of, or the subject of the email. So I'm going to go sample sign template. And here is where we type the message of the email. And I'm going to click next. On whose behalf is this coming from? It's coming from my name and my email. I can CC my transaction coordinator if I want to there. Now we're within the document, and the way I set it up is that the address, it's a text box controlled by myself, just so that the client's not typing it in and misses something. So I'll just type in something here. That's, of course, very dependent on how you set up your template. That's just how I chose to set up my template so that, again, I can control this scenario of the text box and I don't need my seller to worry about it. Okay, so see how I went through and I was changing all the addresses and I got to the end? It said, hey, Josh, you forgot to change the page number. I did that too because page numbers can be dependent. They can change depending on how much information is here. So again, this is very just file specific, nothing that you need to worry about. Of course, I'm filling that in wrong, but it doesn't really matter. Now it's been sent off. It's pending. So I see that it's been sent to this email, and that's the name that's going to be signing. I can, of course, click the pen button if there was a problem, if I filled out their email wrong, if I filled out their name wrong. And then after I do that, I typically click the send options and click resend. You can also click the void button. If you click void, you can void that document. It just cancels it. It sends them an email saying, hey, this document's been voided. Or I can void and correct. So that way it'll send them an email saying that document that was previously signed to you has been voided, but here's a new one that's been corrected. Please sign this one. Okay, so this has been sent to our email. Let's go to the email and see what it shows like for the end user. Okay, now we're back at the email that it's been sent to. So this was a template for a property disclosure statement. So let's click it and see what the client sees. They're going to see this Josh Wood has sent you a document. Here's the title of that template that I used, property disclosure statement, strata, one seller. And here is the body of the email that I sent to them. I will click review, and it will take that client to Real Signature, and they're going to agree with the terms and conditions here and click I agree, and now they can start. In the Real Signature walkthrough video, I went through a common mistake where they start initialing, but you have to instruct them, or hopefully they just get it, that you have to click the bouncing start button first. Now, this was the text again that I, as the agent, filled out, but they're going to put in the date of the disclosure and now they can start filling out things. These are not required. So you have to explain to them that you have to start at the top and select which answer is appropriate. This one here is required. You can see that you moused over it. So that's where it's forcing them to initial. So they have to choose to initial these. Now, sometimes they forget this step and they just click these and it sends it to you. You'll have to send it to them again and explain how to do it. So it's best to just outline how it works before you send it to them. So they're going to select each initial that they want to and work through the document. You see that in this one, I actually selected both of them. So that's going to come sent to you as a yes and a no. You're going to have to correct that. So either crossing it out or deleting one, putting a white box over top of it. There's no way to uninitial something. So that's not a feature that's possible yet. Another issue that needs to be worked on is when you click an initial box, it takes you down to the next forced initial box. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm doing yet. I'm still up here. I'm initialing these not required boxes. So that's just a little hiccup that's in the system. So let's go through, let's say that this is done. I'm not going to go through these. There's like 100 different boxes, but they can enter in the information that they need to. They can click yes, and they can click all of these required boxes that I have required them to do. Here's a text box if they want to explain anything, explain why they answered yes to something. And they sign. If they miss something, it brings them up a bit. They missed an initial here. So anything that's forced, anything that's a required initial box or text box, date box, they will never be able to get to the end and click the finish button on the bottom until they've done it. But they may miss initialing yes or no to something and finish, because of course that's not required. Once the required buttons are all done, you see that you can actually go through and click yes or no, and it won't jump you around. So sometimes that's also a faster process, is say, do all the required information, go back to the top, and then start answering yes and no to answers. That can make the experience a little less jarring for the consumer. So let's just say it's done. We're happy with it. We click finish signing. And now it says you'll receive an email when all parties have signed. Because this is only one party signing, it'll be sent to them as a finished document, and it'll also be sent to you as a finished document in your email. It does take about a minute, sometimes a little bit less, for it to show up in your email. But also if you go to Real Signature and refresh the page, I'll be able to see that this is indeed done and signed, and I can download it quite quickly right there as a finished document. Now, another topic is, okay, I've created all these templates. I don't want to have to send 4 different emails to my client saying, sign this, now sign this, now sign this. Let's say I want to use this template I've created and this one and this one and this one and send it to my client. So all you do is you select checkmark besides the docs, the templates that you're using, and then at the top right here, you create a packet or an envelope. It takes all those templates, puts it into an envelope, and you can send it out to your client for signing. Overall, it does save a lot of time, especially with something like property disclosure statements, where there's so many different yes and no text boxes and places to initial for that client. It saves you a lot of time in that you don't have to fill it out every single time. It is a little clunky in that required fields, it'll bounce you down to the next one. So that's the one hiccup that I'm still experiencing. And I've spoken with the devs, and I can say that I've spoken with the devs about many different things, and a lot of things have been ironed out and are being fixed as we move forward. It does continue to improve, and they are working on it actively. If I missed anything, or if you have any questions specifically about templates or Real Signature in general, feel free to reach out. And if you're considering joining Real, feel free to reach out and we can have a conversation about whether it would be a good fit for you and your business or not. Welcome to a 2026 edition of How to Use Real Signature. This is not going to be a short 2-3 minute video that just gets you in and gets you out. This is going to be comprehensive from start to end, answering a lot of questions that you might have. And at the end, I'll go over some common problems that the end user, your client, might experience and how I navigate them. So firstly, here we are, of course, in Reason. This is the one-stop portal that we have as Real agents to manage our business.
So I'm not going to go over all the features and all the different sections in this video. We can do that in another video, and I have in the past. Right now we're focusing on this little icon here. Looks like a scribble, looks like a signature. So we're going to click it, and we will be within now Real Signature. Now, down below here are all the other transactions, files that I've been working on. I can see that they have been sent. It's completed here. Those clients have signed. I can re-download them again. I can send them to someone else. If someone hasn't signed, I can resend it to that client. But now let's start from scratch and send a document to somebody. So I'm going to just take a random PDF. This is a sample PDF I downloaded online. And we drag and drop it into this section up here, or you can click the Browse Files and find it on your computer, and then you have it. Now, you'll see that that file shows up down here below. And now we have a single file that we can work with. So I can check it, say this is what I want to work with, and then I can create a packet with just that one file, and that's how we start working with it. But let's say, no, I want to send several files to somebody. Okay, well, let's drag in another file, another PDF. Now it's uploaded. Now we see that there are 2 files here. So you could do this with 2, you could do it with 20. So let's just select all the files that we want to put into a packet. Let's create that packet over here on the right. There's options here too. We can also add those to an existing packet. So let's say we forgot to add a file into a packet we've already created. We can put that back into that other envelope. So let's just create a packet, and we're going to call it sample. Sample sign. So we'll create it, and now it's made that packet, which is basically an envelope, a collection of documents, or that envelope could even have one document, but it's ready to work with. Now on the right here we have options. So we can edit, we can make a copy of it, or download it. There's nothing signed yet, so there's no reason to download it. Right now we're going to edit it, and that's how we start working with it to get signatures, to get it filled out. So we see here now a list of all the PDFs that we have put into that envelope or into that packet. We have that second one I put in and the first one. Right here I can't change the order of how they're going to show up, but in the next page I can. Now, it assumes you're working with buyer or sellers, but you can change that, although it doesn't really matter. Let's say you're sending it to a lawyer to sign. You could just label them as a buyer. It won't affect their end experience. So let's say we're working with buyers. So what you have to do is delete the 2 sellers. Delete the 2 sellers. If you didn't, when you go to the next page, it's going to say, okay, who are the 2 buyers' names and their email address? Who are the 2 sellers' names and their email address? So we've deleted those. And again, we can add more if we need to. There's more buyers, or we can add a different type. So we can add just a signer. We can add the managing broker if we want to, a lender, a lawyer. Now, once you're satisfied, you've figured out who will be signing each document, we'll go on to the next page. Now, this is where you can change the order of the documents by grabbing this box on the left. And sometimes there's a long list, so you have to scroll and move it up a few pages at a time. That's how you change the order. And now here's where you add who's actually going to sign things. So this is buyer 1 and this is buyer 2. So I'm just going to put them all as me, my name. And I will be using just a few different email addresses that I have so that I can show you what it looks like. Because it's important to know too what it looks like from the end user's experience. Because if they have questions, you have to be able to have seen that to be able to answer their questions. Now, another point in this section, you'll see that you can add in the buyer's name, you can add in their email, and then to the right, you see it says add to directory. So this is a way to save their contact information. If you do not use that add to directory function, the next time you come in to Real Signature, let's say it's subject removal time 2 weeks later, and you want to send a document to them. In other platforms like DocuSign, you can automatically just start typing their name and it'll auto-populate and say, is this who you want to put in there? That won't happen unless you add to directory. So if you click that add to directory button, it then brings up a new page and it says, okay, you're putting a new contact essentially in your directory. What's their name? What's their email address? Now it does ask for two additional things that are unfortunately, in my opinion, mandatory. It's phone number and address. Now, address, if they're buying something, I've never really found their address, their current address needed. So sometimes I just type in my address because I can do it really quickly. Sometimes even for phone number, I just type in my phone number. Now it is going to create a contact in your directory that has some false information. But personally, all I need it for is their name and their email address. But again, once you put it in your directory, the next time you need to find them, their contact information to add as a signer, it'll be there saved. Okay, so those are Josh Wood 1, Josh Wood 2, and then 2 emails I have. Now that's signed up. Now here's where the email information goes in. So we're just going to go sample sign, and here's the body of the text. So you can write your message to them. Down below, it's on whose behalf is this document being sent to. So the email will show up as coming from my name and from my email, my main email. Below that, you can actually CC it. So let's say you have a transaction coordinator, someone looking after your files. Once it's signed, it can go to you and also automatically go to that TC. Let's go to the next. Now here is where you are now jumping into the documents that you are going to be signing, and you see them one at a time, again, in the order that you have set. So this is the first one. On the left here, on the top left, you see the signers' names, Josh Wood 1 and Josh Wood 2. It automatically puts you as a signer as well, me. So if I didn't assign myself, let's say I put Harry and Sally as the 2 buyers, I would automatically be on the bottom 2, and I could select myself to automatically put in my signatures or add text. This is good. Let's say you're adding text to a contract and you want the buyers to initial beside it. You can control what the text is, and then you can control where the buyers will be initialing next to it. So let's just start with, this is a imaginary buyer. We're going to have them initial here, maybe initial here. But let's say we want them to initial here, but it's going to be optional. Like maybe on a property disclosure statement, you can say, well, is it a yes or no? I don't want to force you into answering, so you can answer correctly at your own discretion. So on the right here, you see that required button. You can unselect that, and it takes away that red asterisk, and now that's not a required initial. Another little point is, here's the automatic size of their initial. Sometimes it gets too crowded. You need to put that down to like a 12. Then it's much smaller, and you can do something like this and make it smaller. And then I can go to the second signer, and maybe I want that person also to be optional, but also a 12 size font, and I can make it much smaller. The initial box is at 22 size font. They are quite large. It stands out very well, but it's large. Okay, so let's go back to our first buyer and see what other things they can do. So after initial, of course, they can sign. And right next to sign, we see that you have an option to put a date and time stamp, just a date or just a time. I leave it on date, personally. Let's say I need them to sign right here. Once I click it, that's their signature box, and it automatically puts in that date signed box. Now, sometimes I don't want it. So what you have to do is select it. You can move it around. You can move it to another appropriate spot if it's asking for the date, or you can just hit delete on the keyboard. I find myself just hitting delete on the keyboard. One thing I like is that I clicked on signature, so now it has signature in its mind. I was on that buyer 1, but when I switch to buyer 2, it automatically thinks you're going for a signature. So that actually does speed up the work process flow. So now I went into buyer 2 and I put their signature right there. So far, both buyers are doing the exact same thing on the document. You can put a checkbox if you wish. This you can put here. It's not mandatory, of course. I don't find myself using it that often. Checkbox or a radio box are very similar. A checkbox, of course, puts a check. A radio puts like a little circle that fills it up. Here we can put the date and put it right there and have the buyer doing that. We can put numbers. We can put text. Now, text, this is something that is a little bit different on Real Signature and confuses new users, but you just have to realize, okay, Real Signature is not DocuSign, it's not Authentisign, it's not .loop, it's different. It's its own animal. It has been refined, it's gotten a lot better over the years, but it's just some things are done differently, and this is one thing that threw me for a loop at first. I personally came from DocuSign. So if I put a text box right here for buyer, is this 1 or 2? This is buyer 1. I can, of course, change the size. I cannot go into that text box and enter text. That's the buyer 1's privilege to be able to do so. So if I'm adding, say, a new subject to a contract or a counter offer, I'm not going to use buyer 1's text box. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to go to my personal name and I'm going to put a text box there. Now I can control that text, and then I'm going to go back to these buyers and have them initial that text box. Just like that. Now, what's a little bit different again is this text box. DocuSign, you're used to, clicking it, double clicking it. I can start entering text. Nope, it's not done here. And there's a big thing on the top. You will enter the text display on the next page. Mindset shift, you will get used to it. It's not the end of the world, but you're not entering the text here. You'll be able to, but not here. Okay, is there any other strike through? Obviously, you're going to use that a lot, but you're not going to have a buyer strike through things. You're going to be striking through. So let's say we don't like this line here. We strike it through. If I drag it down, it goes a big box like that. So I'm just going to do something like that. Because I altered the contract, I'm going to have the buyer's initial beside that change, and it's done. One little thing that I personally, and I have mentioned to the devs, is I would like this strike through line. It is a line, but it's not super chunky and it's not red. I do like how DocuSign makes it red and bold. So that's something I have requested. We'll see if it comes in. Okay, coming down now here past strike through. We can just put their name. So sometimes it asks for the buyer's name. We can do that really quickly. It's going to show up there because I did it for buyer 1. I'm going to put buyer 2's name right there as well. I'll go back to buyer 1. We can put their email. I personally don't use that. I can put the brokerage name. Typically, I'd be doing that from my username, Josh Wood brokerage name. I could put my email if I wanted to. Sometimes I do grab my name from here. I've never had to use my phone, my email, my business email, my agent license number, but maybe in different provinces or different states you'll have to. So from the user experience, it's really typically just initial, sign, text boxes. Okay, so this document is pretty much done. We have them initialing, we have them signing. I strike something out, they initialed. I put in a text box, they're initialing. So once you're happy with it, you're going to go, you can either save as a draft if you're done, or remember there's that option to, oh, stink, I forgot to add that third document into this envelope. You could save it as a draft, add another document, and put it into that packet. So now though, we're going to assume we're done, we're happy with that. We'll go on to the next document, because remember we put in 2 documents into that packet. And here we are. It happens to be the exact same PDF, but it could be obviously something completely different. And then we just treat it the same. We can have our clients sign an initial everywhere that they need to. I'm just going to put a couple just to make it a little make sense. So let's have them sign. And again, it auto-populates that date. I'm just going to leave it this time so you can see what it looks like. Now we're done with that. Now what it does is it goes through the documents and shows you all the changes that you've made. So this is like your last check to make sure everything looks good. But also you as that third party, me personally, I created this. I'm going to be signing. I'm going to be initialing if I need to. I'm going to be entering text if I need to. So there's this jumping start button. You click it, and here's that text box that I will be able to control here. Now, one thing that I've run into trouble with is maybe I'm putting in a custom subject here and I run out of space. See how, that's my cursor below the box? That will not show up. So if that happens, what I've had to do is hit the back button. Everything you've done is saved. Hit the back button again. Here's my text box. I can either change the font size to go down, or I can change the size of the box to be big enough to hit all that. Capture all that text. So let's do both. I'll make it bigger and I'll make the text smaller. Now I can go back. This is that same section now that we were originally putting text into. We can see the box is larger and we can see the text is of course smaller. So I can fit as much text as I need to. So that's it. I'm fine with that text. I'm fine with where all the buyers will be initialing. I can see that these initials are smaller, and these ones, of course, remember we made as not required. They're optional. So this is the first PDF. Now this is the second PDF. There's nothing on it for me to enter because I just put the buyers as initialing, signing, and initialing. And then we see there's this button, sending for signatures. So we click that, and it's officially sent out. Now, here I can see this is that sample sign packet that I've been working on. I can see when I sent it, the date, the time, and I click here and I can see that it has been sent to these two email addresses. Now, sometimes you go, oh man, this is a typo in this email address. It was sent wrong. You can click this little pen button and change it, or change the way that you entered their name if you had a typo there. So you could correct their email if you missed it, an initial or something. Now the status here is pending. I don't find if I mouse over this, it's real time. I have to like refresh the page. But if I refresh the page and then click over this, I can say, oh, buyer 1 has signed. I'm just waiting on buyer 2. And then of course you can call buyer 2 if you've been waiting for hours, or text them. Let's now get into what it looks like on the buyer side, the client experience, and then we'll get into some common problems and how I navigate them. Okay, so here I have my two emails open where I sent it to them as buyer 1, buyer 2. So here is buyer 1. No, that's buyer 2. Here is buyer 1. Sample sign. It says Josh Wood via Real. Josh Wood sent you these documents to sign. So I'm going to click it. And now this is what they see. Josh Wood has sent you documents to sign. Sample sign is the name of it. Typically that would be like, the address and offer, or address and counter offer. And here's where the text that I sent within the email would appear. So I would address them and instruct them on what they're doing, what they're accomplishing. So sometimes I've had people get stuck right here and I say, well, click the big black button that says review. You're going to review the documents that you'll be signing. So they do that. It then takes them to Real Signature. They have to agree with the above, that the electronic signatures are indeed valid. So they click, I agree, I agree. Now I have had people get stuck here too, because they immediately click an initial box, or try to, and it's just not going to work. So they have to click the first big jumping start button. Then they're starting into the system. So after they start, it's going to take them through the document and show them every location they have to sign an initial. So they can just click that and see it created an initial. They'll click the next one. They'll click the next one. Now you see this one, it didn't jump them to. So that can be a common problem too. Now it's next document. So this initial doc here, it doesn't prompt them to because it's not required. So you'll have to talk about that with them and explain, hey, this is optional. You'll see it there. It's up to you if you're initialing yes or no, or whatever scenario you're within. Let's just, on this one, we'll have them initial. On buyer 2, we'll have them not initial. So they will be initialing that, and it shows up. And remember, we made that font size 12 rather than 22. So that's it. They initialed everywhere, they signed, and then recall this is the text box that I placed in, and they initialed next to it. So now they're done initialing, signing that first document. They're going to go on to the second one. On this document, they are going to hit start again, and they'll initial, sign, and initial. And on this one, their signature auto-populated a date of when it was signed. Now it's finished signing, and their experience is done. You've completed signing. You'll receive an email when all parties have signed. You may close this window. So let's now go to buyer 2. And let's do the same thing. So this is what will show up in their email. We're going to click I agree again, of course. We'll see that because buyer 1 has already signed, now buyer 2 can see their initials and signatures present. If they haven't signed already, of course, buyer 2 won't. You can set up signing order. I typically don't bother with that. There are scenarios where I have, and it has helped me, but I'd say 99% of the time I don't. But if it was really important that buyer 1 signed first, you could, of course, say that and dictate that, and then buyer 2 wouldn't even get the email until buyer 1 is signed. So we're going to have buyer 2 initial everywhere, initial, sign, and then this one is optional. We're not going to have them initial there. We'll go on to the next document for buyer 2, and we're hitting start. They're just going to initial, sign, initial. We see that buyer 2's signature has a number 2 next to them as well, just as we had entered it. Finish signing. It's now done. Now back at Real Signature, I'm going to refresh the page. If I click over here, I can see that both of them have signed. Sometimes I'm sitting on my computer and I'm like, well, it's not in my email yet. I don't see it. See, it's not here yet. It's not in my email, my main email of them signing yet. But I know they've signed. There seems to be like maybe a 30-second delay, maybe a minute. So if I'm watching them sign, I'll just, from this button, click the download button. But it will show up in your email as a signed document. Out of curiosity, I'm just going to wait until it shows up and then I'll tell you how long it took. Okay, so it arrived. It did take close to a minute. I would say just under a minute. So now I get an email saying Real Brokerage, documents signed. Documents completed, view now. So I'm going to click that. Now it brings me into the two documents and I can see what all has occurred. It shows me one document at a time, so I can click next and go to the next, or I can simply click download all and see everything. So I'm going to do that, download all. Now I'm running two monitors, so you can't see the second monitor, but in my downloads folder, it created a zipped file. I unzipped it, and within that now I have these two documents. So let's take a peek at them. This is the first one. I'm going to zoom out so we can see that both parties initialed, one party initialed here, two parties initialed my cross out here, and then two parties initialed all the text I put and my two signatures. I'll now look at the second document, and of course it was just initial, sign, initial. Initial, sign, initial. So, I mean, mistakes happen. Sometimes you go, oh, I forgot I need them to initial over here. You would just drag that one initial document back into Real Signature and say where they missed a signature and initial and send it back to them. Now, another cool thing that you can do within Real Signature is right at the beginning when you're working on a document, you can say, hey, when this is signed, automatically put it into the transaction on 123 Main Street. So that's pretty cool. Instead of having to download it, go back to Reason and upload it to Reason, it'll actually already be there. So that streamlines things. Now, a couple problems, issues that I've run into. I talked about most of them as I went through the video, but it's usually on the client side. And it's just because, hey, they've never seen this before. Maybe they're older, they haven't done a lot of electronic signing. A lot of times they miss that first black review button in that initial email, so you have to say click that. And then a lot of times they miss the jumping yellow start now button in the email. Once I get them past that hurdle, it's pretty good. The next issue though is sometimes they initial each spot, sign each spot, and they get to the bottom and they're like, yep, I finished the document, and they close out. They didn't click that bottom button that says like finish, finalize, because that's what tells the system, okay, that person's done. So I have had that happen a handful of times where I go in and I can see they haven't signed, and then I call or text them and they're like, no, I signed. And I'm like, that's what happened. You didn't click the finish button. So what you can do is either go into Real Signature and click resend, and it'll resend it. Basically just sends them a new link to open, a new email. And if they've signed everything and just not clicked the finish, it'll show that they've signed everything when they open it up. So they'll open it up and it'll just be the finalize button. They click that and then life goes on. I recently had one where a client showed me a screenshot that said like it was black and said error 404, files not found, when they were trying to, after they clicked the review button. Turns out they were running a VPN. So a VPN, of course, like spoofs the internet of where you're actually accessing the internet from. Once they turned that off, it worked. And they also then experienced like a token issue where they didn't have like signing authority. It said bad token. Tokens are kind of like how the internet checks and balances what's being sent to people. And again, they had a firewall running. So if the client has like high security on their computer, it won't work. I had another one. I believe they were running McAfee. And it said, when they went to the email, it would say, this file is not trusted. We don't trust this server. That client, they ended up actually not wishing to use electronic signing at all. And it had to be done in paper. So that was a bit of a pain. So typically it is client specific, the issues that I see within Real Signature. Real Signature has been refined a lot. When it rolled out, there was a lot of bumps in the road and glitches. I'd say it's a very usable user experience now for me myself. As mentioned, I came from DocuSign. That was costing me over $900 a year. So this is provided to us free within Real as one of the many tech tools that they give us. I personally feel it should be taken advantage of. Yes, as agents, we're used to what we've been using for years and it just works. But just do the math. I know Authentic can be cheaper. It might be $100, $150 a year. If you're okay with that, okay. That can be like, a comfort blanket, something you're used to. But I would just encourage you to give Real Signature a try because it works well and it can save you money. If you have any questions, if you're already with Real and you're struggling with something, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to help. If you're considering joining Real, reach out. We can have a conversation about what it would look like if you plugged your business into it.
Is revenue share gross? Does it make what we have at Real as a company, as a brokerage, less legitimate, less serious? Some people think so. And it may be an off-putting topic. And revenue share in itself does not define what Real Broker is and what it means to be part of the brokerage. It's obviously part of the business model, but actually most agents don't even participate in it. So let's look though at the traditional brokerage real estate model. So there's typically an office that's used, right? Bricks and mortar office. There is then overhead incurred because there's this building to maintain. There's the utilities, there's the taxes, there's staffing that all have to be paid for. Someone has to be sitting at the front desk during office hours and answering phone calls. And all of this costs a large amount of money to maintain this physical storefront and to keep the lights on and to keep the building warm. It costs money. So to pay for this, the brokerage owner will recruit, will bring in agents and charge them all a specified cap amount, and then sometimes a desk fee, right? Monthly fees, photocopying fees. And this, of course, will range from brokerage to brokerage, but it could start around $16,000, $18,000 a year to $30,000, $35,000 every single year to be part of a brokerage. Now, many brokerages will recruit quite simply as many agents as they possibly can. Hundreds of agents. Now, not everyone will be producing, right? Some agents won't sell any homes. Some will sell 1, 2, 5, 6 houses in an entire year. And they won't even potentially be able to really pay off that entire cap that they owe to the brokerage. But having all those agents in the brokerage will help to pay to keep the lights on and pay for the staff. So of course, there's profit. There should be profit. This is business. If there isn't profit, then what are we doing here? We're doing something wrong. So in the traditional brick and mortar business model, the brokerage owner then benefits from the profit. They'll have additional expenses, of course, like paying the franchise fee. But in the end, there should be profit. And then they're able to keep that typically as a franchise owner. Or maybe they're a partner and they split it with their partner. Now, at Real, there are no brokerage storefronts, no brick and mortar offices, of course, that need to be leased, no utility bills, no, taxes for having that building on that street. And there's also far, far less staff involved. So because the internal cost of the brokerage are so much less, they can charge less to their agents to be part of the brokerage. Now, this is what's super interesting and where profit revenue sharing comes into play. Rather than that brokerage franchise owner who benefits solely from the profit made from their agents within their office, and those funds, essentially all the profit gets funneled to that brokerage owner, instead of that happening, it's distributed to us as Real agents within Real that are working to grow the brokerage. That's why it's called revenue sharing. Rather than the profits all going to one person that owns the brokerage, we share these profits within the brokerage. So this makes us as agents within the brokerage actually care about what we're growing because we're part owners. We also have stock options and own the company to a small degree personally in that regard. So we are all invested. We care about what happens here. We care about the culture and maintaining it. We're interested in bringing in great agents that we actually want to work with and not just another warm body. So to recap, is the idea of revenue sharing gross? I don't feel so. It distributes profits within the company and benefits all of us rather than sending all of those profits just to a single brokerage owner. It splits it up. It benefits all of us. In the end, I'm here to sell real estate. And that is what my focus is and what I'm able to do at Real. Revenue share is part of the business model, but it's not the mainstay flag in the ground that defines Real or defines my business. It does not define me. So rather than being gross and something that's to be ashamed of, it's actually a good thing. Rather than all the profits going to one person, profits from the company are distributed to its members. I find being at Real being an excellent fit for myself. Now, it may or may not be the best fit or option for yourself. If you'd like to have a conversation or if you have questions about what it might look like, feel free to reach out and we can have a discussion. All my contact information is on my website below. If you're a brand new real estate agent, you're probably wondering, should I consider joining a cloud-based brokerage like Real? Or am I better off joining a traditional brick and mortar office first? I get this question asked to me all the time, and my answer might surprise you. Let me go through it. There's many different facets that need to be considered as I answer this question for you. Today, I'm going to break down exactly what it's like to be a new agent at Real Canada, a cloud-based brokerage. What works, what doesn't, and whether this model can actually help you succeed. And by the end of this video, you'll have a clear answer on whether Real is the right fit for you or not. So let's start with the biggest difference between a traditional brokerage and Real Canada, the office. Most brokerages do have that, of course, physical location where you can go to work, you can meet with clients, you can attend training sessions, you can go to the weekly board meeting. But at Real, on the other hand, of course, being 100% cloud-based, that means there is no office. There's no desk fees, but there's no office for you to go into and do exactly what I just explained. Everything you need to do is online. Now, hearing that is where a lot of new agents hesitate. They wonder, well, if I don't have that physical office to go to, how will I get support? How will I learn? How will I meet other agents, even in my own town, my own city? And those are valid concerns. But here's what most agents don't realize. Real replaces the traditional office with something streamlined and fine-tuned. Real provides needed mentorship. It provides the training and collaboration with top producing agents across your market, across all of Canada, across North America, into the States as well. So it's like having a massive digital support system all at our fingertips whenever we need access to it. One of the biggest concerns that a new agent has is getting that right training and mentorship. And I get it. In your first year in real estate is the hardest year that you'll experience in the career. And it's the most critical that's setting you up for either success or setting you up to find another career. The good news is that Real has an incredible mentorship program that actually is designed specifically for new agents. That does exist here. So when you join, you'll be choosing a mentor and be paired with them to guide you through your first few transactions, helping you to avoid costly mistakes and helping you build your confidence and helping you understand how the industry works. Plus, at Real, we have over 30 live mastermind and training classes every single week. And we have an entire library of these recorded for years and years that we can go back to. Perhaps there's a really niche topic that you want to look into and discover, and it's not in a weekly mastermind. Search the Real Academy, and very likely that will come up. And if it hasn't, type it into WorkVivo, and someone will say, hey, that's a good idea. Let's do a training seminar on that on Wednesday. So instead of learning from just one broker in your office, we get access to a network of like-minded top agents across all of North America that are sharing the best tips and tricks that are working right now in the industry. Can new real estate agents get leads without being at that traditional office? Because when you're new, you might rely more so on that brokerage logo behind your name and saying, I'm with this brokerage. Come call me and I'll help you. How does it work? Getting leads is a real challenge for all real estate agents, not just new. But without leads, you can't sell homes. Just think, if 10 people came to you today and said, I need to sell my home, can you help me?
Of course you can. That's hitting the jackpot, right? So consistency in lead generation over time is the key to success in your longevity in this career. Some new agents are under the impression that once they get their license to sell, the phone will start ringing. People will start saying, "Oh, you're licensed. Come sell my house." That is not how it works. Everything that happens to you in this career, you made happen. The rarity of someone just phoning you up out of the blue and saying, "Sell my house," with no sort of lead generation, you not being in front of them for years in some form of advertising, it's like hitting the jackpot if that does happen to you. Now, some people also assume that being at that traditional brokerage, leads will just automatically come in. And the truth again, that rarely happens. Most new real estate agents are responsible for finding their own business, whether they're in an office or not. The caveat to that statement is that you could be on a real estate team and that team is feeding you leads, but we'll get into that topic in a few minutes. The advantage of real is that you're trained from day one to generate leads using modern, scalable methods, using technology. You'll learn social media marketing, content creation, referral networking, and even how to use paid advertising, leads, and strategies. These are things that most traditional brokerages don't focus on. Or if they do, there might just be a couple key individuals in that office, in that brokerage, that really are killing it in that section. Maybe there's someone who is really good at TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. But are they going to share all their tips for success? Because you're in their exact same town, city, market. Will they be as open to sharing what they're doing, or will they be holding their cards closer to their chest? You see, that is a benefit of a cloud based brokerage. There are individuals in a completely different city that are doing exactly what you want to be doing. And because we are all at this brokerage with the same mindset of, if we can help each other, it just helps the brokerage, and then we'll just be helped more by a brokerage that is flourishing. We do share everything. We are an open book. That is one of the best parts, is you'll be learning from agents who are already doing it successfully instead of just figuring it out alone. Another massive advantage is the flexibility that Real provides. No office means that you can work wherever and whenever you want. You're not tied to a desk. You don't have to commute to go get something done. You can build your business on your own terms. You don't have to wait until 9 a.m. to get into the office to do something, or it's past 5 p.m. You can no longer get in and access the photocopier. Real allows me to be able to travel 2 to 3 months every single year out of country, usually somewhere hot, while still selling homes and operating a team and running my entire business from my cell phone, from my laptop. So if you want freedom in your real estate career, this model, in my opinion, is unbeatable. Now, the big question is, should you, as a new agent, consider joining Real Canada? Here's my honest take, and one that not everyone's going to agree with, but it's based on my experience on starting as a solo agent, joining a team, and years of success and being a top producer. Join if you are an independent and self-motivated person. If you want mentorship from top producers, top agents, and want to be part of a forward, technology-first culture. If you love and crave flexibility and don't need a physical office to rub shoulders with people to be able to succeed. Maybe reconsider if you would thrive in a traditional office setting and need that in-person touch and support by others around you. Also reconsider if you're uncomfortable with technology and cloud-based tools, working on your laptop and emailing PDFs. If that's too much, this might not be the best fit for you. Also reconsider if you do prefer the structure of a franchise brokerage, of being held accountable by your managing broker and them making sure that you're lead prospecting and following up and doing your open houses. As a new agent, if you want to set yourself up for success, one of the best ways is to join a team. Joining a team will cost you more money, but essentially you are going to be trained by that team, someone who is successful in the real estate industry, and give you the best odds so that you can be successful. Even if you go into joining a team with, "Oh, I'm just going to do this for a couple, 3 years. I'm going to get my feet underneath me. I'm going to see how the industry works. Yes, it's going to cost me money, but guess what? I'll still be a real estate agent in 2 or 3 years," rather than dropping out of the industry because I thought I could do it by myself and I failed. My quick, fast, abbreviated story is I started as a solo agent. I had a wife. I still have a wife,
3 children, and I was the sole provider for my family. I actually moved to a brand new city in a brand new province, so my sphere was zero. I knew nobody, and I got into real estate. I had tenacity, I had motivation, and I had the will to win. I knew that if somebody could do it, I was going to do it. If there are successful people out there selling real estate and there are people making a living at it, I was going to do that. I knew that I wasn't going to be sleeping in until 10 a.m. I wasn't going to be playing video games during the day. Yes, I like playing video games in the evening, but essentially I was focused. I will win. I will succeed. If that's you, then you likely can make it as a solo agent. If you're not quite there, you can still make it, but again, my serious input is to join a team to help your odds for success. At the end of the day, Real Canada is an amazing fit for new agents and for old agents alike. But for new agents who are really willing to learn, to adapt, and to take advantage of the resources, the tools, the tech that the brokerage does give us. It's not for everybody, but if you're looking for something that is growing, something that caters to a modern thinking, a social media agent, someone who uses technology, someone who uses video, this is the brokerage. This brokerage gives you financial opportunities beyond just selling a home and getting a commission. And it offers the flexibility to be able to operate my business the way that I want it to. If you're still on the fence, let's talk. Drop your questions in the comments below. Reach out to me. My email address is on our website, and we can have a chat and see if Real Broker would be a good fit for you or not.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Real Estate Agent Success. Today I want to clear up some of the most common and honestly most misunderstood myths about Real Broker, how it operates, specifically here in Canada. So if you've been researching brokerages like Real, other brokerages, chances are you've heard at least one of these. So today we're breaking down the 5 biggest myths about Real Broker Canada and debunking them. Myth number 1, it's just another pyramid scheme. So let's start with this one. This one comes up. People hear about the revenue share and immediately think, well, here we go again. It's a pyramid scheme. The reality is, though, Real Broker is a licensed real estate brokerage. It's regulated under the Canadian Provincial Real Estate Councils, just like all the other brokerages, the big name ones, Remax, Royal LePage, Keller Williams. Yes, revenue share exists, but it's simply a brokerage-paid referral incentive for attracting producing agents. It's paid out of the company's portion of the commission split, not out of your downline's pocket. So that's what a pyramid scheme is, right? People are paying money to join, and it's going from their pocket to your pocket. That's not how it works in Real. Basically, in other brokerage models, it's that franchise owner that benefits by having producing agents, right? Everyone has to pay a cap into the brokerage. So if you own a Remax office, your agents that are capping are paying all that money. They're going to the office has its expenses, and then the profits are being held by the franchise owner. The profits are being held by Real, but they're also dispersing a portion of them to agents that are helping to grow the brokerage. Now, you can join Real and never attract another single agent and simply run your real estate business like normal and still get all the benefits of everything else that Real offers. In fact, 85% of agents do not bother with revenue share at all. It's optional. It's not mandatory. Myth number 2, you will not get any support. If it's a cloud-based brokerage, you'll be on your own. I've heard that before. I've seen it in comments when people are talking about it online, on Reddit. But actually, the opposite is quite true. At Real Broker Canada, you get full-time broker support in your province. In our province, we have 2 managing brokers. We get live tech support through the app. There are daily live training sessions on sales, on marketing, on lead generation, on really every topic under the sun. You have full access to leadership, to staff, to mentors, not just in your local area, but across Canada and across the US. And on top of that, the culture at Real is extremely collaborative. That's what it's all built upon. Agents helping agents across teams, across provinces, across markets. The support system isn't limited to a single office. It's national, it's international, being with Canada and America. It's really 24/7 and it's accessible. You are not on your own. Myth number 3 is that the brand name of Real could potentially hurt your business. You've probably heard, well, I need that big franchise name to be able to get clients. Clients really trust me because of the balloon logo on my business card or behind my head. In modern real estate, most consumers hire the agent, not the brokerage. Buyers and sellers aren't choosing you because of the logo on your business card. They choose you because of your marketing, of your reputation, of your communication, of your social proof, of what you're doing in the community. Real Broker simply gives you more freedom to build your own personal brand while still providing the legal framework of a fully licensed national brokerage, of course. So, in fact, many top producing agents inside Real run highly successful teams under custom brands that reflect their personal style, their niche, their local expertise, and their clients love it. When I switched from a big, well-known brick and mortar brokerage to join Real, it was a concern of mine. I was worried that I would lose clients, that clients would be like, what brokerage? I've never even heard of it. I had 18 active listings and I transferred them all over when I made the switch. Not a single one made a fuss about it. I explained what I was doing and everyone's like, yeah, that's fine. Where do I sign? I just want to work with you. Myth number 4, it's only for top producers. So this one's common also. It's only for huge mega teams or big massive agents that are doing tons of business. Not true. Now, top producers do love the model because of the low cap, the low fees, the revenue sharing opportunities, and of course the stock bonuses, they're massive too. But Real is actually designed to work for everybody. But it is designed to work for producing agents. It's not just for hobby agents that don't even do a deal in a single year. The model works for solo agents, for newer agents, for mid-level agents, for team leaders, for expansion teams, for mega teams. The vast majority of agents inside Real Broker Canada, though, are solo agents that are somewhat middle of the road, just producing agents, and they just are here because, hey, lower brokerage fees, access to better collaboration, more flexibility, a national network to plug into. So it's not just for mega producers. It's really for agents that just want to grow their business, to work on it, to take advantage of the tech that we have here and the awesome community of collaboration. Myth number 5 is it's new, it's too new, it won't even last that long. People worry, well, it's new to Canada. Will it even survive? Or maybe it's just new in my province. It's coming to Saskatchewan soon. So when it comes, day 1, should I join? Or is it just going to fizzle out? Well, let's look at the facts. Real Broker has been publicly traded since 2020 on the NASDAQ under the stock ticker REAX. It operates in 49 states and 4 Canadian provinces, and it's growing, it's expanding. As mentioned, we're coming to Saskatchewan really soon. The company is financially stable, it's debt-free, and it's consistently growing. Top agents and teams from major franchises are joining every single month, both in Canada and in the US. In Canada alone, Real has established a strong leadership, local broker support, and fast-growing national footprint. This is not just a side project. It is North America's fastest-growing brokerage in a challenging real estate climate. Are these legitimate questions to ask before you join Real? Absolutely they are. But hopefully now you can see that a lot of things people are saying about Real don't actually hold up to the facts. If you're curious about how Real Broker Canada actually works, not just the myths, not just the rumors, but the real structure, the benefits, and what it's like on the inside, feel free to reach out. My contact information is in the description below, and I'm always happy to have a transparent conversation about what plugging your business into Real would actually look like. When I first joined Real Broker, I was excited. The model made sense to me, the technology looked sharp and appealing, the opportunity was clear. But here's the thing, no matter how much research you do, there's always things that you don't fully understand until you live it, until you get there. So today, I want to share with you 5 things that I wish I knew before joining Real. Some of them are positive surprises, some of them were challenges, but all of them are real and happened to me. Firstly, the culture is stronger than I expected. Honestly, I thought moving to a cloud-based brokerage might feel quieter, more isolating, slower. There, of course, is not that office to walk into, no daily water cooler chat. But what I didn't expect was how strong the culture would actually be. And I know that culture is a bit of a buzzword in the industry. We got great culture here, great culture over there, but it's different in Real. the daily masterminds, over 30 live masterminds every single week in our Real Academy classes, the Reason community where agents collaborate 24/7. I've actually built more meaningful relationships within real estate here than I ever did in a physical office. The second thing that I found out was building a team is way easier here at Real. One of the biggest reasons I joined actually was the team structure. It delivered so well for myself. Team members only pay a half cap. The platform makes onboarding simple. And because of the collaboration culture within Real, my team could tap into resources from across North America instantly. If I had known how seamless this would be, I would have made the move sooner if I could have. Thirdly, what I didn't know before I joined was that the tech is always evolving and improving. When I first joined, the tech was already a huge step up from my old brokerage. But what I didn't realize is how fast it keeps improving. Real pours its heart and soul into making the agent experience better. And one of the big ways that they do this is by their ever improving tech. Leo is our AI agent. It keeps getting smarter. Real Wallet makes getting paid faster and makes managing our income easier. We can have it set up where it automatically takes a portion for taxes and just sets it aside. You start using a card in the States. It's not in Canada yet, but we can pay our business say expenses with that card and get points for using that card. And then we can use those points to offset our cap. Real Academy too. Again, so many live classes every single day, every single week. It's relevant training. It's what's working right now. This isn't static. It's a platform that's really growing and evolving with the industry. The fourth thing that I didn't really know too much about was the revenue share and the stock options, how really actually unique and special they are. Revenue share wasn't even on my desk. I didn't really care. I wanted to join because of all the offerings that Real has, but revenue share wasn't a difference maker for me. At first, I thought, well, it's just a nice perk. It's there. I don't really care about it. 3 years in, though, they're more than just perks. They're real wealth builders. They can be life changers. Revenue share can be a consistent monthly income stream, even if you're not selling real estate. The stock awards that have been given to me in this company and the stock price that has been growing really has accumulated far, far greater than any savings account I've ever had in my entire life. If I realized how powerful these were, again, I would have started building these earlier in my business and in my life if I at all possibly could have. What I did not know before I joined Real is that it is not for everybody. That's the honest and clear truth about it. It is not perfect for everyone. If you need constant handholding, or if you can't imagine going to work and not stepping into a physical office and chatting at the coffee maker and the water cooler, you might struggle here. Real works best for agents who are independent, who are collaborative, who are entrepreneurial, and who do embrace technology. Not that you have to be a computer programmer or know how to write website code. It's just you do have to use technology for this business model to work. So it's not for everybody, and that's okay. I do feel like there should be different options for different people. Just like there's not one car option on the lot, right? There's an SUV, there's a sports car, there's a minivan for people in different stages in their life and depending on what they need. So my honest reflection after being at Real, the 5 things that I wish I knew before joining Real again was that the culture is stronger than I expected. That building teams, the opportunities that are given here, it's so easy, it's so beneficial to team leaders. That the tech is actually better than you expect and it's constantly evolving. It's not something you need to be overwhelmed by and scared of. That the revenue share and stock wealth building options are legitimate. They are to be taken seriously and to be delved into. And that it's not for everybody. But for me, it's been one of the best moves I've ever made. If you're curious about what life at Real might look like if you plug your business into it, reach out. We can have a chat about whether it would be a good fit or not. Most agents think about what they pay their brokerage every single year. But the real important question is, do you ever think about what it's costing you to stay at the wrong brokerage? Because the truth is, the biggest costs aren't necessarily the ones you see on your statement or an invoice. They're the hidden ones that you don't notice until years have passed. Let's break it down. Every year, you work hard to close deals. And every year, a chunk of that money disappears into splits, desk fees, and of course, brokerage overhead. At a traditional brokerage, you might be paying $20,000 a year, $30,000, $40,000 a year in caps and fees to your brokerage. And when you grow a team, your team members get hit with the same high caps. What's different at Real is the cap is low. The split is simple, and the team members, they only pay a half cap. That difference alone can be the equivalent of a new car, a family vacation every single year. Now, here's another point that really hit me. At most brokerages, after 10, 20, 30 years, you'll walk away with maybe a plaque on the wall and some memories. Maybe you get a pen. No retirement plan is offered, no ownership offerings either. Now, at Real, every transaction, every milestone is also building stock ownership in the company. You are becoming a part owner, and that is growing over time. That means that your hard work isn't just for a short-term commission. It's actually building long-term wealth. So you're not just an agent for the brokerage. Again, you're becoming an owner in that brokerage. So the hidden cost of staying at the wrong place is never building equity, never building ownership in something. Ask yourself, what happens if you stop selling homes tomorrow? Let's say you want to retire or there's an accident that happens. At most brokerages, your income stops immediately, just like that. Your income is based on your productivity. At Real, revenue share creates an optional income stream that can keep paying you month after month, even if you slow down or altogether retire from the industry. It's about being rewarded for attracting great agents into the company. It's paid from Real's portion of the revenue that those agents are bringing into the company. It's not costing those agents anything. And it builds over time, something that can support you long after your last closing. The hidden cost of staying where you are? No plan for retirement. Another thing that agents rarely think about is the deals that you never even see. At Real, with a national and international network of over 27,000 agents and growing fast, referrals are constantly being passed around in real time. That's business flowing to agents across provinces, across states, across cities. So if your brokerage doesn't have that, you're missing out on income that you didn't even realize that you're missing out on. So again, the hidden cost here, opportunities lost in silence. So when you think about what your brokerage costs you, don't just look at the monthly bill or the annual cap. Think about the money that you don't keep, the equity and part ownership that you're not building, the retirement that you haven't set up yet and maybe you never will, the referrals that you never got. Those are the hidden costs of staying at the wrong brokerage. And the truth is, they can be a lot bigger than you think. If you've been wondering whether your brokerage is actually helping you build a business or quietly, potentially even holding you back, let's have a conversation. Real has been an excellent fit for myself, for my team, and for my business, so a real conversation about the topic has to be held. If you'd like to have one, reach out. My contact information is below. Real estate can feel a lot like high school at some points. Everyone's got their own table, everyone's guarding their notes, and if you ask for help, you might get a polite smile, but not much else. That is competition. That is silo mentality. That is the fear of if you're winning, then it must mean I'm losing. And honestly, it's exhausting. But at Real, things work differently. And today I want to explain how collaboration, not competition, changes the way agents succeed here. In most brokerages, this is how it works. Agents are competing with each other within the office for the same leads. Playbooks are guarded because sharing those means losing your edge. If you have an amazing listing presentation that you've developed over years, and this presentation that gets success maybe 90% of the time, and you're at a traditional brokerage, odds are you don't want to stand up at the front of the class and share that with everybody, because it would be giving everyone else a competitive advantage. Teams operate like little islands inside the same office. That is survival mode, that is competition. And while some agents can thrive in it, it causes anxiety, and many can burn out as well. Now, at Real, those silos do not exist. And here's what it means in real life. You drop a question into Workplace, which is what we use to communicate with all of our 27,000 plus agents, and within minutes, you'll have multiple agents from across Canada and the US sharing solutions. If there's a top producer that cracks the code for YouTube ads, they will be teaching it to everyone the next week inside Real Academy. If you need a referral partner across the country, you'll have multiple trusted options before the day ends. It's not just talk, it's collaboration that's built into the DNA of Real. Why collaboration works better than competition? When agents collaborate, three things happen. Firstly, faster learning. Instead of reinventing the wheel, we tap into strategies that are already working. Secondly, It's better service for our clients. We're sharing tools and ideas and systems. It means that our clients will be getting a higher level of professionalism from ourselves. A rising tide lifts all boats, thirdly. When agents openly share, everyone levels up, and the network's reputation of Real that we have here grows stronger as a whole. Competition will isolate, whereas collaboration will accelerate. The cultural piece that we have here, Real's motto is work hard, be kind. And it's not just a marketing line, it's really an operating system. Collaboration isn't forced, it's natural. It's who we are. Egos don't run the show, contribution does. And the agents who thrive here are the ones who understand this. When I help you, I win and you win, and then Real wins because we're all just making more money. The cultural shift is what makes Real different from anything else that I've seen in the industry personally. So the real difference, at a traditional brokerage, your colleagues are oftentimes and most commonly your competitors. At Real, your colleagues are your collaborators. And that single shift from competition to collaboration is what helps agents succeed faster, build stronger businesses, and actually enjoy the process again. So if you're tired of competing with the person at the next desk and you're ready to see what true collaboration feels like, let's have a conversation. My information is in the description below. You can reach out, we can have a chat about whether Real would be a good fit for you and your business or not. So today we're joined by Cam Mullets, a realtor here on Vancouver Island, who just happens to also be on our team here, the Seize the Day group. And today we're going to chat a little bit about his story and his real experience. So Cam, tell us a little bit about your real estate story first.
So I've been licensed for just over 2 years now. I worked in the construction industry for about 20 years, the last 16 of that being tile. I had 2 knee injuries about a few months from each other, which resulted in surgery. In and around that time, I was encouraged by a friend to consider real estate, so I got my license, and here we are 2 years later.
Awesome. Good to hear. So do you miss tiling?
I don't at all. I enjoyed doing it all the years that I was doing it, but it's funny, I have not looked back at all.
Yeah, you're ready for a change.
Yeah.
So your path in real estate is a little bit different, I think, than probably most agents in that you were never really at a traditional brick and mortar brokerage first and then made the switch to a cloud-based brokerage. So with that unique perspective that you have, do you feel like you ever missed out on something by not being at that brick and mortar brokerage?
Yeah, like you said, I don't really have anything to compare it to because when I was licensed, I came right on with Real. And I found that when I first started, even when I was going to school, I thought that I was so used to getting up early, going off to work, and having somewhere designated to go. I thought that a designated office space would be a good thing. And we kind of considered it as a team, whether that's something that we should have. And we've reconsidered it again recently. And I don't really feel like I'm missing anything by not having that specified workspace to go to. I enjoy working from home. Most of the time, if I'm on my computer, I'm working from home. Sometimes I'm working from the road if I'm out doing listing appointments or showings. But I like having the flexibility of working from home just because kind of balancing work life and family life, it gives me the flexibility of being able to pick up my kids from school if they get sick or whatever the case may be. So yeah, I haven't missed being able to be in an office as far as being able to collaborate with other agents and other brokerages. There are a lot of events throughout the year in town and realtor collabs. So I find that's a good chance to be able to collaborate with other agents for sure.
Yeah, I really do agree. So now, turning the gears a bit onto Real, what do you think are some of the biggest items of value that we get from Real here in Canada, especially?
So some of the big things for me I've found since I've been with the company is that the stock purchase plan. So I bought into the stock purchase plan early on when I first started. So I think if I remember right, the stock prices were at about $1.50 for Rex, I guess it's called. And over the last 2 years, we've come to over $5. So that's been a really good asset for me. So when you're part of the stock purchase plan, a portion of your commission is paid in stock. And when you buy into that program, the company is contributing a percentage as well. So that's almost become like a small income stream for me and my family. So that's definitely been an asset for us.
Yeah, it's kind of like a forced savings account, right? Like you don't really think about it because it's just automatically being allocated to this side little account that's in your control, but it's growing. And yeah, you have this little savings account. So I think that is a really massive thing of value that we do get that's unique that isn't really offered at other brokerages.
Yeah, and there's other income streams as well, revenue share. So if you're putting time and effort into attracting people to the brokerage and to the company, you're paid a dividend from that. So it's kind of nice, like your effort is rewarded, and rather than the company taking all of its income and using it itself, it's paying it back to the agent. So that's a nice little asset as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. So, and thing in the news recently was real. They announced a change to the fee structure and how it was set up, how it works specifically here in Canada. So that really does affect us as Canadian agents. So, can you let us know your thoughts on this announcement?
Yeah, so I was at the online meeting when that was first announced, with the brokerage and with the management here. And the way that it was explained to us was a few years ago when Real came to Canada, they basically copied and pasted their format from the US, plopped it into Canada, and it was $12,000 for your cap. And then they just took that same $12,000 and put it into Canadian funds and started it that way. So, I mean, when you look at the difference between the US and Canada dollar price, that doesn't really equal out. And having that really low fee structure for several years has been a great way to attract people to the brokerage. But it was kind of one of those things where a perfect thing can't last forever, and we need to change with the times. And during those years, it was like the US real side was subsidizing the Canadian side, and that's not really sustainable. So I think it makes sense. We're still getting an excellent value. We're still one of the most affordable brokerages to be a part of. So it's something that, I mean, paying more there's always that initial, like, why are we paying more? But it was explained really well to us, and I think it made sense. It wasn't something that upset me. I think we're still getting excellent value for what we pay for.
Yeah, I do agree. And I think that's the question that you really have to ask yourself is every brokerage has to get paid. It is a business. There has to be profits. So it's are you getting more value than you're paying into to that brokerage? And for me, yeah, I agree. The answer is yes, I definitely am. Um, Change is hard, right? And as
Sorry, that's my phone ringing.
it's
No,
okay,
he's
we'll cut
going.
that out. Busy realtor. Change is hard and hard for some people more so than others, and I totally get that. But Tamir, actually, there was a question asked to him in the last questionnaire, and it was really brought about because this difference between the Canadian dollar and the American dollar is just getting a little bit silly, right? So that's why they had to reevaluate. So then he was asked, well, what if we get back close together? Like, what if we get to par in a couple of years? Will it be changed again? And he said, yes, like we're open to that communication, to changing things back. It's just right now things need to be sustainable and the business needs to be able to cover its expenses essentially.
Yeah, for sure.
So, nextly, just briefly, what do you think are some of the best like tech tools? So we know lots of value things that Real gives us, but what about the tech tools that Real provides to us that you particularly appreciate?
Well, again, I don't have another brokerage to compare it to, but I think the way that we're doing things, and from what I've heard from other agents and other brokerages, our transaction platform is excellent. We're integrating AI into that currently with Leo. Leo's getting to a point where very soon we'll be able to see that as we're loading documents, it'll be scanning our documents to make sure we haven't made any mistakes. Even something simple like missed one initial on one page. So it'll send that back to us and say, make this correction before that becomes an issue with the transaction, or even before it goes to our managing broker. So it'll save them that management time. So that's an excellent thing. Real signature as well is something that we have. So rather than having to go to DocuSign or another company that you have to pay a membership for, we have real signature included in our transaction platform. So I think things like that, they're definitely a real asset. Our brokerage is very focused on technology and the value of owning and designing our own technology. I think that's a really good long-term plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do agree. So, what is something that Real gives us or provides, but for whatever reason you feel like maybe you haven't taken full advantage of, or not that you've slept on it, but there's some things like, I really want to get into that. I know we have it, but I haven't really dug into it. Is there anything like that?
Yeah, so I've found in this industry, the education is it's a little bit like drinking from a fire hose. There's so much to learn. It's a steep learning curve, especially coming from construction into real estate. There's certain things about houses and building that translate, but the tech side of it has been a lot for me to learn. So Real Academy is something that our brokerage offers as far as educational content. We get emails as well from Sharon with excellent educational content. So it's a lot to take in, and that's something that I want to take more advantage of in the future for sure.
Yeah, there's so much valuable content there, and it is a fire hose, and you quite simply can't take it all in because there's over 30 live classes held every single week, right, on different topics. So, yeah, I agree. Just kind of circling back, and if you have some time, go check out what's happening today or what happened this week in Real Academy and tune in. Doesn't even have to be live because everything's recorded. There's a lot of knowledge there. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for your time, Cam. Really do appreciate you hopping on with us. So, if anyone's looking to reach out and chat with you, or perhaps join Real here in Canada, how can they get a hold of you?
I know telephones are a little bit dead these days, but I'm always available for a call, even if it's in the evening. Agents basically work 24 hours a day, right? So call me anytime, whether it's a phone call or a text message or email. All of our contact information is on our website at seizethedaygroup.com.
You're an old soul. We can still call you.
Yeah,
Thanks for your time today, Cam. Thanks a lot.
good chatting with you.
Let's be honest, switching brokerages is not easy. It is stressful. It causes a lot of anxiety. It doesn't matter if you've been at your office for 2 years or for 20 years, making that move, making that switch feels massive. It can be daunting. When I made the switch to leave my traditional brick and mortar brokerage and join Real, I ran into challenges that I didn't fully expect. So today, I want to share the 3 hardest things about switching brokerages and why, despite those challenges, I feel it was still absolutely worth it. The first challenge was simply getting uncomfortable. I knew the systems at my old brokerage. I knew the people. I knew my managing broker. I knew exactly what to expect by walking into that office. And leaving that behind was hard. It felt like starting over again. But the truth is, comfort doesn't equal growth. Once I stepped into Real's platform, the new technology, the new tools, the amazing new community, I realized that being uncomfortable was the best thing that could have happened to my business because of where my business went thereafter. The second challenge that I had was a concern with what would my clients think. I worried, would they still trust me without the big brand name behind me? Would they follow me to a new brokerage that they likely have never even heard of? And here's what actually happened. Not a single client cared about the logo behind my name. They cared about me. They wanted to work with me because of who I am and what I deliver. They trusted me because of the years of service, the relationships that I had with them, and the results, not the brokerage sign that was standing in their yard previously. And that was a huge realization. Clients hire the agent, not the brand. The third big challenge that I had was managing all of the logistics of a switchover, the paperwork to transfer listings, updating the signage, the cards, the marketing, updating your socials, every single one, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, moving everything from one system to another. It was stressful in the moment. There was a lot of moving pieces. I had a notepad with a long checklist of things that I had to do. But the good news is that Real's onboarding support walked me through it step by step. And within a short time, everything was running smoother than before. Looking back, the logistics were a small bump on the road to something much bigger. So yes, the switch was hard. It was stressful for me personally. But here's why it was so very much worth it. I gained a modern tech platform that saves me time. I have a financial model that rewards me with stock and revenue share. My team structure is more scalable and more affordable for not only myself, but my team members. And I'm part of a collaborative culture that helps me grow. The challenge of switching lasted a few days, at most a week, but the benefits of being at Real have lasted for years and keep compounding. So if you're thinking about switching brokerages, here's the takeaway. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it's scary. And yes, it's going to take some effort. But on the other side of that decision is the opportunity to build a business and a future that you may not even realize is possible yet. For me, it was worth every single hurdle and challenge. If you're considering making the move over and like to have a chat about the pros and cons and what it would actually look like, feel free to reach out. All my contact information is in the description below. If you're exploring brokerages right now, let me ask you something. Are you asking the right questions? Because most agents, their first question is, well, what's the commission split? How much do I have to pay into the brokerage? But really, that's just scratching the surface. In this video, I'm going to share with you the 3 questions that completely changed the way I looked at brokerages, and asking them might change the trajectory of your entire career. So when I was exploring options before I joined Real, I asked the same question that everyone does that I just referred to. What's the split? I asked, well, do you have an office? What's the cap? And don't get me wrong, the answers to those questions are important. You do need to ask them. But those are just surface level numbers questions. The ones that impact your income, your lifestyle, your business, your long-term success, those questions go deeper. I think an important question to ask yourself is finding the absolute lowest cost brokerage really what's important to you? To me, I don't think so. Did you buy your cell phone that's in your pocket because it was the cheapest one out there? Not likely, right? There's cheaper alternatives. The cell phone you have is likely pretty stinking expensive, but you bought it because it has features that you want. It has an amazing camera so you can take professional looking photos, and you're willing to pay that and pay for its features because of the value that it was giving back to you, how it affects your day-to-day life. Hopefully, it makes your life a little bit better by having that cell phone. So the same is true of a brokerage. Real is not the cheapest brokerage, and that's not the goal. You will find cheaper models. And the truth is, it doesn't have to be, and it shouldn't be. It should, though, give you more value than the amount of money that you're paying into it. You should be getting a ton of value from the money that you're spending. So much so that it doesn't really matter, and you're grateful for where you are. And if you're not grateful for the brokerage that you're at and what you're getting, then it probably is a good idea to start exploring. So whether you're a new agent or you're a seasoned pro, you're a team lead or not, I want to walk you through the 3 questions that every agent should be asking. And the first one is, how will this brokerage help me grow beyond just selling homes? Most brokerages will help you sell. We are transaction based. It's all about selling a house and getting on to the next one. But few will actually help you scale your business. And even fewer will help you build long-term wealth. You want a model really that allows income streams beyond just closing on home sales. Things like building equity within the company that you're at, revenue share, mentorship opportunities, passive income potential. And this is because closing deals is great. We all know that. We love selling a house and getting to that completion date. But what happens when the market shifts or when you just need some time off with your family? What if you need to take 6 to 9 months off from production? What'll happen to your business then? And if you're at a brokerage like Real, the potential for income streams that come into your bank account and aren't relying on you selling a home is actually present. Nextly, Who will I be surrounded with? Culture actually really does matter. Collaboration matters. The people that you're around shape your mindset and your momentum more than you might think. Ask yourself, are the agents that I'm currently rubbing shoulders with in my brokerage, are they forward thinking? Are they supportive? Are they helping each other win, or are they just trying to outshine each other? Are they holding their cards close to their chest, or are they an open book and ready and willing to share? I have seen environments where agents will hoard knowledge. They might be very good at YouTube, but they don't want to really talk about it because they'll be teaching you and then you'll be competing with them. But now that I'm here at Real, it's a place where collaboration is the norm. Collaboration fuels growth, and hoarding that knowledge fuels burnout and fuels animosity. I have agents call me from other markets from across the entire country, ones that I've never talked to before or chatted with before. And they say, hey, I saw your video on Real Signature. I'm having this issue. How can you help me with this? And I'm happy to help. And we chatted, we've Zoom called. And after I provided the help that I could, they offered to reciprocate at any point if I had any questions. If I ever need anything, they said, hey, thank you so much for your help. Reach out anytime you need anything. So that's just a small taste of the community that we have. It really is unmatched. And it's not 200, 300, 400 agents that are within your office. It is across North America. North America's fastest brokerage has the community that really outshines them all, in my opinion. Okay, the third question is, will this brokerage still work for me in 5 years from now? Most agents think about where they are right now, and our heads just in the sand trying to get through this transaction, then through the next one. And we don't really have time to think about where we're heading. Where's our business heading? So is your brokerage adaptable? Are they innovative? Are they building for the future, or are they stuck in the past? Are they on the ground floor of adapting to this new technology and AI world that we live in? Or are they still using fax machines? Because what worked for you a year ago, 10 years ago, probably will not serve you in 5 years. The industry is adapting too fast. So is your brokerage adapting even before these changes? Are they on the cutting edge technology floor of being industry leading? You should really be part of a platform that evolves with you, not one that you've outgrown. If you are somewhere that is stagnant, it is time for a change. So Real was really the first place that actually answered these 3 questions for me. A scalable business model with equity from stock purchase programs, from the revenue share, a community driven by collaborative agents that I actually want to be part of. That was a huge thing for me. I saw the type of agent that was joining, and I saw what their focus was. And I saw that they were successful. They were not part-time agents. Largely, they were ones that really are adapting technology and pushing things forward. And that's what I wanted to be part of. And that's who I want to be and how I want to grow my business. We're part of a future-proof platform that's designed for long-term success. But before you say yes to any brokerage, to any switch, just pause and again, ask those 3 questions to yourself again. How will this brokerage help me grow beyond just selling homes? Who will I be surrounded by? What's the type of agent that's there and that tends to join there? And will this brokerage still work for me in 5 years from now? Are they adaptive? Are they pushing things forward and leading the industry? If you'd like to have a real conversation, an honest conversation about how these questions might apply to your business to see if it might or might not be a good fit, feel free to reach out. All of my contact information is on my website. Today, I'm excited to share with you 3 Real Broker tools that we are given with as Real agents that I rely on every single day to streamline my business, to enhance my client satisfaction, and to stay ahead in this competitive real estate market. So whether you're a seasoned agent, a veteran, or just starting out, these tools can make an absolutely huge difference in how you manage your transactions, in how you communicate with clients, grow your business, and get the job done. First up is Reason. This is Real's proprietary transaction management platform. Reason serves as the central hub for all of my business operations. With Reason, I can track my financials. I can immediately see how much I've made this year. I can see how much I'm about to make with deals that are yet to complete. I can see how much I've paid in towards my cap, how far I'm off from it.
I can see how far I'm off from hitting that elite agent status. And here's also where we manage all of our transactions and our listings. There's two different sections. There's a listing section. So when we get a listing, we go there and say, reason I have a listing. And it says, drop the MLS sheet, drop the signed title, drop the signed MLS contract. And it's the same with transactions. We write an offer on a house and it gets accepted. We put it all in there and it goes for managing broker review. We can edit transactions. We can add or adjust partners or referrals within our team. We can generate necessary documents like trade record sheets and send them off. Right within the app too, we can deposit a deposit check. So our client gives us a check, we take a picture within the app, and it gets deposited into Real's trust account. Also within Reason, we communicate directly with our broker efficiently. We can call them, but also we can go to a transaction and in that transaction make a comment. That way the broker knows what we're talking about and we don't need to explain regarding this transaction. It's already there. We're communicating within the transaction so everyone knows what we're looking at and talking about. Reason also has a mobile version of the app, and it's insanely handy because all of that same information is on my phone. I personally prefer to work typically from my laptop, and that's where I add and put all my documents in from. But if I need to, it's on my phone. Or if I need to get some information from what's happening in a transaction, I could be anywhere, and I have my phone with me. I'm a real estate agent, and I can get that information. Okay, the second tool, and this is accessed within Reason too. So for all these things, it's a one-stop shop. We go to Reason, and then we have all these different areas we can go to. It's not logging into all these different websites with different usernames and passwords, which is the bane of my existence. One-stop shop. You log in, and it's there. But another tool we have in Reason is Real Signature. Real Signature is what it sounds like. It's our integrated electronic signing platform, and it's really changed how I handle really my entire business and document signing. With Real Signature, I can create reusable document templates. So this saves me a ton of time on future transactions. I'll give you an example. Here in BC, we have a property disclosure statement. There is dozens and dozens of questions where a seller has to initial yes, no, maybe, or I don't know, doesn't apply to every single question. Putting this in manually on a sheet takes probably a half an hour of putting all the boxes in there and saying, make the client be able to choose whether they want to initial here, 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 here for all these questions. So with Real Signature though, I made that once, I saved it as a template, and now within 15 seconds, maybe less, I can send that off to a seller. I do not have to redo it every single time. We can of course access this again from our laptops, from our phone. It's all within that Reason app that we have access to. The clients that I work with also comment on how easy it is, how straightforward it is, and I really value the efficiency that it brings to my workflow. I know there are other options, and I used to be a DocuSign user. It was just costing me hundreds and hundreds of dollars a year. And that's because I have a team, so that cost goes up. But now with Real Signature, it's absolutely free. It's included, zero cost. The third tool that I'm going to talk about is Leo, our Copilot AI assistant. Leo has become a part of my daily routine. Think ChatGPT for real estate, but one that actually knows your transactions and knows where you are within that transaction. You can ask it, what do I need to do next with 123 Main Street? What's missing? Has it been sent out for conveyance? Once I enter a new listing into Reason, Leo pops up and says, congrats on your new listings. Would you like me to make some social media shareables for you? It really has helped me get the answers to small questions or big questions really quickly. It's the first place that I typically go to. Or if I want training on something, if I want to watch a video from Sharon, say about open houses, ask in Leo, is there any training seminars from Sharon on open houses? And all those videos from the Academy will pop up right there. What it really does is give us like this 24/7 concierge type feeling. We can focus more on what we want to do. We're also busy in real estate. We don't want to be behind the desk searching for answers or Googling things. Ask Leo and the answer comes up. If it doesn't come up, if it gives you a bad answer, there's a little thumbs down button. We're encouraged just to hit that. And then the devs in the back end will see, well, why weren't they happy with this? And they'll keep working on it and tweaking it to make it better and better. So in conclusion, Reason, Real Signature, and Leo, our AI Copilot, those are the three very, very powerful tools that have transformed how I operate my real estate business. They are just efficient, they're convenient,
they're effective, and I feel like they give me a competitive edge in today's market. I'm able to do my job better because I have access to those things. So if you're considering joining Real yourself, these tools are just a small glimpse of some of the innovation and support that Real offers to its agents. If you'd like to see what plugging your business into the Real model would look like, reach out. We can have a conversation. We can see if it would be a good fit or not. The 4 biggest mistakes agents make when switching to a cloud-based brokerage. Are you thinking about making the switch to a cloud-based brokerage like Real Canada? Of course, you're not alone. More and more agents are leaving their traditional brick and mortar brokerages behind and embracing the freedom, the flexibility, and the financial opportunities that cloud-based brokerages just offer. Real is, of course, the fastest growing brokerage in all of North America, Canada, and the States, which means most agents are choosing to join Real over every other brokerage. But here's the thing, not all agents make a smooth transition. There can be hiccups, there can be bumps in the road. In fact, I see some agents make some big mistakes when they switch and join Real. However, you can avoid them and set yourself up for success from day one. So let's jump into it. The 4 biggest mistakes that I see agents making as they make a switch to Real Canada. One is not having a detailed transition plan with steps in place and really knowing what it takes to make the switch. This is probably the first most common mistake that I see. I see agents decide, yeah, I'm making the switch, I'm sold, this is what I want, this is going to help me, but they haven't really planned out well what it takes to make this switch with my personal business. I get it, it's exciting, it's an exciting change, Real is amazing, and you should be excited to join. However, there are things that are involved that we need to line up and really figure out to make this switch as painless and as streamlined as possible. So here are some of the things that you need to figure out to line up before you make this switch. Firstly, research your previously signed ICA or independent contractor agreement that you have in place with your current brokerage. If you're not licensed with a current brokerage, disregard this step. But you need to look at that agreement. What did I sign? What does it say about if I leave? What does it say if I leave is going to happen to my current listings? See what it says. Now, there could be some relaxation from what it says. There could be brokerage policy, but in the end, a lot of it is left up to the managing broker. So definitely have a chat with your managing broker at your current brokerage and say, this is my plan, I will be leaving. So can we just talk through how it's going to look taking my listings with me? In the past, I've definitely seen them relax some things. However, it's completely up to that managing broker and that brokerage. They may or may not be as lenient and as easy to work with as others are. You will need to inform your clients, of course. You don't want your clients to just think that you disappeared. You're no longer at the same office that you were at, and that same logo won't be behind your head anymore. So that does need to be addressed with clients. They need to know what's going on. So if you have a lot of active listings, it will involve phone calls, emails, and in another video I have about making the transition as smooth as possible, I go over really how to address talking to a client and how to phrase it to them in a positive way. Another thing you need to line up is updating your branding, all your marketing, your email signature, your social media bios need to reflect which brokerage you're at, your business cards, your website, making sure that everything is up to speed. Some of these things you can get done prior to the switch. Some of these things, though, will have to be done essentially after you switch. You just wouldn't want a lot of lag time to elapse with something that shows that you're at your past brokerage for days and weeks after you made that switch. It will have to be updated relatively soon and quickly as possible. So we touched on this, but you do have to transfer your listings. Now, depending on the MLS board that you're with, the brokerage that you're with, the managing broker, you might be able to transfer listings. You may also be able to cancel those listings. So just cancel them at your current brokerage and then bring them up fresh as a new listing once you've made the switch. After you've made that switch, you'll of course have to set up all the different systems that are in place. Don't be overwhelmed by this thought. Real is really made to easily transition into. So there will be things to jump into and to learn, and you'll have to be taking advantage of those new systems, but that's something you really need to settle in on. The smoother your transition, the faster you can get back to what you really want to do, and that's sell real estate and help people. Mistake number 2 that I see is failing to market your move. And that's a huge missed opportunity if it's not taken advantage of. Switching to a cloud-based brokerage is a big deal. And as you move to Real, you now have access to a ton of new technology that'll really help your business, that'll streamline your business, that'll provide so much more education. So announce that. Make a social media post. Tell your clients how excited you are to be there. And a side result is this will also show other people in the industry that you've made this switch and can also help you. So a few different ways that this announcement can be made is, of course, on social media. So you can create a post explaining, why you made this switch, what helped you make this decision, how excited you are about being at Real and all the tools and tech that they offer. So it can be a short video. You can even hop onto a camera and explain all this. As well, you could do a small write-up. Nobody wants to read an essay about your change, but if it's a small 2 or 3 paragraph explanation about why you made the switch and how excited you are and how nothing's going to change in your level of service, send that out to your client database. It'll be an excuse to touch base with them, and you'll just be top of mind. And at the same time, you're telling them about Real and helping to grow Real in the eyes of consumers and in their public awareness of the company. So make sure you update your online presence. So there's a lot of different areas that some things we set up and then we never really touch again. Like for me, it's LinkedIn. I don't really use LinkedIn too much. Make sure that's updated. Make sure your Google profile is updated. You might think of something like a week later and be like, I didn't think of that either. But just keep on top of it and make sure everything does transition over with you and make that announcement clear. A third mistake that I see people make as they've made the switch is not taking full advantage of Real's tools and resources and tech that we have. Real has really designed a brokerage that their goal is to give us the best tools and tech to help us succeed, to give agents the best user experience possible. If there's something that can be streamlined, there's still a small enough growing company that I can knock on their door, I can go send an email, make a phone call, and they will listen, and they have implemented changes that I've suggested. So take advantage of what they give us because it is huge and it is what really sets us apart from other brokerages. Some key resources that you need to be taking advantage of here at Real Canada is our training and mentorship. So Real offers incredible training and mentorship programs. So weekly masterminds, hop onto those. There's over 30 every single week in our Real Academy. Make sure you're utilizing that because this is some of the top minds, not just in Real, in the entire industry, telling you what's working in this aspect of their business this week. It is massive. As well, if you're a new agent, there is a Real mentorship program, so you can hop on that and be guided through your first few real estate deals and transactions. Our CRM, our marketing tools, Real provides cutting edge tech to help us to automate our follow-up, to run ads, to stay in touch with leads. Make sure you know how to use it. Attend those training seminars that are focused on that tech. Our community, our collaboration, even though we are cloud-based, we work together. We're not alone on an island. So make sure you connect with other Real agents in your area, in your town. If you're not having like a monthly get-together coffee, set one up. Arrange that so that we can really continue to grow and collaborate and help each other. Make sure you are aware of the revenue share and stock options, the different ways that we can make an income here at Real Broker. Most agents come to Real obviously knowing the commission model and that it itself will likely save them money, potentially tons of money, but make sure you really deep dive into the different income streams that Real provides. The stock purchase program, look into that. You'll be setting aside a small portion of your check, every single commission check, into buying stock into Real, but in doing so, you'll be given stock bonuses. After a year or two, these stock bonuses can really add up and even offset what you've paid into the brokerage. Look into the revenue sharing model. Understand it. Realize that no, it's not multi-level marketing. It's not gross. Instead of the profits going to the franchise owner, the brokerage owner, profits are being distributed partially to people within the company that are helped growing the company. The agents who thrive, who really love it here at Real, are the ones who take full advantage of the resources, of the tech, of the support, of the collaboration, and the training that is made available to us. So if you make the switch, use the tools that we are given to help grow your business. The fourth mistake, and one that I have seen agents be hung up on and actually join Real and then leave after deciding that, well, maybe this is not for me, is not understanding what a cloud-based brokerage is and how it's different from brick and mortar. It quite simply is different. There are some services that are offered to you at a brick and mortar brokerage which are not offered to you here. There is no secretary sitting at a desk, answering the phone and diverting it to you. You will be your own secretary. Now you might have a team, you might have assistants, that's totally fine. You might be a solo agent and have everything on lock, but you will be doing your filing system. There's no one to walk into at the end of a week and put down some papers on a desk and say, got another accepted offer, and that person sends it to the managing broker and files it as needed. That is on you. There are some things that you have to do that maybe you weren't used to doing. Maybe you could just say to your secretary, can you pull the title for this property over at 123 Main Street? No, that's on you. So you will have to create your own MyLTSA account. There will be extra steps. Is it worth spending thousands of more dollars to be at an office for someone to pull me a title? No, it's not. So that's the decision you have to make. But there are differences. There is a ton of training as I went over. However, there is not someone that'll make you get out of bed and go to work. There is no managing broker that'll be knocking on your door saying, how did your lead generation go today? If you need accountability, there are groups and mastermind groups within Real where you can tune into and get that same accountability. But you won't have someone looking over your shoulder asking you what you're doing. If you need that motivation, you might be best off being at a brick and mortar traditional brokerage. So to recap, the 4 biggest mistakes that I see some agents make as they make the switch into a cloud-based brokerage like Real Canada is 1, not having a transition plan. Write down on a piece of paper all the things that you're going to need to change and switch as you make the switch over, all the branding that you need to change, how you're going to address your listings. Have a checklist of your listings and make sure everything is being done with every single one. Talk with your managing broker. Check your ICA and see what it says about making the switch. The next mistake I see is failing to market your move. Use social media, use email, use video to let people know where you are, that you haven't just disappeared, but that you're growing in your business and this is how you're doing it. Thirdly, a mistake that I see is not taking advantage of all the tools, the tech, the masterminds that we have here at Real. If you don't take advantage of all the training, those over 30 live classes every single week, you might feel disconnected and alone. But you start hopping into those Zoom classes and you will flourish and your business will grow. And fourthly, again, not understanding the difference of what it's like being at a cloud-based brokerage, not having that traditional secretary for that office support. There are more things that you as an agent will have to do, but there are cost savings and there's actually more money being made here at Real. So if you're thinking about making the move over to Real Canada, let's talk. Drop a comment below. If you have any specific questions, you can hit me up. All my contact information is on my website. Let's have a chat to see if Real would be a good fit for you or not. Whenever I talk to an agent about Real, whether it's in person, on socials, through a DM, there are 5 questions or topics that just tend to kind of keep coming up over and over again. Sometimes some variations of these questions, but really there's 5 that I see a lot. So today I'm going to talk about these 5 different topics that come up, and it's coming from an agent that's been within Real for several years now. So let's jump right in. The first one is, how do you, as an agent at Real, actually make an income, make money at Real besides selling homes? The short answer is that you don't have to do anything else other than sell homes, other than sell real estate to make a living at Real. That is the focus. We are real estate agents first. We sell homes. That said, the platform, though, does give us multiple income opportunities. Of course, there's that regular commission from selling a property, but there are stock bonuses awarded to us for being part of the stock purchase program. There's a stock bonus given to you when you sell your first home of every single year. There are stock awards for hitting different milestones. There is revenue share when you attract other agents that also produce. And if you're cap and then you sell enough homes to be able to qualify to be part of the elite agent program, you're given an additional stock award of $16,000 Canadian for just selling homes. So yes, you can build long-term wealth here on top of your income, but you don't have to recruit or build a team to benefit from the model. You can simply plug in your existing business into Real's model and benefit. The second question I get a lot is, how is the support? This might even be the first question. And that one's huge because the fear is that if it's virtual, if it's cloud-based, am I going to be left hanging? The truth is that our support here has actually been faster and more helpful than at times what I've had in previous brokerages. We have dedicated staff handling compliance, dealing with onboarding and with tech questions, and they respond quickly. And you're never really on your own. There's always someone to talk to, whether it's reaching out to your sponsor, the leadership group in your community, hopping onto WorkVivo, where all thousands and thousands of our agents are present, asking a question, there will be someone there that's able to help you. It's layered. There's multiple ways of help and assistance out there, and it works. The third question, and I think this is an important one to ask, is do I need to be ultra techie, tech savvy to succeed here and to actually figure this out and make this work in my business? And I would say no. The tech is modern. Modern tech is intuitive. It's not complicated. Everything you need is in one dashboard, one login. Your transactions, your marketing tools, your transaction management, your stocks. You can see how much you have in the stock purchase program, how much stock awards, your revenue share. It's all in one place, one website that we log into, or we can log into an app on our phone. And if we need help, there are walkthroughs, there are weekly trainings, there's one-on-one support that's available. There's also reaching out to the agent that you joined with. That's called your sponsor. So if you join sponsoring me and you say, hey, how do I do this with the app? You can call me, you can text me, and I walk you through it. We're happy to help everyone in the entire brokerage. Basically, I say if you can operate Gmail to a reasonable level and you can work with PDFs, you can make a PDF from a piece of paper and drag it into Gmail and send an email and manage a calendar and be able to log into a Zoom stream, you'll be okay. That's pretty much the extent of it. The fourth question is, how is the culture when everyone's online? Will I feel alone? Will I feel like I'm on an island? Honestly, it's better than I even expected. Culture doesn't rely on a physical office. It's about who you're in business with and how you're being supported. Inside Real, there are weekly masterminds, coaching groups, casual hangouts, in-person events, and a community that actually is active and it's generous. It's people who are showing up to help and not compete. And that's a huge difference maker. Take a look at the agents that are joining Real. There is a certain demographic of agents that it attracts. Ones that are forward thinking, ones that are pushing the bounds of technology and embracing change and saying, well, this is where the industry is going. I want to be part of that and I want to go that direction and go with it so that I can be successful moving forward. Last question, and I get a variation of this, but is it hard to switch? Like, what are all the hoops I have to jump through? Switching brokerages, it always feels like a big move, and it is. But Real makes it actually very smooth. There's a full onboarding process that's been really streamlined out. You'll get access to training, to a checklist of things that you'll need to do, mentorship if you need it, help transferring your deals, your signage over. We'll be able to point you in the right direction. You're not expected to figure it all out alone. Obviously, a lot of agents are making the change, over 1,000 every single month. And that change, we're helping agents to do it as smoothly as possible. We can take it step by step. Most agents end up saying that I just wish I made this change sooner. So these 5 questions, variations of them, do seem to keep coming up over and over again. And I get it. They should. And you should be asking questions. So if this video answers some of your questions, but maybe you have another one, leave a comment below or reach out and we can have a chat. You can ask your questions and we can see if this would be a good fit for your business or not. Today we're tackling the topic of the top 5 reasons agents often regret about not joining Real earlier. So if you're contemplating on making the move or you're a bit hesitant, this breakdown might provide a little bit of clarity that you need to hear. So one of the most significant regrets agents express is missing out on Real's revenue share model. Real distributes a portion of the revenue that it makes back to its agents who are helping to grow the company. This model allows agents to earn passive income by sponsoring productive agents. It only works if you bring in an agent that's producing, not one that's just another warm body. They have to be selling real estate. But in doing so, Real will actually give you, if you've brought that agent in, a portion of the profits. How this differs from other real estate models is typically it's just the franchise owner that benefits from the profits of that brokerage. But now Real is saying, you know what, rather than spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on halftime commercials, we're just going to pour it back into our company so that it'll make raving fans of our agents, and our agents will go out and do the work for us. Is it working? Well, we're North America's fastest growing brokerage right now. The structure is straightforward. Tier 1. So I attract somebody to join Real. You can earn up to $4,000 annually as long as they cap by directly sponsoring that agent. Now, if that agent brings somebody in, that would be my tier 2, and I could earn up to $3,200 annually per agent, providing they cap. Then there's tiers 3 through 5 that continue in this pattern with earnings of $2,400, $1,600, and up to $800 respectively. So this system not only provides an additional income stream, but also really is creating a collaborative environment where we are incentivized to help those agents and to help them succeed. It's not just bring them in and walk away. We want them to stay happy, because them staying happy and staying present and selling more real estate, they'll make more money, but also a portion of those profits, Real will give back to us. Another area where agents feel that they might have missed out on, but it's still not too late, is stock ownership. Real offers agents the unique opportunity to invest into the company through various stock incentive programs. For instance, we have the stock purchase program. So what this is, we don't have to be part of it, but if we opt in, we can allocate a portion of our commission to automatically purchase company stocks for us. And then we're given bonuses for doing so. And if we hit elite status, we're given a massive stock bonus of $16,000 in stocks. This approach allows agents to build equity within their brokerage. And what it does, I really love being part of it because it's kind of like a little forced savings account. I don't have to think about the 5 or 10% coming off of my paycheck. It's not like that money's going away. I'm investing it into a stock that's growing, and I'm being given bonuses for doing so. After a couple short years with the brokerage, it's amazing how much I've been able to save up. It's something that I'm super grateful for. I'm growing this nest egg, and it's not a little number, it's a number to be proud of. Another area that agents are sometimes kicking themselves in the butt about not joining sooner is really understanding where your money goes to and how much you're paying into your brokerage. Real's commission structure is designed with agents in mind. It's an 85-15 split, and then there's a $15,000 annual cap. Now, if you're on a team, it's half of that. It's $7,500. And you can even be on a husband and wife team, and it would also be that. It would just be split down in half. Once the cap is reached, that 85-15 split goes away. There's now 100% of the money minus a deal fee for each transaction. This transparent and an agent-friendly model ensures that you save more of your hard-earned commission. And this is something that immediately attracted me to join into Real, because I can understand where my money's going. I know when I'm done paying into my split, it shows up on my Reason platform. There's this graph and this little arm that moves over, and I can tell when I've hit cap, and then I know, sweet, now I'm on 100%. Another area where agents sometimes kick themselves in the butt and say, boy, I wish I knew this sooner, is really understanding the support and the culture and the collaboration that we have. I know that's such a buzzword in today's world, culture. Like, what does that even mean? It's really, you can't explain it until you're part of it, because if you're not in Real, you don't see it. But within Real, agents were really encouraged to share, to knowledge share what we're good at, to help others level up. And again, we're incentivized because if that person does well, then the brokerage does well, and it helps me do better. The stock's price will go up. Perhaps I've brought that person in, so I'll be able to be part of the revenue share model if they do well as well. So we're all collaborating. We're all helping each other level up. If I know YouTube and I can teach somebody about it, I'm encouraged to share that. If you're in a little brokerage where there's, let's just say 100 agents there, and you're the YouTube agent, do you want to start teaching everybody else about YouTube, or are you just creating a little mini competition within your brokerage? That's often what happens. But we're nationwide, and so me teaching somebody about YouTube, first of all, they could be anywhere in North America and I'm helping them. But even if they're here in my market, I want them to level up because it's just leveling the whole brokerage up. And again, that just helps me, and it helps the stock prices go up. So this environment contrasts with more competitive atmospheres that's found in traditional brokerages, oftentimes, not everyone, but we really want to collaborate. We want to help each other and we want to high five each other at the end of the day because we're all doing well and we're all just making more money. The last area, the fifth one that I'll talk about people kind of kicking themselves for not joining earlier, is the tools that we're given, the technology, and the flexibility that having these tools, how it improves our business and our life. Real leverages technology to provide its agents with the best agent user experience possible. We have cloud-based systems in place with Reason where we can manage our transactions, we can access training, we can communicate with our managing broker, we can get documents signed all within one platform. So this modern approach to real estate, it really aligns with the evolving needs of both agents and clients. So agents who've transitioned to Real often express, man, I just wish that I knew this sooner. This is so much better. This is a better way of doing business. So in summary, the common thread among agents who join Real is a wish that they had done so earlier. The combination of financial incentives, of our supportive culture within our brokerage, of the modern tools that we're given and supplied with, helps us to be able to do our job better. So if you'd like to see what plugging your business model into Real would look like, feel free to reach out. We can set up an appointment. We can chat about whether it'd be a good fit for you or not. Who should not join Real Broker? Who should not consider it as a potential option? Firstly, I would say someone who is not tech savvy at all. Some agents may still only simply prefer to write out a contract on a piece of paper, physically take it to their office's secretary, drop it on the desk, and the secretary takes it from there. Now, that's not how things happen at Real. We have access to proprietary software that essentially acts like our secretary, but it does involve us being able to use a computer and dragging and dropping files into the system. It's not overly difficult or challenging or complicated, but you will have to be able to adapt to a new system and a way of filing things. We have a lot of video training on how it all works and how to use it. And I even have a video on this channel, an introduction to Reason. If you search on YouTube or you go to Real's support website, you'll see it all. And then also when you join Real, there's sort of a boot camp, reoccurring weekly live training that you can log in, you can ask your questions, and you can get familiarized with all the software. So if you are somewhat tech savvy, you can operate Gmail and work with PDFs, and you're able to log into a Zoom call, you'll be just fine. But again, not everyone can, and that's just fine. So those individuals may find it challenging to adapt to new systems. Now, a brand new agent that is going solo and not joining a team also may find it difficult. Now, this is just my opinion, and different agents and managing brokers will have different opinions, but a brand new solo agent is not really what our brokerage's business model is designed for. Everyone had to start somewhere and get experience, and I totally respect that. And I myself started as a single agent. I didn't join a team, I was a single agent. But in my opinion, a new agent should join a team at first to get that experience. And yes, you are going to make less money, but care less about maximizing your commission split and income and care more about learning the ropes, learning the industry and how it actually works. So my 2 cents is a single brand new agent going solo, it might not be a good fit for. Now, who else might it not be a good fit for? Someone who does not want to adapt to our current community and culture. Many brands and brokerages will mention culture as a talking point about who and what they are. But the culture at Real is something special and something that as a brokerage and as brokerage members, we actually work very hard to maintain. The motto is work hard, be kind. First and foremost, that's it. We're North America's fastest growing brokerage, and there are hiccups that are felt with such expansion, right? We are exploding. Does that mean that everyone who joins is and adapts that motto, work hard and be kind? Now, some people have joined and quickly left
because they did not fit with our culture. And while I feel for them and I wish them the best, I'm also on a level okay with that, because we don't want this to be the only brokerage. We don't want there to be one brokerage and every single real estate is part of it, the only option. There are different options for different people. There's a variety of options. And what appeals to me won't appeal to somebody else, and that's totally fine, and I absolutely respect that. Another person that Real Broker really might not be the best fit for is a full-time recruiter. That's not our business model. We're obviously expanding with huge numbers every single quarter for the past few years. And this comes only really with recruiting great agents to our brokerage. And then those reaching out to their network and who they know and said, you know what, you'd be an awesome fit over here. Come check this out. But we don't actually allow this to be someone's full-time goal and to receive, the revenue share that comes with recruiting somebody. Revenue share is only paid out to producing agents. We are a brokerage first to sell real estate, to produce transactions. Bringing friends in and recruiting friends and revenue share, that's an aspect of the business, but that is not the business. That is not the goal of Real. Now, who else might it not be a good fit? Some people are really petrified of change. Change does cause anxiety. And I know I was certainly nervous about making the change when I joined, and I can't downplay how stressful it was. I did have some sleepless nights, some butterflies. So if staying the same, if staying status quo is ultimately what's best for you, then Real may not be the best option. For me, the change was 100% worth it, and I have no regrets. If Real was in BC, my province, earlier, I would have changed earlier. I just heard a quote: to restart is greater than to regret. For me, restarting at a new brokerage, it really wasn't that stressful. Most of the stress I held and I carried before the decision. Once I jumped in, it was very smooth, and I'm very grateful that I did make that change. Now, joining Real was an amazing decision for myself and an awesome fit for me, for my team, but it may or may not be for you. And there's several reasons which may make it not the best fit for you, the best decision to make. So if you'd like to have a conversation about whether or not it might be a good fit for you, reach out. All my contact information is on my website below, and we can have a chat to see whether or not it might be a good fit.
Over the past few months, I've had a lot of agents reach out with questions about Real. Some are curious, some are skeptical, some just want the straight answers without any of the fluff. So today I thought, let's do an AMA style Ask Me Anything video. I'm going to cover the most common questions I get about Real, and I'll give you my honest answers. If I missed any, or if you have any questions, leave a comment below, and I'll get back to you personally, or maybe even put it into a future video. The first one: is Real just a recruiting pyramid scheme? The short answer is no. Real, of course, is a fully licensed brokerage, regulated just like the other traditional brokerages you're aware of: RE/MAX, Keller Williams, Royal LePage. Revenue share is optional. It's not mandatory at all. It's really a referral incentive paid out of the company's portion of the revenue, not out of the agent's pockets. Over 85% of Real agents never recruit a single person. It's not on the table for many, many people. They just don't care. They want to be at an awesome brokerage that they align with. You can join Real and never talk to another agent about it, and still get so many benefits that Real offers: the low cap, the tech, the culture, the stock awards. The next question is: I'm concerned that my clients will care that I'm no longer with this big name brokerage that I've been with forever. I'm concerned that they'll lose faith in me and they won't take me as seriously because they've never even heard of Real, or Real's brand new in my province, my state. The truth is, clients hire you, not the logo on your business card. When I switched, not one client said, wait, what's Real Broker? Am I getting some sort of discount service now? Is this going to cost me more money? They trusted me for my service because of who I am, not the brand in the corner of the sign or on the business card. The fact is that many clients like that Real allows me to build my own brand and not just push a franchise name. My personal branding is very different. It's very unique and it stands out. My signs have a lot of color to them. There's gradients in the color. It's not something that you typically see in a street sign. And Real absolutely allows you and encourages you to lean into your own branding. Thirdly, the question is, what kind of support do I actually get? I'm worried that if I leave my brokerage, I won't be able to walk over to my managing broker's door, knock on it, and get advice and answers to my questions quickly when I need it. And this is another fair question, especially since Real doesn't have a physical office where I can go knock on their door. But here's what you get. Full-time broker support in your province, typically by multiple managing brokers. You get live chat support through the app. You get over 30 live training sessions held every single week in Real Academy. You tap into an international community of agents sharing their playbooks daily. I can tell you firsthand, I get more support than I ever did at a traditional office. Fourthly, the question that I receive is, well, what makes Real, the financial model that it offers, different? How will it actually benefit me? Because I'm okay with spending X amount into my current brokerage. This is what attracted me in the first place. The cap and the split are low, and it's a simple split. The team structure. Team members can opt in to only paying a half cap. So here in Canada, $15,000 is the cap if you're a single agent. But if you're a team leader, it's $15,000, but all of your team members can be paying $7,500. That is huge for building teams because it allows them to have a more sustainable future. They're having to pay less money to be part of the brokerage, so their odds of success and sticking around are elevated. The stock purchase program. You earn company shares for production milestones. You can be part of the stock purchase program, but if you opt not to, you can still get bonuses for when you sell your first house in a year or for when you cap. You're given free stock. Then there's the revenue share model. Absolutely optional. Most agents don't even bother, but it's a powerful way for building residual income. So it's not just about saving money. It's not just about finding a brokerage with the lowest cap. It's actually about building wealth and what does the brokerage give me for being part of it and what opportunities am I being provided with. The fifth question I get is that I heard so-and-so join, but then they left. They didn't like it. Is it for everybody? And the truth is, it's not for everybody. It's important to say that. Real works best for agents who are independent, who don't need a ton of hand-holding, who are collaborative, who are entrepreneurial, and who are tech savvy to a degree. Not that you need to be a computer programmer, but you need to be able to use a computer and send emails with attachments. If you need daily hand-holding, or if you absolutely live for that water cooler chat and spending time in the office and rubbing shoulders, you might not love it. There's still plenty of shoulder rubbing, and we get together on live occasions and meetups, and we get together on Zoom and chat about the industry. But if it's entertainment for you to stand at the photocopier and gossip for hours on end, it might not be the best fit for you. And that's okay. It's better to be honest right now than to oversell it. Real is not the best fit for everybody. It absolutely is for me, but it doesn't mean that it will be for you. So that's the top 5 questions that I've been receiving as of late. There's way more questions, of course, but I'll get to them in further videos. If you have a question that I didn't cover here, again, drop it into the comments or reach out to me directly and we can have a chat.
Today we're joined by Ty Mitchell, a realtor, a team leader, and someone who really hit the ground running in real estate like a madman. Ty, tell us a little bit about your real estate story.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on. I think we would be remiss not to share our first encounter and how I even ended up on this legendary podcast. And it
Let's
all
do it.
started after Real Rise in October of 2024. Three?
Yeah.
Three. October 2023, San Diego, international departures. You and I are both awaiting a flight back to Vancouver. It's an early flight. It's like 6, 7 a.m. And I saw you wearing a Work Hard, Be Kind shirt. I believe that was from the Banff event or something that was earlier on that year. Whatever it may be, you had a Real Broker shirt on. And I was like, oh, there's somebody that might listen to my nonsensical yammerings here at 7 in the morning. I was so fired up from that conference. I just got so much out of it that I just had to share with somebody. And I was so glad that there was a willing recipient on the other end. And you and I went back and forth until the plane took off and stayed in touch. And it's been great. We've run into each other a few times in person, obviously at the Real Rise events, but also you came out to Winnipeg, which I know we're going to touch on in a little bit here too. You came to Winnipeg in November, which isn't even the coldest time, I will say. I mean, this is still November weather that we're experiencing towards the end of March, but it's been great getting to know you, and I just am so grateful for you to give me an opportunity to come on and share with you today.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's been great meeting you, and that's what makes Real so special. Again, is these connections that we make. We go to these events, we meet people, and yeah, it means something.
It's something that I didn't understand or expect when I got into real estate, and then even when I ended up joining Real in May of 2023. So my foray into real estate has not been a super lengthy experience. I can go back to, it was 2020 when I really decided to build up some courage and go and get my license. I had been coming off of a 15-year radio career. So I had traveled across the country. I had worked in a ton of different markets. I had built a brand in 7 different cities across the country. And, I knew how to do some things, but I knew that I needed to do other things with my life. And I wasn't always going to be on the radio, making jokes. I wasn't having a great time getting up at 3:30 in the morning. Just a lot was going on. And this was right around the time of COVID. And I don't know if you remember it, but it was a tricky time to be a broadcaster at that time, especially as a guy who was on a rock radio station. I'm a pretty fun-loving guy. Everything's normally lighthearted, pretty jokey overall, slanted takes on the world. And all of a sudden we got hit with COVID, and it didn't matter what you said on one side of the coin or the other. You were making enemies everywhere, and there was just a lot of negativity around it. I was kind of in a dark place. And when I say that real estate saved my life, I think that would be an understatement, but completely true. I was in a spot where I needed to kind of muster up some courage to break away from my previous life. And I had a friend who was working in real estate, and I had invested in real estate. And before I got into radio, I actually built houses. I used to listen to the guys while I was building houses. I used to listen to them on the radio and then parlayed that into a career. And so I had some familiarity with the process of building homes. I knew a lot about homes. I had renovated homes. I had bought and sold homes using an agent, had varied levels of experiences along the way. And then I decided to shape my business based on, a couple of conversations that I had. I said, I think this is something that I wanted to do. And I didn't go in with 2 feet at first. I did hold myself accountable getting into real estate by telling everybody that I knew that I was getting into real estate. So when you say hit the ground running like a madman, I mean, I had 3 listings in my first month. Keeping in mind, this was also early 2021 when the market was an absolute heater. Like everything was on fire. Like I didn't even know. I ended up selling 37 houses my first year. I probably wrote 337 offers. Like we were going out to show houses, and I would be straight up like showing up with pre-written offers, just getting people to sign on the hoods of cars and just basically leaving it on the table and say, hey, present this offer as written kind of thing. And I thought that's what real estate was. And then I realized by 2022, October 2022, when the rates started climbing and inflation started, getting Canada by the grips, and we were like, wow, what is happening here? So I had to make a change in life at that point too. So I've given up the radio career after about 8 or 9 months in real estate because it was more lucrative for me. I was having a better time spending my time in the real estate space. And that's how I knew that I was ready to get out of radio and hang up those headphones. So once I committed, I jumped in with 2 feet. And like I say, the market continued to be interesting and picking up steam until it wasn't. And then I had never been through a hard market before. And so I knew that what I was doing was probably not going to yield me a ton of business. So I realized that I probably need to do more. I need to put myself out there. And to put myself out there, I needed to make some lifestyle changes. So I basically, I gave up a couple things that I really enjoyed doing that were, hindering me from being productive. I quit drinking alcohol, which was a big one. I got back so much time that I was able to spend that time, especially when I first quit drinking, because I was a very casual, very social guy. Would always want to go go have a couple beers at lunch with somebody, or a Saturday afternoon, or a hockey game, whatever the case was. But with that extra time, I just started spending it on learning, and the market was so slow. It's not like anybody had any listings or anybody to work with. So all I spent that time doing was refining myself and refining my business, and really understanding that I have a business. And I started listening to somebody by the name of Sharon Srivatsa, who served as the president of Real, which I guess at the time of recording this, March 2025, he is still technically the president of Real for a little while to come here. But this was before I had joined Real Broker that I had learned about Sharon and the Business School podcast. So I was basically scoring an MBA on the heels of this guy who is, now I understand him to be a guru, but at the time I didn't really know a ton about him. And then as things worked out, I had met a couple of guys by the name of Jesse Peters and Addison Herosian who, in November, December of 2023, were having the conversations of bringing Real Broker to Manitoba, at which point I had something else to look forward to. So I had been with the Balloon brand for a couple of years leading up to Real launching in Manitoba, but I knew that as soon as Real Broker launched in Manitoba, that I wanted to be boots on the ground. I wanted to be an early adopter, right? We say we have adopters and we have adapters, right? And I had kind of understood and heard the philosophy behind the cloud-based brokerage, and it was offering a lot of things that I also believed. That I didn't think that desk fees should be so expensive if you don't even have a desk. Like, I just, as somebody who didn't grow up around real estate, I didn't realize how expensive it is to run a business. Right? Like, it's incredible. The overhead, like, you can make a lot of money in real estate, but actually not be turning a profitable business. And that's one thing that blows my mind. Like, there are people that work really, really hard and a lot of hours, but really when you break down their cost per hour, they're actually working below minimum wage. And I was like, whoa, because I was working so hard my first 18 months where you don't even really know what you're doing, like you understand the contracts, but everything's just happening so fast because you've never really done it before. You've never gone through that cycle of a hot market, a cold market, back to a hot market. Like, really, since I started in April 2021, it has been a complete one of these. It's a complete roller coaster. And I also live in a place where historically there's been about 4 months of not great real estate. And that would be November, December, January, February. Right? Because of the cold weather here in Manitoba, there are a lot of people that, leading up to Christmas, traditional Christmas, holiday break, some people don't want to be out looking at houses when it's, time to go Christmas shopping, or in January when it's minus 40. We also compete with a lot of people that want to go away for a period of time during the winter months as well. So you've got the snowbirds that don't live here, etc. And so it eliminates some of those conversations that you can have for the upcoming spring to potentially prepare some inventory. So overall, in my time, it felt like a mad dash for a long time. And then this last year and a bit, since I've really implemented my systems and processes and, brought the full-time licensed assistant on board and been able to realize that, like, hey, I don't need to do everything all the time, which I thought I did my first 18 months, where it was like, this is all on me, all this pressure, and you're wearing this pressure and stress. And I think that's where, people can tend to feel that burnout in real estate, where now I don't have that because I've got the support systems. I tell people all the time, like, you're not hiring me for my looks or my style. You're hiring me for my processes and my systems, and that's it. So I spent some time building these out so that now I do have time to sit down and spend an hour on the phone, or spend that hour with my kids, or go for that bike ride in the morning, look after myself, a little bit better for my health, and not necessarily just being, a slave to the phone, trying to chase for sale signs around the city. Because if you're just focused on chasing real estate, it's going to become very unfulfilling, and it's not going to take that long for it to become cumbersome for you. And again, I haven't been doing it terribly long. I heard somebody use a line not long ago that if you still love houses and you're in real estate, then you haven't sold enough houses, right? If you still love people, then you haven't dealt with enough people, I guess is kind of the saying. But I don't know. I've always been a people person. I was in a forward-facing business in the media for 15 years, and it didn't matter if I was in my comfies at the grocery store and if somebody recognized me or heard my voice at the till. Like, always have time for people, and that's kind of why I feel like I've been able to be really successful in real estate, where I do make my time available for people to make them feel valued and heard.
Yeah, I could tell. And just from knowing you as much as I do, that is your secret sauce. You're a people person, and we can tell when we meet you that you actually care and you give us time to chat with you. So awesome. So circling back now to the No Agent Left Behind event
Mhm.
that was held in Winnipeg back in November. You spoke at that, and your theme was on Mr. Rogers. So can you tell us a little bit about what that was all about, your presentation?
Yeah, becoming the Mr. Rogers of your neighborhood. This was something that I still look back on as what I thought would be a once in a lifetime experience. Apparently, I may get an opportunity to get up on stage again after that, but I was so humbled to even be asked to share on stage. And now I understand that what I've done in a short period of time, I guess for the audience here, people always like to hear numbers. This is the one thing that I've learned. The more time I spend around real estate agents, the only people that care about the numbers are other real estate agents.
Very
But
true.
like every real estate agent knows their numbers and should know their numbers. I find so that when it comes to the topic of conversation, what have you done lately? I can say, well, I sold 91 homes last year. Out of those 91 homes, 30 of those people came through my social media. Out of those 30 people, 9 of those were people that turned into repeat business after that. And that's just within the last calendar year. And really, getting the opportunity to be able to share was so incredible. I realized that, like, again, my past may have helped propel me in some way that I was always building up for this. I didn't know what it was. Like, I didn't really know my purpose when I was working in radio, back selling Led Zeppelin records. Like, again, how does that have to do with real estate? Well, what it is, it's storytelling. And my storytelling ability, I was able to display at No Agent Left Behind. Becoming the Mr. Rogers of your neighborhood was simply a 45-minute keynote of me talking about how I was able to grow a very successful business all within walking distance of my house. So last year alone, out of $36 million of business that I put on the books, a third of that was in a neighborhood called River Heights. Now, this is the neighborhood that I grew up in, but I had not lived in River Heights for 22 years. So what I did was I reconnected with the neighborhood. I moved back to the area. I started doing some targeted ads. I started, now, as you'll see on my timeline at Ty Sells WPG, I put a lot of content directed, shining the spotlight on my neighborhood. I'm showcasing the great things about this neighborhood. I wanted to be known for representing this neighborhood and also letting people know that, like, hey, I've been repping this neighborhood for a very long time, and here's why you should trust me. Right. And so I have stories of walking around my neighborhood, chatting to one guy, for example, was building a fence. I saw he was building a fence. I went for my morning walk around the neighborhood to just, get a breath of fresh air. It was June. Grab a little morning iced coffee, and I said, "Hey, sir, great looking fence. Boy, the price of cedar these days is nuts, isn't it?" And he looked and he said, "Oh, yeah, it sure is. Yeah, I've been building fences a long time. Most expensive fence I ever built." Anyway, next day, routine, right? I realize this man is probably going to be out building his fence again. So I walk past him again. Same little quip. "Oh, hey, doing a great job. Let me know if you need a hand there strapping up a couple boards." "Oh, no, I got it." Okay. So the third day, I end up going and grabbing some kind of dragon fruit, some kind of fruity drink. Anyway, it was on ice. It was a hot morning, and I took it over to him. It was about 10:30, and I said, "Hey, you look like you could use a break." I said, "I brought you one of these," and of course, we get chatting, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, I've been in here for years." And I said, "Oh, I grew up just over there," and so on and so forth. And he said, "Well, you're a real estate agent?" He's like, "Oh, that's why you got so much time to walk around the neighborhood all the time." He said, "Well," he's like, "if you want," he's like, "walk over that way. There's a lady who was maybe talking about selling her house." So, of course, I went over past the house and I said, do. "Hey, listen, I was talking to this guy over here and he said that you might need some help getting your house ready to sell." And she said, "Yeah, actually, do you know an electrician? Because I have some knob and tube in this house that I want removed before we put it on the market." So I connected her with the electrician, got the electrician over there. Electrician did the work, and there's a listing that's coming my way that's around a $700,000 house, which for Winnipeg,
Wow.
that is that is a pretty good listing to get anywhere. But just grateful because what did it cost me? Well, a couple of ha-ha-has to a guy down the street and a small fruity cocktail from the Empty Cup local coffee shop. So I'm supporting a local place. I'm giving myself the credit for being at the local place by tagging them. Then I'm walking around the local neighborhood, talking to a local person, doing something nice for them without asking anything in return. I'm not out telling them, hey, I'm a real estate agent, want to sell your house? No, I just led with hey, you want a coffee? You want a drink? You want something? Like, can I do something for you? And lo and behold, that conversation starts. And as we know, conversations equal conversions. And that's kind of how I worked my way through building that Mr. Rogers neighborhood theme, where I do get business just from being a neighborhood guy. And I know what they say, sometimes your best ability is availability, but when you're in the local neighborhood and people are seeing you, so I have a series of 8 bus benches that paint the neighborhood. When I say that, I mean, like, I've got the neighborhood cornered. So you can't leave the neighborhood without seeing a smiling mug like this, and you can't enter the neighborhood without seeing a smiling mug like this. Now, with that, I get credit for people saying, hey, Ty, you're everywhere. I see you everywhere. And it's like, really, there's only 8 of them, and I know where they all are. I can tell you the addresses of all of them, but I've put them in such strategic spots that, like I say, as people are coming back from work or as they're coming back from a hockey game with their kids, they're like, oh, I didn't see him there before. They've taken a different route home. I have every single, and this comes from knowing the neighborhood too, but also comes from having a marketing background of my years in radio, like which I alluded to during my keynote speak there, where I already know that local wins. That's what local radio had. That was all local radio had, right? So it's not about being everything to everyone. It's about finding your niche, finding your community, building your community, showing up for your community. And there's a line that I like to use. It's an equation. And I say desire plus action plus consistency equals magic. And if you want to do something, like if you really, really want something and you put together an actionable plan and you hold yourself accountable, and then if you do it with some consistency, you can do anything. Like you can do anything. I know that if I took my knowledge, like what I'm able to do well, and if I wanted to go and start in Saskatoon, or if I wanted to go to Moncton, New Brunswick, I like to think that in a matter of 3 to 6 months, I would already start to have impact. Why? Because I know that if I do 1 to 2 things for my business every single day, I am going to outpace the competition in a matter of 30 days. If I put out in Halifax, if I put out 1 piece of Halifax content every day for a month, that's 30 pieces of content rolling around with the hashtag Halifax Real Estate, Halifax Realtor. You would think that through some osmosis of the internet, somebody is going to find you and like you. And that's all it has become, right? It's the know, like, trust. First, people get to know you, then they like you, then they trust you. And that's why social media has been so great for trust building with people, because I know that most of the people that are reaching out to me, they already know what I'm about. They already know the backdrop. They already know that I'm going to wear a blazer when I show up. I'm going to be, like I don't wear 3-piece suits, like I'm a little bit more casual. And I think, people like that. It's the same person that you're seeing online that you're seeing in person. And that's one thing that I really, really wanted to stress with that talk too, where you can just go ahead and be yourself. If you're a Porsche owner, okay, and there's a Porsche club of your local town, your city, like the Victoria MG club or something like that. And you're like, hey, listen, there's only 300 people in this MG club. Yeah, but you could be the real estate agent for all 300 of those people. And if they're Porsche owners, they probably have quite nice homes. Do you know what I mean? So like you can actually get more, like this idea of needing tens of thousands of people. Like I hear agents flexing on how many people they have in their database, but like they sold half as many houses as I did last year. It's like, you know what I mean? Great. You have 10,000 people in your database, but I have like 10 people that are like my biggest fans. And those 10 people passed me to like 30 of their friends last year. Right. And those are like direct referrals, like 1-to-1. And you can't really beat that. Right. And it's similar to Instagram, where that becomes you're referring yourself basically, right? All you're doing is telling people why they should work with you, right? Or what they're going to get out of the experience.
Love it. Yeah. No, so valuable. So for someone watching this and they're saying, okay, well, I want to be Mr. Rogers in my community, in my neighborhood. What are some like preliminary steps do you think that you could say, hey, this is what you really need to do? This is the goal to get this, to make this happen.
Okay, so for somebody just starting out, or did they already have a bit of a business and they're trying to pick it up?
You know what? Let's say someone just starting out. Yeah, fresh.
Yeah. First things first, find the people that you want to align with. First and foremost, find the people that you want to be like, find the people that you want to be around, find the people that are doing the things that you want to be doing, and then go be a sponge. Even if it costs you 25 to 50% of your first couple of checks, find a mentor, find somebody who will give you a little bit of that secret sauce. Because again, like, end of the day, the secret sauce is all available. It's all about implementing it. So not necessarily for accountability, but even just to be in the presence of people that are doing things that you want to be doing is so invaluable. That's how I feel when I go to a conference like Rise, where there's all these rock star agents from all over North America that are doing things that I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Oh, right. Like, there's so many people that have built such powerful brands, and you're like, wow, I'm in the room with them. And that's it. Like I paid, whatever my admission fee was to go to this conference, and I get to stand here for like 10 minutes and talk to somebody that I admire, that I've been looking up to online, and I get to ask them the questions that I want answers to. So that's where, like, for me, like when I was starting out, I had a good friend of mine. Now it was just a bit of a different team dynamic. So my first year I spent learning the job, like learning the technical side of the job, the contracts, that's because the first year was just, it was hard to build a business. And this is one thing that I know we may touch on after, but for somebody who wants to really take this seriously, you wouldn't open up a storefront business without a sign, probably a cash register, a couple chairs, like you wouldn't open up any other business without certain things. A carpenter wouldn't start up a contracting business without a truck, without saws, without a couple of helpers to, lift the trusses up, right? So in real estate, this is the one thing that I didn't understand. I didn't realize that I was building a business. I was just a real estate agent, right? Like I was just sticking for sale signs and hanging up lock boxes, chasing real estate, right?
Yeah.
I wish I would have figured out that this was a business sooner than I did. It would have saved me just a lot of long hours where, okay, I now have the framework in place so that this is all strategy to my day. This is all scheduling to my day. Like everything that I'm planning, everything that I'm doing is for a reason. It's for purpose. It's with intent. I'm not just out chasing things because, I got to put these signs out. It's like, no, like you need to learn how to pass things off to people and ask for help, get help when you need. But for starting out, learn from people that are already doing the things that you want to be doing would be the top thing that I would say. Find mentors and listen to the advice, like listen to it and actually implement it. That's the biggest thing, because you can find it anywhere on Instagram. You can listen to a podcast and get so much gold out of it. But unless you're really willing to do something with it, you're probably just wasting your time. And the other thing I guess I would say is just starting out, if you have another job, I know you need to pay the bills. I know that's like but like that holds so many people back, because all it's doing is taking time away. Unless your other job is somewhere where you're passing out your business card all the time and it's bringing you a ton of business. I mean, I guess there's that aspect of it potentially too. But overall, you need to just focus on the task at hand, because there's so much. Like if you really want to run a refined real estate business, you can't be thinking about like, oh, hey, did I do that thing for my other job? You really just need to be thinking about your clients and your business at all times.
Yeah, you absolutely have to commit to this career if it is going to be successful. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, like I spent that time. I kind of, and I'll be honest with you, I told myself after my first month in real estate, I said, as soon as I make enough money working for myself in real estate, then I'm going to leave this corporate life behind. Because that's what I had kind of felt like. I was just, trying to, this never ending climbing of the corporate ladder, working for somebody else, I can't take my holidays during this time. I can't do this. And, it was very limiting. Right. And then, wow, once I let go of that burden, I felt so free, and I just felt like I could do anything. Like I couldn't believe it. There were some days where I was like, wait, do I even have a job? Like, what is my job? I don't like, what am I doing? Now, I think as real estate agents, we still probably, I'm lucky I get to be busy every single day with real estate in some capacity. But it gets very, lonely sometimes if you're sitting around and you don't have a lot going on. So that's where I would say you need to pick up the phone. Yes, call people, but also just make content. Put yourself out there. If you have downtime, like the old saying in the restaurant, if you have time to lean, you have time to clean. Like if you're not actively selling houses and you're not sure why things aren't working in your business, have a look at your timeline. When was the last time you posted? Like, did you tell people that you're in real estate? Does everybody know? Did you call everybody in your phone and tell them that you are now a real estate agent? Because there are some people that are scared to tell people that are in their inner circle, people that they've known for a long time, that they're in real estate. And that's all. This can't be a secret. You need to tell as many people as possible. The more people that know that you're doing this, the more people are going to call you and trust you with their business.
Absolutely. Yeah. And everywhere you go, you are a real estate agent. And it's not that cringy. Do you know anyone who wants to buy or sell in the next 6 months? No, it's just the way you're portraying yourself, the way you're talking with people and showing people that you care about them. And then they know and they like you and they trust you, and that just grows your business.
Yeah. And even just thinking of people when a house sells nearby, hey, so and so, I know we had a conversation a couple years ago at a golf tournament or something like that. You know I'm in real estate now. I just wanted to let you know your neighbor's house just sold for $40,000 over the asking price, and it's not a bad time to sell if you've been thinking about leveling up to a larger home. But
Totally.
again, balls in your court. Like, no pressure for me. I don't sell anything. Like, I don't sell houses necessarily. I help facilitate the contracts and negotiate them out. But really, like, I just match people to property. I'm having a lot of success right now with not even using MLS as much, where I have buyers that are, because we have a competitive market here where it's getting harder and harder in these multiple offer situations to compete. If somebody has a limited budget, well, what I can do is basically take this buyer and introduce them to somebody who I know would consider selling if they got the right price for their home, and we can bring a deal together that way as well. And just showing people that you're doing extra for them
Yeah.
has really set me apart from the competition. I don't even look at it like competition. It's just like, this is how I do my business. Quite often, I'll get people who come into my universe that had been previously working with somebody or had worked with other agents in the past. And again, we are just doing things differently. And it's leading with kindness. It's leading with caring. It's not caring if you sell your house today, tomorrow, next week, next year. It's like, hey, listen, when you're ready, I'm on your terms. I'm on your timeline. Like, if you're willing to trust me to help you with this at some point, I'm here for you. There's no extra pressure for me. I'm here to advise you along the way. And that's really it. Like, taking a little bit more laid back approach to it. Right.
And acting that way, I think, is a breath of fresh air in this industry, because that's not how a lot of real estate agents act. So I think that's also what's setting you apart and aside from other people, is that just coming with this, I'm here to help you on your timeline and not be pushy at all attitude. So yeah, that is amazing.
Well, I let them know I'm going to be doing this for a long time. I plan on doing this for a long time. So look, even if it's not this deal, hey, even if they went with somebody else, even if, like I saw one of my friends, I guess his new partner has been friends with this agent for a long time, this other agent. And, what did I do? I saw them out looking at houses. Again, was a little taken aback. They actually live a couple doors down from me and I see them all the time. Didn't even realize they were looking for houses. He was just at my house a couple of weeks prior to that. And I just saw them out looking at houses. So I quickly put a smile on my face and I said, hey guys, I didn't even realize you were out. Well, listen, here's your agent here. And I said, great. Well, hey, it's good to meet you. And I said, listen, I have a couple opportunities coming up here. I've got this coming and I've got this off market and this. And I said, I'm going to send them to you as soon as we walk out of here. And then you can take Joe and Jane over and go look at the place maybe before it hits the market next week. So immediately just bring them an opportunity. Yeah. I didn't want this guy that I've known since grade 6 feeling weird. I always said, I was like, I don't want real estate to come between relationships. And so even, like I learned this very early on too, where working with friends and family is not going to float your business. Like if you're somebody who thinks that like, just because you know a lot of people that they're all going to choose you every time, it just doesn't work that way. So again, growing that universe of people that don't know you, that aren't in your sphere of influence is also huge too. You can do this without knowing a ton of people. Like I often get that from other agents as, kind of pushback. They're like, well, you can do this because you know so many people. I'm like, do you know how many people I know that are working with other agents right now? Like a lot of the people I'm working with are new to me. They're new people. and
Yeah.
putting yourself out there at every opportunity. If you're not willing to just tell somebody that you have the ability to help them navigate a real estate contract, then you're probably not even cut out for the business long run. Like if you're too shy to say something, you hear people talking about real estate in a waiting room at a hospital or something like that, right? And like if you're not willing to be like, hey, listen, did I catch that right? That you're maybe looking to sell your house? Because like I actually have a ton of buyers. I live in River Heights. I'm this. I'm right. And you can just do a quick little intro to yourself, even just as simple as looking. Like I'll just be in the middle of something and be at a store, whatever, have a conversation. Oh, sorry. In real estate, I'm used to being on my phone all the time and navigating, like you're like bumping into people, whatever. Like it's like, oh no. You just have to find a way to bring it up. Like that's
right.
That's really all it is. And then because people are always curious about it. That's the one thing I've noticed, that people are always curious, because if they own a home, they want to know what their house is worth. They want to know if the price has gone up. They want to know how the market is, if they chose to sell. Like everybody who owns real estate is pretty invested in it. And people that don't own real estate are also invested in it because they're curious, because they want to know if things are cheap enough that they can buy yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's pivot now to more real Canada conversation. So we talked a little bit about what attracted you to Real already, being that early adopter. Now, being at Real, and you've been here for a couple of years now, what do you feel is some of the biggest items of value that Real delivers to you?
Okay, so I find overall that the biggest value that has been given is the sense of community, and I didn't feel that my first year and a half at a different brokerage. I actually felt everything was siloed. Nobody wanted to share anything. Even people that were like close to you still didn't want to give you too much of their, secret sauce, if you will, or just, even give you any time. And that was the biggest thing. It's like sometimes you just need to talk things out for 3 to 5 minutes and, just pick somebody's brain, ask a couple ideas from somebody who's been there and done it before. So that idea of the community and the community spirit that I see continues to grow across not just the province of Manitoba. Like we grew really quickly here. The first round, like the first month of agents that came over to Real in Manitoba, myself included, man, it has grown exponentially since then. We're pushing 200 agents here, the second biggest brokerage in Manitoba by agent count, and the fourth largest by transaction volume and units, which for under 2 years, it's incredible. So we're starting to get some bigger name agents coming over too. And that's one thing that I find is also really helpful to growing the brand, because like, again, for me, I don't see myself as somebody who's like pushing the pace. Do you know, like I'm really like, I like when there are people that are ahead of me in the race that I can try and keep up with. Right. So the more bigger agents that are coming over, I think it's really, really helping too. I think that the collaboration and just the vibe that everybody has, like really there's not too many duds in the bunch at Real Broker, Manitoba and across Canada and really across the States. I have had a chance to interact with a ton of agents from Real, and I just think there's a reason why many of them are seeing success on the national stage. It's clear as day to me. These are good people. These are solid agents. These are people that have built really, really good businesses in unique ways using cutting edge technology, right? And this is something that I think partnering with Real, this was very important as well, where even just having the proprietary signature, having this dashboard software, like when I show people in real time, like, this is where I'm at for the year. I think that's incredible. Like what a tool to have. I never had that kind of transparency with my broker before, where it was like, hey, you get some printed out statement on a piece of paper with your check that you had to take photos of and upload, mobile deposit. But, overall, between the technology, the collaboration, those are two of the big drivers for me. I also just, and this will probably tie into the culture of everything, but I love the extras that other agents are now doing. And when I say that, I'm talking like this. You're taking this upon yourself to do it. I'm seeing like big agents in the States getting together for masterminds and shooting content together. Like that all it's so cool. And it's just not anything that I've ever seen before. It reminds me a lot of my previous incarnation, where it was like you wanted all the jocks, like all the on-air staff from the radio station to be seen out together at the bar, at the concert, right? At the club, wearing your station gear, right? Like that was it. That was part of the image, right? People like saw you as like a brotherhood or a sisterhood or like they wanted to be part of you, and that's kind of how I'm feeling that real is. Cause I know I get FOMO every time I see, some of these folks in Utah snowboarding and like, getting down in some sick chalet and shooting videos. I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have got an invite to, like it's so cool. And like, I don't think I would have got that anywhere else, where I'm sort of feeling like, and I don't feel like an outsider. I feel like it's like one of those things where you can literally get invited to one of these things on a whim, or even just reach out to these people and be like, hey, the next time you're doing one of these, I'd love to come, and probably find yourself in the mix, which is kind of surreal, right? Because like you can just, in a way, and I'll just say, like, you can meet your heroes, for lack of better term, right? Like you can actually go and meet these people, and they're willing to like give you time of day. And that's why, I just think that this is a rocket ship that, just will continue to take off as people continue to see that. Obviously, the splits are the splits. Like
Yeah.
anywhere you work, you're going in real estate, you're going to have some kind of agreement there with the broker to hold your license. And that's just the reality. If you don't like it, you can go start up your own brokerage and figure out that that's not all it's cracked up to be at all. I would imagine that, yes, okay, you might get paid while you're sleeping, but also you're not sleeping because anytime an agent is dealing with something, they're calling you. And I think the support overall, while I don't deal with Reason and the support team a ton, my assistant handles most of that stuff. But as far as it goes, the support has been really, really good for anything, especially like when I first came over to Real, I'm not a tech guy. Like I said that when I first came over to Real, people would ask me about, sort of the experience. And I'm like, well, I feel like 15 to 20% smarter just being, I have an app. My whole business is on an app. I'm taking pictures of everything, and everything's just like digital. Like I don't even have filing cabinets anymore. Like I had all these filing folders that I had bought that it's like, I don't need these anymore, and just, might as well torch them. But yeah, like it's been a really, really cool experience that I didn't know there was more to real estate than selling houses. I didn't realize there was a whole family type aspect to it. And again, like a lot of these people they're rock stars in their own market, and we can always learn from that. Like if you're in Victoria area, right? Like Nanaimo, like you're on the island where it's like, you're doing things there that I can watch and I can learn from and I can implement here because nobody's doing it here. It is brilliant.
It's pretty special what we have. And I think that being outside, like we use buzzwords like our community is awesome, the culture's awesome. But like once you're part of it and actually feel it, it's almost indescribable. It is really special what we're growing and how it is attracting, like you said, the right type of person, like the right agents are joining, and we're just growing with that mindset. It's amazing.
Yep. Totally agree.
Yeah. Okay. So I know you got to go. Lastly, the Winnipeg Jets, why are they not going to win the cup this year?
Wow. Okay. Well, and you're a Vancouver Canucks fan, right?
No, you might think so, but actually I grew up in Alberta, so I'm an Oilers fan.
Okay. Yeah. So Jets just beat the Oilers last week. So the Winnipeg Jets this year, if I was to find a reason for them not to win the Stanley Cup this year, it would have to come down to just a choke in the playoffs, because this team that I have watched this year in Winnipeg as a season ticket holder, I feel that this team is built from goaltending. You've got Vezina caliber goaltending in Connor Hellebuck. He has been an absolute brick wall this year. So it would take some kind of, and I'm not even going to throw it out there, but Connor Hellebuck will be playing all of the playoff games right through Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final when the Jets win. Defense, again, shored up the back end a little bit, bringing in Luke Shen, so you get a little bit more physicality back there with a big body. The defense core anchored by Josh Morrissey, he is just a complete stud out there. This guy guiding the power play, he's incredible. He's so fun to watch. And then our top six is as good as any in the league. You got Kyle Connor, Mark Scheifele, just lighting it up this year, just on a complete tear. I would be shocked if this team didn't get out of the first round of the playoffs this year. It's last year was a tricky one, Colorado. The key to the Jets moving on though is getting home ice advantage and finishing first. They don't want to finish second or third because they don't want to have to play Dallas or Colorado in the first round. They want that lob ball. They want to face a Calgary. They want to face a Vancouver in the first round. That would be the best. And again, if you play Colorado, they've played them well in the regular season this year. They've played Dallas well this year. They just beat them a couple weeks ago with a really, handy 4-1 victory on a Friday night and really just took it to them. So, my opinion is I think the Jets are going to win the Stanley Cup this year, and I can't find a lot of reasons that they wouldn't, other than just you rooting against them and throwing out the bad juju.
No, you know what? They are pretty bulletproof, and I think they are supremely better even than last year. I think they are
Yes.
the team to beat. They
Better
are.
coached and better
Yeah.
coached. Like Scott Arniel coming in this year, getting rid of Rick Bowness. Gotta love old bones, but it was just time to bring in Scott Arniel, and he's got the respect of the room. And I think that this group of guys wants to win for this city. I don't even know what would happen if the Winnipeg Jets won the Stanley Cup here and how crazy it would go. I saw the Grey Cup parade in 2019. This city was on a bender for a week, so I mean there will be a parade. Portage and Main will be closed down for a week, I would imagine, and just I don't want to jinx anything, but
No.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this. This is the year.
Playoffs are going to be amazing this year.
Yeah, you
Hey,
bet.
man.
Always are.
If
Okay.
Yeah. If there's anyone that's wants to reach out to you, maybe has some questions about Real and Winnipeg in your area, or wants to join, how can they get a hold of you?
Absolutely. Yeah. You can find me anytime through my Instagram at TyCellsWPG. I am on this. I am active. I have a VA that posts some things, but I am in the DMs. I am posting my stories every day, my just updating people with what's coming up on my timeline. And I would love to engage with you on socials. And my website is TyCellsWPG.com. If you're somebody who has found this, who's looking to move to Winnipeg, and maybe you want to move to a city where the potential Stanley Cup champions are going to be based out of, we can find you a great piece of property here for under $500,000, like a really nice house for under $500K in a great neighborhood. That just does not exist in so many other cities across this country and across the US. So yeah, we're always looking for more, looking for people to jump on the Jets bandwagon, and looking for more people to move to this Paris of the Prairies.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, Ty.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. See ya.
Ever wonder what it's really like to be an agent in Real Broker Canada, a cloud-based brokerage? Well, let's walk through a typical day so you can see how a cloud-based brokerage works in action. My day starts like any other typically, coffee in hand, checking emails, getting caught up, reviewing new listings on the market, checking the hot sheets on MLS, catching up on messages from clients that came in too late in the evening, as we know. But here's where things get different. I'm not commuting to an office. I'm not sitting in a cubicle, and I don't have anyone knocking on my office door. Instead, I have everything I need right here in the cloud, accessed from my computer, from my laptop, and from my phone. One of my first stops is into our program called Reason, which we can access again from our laptop or from our phone. It's an all-in-one platform. It's where I track my transactions. I can see if something is closing today, if something's closing next week, if it's been sent to conveyancing, if any documents are needed. I can see if my managing broker or the transaction team conveyancing has said they need anything for a specific file. I can check in and scroll through everything quickly, 15, 20 transactions, listings at the same time, see if there's any flags, any fires that need to be put out, or if my business is under control. There's no shuffling of paperwork, scanning, printing. It's all PDFs that I put into the system, and life carries on. Within Reason, if I have a question, my first go-to is Leo, which is our AI chatbot. When you hear that, you might be like, ugh, those things never work. Well, this one works pretty dang good, and it's improving very quickly. If it doesn't work, I can contact my managing brokers, I can text them, I can phone them, I can contact the conveyancing team. There's phone numbers for everybody. And beyond that, we have our growing network of 25,000 agents strong that I can go into WorkVivo and I can ask a question. And because the community is so large, someone will be on it quickly. One thing that people wonder about about agents that are within cloud-based brokerages is, do you ever feel disconnected? And the answer to that is no, not at all. Every day, I can hop on to several virtual meetings, masterminds with top agents in my area, but also top agents in all of North America, agents that are doing things that I haven't even heard of or thought of. And they're masterminding and telling their success stories about how this is working and how they're killing it on YouTube or on Instagram or on TikTok. And we can learn about that. There's over 30 of these held every single week, all during the day. And if I miss one, I can go watch the recap after. And again, I can watch that from my laptop, from my phone. If I'm on the road, I can listen to it as I'm driving. Not watching, listening. Real estate is not about sitting at a desk all day. Sitting at a desk is an unfortunate necessity for times because of all the clerical work and the secretarial work and the paperwork that has to be done. But this can all be managed from our homes, from our vehicles while we're on the road. I'm out meeting clients, showing homes, negotiating deals, and with Real's mobile friendly systems, the tech that we're given, I can stay on top of everything while I'm on the go. And I don't have to run back to an office to submit paperwork. It's all manageable while I'm on the go. And a huge advantage of this is the flexibility that it affords me. There's no office politics. I can structure my day how I want to. I can focus on what really moves my business forward and not clocking in or spending hours in a physical office during a day because I'm on floor. Traditional brokerages have their perks, and I still feel that they are the best fit for some agents. But for me, the freedom, the efficiency that Real Canada offers me just makes sense for my business. Plus, I'm not just earning commissions. There are stock incentives that are being earned. There's revenue sharing opportunities. There's long-term wealth building strategies and retirement plans that are offered that just simply were not offered at my past brokerage. So long story short is my day is very similar to being at a brick and mortar brokerage. Other than that, I just don't have to drive to an office to accomplish something. I can do it from my vehicle on my laptop. If something needs to be printed out and physically signed by a client, I now carry a mobile printer in my vehicle. I of course have one in my home office as well, but I carry one in my vehicle just in case it needs to be used, and I think I've used it 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years. It is a nice option, but if you don't have that option, you can also send it to Staples to print if there's a Staples in your area, or maybe you do have to go back to your home office to print something out and then go back. But that's not the hang up that should ever be in your way of, well, I would no longer have access to a printer or a photocopier in this office. There are solutions. Scanning that document and getting it back to yourself in a digital PDF format after you have it signed, also very manageable with programs like Genius Scanner on your phone. My business is able to operate and function just fine without that traditional brick and mortar brokerage office being available for me. My team members are succeeding, we're growing, we're selling lots of homes, and life is carrying on just fine. If you're curious what it would actually look like for your business, reach out. We can schedule a time to have a chat. We can talk about the questions, the concerns that you have, and determine whether or not it would be a good fit for you.
Okay, so let's talk about Leo. No, not Leo DiCaprio. I'm talking about Leo, Real Broker's AI-powered support system that's changing the game for agents. And trust me, this is one assistant that does not take coffee breaks. If you're a real estate agent, you know that time is money, and sometimes we need answers fast. Whether it's checking a transaction, finding brokerage details, or just figuring out what day it is, Leo has your back. Leo is built right into Reason, Real Broker's platform, meaning you can ask it things like, hey, what's my commission breakdown? Or what's the referral process? And boom, instant response. It's like having an assistant without having the awkward small talk. Now, before you panic, no, Leo's not replacing your broker, not your mentor, and it's not replacing you. It's just here to make life a little bit easier, so that you're not spending hours digging through documents and waiting on hold for answers. And let's be real, we've all been there, spending way too much time trying to find that one document we swear we saved somewhere. Leo finds it instantly. And here's the best part, Leo is getting better every day and continues to learn what's important to you, the agent. The goal? Very soon, Leo will be retrieving transaction documents before they even go to your managing broker. Because let's face it, do our busy managing brokers really need to be spending their time reminding us that we missed that one initial? But it doesn't stop there. Leo is also being trained to handle even more complex tasks. Need guidance on compliance? Leo is learning it. Want help structuring your next referral deal? Leo's working on that too. The more agents use Leo, the smarter and more efficient he gets. Imagine a world where you don't have to second guess whether your paperwork is complete, where AI helps flag potential issues before they become a problem. And that's where we're headed. Leo isn't just a chatbot, it's an evolving system that's designed to make real estate transactions smoother and stress-free. And let's not forget accessibility. Whether you're at your desk or on your phone or halfway up a ladder putting up a for sale sign, Leo is just a message away. So you can spend less time digging through emails and more time closing deals. So whether you're new to Real Broker or you've been around for a while, Leo is that AI-powered sidekick that you didn't know you needed. Quick answers, no fluff, and zero judgment when you ask it the same question for the third time. And if you're an agent looking for a brokerage that actually innovates and one that gives you tech that works, Real Broker and Leo have you covered. And this is just the beginning. AI is evolving fast, and at Real, we're making sure that it works for agents, not against them. So what do you think? Would you trust an AI with your real estate questions? Have you tried Leo yet? Drop a comment below and let's chat. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more.
Not every agent should join Real Broker. In fact, I recently told a friend not to join because I didn't feel like it would be the right fit for them. But just a few weeks later, I had another conversation with another agent, which ended up with them saying, this is exactly what I've been missing. So today, I want to tell you both stories. Firstly, the conversation I had with a friend, a brand new agent, let's call her Sarah. She just got licensed and she's full of excitement, ready to hit the ground running to build her business, but also feeling overwhelmed. There is a lot to take in, a lot to learn when you just come out of the licensing program. She said, I want to go on this alone. I want to be independent. I want to build my own brand and not be tied down to office politics. So naturally, she saw where I was and she saw what I was doing. And she was curious about Real, so she asked to have a chat about it, and we did. And the truth that I told her was that Real is incredible for autonomy. But you also have to be prepared for autonomy. And what I meant by that is there is no front desk secretary answering the phone call from 9 to 5. That is me or my team or my admin. There is no in-person training, so you can't walk into an office and be there from 9 to 5 and just rub shoulders with agents and talk real estate and just kind of absorb by osmosis all of that content. There is no managing broker behind a door that you can go knock on his office 5 steps away. And if you don't have a solid grasp of the fundamentals, of the basics, of how to respond to objections, of how to navigate contracts, dealing with issues with clients, deal flow, it might not be the best for a brand new solo agent. And that's what I told Sarah. The advice that I actually had for her might surprise you, especially because it's coming from somebody who has a YouTube channel about how they think Real is so great. That's me. I do. I think Real is an amazing fit for my business, and I have no plans on really ever going anywhere else. It's just elevated my life so much. However, for Sarah, at her stage, brand new agent, wanting to be solo, I said, go join the local brick and mortar brokerage. Go do that. Go be around the people there. There are fantastic agents. I know the managing broker. They're amazing. I have nothing negative to say. Learn the language of real estate. Get comfortable with contracts. See how deals really work. Again, absorb that all. Be in the office. Even if you have nothing to do, just be there for 8 hours a day because you will learn and people will throw you bones and referrals because they see that you're eager to learn and you want to work. Or, I said, the other option is join Real. It is amazing, but join a team. Now, she really wanted to fly solo, and I respect that. That's how I started too. So I said, yeah, join that brick and mortar. Go there, learn, give it a year, a couple years, a few years, absorb everything. Then when you're ready for a switch, if you are ready for a switch, we can have another chat. You will thrive in that model. Brick and mortar is not going to go away. There is a shift happening, but there always will be options and there will be better fits for different agents. And to me, at that point in her career and what she's looking for, she should be at that brick and mortar. After that conversation, she thanked me. She said, thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. The fact of the matter is, of course, we are incentivized to continue to grow the brokerage because it just elevates the brokerage and the stock price grows up. So that's what we, being at Real, want to happen. But first and foremost, we're caring people. Our motto is work hard and be kind. It would not be kind for me to just try to get her into the brokerage to be a number when it's not the best thing for her. The best thing for her is what I suggested. Now, having said all that, it's not like being at Real, we are all alone. We do have a managing broker with support that I can call, I can text right now. We do have mentorship programs for new agents that are going solo. But the brokerage itself, the business model of it, really caters towards those with experience and those that want to fine-tune their business, to use tools to elevate their business, and for teams to really thrive and grow. And a new agent joining a team with Real, I think you can absolutely nail it and you can have an amazing career. Now, that's just my 2 cents. And yes, in full disclosure, I do have a team that I operate. Personally, I feel that there would be nothing wrong with regulators saying, new agents, you must be on a team for a minimum of 1 or 2 years. Not everyone's going to agree with me, but there is so much to learn in the first few years. I really think that that would not be a bad thing. I kind of liken it to driving a car, which my oldest daughter is about to get into. She'll be driving soon. Now, she could just go and study the book and then pass the test. She might pass. And then she could go and drive the car. Or I could set her up for success. The greatest odds of success and safety is putting her through a driving education school that'll teach her safely, teach her the ins and outs, how to navigate it, how to actually get home at the end of the day, and how to take it seriously. So that's the route I'll be going. And to me, that's kind of like a new agent joining a team. I feel like that education should be required, but I was a solo agent. I joined solo and I made it work too. So it definitely can be done. Now, let's contrast that with a conversation that I had a few days later with another agent, and let's just call him Dave. So Dave had been in the game for over 5 years. He was experienced. He produces consistently. His pipeline is consistent. He doesn't have those ups and downs and, oh, where am I going now moments. But he was feeling stagnant. He was feeling stagnant at his brokerage. Not because his production was dropping, it's just because he wasn't building anything. He wasn't really going anywhere. He wasn't elevating his business. He told me, I feel like I've just kind of hit a ceiling. I'm plateaued. I've built a career, but my business isn't improving. And that's why I said to him, well, you should really look at Real's platform that we have here because it will help you build your business. It'll help you leverage technology to be able to do so. And at the same time, it'll provide additional income flows. All the while, you'll be building a retirement plan and an exit plan to get out of this business at some point. And that's what Real is. It's not just a place to hang your license and go from one transaction to the next. It's a scalable business model. It provides revenue share. It gives me equity growth by means of stock ownership and bonuses from selling houses. So I showed him how it would work. Within Real, we have what's called a wealth planner. Within it, we can plug in the amount of transactions that we do every year, and we can say, well, this is how much I want to be investing into the stock purchase program. This is my goal. After 3 years, how much will I have? What do we think the stock price will go to in 3 years? You can kind of like play with a slider toggle and see where it is, and you can see what your business would look like if you immediately tap into Real. So I showed all that. We spent several hours, and his response was, well, I just wish that I would have known this sooner. So my key takeaway point is that Real isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. It is an amazing platform. But really, if you're at that stage where you're ready to build and you're ready to grow and embrace technology and go to the next level, that's what it's built for. When you're ready to go to the next level and actually build something for your future. So if growth and if change isn't appealing, then you probably shouldn't make the change. For new agents, the structure of a traditional brick and mortar environment can give a lot of incredible value. There should be different options for different career paths and different stages that we're at in our career. Going into an office 8 hours every day, even if you don't have a transaction to work on or leads to work on, when you're brand new, can be valuable. You can soak up a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise by just being there for 40 hours a week. But once you know the ropes, and you're ready to scale and take full ownership of your future, Real becomes a game changer. So if you're overhanging out at the office, that's the next step. And for someone who has walked in both paths, it's really important for me to be honest about who this model is truly for. It's more important than just trying to convince that it's right for everybody. Because the truth of the matter, it's not. So if you're watching this and you're wondering, well, is Reel the right model for me and for my business? Ask yourself, am I still learning? Am I still growing? Or am I ready to really grow my business and expand what I'm doing? If you're at the point where you want more autonomy, where you want more freedom, more growth potential, it's probably time that we have a conversation. So if this helped, if it helped you think of things differently or made you think at all, leave a comment, leave a like below, and feel free to reach out and we can have a conversation about whether or not it might be a good fit for you. If you're thinking about joining Real Broker here in Canada, here's some important information that you should know first. There's a lot of things that I didn't realize before making the switch, and I wish someone had told me. In this video, I'm going to break down what I wish I knew before joining Real Canada. The things that surprised me, the lessons that I've learned, and what I'd do differently if I could go back. So if you're on the fence about making the move, this is the video that you need to see. Let's dive in. The transition is easier than you might think. One of the biggest concerns that I had before making the switch was how complicated would it be to make this transition. I had this idea in my head that moving to a new brokerage would be a huge hassle. There would be tons of paperwork, potential delays, clients waiting on me, a messy process, sellers waiting for me for days perhaps on end, wondering why their listing isn't online and it's in limbo when I'm trying to sell their hugest asset that they have in their entire life. Would I be dropping the ball for my clients because I'm making a personal business decision switch? So those were my inner concerns, but here's what actually happened. Real's onboarding process is very, very seamless. Everything was digital. I had a step-by-step guidance as you go through, as you click the join Reel button, and then it asks you, well, who helped influence you the most to be able to join? You fill in who that is, and then it just takes you step by step about transferring your license over to join Reel. I had access to my named mentor as well to be able to help guide me through the process. There was clear instructions on transferring my license, on updating my branding, what the next steps are, on getting on board with all of Reel's systems so that I can really dive in quickly. And because of course Reel is cloud-based, all of this can be done from my laptop, on my couch, or in my home office. So if you're hesitating because you're wondering if the switch will be a nightmare and clunky, do not worry, that's not an issue. It is very streamlined. It is a very fluid process. You're not the first one, of course, to make the jump to joining Reel. We are North America's fastest growing brokerage, so the process is very streamlined. Now, the next thing that I wish that I knew, before joining, I was worried about losing in-person support. The in-person support that I had at my traditional brick and mortar brokerage. I would no longer have a physical office. I would no longer have a weekly board meeting. That's okay. I thought that I might feel isolated. And what if a big real estate nightmare problem popped up? Would I have answers? Would I have support in my corner? And here's what I discovered. Reel has an incredibly active online community. The collaboration happens virtually, but it is constant. And as mentioned, there's over 25,000 agents present. So you can go onto WorkVivo and you can type a question and someone will be online for you to be able to talk to. That's our online community. We also have our supportive managing brokers who I can call, I can text, I can email. If it's a tech-based question about Reel systems, I can email support or call them as well. There is no lackage of support. We've gone over, of course, all the live classes that reoccur every single week and the mentorship program. But honestly, I feel more connected at Reel Canada than I did at my past brokerage because I am networking and learning from agents all across the country, and not just a handful of great agents in my previous office, but essentially my horizon has expanded. My ability to gain has gone from a few hundred people to thousands of people. Something else that I wish I knew before the move is that you really should be taking advantage of marketing your move. Embrace it. Use it as an announcement. This is something that I didn't really think about when I made the switch, marketing my move. So what I wish I would have done sooner was a social media announcement, a clear, professional post, a video explaining why I've made the move, how I'm excited about it, and how it's going to propel my business as I grow and I expand. as well making an email blast to my database, again, just being excited. So people aren't left wondering, was he fired from his past brokerage? What happened? No, we need to take the narrative and make it a positive one about how we are expanding our business and this is how we're doing it. This is a golden opportunity to remind people who you are, what you do, that you are a real estate agent, that you sell real estate, and that you've made this change. This is an opportunity that we don't want to waste. Take advantage of it. Now, another thing, I knew that Real, of course, had an attractive commission model. You could see the numbers online. I've talked about it in several videos, but I didn't fully understand how much it would change my business and my life. Here's what I didn't fully appreciate before joining. There is, of course, the capped commission. Once you hit your cap, $15,000 Canadian, or if you're on a team, $7,500, you're taking home 100% of your commission minus a deal fee. So that leaves more money in your wallet. That, of course, is quite obvious. But the next few ways that Real helps us build wealth and our income, really, I didn't understand. Revenue share, of course, you've heard about it. But the way it works is you actually earn money by helping other agents succeed. It's not multi-level marketing or a pyramid scheme. It's a legitimate way that if you help build the company uses some of the profits from that new agent being in the company and paying to be in the company to help reward you. Rather than all those profits just going to the franchise owner, the brokerage, it's distributed throughout the company, helping the company grow, helping agents that are helping the company grow actually benefit from the revenue that they're bringing into the company. The stock options, I had no idea how good they would be. If you opt into the stock purchase program, you're using a small portion of your check to automatically create this savings account. Real estate agents, we're good at selling homes. Are we necessarily good at finances and putting money aside? Not really. It's not our forte. Many of us are not good at it. This is kind of like a forced savings account. In doing so, Real gives you stock bonuses. The stock bonuses that I've received in the last 2 years have paid for over 1 year of entire expenses that I've paid into Real. They are real and they are life-changing. It is a real consideration and a massive perk at being at Real. Traditional brokerages, they just don't offer these financial incentives. But at Real Canada, you're not just working for the brokerage, you're actually a part business owner. You are building the brokerage. It's something bigger than just being a cog in the machine and paying into a brokerage. It actually benefits you to be at the brokerage as you sell homes. You're just doing your job, but you're also growing your retirement fund. Another thing is that Real gives us a ton of tools, but they only work if you use them. Seems quite obvious, right? With over 30 live webinars and Zoom classes every single week, if you don't show up, you're going to feel disconnected and not part of the community. You do show up and you'll start to love the community and you'll see all the value that's there and your business will grow. What I wish I had implemented sooner was learning about our CRM, Lofty. It used to be Chime. There's a lot to it. And it can be complicated if you're getting into like the drip campaigns and the automatic emails. However, we have weekly meetings about it where you can actually log on and say, I'm having trouble. I don't know why I was typing. You can say it. I'm having trouble with this part of the CRM. I don't know how to use this. And someone will be there and walk you through how to fix it. But if you don't take advantage of that, you won't learn, you won't get better. Our social media and digital marketing training, Real provides cutting edge social media, paid ads, content marketing training on all of these topics. So again, if you're not using it, you won't get better in those aspects of your business. Collaboration with top agents, the network of high performing top agents at Real Broker is incredible. Learning from them is like getting free coaching with some of the best in the industry. In fact, some of our individuals that lead these webinars and these classes, it essentially is their coaching seminar. And if you're not with Real, you have to pay them to be present to get this coaching. But at Real, it's automatically given to us. Why? Because there's no silos. There's no information that's behind locked door at Real. There's no, oh, you didn't join through me, you can't be part of this mastermind. It is an open door to all training from everybody at Real that's providing training. And that is something special and something that you don't see at other brokerages. The faster you dive into Real's training and tools, the faster you'll start seeing real results. So after everything that I've learned after being at Real for over 2 years now, do I regret switching to Real Canada? Not at all. What I wish that I knew sooner is that the transition is easier than I expected. I was stressed out about it and making the switch, and all my listings and all my sellers, my buyers' clients, would they go away because I don't have an office now to meet them at before we go look at houses? None of that happened. That was all internal worries, and it all worked out just fine. I wish that I knew sooner too that the support that we have is stronger, in fact, than what I had in the past. It is not something to be concerned about or to hold you up from joining. I also wish that I marketed my move and switch over to Real better, that I really could have jumped on that and made more of an announcement and a splash with the change. I did it more of just a covert kind of head down on making this change. Not that I was embarrassed, or I guess I was more shy about it, but not embarrassed. And now, after being at Real and really experiencing all the value, there's no shyness at all about myself about expressing how this was the best decision and fit for my personal business. It might not be for you, but for me, this has been life changing and it continues to be. I also wish that I knew earlier that the financial model really is such a game changer for long term wealth. It is something that is quite special that we have here at Real. Having that semi-forced retirement savings account by being in the stock purchase program, having some passive income from revenue sharing, how that is not gross, it's not a pyramid scheme. We're just building a company. And if you build a company, shouldn't there be profits? That's what business is. And I also wish that I knew earlier to dive in 100% and take advantage of the tools, the trainings that we're given here at Real. If you're considering making the switch over to Real Canada, I hope that this video helped. If you have any questions, drop a comment below or visit my website. You can see all my contact information there and we can have a chat about whether Real will be a good fit for you or not. What if my market, where I live, where I sell real estate, doesn't know about Real Broker yet? Real doesn't have a presence. Will that affect me? If you're considering making the switch to Real, but you're concerned about recognition in the eyes of consumers in your area, this video is for you. Firstly, let's address the reality that Real is a relatively new player in the Canadian real estate scene. And unlike traditional brokerages that might have been in your market or within Canada for decades and decades, Real is a relatively new brokerage that operates on a cloud-based model, which means that we don't have those physical offices and those signs on the side of buildings where people will drive by and see in their community for years and years. So there is less street-level visibility. Now, it's not to say that Real itself is a brand new company and doesn't know what they're doing. Real itself is actually over 10 years old now, and we've been in Canada for about 4 years or so. We're still not nationwide in every single province. Here in BC, where I am, we've been here over 2 years. Firstly, we came to Alberta about 4 years ago. We are expanding. The goal is actually to get into Saskatchewan this year as well. Now, all of this, though, can lead to concerns about brand recognition, especially in markets where Real hasn't really established a strong foothold yet. We here are in BC and we've been here for years, but there are little pockets, little towns, little areas where maybe there aren't Real agents yet. So the consumer, they haven't seen a real estate sign with Real Broker on the bottom of it. The public might not be as brand aware. So how will that affect you? The key answer is, and it all really boils down to, clients don't choose real estate agents based on their brokerage's name. They choose to work with an agent that they know and that they trust, one that can provide value, one who understands their needs and is responsive. And agents are well known in their communities. That's really what's well known. That agent will become a household name to a degree, and that agent's signs will be in that community for years, maybe even decades, and get that presence. So that was a concern when I made the switch, is I was with a brick and mortar brokerage that was very Canadian and has been around for decades and decades. And I was concerned that, well, when that logo on my sign changes, will people no longer want to work with me? And I brought over every single listing, and there wasn't a single concern. Everyone came over because they wanted to, again, work with me. It wasn't the brokerage behind my name. Now, another whole topic that we could spin this off into is becoming that Mr. Rogers of your neighborhood, that household name. And that can be a huge key to success. But back to the topic on hand again, is that people don't choose to work with an agent because of the logo on their business card. They're choosing you for who you are, for how you represent yourself, and for what you bring to the table and your reputation. Real allows and empowers its agents by giving them tools and support to ensure that our clients don't suffer in any way in the transition or in just working with us in general. Pain points have been addressed. If it's at all possible, it's a streamlined machine now. This is not the first time that houses are being sold with Real. Of course, we have been around for years. The kinks largely have been ironed out. As we expand and explode at a really fast rate, there are still kinks and little hurdles that come up with this growth, with this expansion. But again, Real's whole goal is to make its agents' life the best possible and to iron those things out so that everything can be as smooth as at all possible. So if you are that agent and you're in an area where Real doesn't have much of a presence, it isn't widely known, just lean into your personal brand. That becomes even more crucial. Focus on building your reputation, your name, your logo through your excellent service, through your community involvement, through your consistent marketing. Remember again, clients are hiring you for what you are, not the brokerage that you're at. So by showcasing your expertise, by going to that next level of service and leveraging Real's resources, you can be the one to even establish the trust and credibility in your market, even if it isn't present at the current time. So when clients ask you, well, what brokerage are you with? This actually was just asked to me yesterday at a CMA. Be prepared to explain its benefits. I often mention things like it costs an astronomical amount of money to be in this industry, to have this job. So we as agents do have to choose a brokerage to be within, and typically those brokerages charge a lot of money to be there. Some brokerages charge way more than others. So being with Real is a cloud-based brokerage, so their fees are lower for me personally. So what this allows me to do is, again, it costs me less money, so I can focus more and I can pour more into my marketing because my marketing budget was just elevated because I don't have to spend as much to be with that other brokerage. And if the conversation carries on, I also mentioned that I really benefit from the supportive community and culture that we have here at Real Broker. I have access to a network of experienced agents and mentors, not just in my city, which is common in the real estate industry, but also within my province, within Canada, within actually North America. And I also mentioned that we have the best in most innovative technology in the industry. Real is really pushing the industry forward and leading it with technology that no other brokerage has. So this allows me to streamline my business and to essentially sell more houses smoother and cleaner. So by addressing these points, by showing that how excited you are to really be with Real, you can alleviate any concerns with your clients that they might have about working with a brokerage that they might not have heard. Showing that excitement brings confidence that you are the right person for the job. We are, of course, North America's fastest growing brokerage. So this very question, this topic, won't be needed to be addressed in a year, 2, 3 years. Right now, though, as we expand, we come into Saskatchewan this year, there will be consumers ask. So it's good to be prepared. It's good to know what to say. And again, to be excited about it, because that will just push us forward and keep us growing. So while Real might not be a household name in your market yet, it offers the tools, it offers the support and the flexibility to help you thrive, to help you succeed. So focus on building, again, your personal brand, your name on those signs, then leverage what Real gives us, Real's resources, and you'll be able to overcome any of these challenges. If you have any questions or concerns about this in your specific market, feel free to reach out. And if you'd like to see what your business would look like if you plugged it into the Real model, reach out. We can set up a time to chat and we could see if it would be a good fit for you or not. Living on Vancouver Island might sound like a dream, and in many ways it is. But before you pack up and move, you need to know it's not all ocean views and laid back living. There are some real challenges to island life, especially compared to living on the mainland. So today we're going to talk about the hardest parts of living on Vancouver Island, because it's better that you know now before you move rather than after. Let's start with a large challenge: travel. Unlike the mainland where you can just hop in your car and go anywhere, Vancouver Island is separated by a big body of water, and that means you have to plan ahead. Your main options: BC ferries. They do get expensive and they fill up fast, especially in the summer months. And sometimes they get canceled due to weather. Another option, flights. More convenient, but costly, especially last minute. Another option, float planes. Great if you're in a rush, but again, not exactly budget friendly. So if you're someone who needs access to the mainland, whether for work, for family, or travel regularly, this can be a huge adjustment. Secondly, cost of living can be higher than you think. A lot of people think that Vancouver Island is an affordable alternative to the mainland, but in reality, it depends where you live and it depends on your lifestyle. Victoria and some coastal areas have housing prices that can rival some of Vancouver's. Gas, groceries, and general goods are often more expensive because most things have to be brought here to the island. Trades and services can also be pricier and slower because there's less competition. So while some towns offer a lower cost of living, island life isn't always a cheaper alternative. Thirdly, the job market is limited. If you're retired, work remotely, or have a trade that's in demand, you're set. But if you need a corporate job or are looking for a higher paying salary, Vancouver Island might be tough and you might need to steer your direction back to a large metropolitan city area like Vancouver. There still are some large main industries here like tourism, the trades, healthcare, education, and logging. But salaries tend to be lower than in Vancouver or also even in some areas of Alberta. But housing prices, not always lower. So that's why many people bring their jobs with them. Remote work is really a game changer if you want to live here. Fourthly, the weather can surprise you. People hear Vancouver Island and they think mild and beautiful year-round weather. We are the Bahamas of Canada, we've been called, right? And yes, we don't get that 30 below winter weather. But here's what you need to know. It rains a lot. If you're in places like Nanaimo or the Cowichan Valley, expect weeks and months of gray skies. Snow also does happen. Port Alberni, Courtenay, and even Victoria, they can get hit with heavy snowfall. And this can shut things down, and sometimes for days. Typically, the snow doesn't last on the ground too long, but it could last for a week or two, depending on the weather, of course. Humidity and dampness means that if you live in an older home, mold can also be a real concern. So if you're coming from Alberta or the prairies, the winters will feel milder, but they'll be different. It still is winter. There's a lot of gray, a lot of darkness, and a lot of rain. Number 5, healthcare access is a struggle. This is a BC problem. This is a Canada problem, and it is a big deal. Vancouver Island, like most of BC, has a serious shortage of doctors. If you don't have a family doctor, and if you're moving to the province, you won't have a family doctor, finding one is tough. And it can take years and years of being on a waiting list. Walk-in clinics are overloaded. If you need a specialist, expect to wait. This is an issue that is bigger than Vancouver Island, but it is a large issue on Vancouver Island. Number 6, internet and cell service can be problematic, but it depends where you are. If you live in a larger city center, Victoria, Nanaimo, or even some of the small towns, you're likely going to be okay. But if you're moving to a rural area, you can expect some spotty service. And even within the city of Nanaimo, there are some areas which, quite frankly, the cell phone service is terrible. Internet speeds can vary, and not all areas do have fiber optic, but typically there is high-speed internet available. But when you're looking at a home, that's a good question to ask to the seller, what is it like? Or you can also call up a high-speed internet provider, let's say TELUS, and type in that address, have them type it in and say, can you provide me high-speed internet to this address? If you are working remotely and need that super fast internet, it's something that's good to double check on again before you make that purchase and before you make that move. Number 7, island time is real. If you're used to big city convenience, you might get frustrated. Island time's a real thing. Things move a little bit slower here. Contractors can take longer. Businesses close earlier. Even government services can be slower. If you expect things to happen fast, you'll need to adjust your expectations. Number 8, wildlife is a part of your daily life. Vancouver Island is full of incredible wildlife, which really goes towards making this such a special place to live. but it also means that you're sharing your space. Deer will eat your gardens, will eat your flowers. That's why rhododendrons are so popular here. They're deer proof. Raccoons, they're around, they can break into your garbage. Bears and cougars, they can wander into neighborhoods. It's amazing to be so close to nature, but if you're not used to wildlife in your backyard, it can take some getting used to. So is Vancouver Island still the dream destination for you? It absolutely can be, and it is for me. But it's important to go in with realistic expectations. If you have questions about making the move, drop them in the comments or reach out to us. All our contact information is on our website at seizetodaygroup.com. Let's talk about Real, because there are a lot of opinions floating around out there. And I get it. When I first heard about Real, I had my questions, my hesitations, and I immediately brushed it off at first as well. Today, I'm going to talk about some of the top myths, misconceptions that I've heard about Real, and tell you what it's actually like from someone that's been within the company for years and what the day-to-day is like, how the process actually works. So the first one is the misconception, the myth that it's just another virtual brokerage. You're completely on your own. So yes, it is a cloud-based brokerage. And yes, there are other cloud-based brokerages. But the truth is that I've actually never felt more connected to a network of not just a couple hundred agents, the network of the agents within our brokerage across Canada, across America. It actually is different. The culture is different, and the people that it attracts are different. We collaborate every single day. We hop on mastermind calls. We problem solve. We share resources. We celebrate wins. So whether you're a brand new agent or you're on a large team, you're leading a team, you're part of a team, you're not alone here. The second misconception or myth that I'll talk about is that it's just about revenue share. It's a pyramid scheme. That's the whole thing. That's why you're talking to me right now on this video, Josh. It's a pyramid scheme. You want me to join. Revenue share is a part of the value proposition. Absolutely. But Real isn't built on hype. It isn't built on that. It's built on a modern model that makes sense for full-time agents who want to grow wealth while selling real estate. Ones who want to have additional income streams rather than just that one transaction. 85% of agents don't participate in revenue share. It is not the main focus of agents that are here. And it doesn't have to be part of your personal business model. The cap split is agent friendly. It's $15,000 Canadian with an 85-15 split. No monthly fees other than real estate board fees, of course. And all that includes our technology platform, Reason. And then revenue share is just one layer on top of that, on top of the business model. The reality is most agents join for the platform, for the people, for the community, for the culture, for the ownership, and revenue share is just another layer of the cake. It's a cherry on top, but it's not necessary. And just quickly explaining revenue share, it's just taking a portion of the profits from an agent being at Real, and rather than it just going to the company, going to a franchise owner, it's dispersed back into agents that are helping grow the company. Third misconception, third myth is it's new. I don't want to join something that's going to fail. This brokerage, what if it goes under in 6-9 months, a year, and I've printed all my signs? I do not want to have to switch again. I want to be with a legacy brand that's been around here for years. Real is the fastest growing brokerage in North America, in Canada, and in the US. We're publicly traded. The stock ticker is REAX. We are expanding rapidly, but strategically and not recklessly. As we expand, we are hiring more and more into the back end and investing into the company. We are profitable. While we are newer, in fact, that's without a doubt when you compare it to legacy brokerages that have been around for 50, 60, 80 years. We are over 10 years old. We are established, and we are committed to investing in ourselves and our company as a whole. Real has recently said, we are committed to Canada. We are not going anywhere. We are making this work and making this grow. The fourth misconception is that there's no support. Who do I even call if I have a problem? Huge misconception. The truth is, Real has an entire team dedicated to agent support. to compliance, to deal management, to tech issues, you name it. And they're fast. I personally had quick responses from Real's backend team. Plus, you've got access to mentors, to growth leaders, to your sponsor, to agent-led communities within WorkVivo who all really want to make you and help you succeed. The fifth misconception is that you really have to be a full-time recruiter to make it work at Real. And no, again, this is not true. The vast majority of agents at Real, again, are simply focused on doing what you're doing as a real estate agent, selling real estate. You do not have to recruit. You do not have to talk to anybody about it if that's not your thing. There are agents and teams who are attracting agents, and wealth is being built that way, but it's completely optional and it does not have to be part of your business. The truth about Real is that it's collaborative, it's scalable, it's modern, it's pushing things forward, it's leading the industry, and it's working for a lot of forward-thinking agents across all production levels and markets. So if you're curious about Real and what it could look like for your business, we can have a chat. We can plug in your numbers into our wealth planner. It shows the numbers that you did this year and shows what your income would look like if you were at Real and with our platform. So if you'd like to have that chat, reach out and we can see if it would be a good fit for you or not.
Okay, let's talk about value. As real estate agents, we work hard for our commissions. So it's only fair to ask, what exactly are we paying for at our brokerage? Today, I'm going to break down what you get for your money at Real Broker Canada compared to a traditional franchise brokerage, so you can see where your money is actually going. So brokerage fees, what are you actually paying? If you're at a traditional brokerage, you're likely paying one or more of these. There will, of course, be a brokerage fee cap that will be paid into the brokerage. Typically, some are flat fee models based on the transaction, but usually there's a cap that has to be paid in, and it's paid in at a certain ratio during the year. And there will be desk fees, franchise fees possibly, royalty fees, monthly tech fees, photocopier fees, marketing fees, admin fees, and transaction fees. And as we know, being a real estate agent, these fees add up fast. I've seen agents paying thousands of dollars per year just to stay at their brokerage, even before selling a single home. Now let's look at what Real Broker looks like actually within Canada. At Real, you get a simple, transparent structure capped at $15,000 Canadian per year. If you're a solo member or if you're a team leader. If you're on a team, you're a team member, that can be $7,500 Canadian. Now there are some additional fees to be aware of as well, so let's go through them. There are no monthly fees. So again, a lot of traditional brokerages, you could be at a brokerage for 6 months and not sell anything, but they're still charging you a desk fee or a brokerage franchise fee, and that could cost you thousands of dollars. If you're not selling anything at Real, there are no Real fees. There will be MLS board fees. Your MLS board will charge a monthly membership fee and a fee to be able to access Super eKey or TouchBase, whatever is being used. So that will still exist. At Real, again, you have that cap that we already talked about. In addition to that, after you cap, there's a $375 deal fee that's charged after you cap. That's not being charged while you cap. While you're capping, you're paying off that $15,000. You're already paying that 85-15 split. So you're not paying a deal fee. Once you hit elite status, that deal fee drops from $375 down to $175. When you first join Real, there is a $249 Canadian sign-up fee. Now, every single transaction also has a $40 CBR fee, and CBR stands for Compliance and Broker Review. There's also an additional $1,200 Canadian annual brokerage and risk management fee, and that's paid from the first 3 transactions that you do. So the first 3 transactions will be minus $400 for that annual $1,200 fee. That's it. That's our expenses. Now, what do you get for those expenses? Because yes, that's money, and that's a lot of money. We're talking about thousands of dollars. And Real's goal is not to be the cheapest brokerage option out there. Their goal is to offer the most value. So what is the value that you're getting for that money? Many brokerages, aside from their franchise fee, their desk fees, will also have a technology fee, which could be hundreds of dollars to be able to use the systems that they're plugging into. Perhaps they're using SkySlope and maybe they're charging for that. Perhaps they're using a CRM and charging more for that. At Real Canada, on the other hand, it includes our top tier technology within our fees. Aside from the CRM, that's an additional optional fee if desired.
So what we do get access to is Reason. It's Real's proprietary backend that lets you manage transactions, track your commissions, handle all compliance seamlessly. Now, our CRM that we have a deal with is Lofty. It used to be called Chime, which is $40 per month if you wish to use it. And if you're already using something, it's completely optional. Now, one of the biggest concerns I hear from agents considering Real Canada is, what about support? In a traditional office, I can go knock on my managing broker's door, walk in, and have a chat about the issue I'm going with. At Real, we're never alone. No, we don't have an office door to knock on. We have phone numbers, email addresses. We can send a text. We can reach out to support if it's something to do with logistically with Reason. We could ask our AI concierge Leo if we have any questions. When you hear type it into a chatbot, you're likely grossed out and saying, I don't want any part of that. But it actually does work really well. It is actually a testament to what a chatbot can actually accomplish. But that's not the solution for every problem. You have a nuanced solution with a transaction or dealing with a customer. That's not a chatbot question. But if you're like, who can I send this document to within Real to get help with this problem? That's a chatbot question. We have access again to our managing brokers, our compliance teams, and our network of 25,000 agents is all available on WorkVivo, where we can go to for support. And regarding training, it's mind-blowing actually how much training is available. If you really take advantage of it, it'll propel your business so much so. There's daily live classes on Zoom, over 30 every single week, freshly talking about a topic. So it's not old content about what YouTube was like 3 years ago. It's this week, what's working on YouTube, what's blowing agents up, what's getting views in social media, what's working on open houses this week. It's fresh, it's modern, and it's being held by top agents. And not just any top agents that gravitate toward this mindset of growth and helping each other, because that's what Real is all about, is growing not just the company, growing ourselves as agents and growing this business, this brokerage to be the best brokerage that it can be, to support us so that we can prosper, so that our colleagues can prosper, because when they prosper, it helps us. And then it takes the stock price up and then we all win. And speaking of that, stock prices, most traditional brokerages, they keep all the profits from your hard work. And that's fine. That's business. A business has to make money, right? But at Real, we actually get part ownership back into our company. Every time you close a deal, you earn stock awards. You cap out for the year, more stock. You bring an agent in and they join Real, stock. And this isn't just a one-time commission from a sale. It's actual ownership into the company, into a rapidly growing, publicly traded company. And then, of course, too, there's revenue share. Unlike the traditional model where only the brokerage owner, the franchise owner, benefits from how well that brokerage did that year, within Real pays agents a percentage of the commission from those agents that they introduce into the company every single deal they close while they're capping. So this creates an extra income stream that compounds over time. You're literally building a retirement fund by being part of a brokerage and just selling real estate. You're saving more money, you're making more money. Now, our culture and our community, who's actually in your corner? One of the biggest surprises that I felt when I joined Real actually was the collaboration. At traditional brokerages, agents are often competing with one another. They're holding their cards close to their chest because they don't want their success to help that agent that's across the hall compete with them. But here at Real Canada, it's different. Because it is a cloud-based brokerage, we're not struggling to find or fight over desk space or walk-ins or floor phone calls. Instead, we're sharing ideas, referrals, strategies in an agent-first culture that actually wants you to win. I've had access to top agents across the country willing to help me grow. So to recap, at a traditional brokerage, you're likely paying more in fees, possibly dealing with outdated systems, and definitely getting little to no ownership of that company for being present. At Real Canada, you are getting lower fees. Of course, not industry lowest. That's not the goal. You definitely are getting better tech. You are getting real support. You are getting stock ownership and passive income opportunities as well. So if you're an agent who wants to keep more of their commission, have access to absolutely stunning technology, and actually build long-term wealth, real Canada just makes sense. If you're curious about making the switch, reach out. I'd be happy to chat, share with you my experience. You can ask any of your specific questions about how it would actually work for you, and we can discuss whether or not it would be a good fit. Should you move to Victoria, Nanaimo, or a small town on Vancouver Island? So you're thinking about moving to Vancouver Island, but you're stuck on one big question. Where should I move? There's so many options. Victoria, Nanaimo, or one of the amazing small towns here. So today I'm going to break it down for you, some pros, some cons, and we'll see which one might be the best fit for your lifestyle. So let's jump in. Let's start with Victoria, our capital city. It's the most urban experience that you'll get on Vancouver Island, but it still has that relaxed island feel. It's a city, but it's still a small city in the end. Victoria has some incredible restaurants, some nightlife, some shopping. Plus, if you need to get to the mainland often, you have the Swartz Bay Ferry and Victoria International Airport right nearby. Some pros of living in Victoria: more job opportunities, especially in government and tech. It's walkable, especially if you're downtown. It's one of the most walkable cities on Vancouver Island, with tons of amenities, restaurants, and things to do and see. And as well, it has the mildest climate on the island. Now, some of the cons of living in Victoria. It is the most expensive housing on the entire island. Traffic congestion is increasing a little bit. It's still a small city, but especially there's a bottleneck on the highway as you're leaving Victoria, as you're passing through Langford and going through Goldstream. There's a bottleneck, especially at rush hour. Congestion is increasing, and you can count on it. And right in downtown Victoria, development is limited, and that means there's low inventory. A lot of the new building is actually happening outside of Victoria in a suburb, a little city called Langford, and there's lots and lots of expansion happening. So if you love city conveniences but still want that coastal charm and small city living, Victoria could be the perfect spot for you. But if you want a slightly more affordable city with a little bit of a different vibe, let's talk about Nanaimo. Nanaimo, the underrated middle ground. Nanaimo is the second largest city on the island, and it's growing fast. It's got a lot of big box stores, great schools, a solid job market, but without that same price tag that Victoria has. It is also a major transportation hub. You have 2 ferry terminals connecting you back to Vancouver, plus a regional airport in Cassidy. As well, there is now a high-speed passenger ferry called the Hullo Ferry that gets you to Vancouver, downtown Vancouver. Some pros of living in Nanaimo. One, it's more affordable than Victoria. Also, it does have easier access back to Vancouver. There are quite simply more options. There are 2 ferry routes, one from Duke Point, one from Departure Bay. There's seaplane access, there's the Hullo Ferry. There are more options getting you back to the mainland. Another pro is its mix of urban and outdoor lifestyle. The downtown core of Nanaimo is lovely, but it is not massive and sprawling and does not compare to Victoria's. It's essentially a few small city blocks, but it is quite enjoyable and a nice place to visit. Now, some of the cons of living in Nanaimo. Downtown, it's still developing. It's a little less polished than Victoria. You'll see construction happening, and again, its size is much, much smaller. Another con is public transit is in the city, but it's not great. There's room for expansion, there's room for improvement, but yes, there are city buses. Another con is, as a city, it is quite spread out. Its walkability is next to nothing. It's not really possible. It's really spread out, so you will have to essentially have your own vehicle or rely on public transit. So if you want a balance of affordability, convenience, and nature, Nanaimo is a solid choice. But maybe city life isn't for you, and you're wondering, well, is there like a charming little small town that might be more the vibe I'm looking for? Small towns that are quiet, scenic, and affordable. Vancouver Island is packed with incredible small towns. Parksville, Qualicum Beach, Ladysmith, Duncan, slightly larger, Courtney and Comox, slightly larger centers as well, and so many more options. These are the spots where you'll really find that quieter, laid-back island lifestyle. There are quaint downtowns, lots of oceanfront views, kayaking opportunities, farmers markets, lush forests, and walking trails to explore. The biggest perks is that you'll have more space, as well as more affordability. Essentially, your money when purchasing a home might buy you the same house, but on a bigger property. more yard, more privacy, more space. There's also a strong sense of community on Vancouver Island. So if you love the outdoors and small town life, there are plenty of really great options. Some pros of living in a small town is slightly lower housing prices. Housing prices have escalated, of course, immensely in recent years. But at the same time, your dollar will go a little bit farther when you're looking in these small communities if you were to compare it directly to, say, downtown Victoria. Another pro is, of course, you'll have more space, you'll have nature at your doorsteps, more privacy. And in these smaller communities, a lot of them have a nice tight-knit community feeling. Cons of living in a smaller community, a smaller island town, there quite simply will be fewer job opportunities. If you work online, if you're retired, it doesn't matter as much, but there'll be less businesses that operate in these small communities, so less job opportunities. And as well, depending on where you are situated, your commute back to a major city hub will increase. Oftentimes, that'll only be 20 to 30 minutes, but it depends where you move. It could be a 45-minute drive, an hour drive to get back to, say, downtown Victoria. And if you're in Duncan, that's going to be an hour, maybe a little bit more. Another con, some areas have limited healthcare services. There are a few hospitals on the island, of course, and clinics, but finding a family doctor is still very, very challenging. So depending on where you're going on the island and how important that is to you, it might be something that's worth doing a little bit of research. So to recap, if you're retired, if you work remotely, or you just want a slower pace of life, a small town might be the perfect fit for you. Which one, though, is right for you? That's the biggest question. It really depends on what you're looking for. On Vancouver Island, we have plenty of options. Victoria, our capital city, best for small city lovers, professionals, and retirees who want amenities and nice mild weather. Nanaimo, best for those who want a mix of city and nature with better affordability. And all of our small town options, best for those who prioritize perhaps larger land, a little more space, and maximizing affordability and a quiet lifestyle. Really, I recommend that you come, you visit, you explore some of the small towns. If you're house shopping, we look at a few different properties and see which property, which area really connects with you the most. If you're coming this way and you'd like to have a look around, drop a comment, visit our website, you can reach out to us and we'd be happy to take care of you. Here's a topic that you might not hear too often in a real estate recruiting style video. Not everyone who joins Real Broker stays. And honestly, that's okay, because Real isn't the best fit for every single agent. So today, we're going to unpack the topic of who usually leaves after they join and why that actually can make sense. Every brokerage has turnover. Agents come and agents go. Sometimes it's because of the splits. Sometimes it's the culture isn't a good fit for them. Sometimes it's personal preference. So Real honestly is no different. It's not perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect organization or perfect company in this world. It's not going to be for everybody. But agents who don't usually stay fall into a few clear different groups. At Real, you get full-time broker support. You get live training every single week by a multitude of classes and courses and masterminds, a national community of agents willing to help. But what you don't get is someone literally sitting in an office building holding your hand every single day. That doesn't exist. It is cloud-based. So if you need constant in-person supervision to function, Real might not be the best fit for you. Some people also find that they're not self-motivated. If there's not someone at the office saying, hey, did you make your calls today? They might not make them. And also, some agents really, really love the office vibe. They love the water cooler chat. They like walking in, chatting about deals, sharing gossip, and feeling that office buzz. And I admit, it has its time and its place. Real is cloud-based. Our office buzz is virtual. So if you're absolutely needing that daily in-person chatter to stay motivated, you might not find that Real's the best fit for you. And some agents leave because of that. Yes, we still get together and meet in person and have coffee meetups and chat, and we have our Zoom meetings, but it is different. You're not walking into an office every single day, which personally the trade-off is fine with me. I don't need to clock into an office at 9 to 5, and I don't need to be there and drive to work and commute. I can accomplish everything from right here in this office. Now, another group of individuals that join and then perhaps leave are agents who don't align with the culture. The culture at Real is simple, and you've seen it. Work hard, be kind. It's built on collaboration, on contribution, and leaving the ego at the door. But not every agent wants that. Some will even prefer competition over collaboration. Some aren't interested in sharing. Some just want to do their own thing without connecting with a broader community. And that's okay, but it usually means that they won't last here long. The fact is that some people joining Real and leaving isn't a bad thing. It isn't a weakness on Real's part. It's proof that the community that we have here is keeping our culture strong and intact. Because when you have a clear identity as a company, not everyone will align. And that's how it should be. The agents who do align, they stay. They're independent, they're driven, they're collaborative, they're entrepreneurial. They're excited to use cutting edge tech. And that's what makes this community so powerful. So who leaves Real right after they join? Agents who need constant hand holding, agents who need daily office chatter to feel connected, or agents that just aren't aligning with the work hard, be kind culture. And if that's you, that's okay. Real might not be the best fit for you. But if you're someone who does value independence, who values collaboration and building a business that lasts, then maybe it's worth having a conversation. If you're curious about whether Real might be a good fit for you or not, reach out. We could have a conversation about what plugging your business into the model would actually look like. So who is Real Broker really a good option for, a good fit for? What type of agent would actually appreciate what the brokerage has to offer the most? Well, definitely agents who want to keep more of their earned income and benefit from different avenues of income streams that the brokerage does provide. I would also say, though, it caters towards an agent that doesn't shy away from or doesn't fear change. Change, of course, can be scary, but great things lie on the other side of change, right? If you never change, things will always stay the same. And if you're happy with the way things are in its current trajectory and the way the status quo, then totally fair enough. And I don't think Real Broker is the best fit for absolutely everybody. So it's really good to explore what it is and see if it's a good option and if making the change is worth it or not. It's also a good fit for agents that really realize that they are their brand. People work with you because of who you are, because they know you, they like you, they trust you, not because of a logo that's behind your head or that's on your shirt. That can be a small factor, but really people decide to work with an agent that they know. And it doesn't matter if you switch brokerages. It matters who you are as a person. Now, again, what type of agent will Real Broker be a good fit for? Agents that won't miss the water cooler talk. And what I mean by that is at Real, we really do collaborate more than anything that I've even experienced in the past. We have over 30 reoccurring online masterminds and Zoom classes and tons of training. Some of the smartest minds in the real estate industry are really within our brokerage. But if you're the type of person that likes to hang out in the coffee room and get the scuttlebutt on the weekly drama around the water cooler, physically, rubbing shoulders for hours in a day, if that's important to you, that social activity, then it may not be a good fit for you. Why? Because of course we are cloud-based. So there's not this central hub that we all walk into every day and we pour a cup of coffee and we can chit chat. It is different. We're still connected. We have many different avenues that connect us all back together and we converse and we mastermind and we share ideas, but it is not the same. There is a difference. Now again, what type of agent is Real Broker really catering towards? I would say somewhat, slightly, a tech-savvy individual. Now, you don't have to be writing your own code. You essentially need to know how to use a computer and be okay with sending emails, making attachments on the emails, working with PDFs lightly, basically the basics. Now, totally fair enough. For some, that's not their forte, and they like signing a piece of paper, a contract with a client, and then walking into an office and slapping it on the secretary's desk, and the secretary will carry it on from there. That's not how it works at Real Broker. You do have to manage that essentially yourself. You have to be okay with somehow, if you are writing it on a piece of paper, getting it onto your computer. And we could talk about that in another video. There's lots of options, of course, but you have to be able to be okay with working with digital files and then essentially working with our online digital filing system where we put our accepted offers, our listing contracts, and they get sent to our managing broker for review. Many other brokerages use things like SkySlope. Ours is very similar, a little more streamlined, I would say, but essentially that's the extent of being a tech savvy individual that is required. And we do have lots of video training on how this all works, how to use it. And I even have a video on this channel here, an introduction into Rezen. That is our application that we use to essentially file everything and make sure we're compliant and have everything sent to our managing broker. So if you are somewhat tech savvy, if you can operate Gmail, you can work with PDFs, and you're able and capable of learning some new things on the computer, you're able to log into a Zoom call, essentially you'll be just fine. But again, it's not for everybody, and that's just fine. Many individuals don't want to change and they want to stay the way that they've been doing things for years and decades. Totally acceptable. And that's why we have different options. That's why there are different brokerages. Oftentimes I liken it to being asked the question of like, well, what's the best car brand? Well, the best car brand for me is likely different for you. And what do you want to do with your vehicle? Are you off-roading? Are you in the highway? Are you all about mileage? Do you want luxury features? So I appreciate having the different options in car manufacturers and in brokerages. I really appreciate where I am, and I feel like it's an excellent fit for me, for my team, and for my business, but it may or may not be a great fit for you. So if you'd like to have a conversation about if it would be a good fit for you, feel free to reach out. All my contact information is on my website below, and send me an email, a text, or a call, and we can have a chat and see if it would be a good fit for you or not. Today we're tackling the topic of whether Real is the right fit for every agent. While Real offers tons of advantages, it's important to recognize and realize that it's not the best option for everybody. So let's dive in and see who might find Real less aligned with what they actually need in a brokerage. Firstly, agents who struggle with technology. Real operates entirely in the cloud, meaning all of our transactions, a large portion of our communications and trainings, they're conducted online. So agents who are not comfortable with digital platforms and who lack basic computer skills might find Real too challenging, and it might not be the best fit. Now, we do have a ton of support, a ton of training, a certain level of technology and proficiency in tech is necessary to be able to use these tools. In general, I would say if you're okay with hopping on a Zoom meeting and communicating, if you're okay with Gmail and being able to use an attachment and a PDF and sign something electronically, if you've used DocuSign or Authentisign in the past or Dotloop, you'll likely be okay. But if that's a struggle and you're a pen on paper and then when the deal's done, slap it on the secretary's desk, and that's how you operate, it might not be the best fit for you. Now, a second area where it might not be the best fit for you is there are people who thrive in a traditional office setting with daily face-to-face interactions. Now, Real's model, of course, is virtual. It can feel isolating if you don't put yourself out there. If you don't join the Zoom meetings or the meetings in WorkVivo, then you're not going to be rubbing shoulders with people, and you could feel like you're all by yourself because you're not getting into that environment. So the absence of having that physical office means that there is a difference. Agents who really value walking into the office and standing by the water cooler for hours in a day, they might feel lonely at Real. Now, if you're over that stage in your career and you're like, no, I just want to sell real estate. Yes, I appreciate my colleagues and I enjoy talking about the industry. That's all still doable. It's just you won't be able to go in and spend 4 hours in the office just talking about whatever is on TV. So if you're a brand new agent and you might really benefit from that water cooler talk chat, maybe you should be with a brick and mortar brokerage at first. Or of course, you can join a team and still get that collaboration and support. Success at Real really requires a high degree of self-discipline and initiative. Really though, that applies to real estate. To be a successful agent, you have to have self-discipline and initiative. So without the structure of going into an office and direct supervision, it is on you. Some managing brokers or team leaders really will say like, well, have you done your calls today? If you need someone to make you do that, then maybe you should be going into a brick and mortar brokerage, showing up so that you are forcing yourself to make those calls. If you can motivate yourself, then you'll be just fine. But again, this is also something that can be resolved by joining a well-run team that's already with Real. Newly licensed agents venturing into real estate alone might find Real's model to not be the best fit. While the company does, of course, have mentorship programs that are specifically designed to help those new agents, the virtual nature of the support might not be as much guidance as some agents need. So those who don't have a strong personal network or prior experience, they might benefit from going to that brick and mortar brokerage first. Or again, this can all be resolved by joining a team, and then they'll get that structure, that training, that motivation that they need. So in my opinion, a brand new solo agent that wants to fly solo and not be with the team, I'd say, no, I don't think you should join a cloud-based brokerage. That's just my opinion. There will be people that can do it and be insanely successful, but I think setting yourself up for success, I always recommend join a team. In conclusion, Real's model, it really does have tons of benefits, but it's essential to really assess where you are in your career. What do you need? Does the model that Real provides, will it align with your working style, with your professional needs? So if you're someone that's not tech savvy, if you're someone that's not self-motivated, if you're not comfortable with virtual interactions and jumping on a Zoom meeting, maybe you should be at a traditional brokerage. Perhaps even just for a time to get your legs underneath you. And then once you're competent and you're experienced, then maybe explore the model again. If you're curious about what your business might look like if you plugged it into Real, reach out. We can have a conversation about whether it'd be a good fit or not. Thinking about building a real estate team, but not sure if the timing is right? Let me make the case for you. 2026 is the year to finally do it. And I'll show you exactly why, especially if you're with Real, where the half cap model makes building a team not just possible, but actually profitable. Let's dive in. The industry has shifted this last year or two. Deals are taking longer, clients expect more service, marketing and tech are evolving fast. One agent trying to do everything from prospecting to staging to social media to video content to contracts just isn't as sustainable as it once was. And that's why we're seeing more and more top agents move into the team model. You can specialize, you can scale, you can create stability in your business, you can go camping for a weekend and not worry about putting your phone down because you have a team in place. But the challenge is, at most traditional brokerages, team structures are broken. They're not as finely tuned as they are here at Real. Every single agent on your team will typically be paying a full cap plus a team split. So that means if you're the team leader, you're constantly having to justify to agents why they should stick around and stick with you, when in reality, they might be better off if they go solo. And your brokerage will end up benefiting more than your team does, because after that team member has gotten to a point where they're comfortable with going out on their own, they're going to leave. They'll likely be sticking with the brokerage, but they're going to go solo, and it doesn't matter to the brokerage because the brokerage was making that cap either way, whether they're with you or they're not. Here's where Real flips the script. You as a team member pay the standard cap. In Canada, $15,000 Canadian. In the US, $12,000 American. But your team members can opt in to pay a half cap. $7,500 Canadian, $6,000 US. That means it's easier to attract and retain those great agents to your team. Your team members actually benefit from being part of your team instead of being penalized. The economics finally make sense and are palatable and work. It's not just about saving money, it's about alignment. Your team's going to win and the brokerage model supports that. And what's here now with pro teams is that you can even set a cap on what your team members pay into you. So let's say that a team member is paying 25% of their commission into being a member of the team. That can stop after, let's say, they paid in $10,000, $15,000, whatever you as a team leader set it to, so that that team member can be motivated to reach for that cap, sell more, and then motivated to keep going and stick around on your team. So why now in 2026? Market conditions, again, clients need more support. The level and expectation of a higher degree of marketing is more so than ever. Agents need more education. Teams deliver that better than solo agents do. Agent mindset is shifting. More are either leaving the business or they're looking for support in their business so that it can be sustainable, so that they can sleep at night, so they don't have to wear every single hat as a business owner. There's talent out there that's ready to join a strong team. The technology that we have with Real's platform, Reason, with our Leo AI, with Real Academy, you can onboard, train, and manage a team without extra workload. Put simply, this is the way that the industry is heading. More and more teams are being formed, and Real makes them financially sustainable and palatable to those team members. Building a team isn't just about more deals. It's about building a business that's bigger than just yourself, one solo person. A business that keeps running even when you go on vacation. A business that supports and develops other agents. And a business that can grow beyond what you could ever do by yourself. And with Real's half-cap model, for the first time, that vision is within reach for more agents than ever. So if you're on the fence about whether starting a team in 2026 is a good time, if it's your year or not, Real has built the financial model to finally make it work and make it sustainable. If you're thinking about bringing your team over to Real or starting a new team at Real, let's have a chat and what your business model would look like if you plugged it into what Real offers. All right, let's talk about Real Broker. If you're a real estate agent in Canada and you've been curious about this cloud-based brokerage, you're in the right spot. Today, I'm breaking down why I made the switch, what's been amazing, what's been surprising, and would I do it all over again? No fluff, just my honest review. So let's rewind for a second. Before I was with Real, I was with a big name brick and mortar brokerage, one of the biggest in Canada. And honestly, I wasn't looking to make a move. I was doing well. I had great clients. I wasn't unhappy. But I started hearing buzz about Real Broker coming to BC. They had already been in Alberta and Manitoba, but I'd heard that they're coming to BC. And I saw that some agents were making the switch and were planning to make the switch as it came to BC. So I just decided, well, let's just look into it and see what this actually is. So I dug in, and what I found, well, let's just say it made me rethink things. So I was a solo agent operating in this brick and mortar brokerage that I really have nothing bad to say at all. Good people, good management, and a good option for some. And within that brokerage, I was a top producer. I was in top 10 commonly, even top 2 or 3, several months, several quarters. So I was producing a lot. Some years, the amount that I paid into the brokerage were a lot of money. I could have bought a car one year with how much was paid into the brokerage, and that's fine. That's how that model essentially has to be because there is so much overhead. The power has to be on, the heat has to be on here in Canada. There's franchise fees that have to be paid. There's, secretaries and back-end staff that all have to be paid in every single office. So the fees have to be more. So I started producing a lot. Basically, I got to a point in my business where I wanted more of a life than just production and more income, more income. I couldn't go camping, for example. I just would have too many listings, 15 to 20 listings perhaps at times. Going for a weekend without cell coverage, not an option. It just couldn't happen. So my goal transitioned to sell as much real estate as I possibly can to try to find this balance, which I know is always the struggle in real estate. And I can't say that I've necessarily found balance, but I have found answers and grown my business in a more sustainable way and been able to spend more time with my family now. So how I did this was by determining, okay, well, I need to start a team. I need to start sharing this workload. And my goal necessarily wasn't to build this mega team, which would ramp up my income. My goal was to ramp up my lifestyle. And I knew that actually this might cost me money, especially at first. And it did at first. I essentially would be giving some transactions away to team members. Yes, there's a team split, but my goal was, again, to buy back more time and buy back an ability to actually step away and turn off my cell phone for a day or 2 or 3. So realizing that I wanted to make this team, I started looking into, team splits and what my current brokerage would offer. At that time, essentially, the split for my team member would be the exact same. So I was paying X amount of cap into my brokerage, so would my team member. But my team member would also, along with that, have to pay the team split. And that's kind of a flaw because it starts costing team members a lot to be with a team. And that's why several you'll see will, be with a team for a year, 2 or 3, really learn the ropes, grow, and then leave, because it quite simply is quite expensive to be at a team in many different structures. But at Real, the cap that they pay into the brokerage is actually halved. So Canadian now, I pay $15,000 Canadian into the brokerage every single year, but every team member pays half of that. So it's now $7,500 Canadian that they pay to the brokerage, and then that's over. The team split will still exist, and that's up to every single team what that looks like. But I looked at that and I remembered how difficult and challenging my first year, especially, second year as well, but especially that first year, working my tail off every single day, all day, weekends. And then also, I was on a very large brokerage split at that time. So if on my large, so this is 100%, I had a large brokerage split. And then if I had a referral fee too, sometimes I was getting 35% of a transaction actually is what I was seeing before expenses. So it was really challenging for me. And for my team members, one of them was coming in and they were going to be a brand new agent. Meanwhile, he was a family man, my age, had a wife, had children, and has to be able to provide for them. So if I could provide a way for that team member to make a living faster, to keep more of their money in that first year and keep on going, that to me became invaluable. That was the tipping point. That was the decision maker for me personally. And that's why I chose Real. Something like 87% of agents stop within the first 2 years because this is a challenging business and it is hard to crack that egg and start making a living. So if I could help my team member to start doing that faster and more sustainably so that they can have a higher odds of success and make a better living, okay, I'm in. So that was my deciding factor. That's why I joined Real. I now have a team with 2 other agents and it's going quite well. We've been together since I joined Real, essentially. That's right when the team was formed. I do feel that the value that's being provided to me and to all my team members definitely is worth the amount that we have to pay into the brokerage. The brokerage split and the idea and mindset behind it is not to be the cheapest in the industry. You will find cheaper brokerages, but the goal is to provide more value back to us than the money that we have to spend. And personally, I do feel that by being at Real. The amount that I spend, I get far more value, not just even monetarily with stock bonuses and revenue sharing opportunities, even just the tech, the tools, the flexibility that we're given. It's already worth that 15K, in my opinion. Real is, of course, a cloud-based brokerage, meaning there's no physical office to walk into. Everything happens online. Training, transactions, support, and a lot of our collaboration is even online. So at first, I wasn't sure how I'd feel about that scenario and that switch. But here's the thing to also ask yourself. When's the last time you actually needed that physical office to go into? Most of my work happens at home, in my car, or at the coffee shop, when I have Wi-Fi or when I have cell service. And with the tech that Real provides, it made that transition actually very seamless. So just a little bit about the tech that they provide. We have our online platform called Reason, and it handles everything: our transactions, our commissions, financial, much more. And then also built inside that, we have Leo, which is an AI-powered concierge that is getting smarter every day. Leo can actually answer questions about your transactions, about your commissions, and even remind you when you missed an initial on a document. So your managing broker doesn't have to do that. Essentially, Leo is the first set of eyes on a transaction and its documents and telling you what's missing. And then, of course, the managing broker will step in after to verify everything is good. Now, let's talk about the financial model, because let's be honest, that's a big reason why agents look at switching brokerages. Real offers a straightforward commission structure with the $15,000 Canadian cap. And then there is revenue share. And a lot of companies are starting to offer this, but a lot of traditional brokerages still don't have revenue share. Real's revenue share system actually is sustainable. It's based on real production of an agent. not just recruiting for the sake of getting more warm bodies in. The revenue share is then shared when an agent comes in and then they produce. They start selling homes. Then there is revenue that they're bringing into Real, and a portion of that revenue that's brought into Real, instead of just going to franchise owners, is shared with agents within the brokerage. And then there's stock awards. Every time you close a deal, you're earning shares, stocks in a publicly traded company. But I could tell you right now, my past brokerage never handed out free stocks for just essentially me doing my job. But in the spirit of full transparency, let's talk about some of the challenges. If you're someone who loves that energy of a physical office, this model can take some adjustment, absolutely. There's no water cooler chat. There's fewer in-person training sessions. That still does exist. But Real has built really an insane online community. There's tons of live training, there's masterminds, there's collaboration. So if you're willing to engage online, you won't feel like you're alone on an island. Another thing that actually surprised me, in a good way though, was Real's ability to pivot and adapt and change to issues as they arise in our market, and even issues that arise in our brokerage, because it is a newer brokerage. We've only been around 10 years or so. So as we are expanding so rapidly, North America's fastest growing brokerage, there are hiccups that are being felt, but Real is really on top of expanding and growing what we have and fixing problems and making the agent experience the best it can be. That is really Real's goal. Their goal is to make the agent experience as fluid and just a no-brainer that an agent wants to be here because of all the value that they give us. Real is constantly rolling out new features, new tools, and ways to make our life easier. We actually are leading the way in the industry rather than playing catch up, which I think is pretty amazing. So would I do it again? Absolutely. Making the switch to Real Broker Canada was one of the best decisions I've made in my real estate business career. The flexibility, the tech, the financial incentives, it all just makes sense. And if you're an agent wondering if this could be a good fit for you, I'd be happy to chat. No pressure at all, just real talk about whether this could help you level up your business and if it would be a good fit or not. So continue to look into the brokerage if you are interested. If you have any questions or concerns, drop them in the comments, or you can find my email, my website below, where you can reach out and we can have a chat. Leaving your brokerage is never an easy decision. For me, I spent years in a traditional brick and mortar brokerage. It was very familiar, I was very comfortable, and I learned a lot. But at some point, I realized that comfort wasn't the same thing as growth. So today, I want to share exactly why I left my old brokerage and joined Real, and why it's been one of the best decisions I've made in my career. So like many agents, I started in a traditional office environment, and for a while it worked. But as I grew my business, I started to notice things that didn't align with where I wanted to go. The technology felt outdated, the splits and fees just didn't make sense anymore, and when I decided to build a team, the model wasn't designed to support that growth. It was designed to protect the brokerage and maintain the amount of money that they wanted to get from every single individual within the brokerage, which is understandable. But that's when I started to look at some different options and really weigh things out. When I discovered Real, three things really stood out to me. First, the technology. Real is not stuck in the past. From Real Academy, where there's over 30 live courses every single week being held, to Leo AI, to Real Wallet, the tools are modern, they're intuitive, they're designed to save time. So instead of juggling a dozen different logins to different platforms and outdated systems, I felt like finally I had a streamlined platform to run my business. Next is the compelling splits. At my old brokerage, I kept asking myself, why am I paying this much money? There were years where I could have bought a new car for the amount that I paid into the brokerage. Real's low cap and fair split was obviously very attractive. But it wasn't just about being cheap. It's not about finding the cheapest brokerage. It was finding about what's the brokerage that I am okay with what they're asking me to pay into them, but I am getting that much or more value by paying that into them and by being part of that brokerage. Am I getting value for my money? The third reason was building my team. This was the real changer for me. At Real, my team members only pay a half cap. So in Canada, it's $15,000 for a cap. But being a team member on my team, it's not $15,000, it's $7,500. That means I could attract talent, help them grow, and still build a profitable, scalable team. And those team members, we all know how hard the first 1, 2, 3 years of real estate is. But if I can set them up for success and they only have to pay a half cap into the brokerage, that is going to give them a huge leg up and up their odds of being successful in this industry and sticking around. So instead of my brokerage becoming an obstacle for this industry costs too much, Real became an accelerator. And then there were the extras, the extra bonuses that really sealed the deal. Stock bonuses. I wasn't just selling homes anymore to make an income. I was building ownership in the company. Every single milestone meant that I was building long-term wealth. My first deal of the calendar year, for my anniversary date of joining, I get a stock bonus. If I attract someone to join Real and they sell a house, I get a stock bonus. After I cap, I get a stock bonus. If I hit elite status, I get a huge stock bonus. Then there's revenue share. It's an optional but powerful way to create a stream of income beyond just selling homes. It's not just about recruiting, it's about creating a retirement plan that keeps paying you even after you stop selling houses. Because you have helped to build the brokerage by bringing in agents that are building up the company is rewarding you for doing so. At my old brokerage, when I stopped selling, that was it. At Real, I'm building something that lasts even after I stop selling. So why did I leave my brick and mortar brokerage? Because I wanted modern tech that actually was innovative and adapting and pushing me forward. Because I wanted a financial model that rewarded me fairly. Because I wanted a team structure that made sense and would really propel my team members and allow them to feel success sooner. And I wanted long-term wealth opportunities beyond just selling and closing on homes. And Real gave all of that to me. I'll always be grateful for where I started and for the people that are there. But the truth is, where I am now, I am eternally grateful that I did make the switch. Real has been an awesome switch for myself, but it might not be the best switch for everybody and the best option. So if you'd like to have a chat about your business, what it's like, what it entails, what you do, and what it would look like if you plugged it into Real, we can have a chat and see if it would be a good fit or not.
Why are Real agents so passionate about their brokerage? Have you come across a Facebook post or a Reddit thread asking for opinions on which brokerage is best and seen people raving about obviously every brokerage, but maybe Real's on your mind, so you're kind of targeting in on those comments and you're reading those ones and saying, well, here's another one. Someone really loves Real. Or perhaps you know a Real agent, and when the topic comes up, you can tell that they get really passionate about their brokerage. Why is that? Why are Real agents so hyped, so amped about their brokerage? Is it just because there's profit sharing in place and they're incentivized to be over the top with the hopes of recruiting you? That's why they're so excited, because you are potential dollar signs if they bring you in? Well, the short answer is maybe. It's possible. That could be the case. And I can't speak to every single situation or scenario that you've experienced, of course, but what I can speak to is the topic of this video. Why are Real agents so amped with their brokerage? Firstly, asking which brokerage is best is kind of like asking what car brand's the best or what cell phone maker is the best. It's polarizing, right? And I know that when I ask those two questions, you likely have an answer in your mind. You answered perhaps even subconsciously. Everyone essentially chooses a tribe and they're on that team when it comes to their cell phone, right? I'm an Android user or I'm on Team iPhone. And after you hop on board, onto that tribe, onto that brand, you tend to be proud of where you are to a degree, and change is hard. So I can't tell you what car to buy or what phone ecosystem you should be the part of, because everyone is different. Everyone's life situations, their personal needs, what they want in a phone, what they want in a vehicle is unique to themselves. So I do have a favorite car brand, and I do know which phone ecosystem is the best for me, and I do know which brokerage is the best for me. But it doesn't mean that all those same answers or decisions that I've made are the best for you. Real is the best fit for me for many reasons, and I'm proud and happy to talk about it and share it with friends when the topic comes up. One thing that's different is that real agents are not just numbers or cogs in a machine within a brokerage. We're actually part owners of the company. And that is the real reason that real agents are hyped. Because as the company succeeds, as we grow, as we get more agents, as the company becomes more successful and more profitable, we as agents benefit. And I don't mean that in some altruistic way where we're part of something and we're making money for the company. We individually financially benefit and grow and gain. How so? Well, the first way, this is optional, but most agents, and I recommend it, not financial advice, but most agents participate in the stock purchase program. And in doing so, we agree to use a portion of our earned income, and Real automatically purchases stocks in our name and puts it into a stock account. And in doing that, we get bonuses, stock bonuses. So we're buying into our brokerage and thus literally becoming part owners. Over the course of the last year, year and a half, I'll put up on the screen here what the stock price has done. When I joined 2 years ago, you can see what it looked like here, and now look what it is today. So you can just imagine putting in $1,000, putting in $2,000, and then having it grow that much, what that looks like now. That's enough to get me very excited. And again, to have zero regrets about my decision. After being with the brokerage for 2 years, I am by far cash positive solely just on what the stock has done. To me, that's exciting. That's a reason to be amped. So if your stock purchase program roughly purchased for you $15,000 worth of stock in 2023 and in 2024, you can see how it's growing and what that would look like in your stock account. Now, who knows, of course, what the future will do. The stock market does go up and down. There are ebbs and flows. But in the end, take a step back and look at this being the fastest growing real estate brokerage in North America. That's a fact. It's a growing, prospering business. What happens to growing, prospering businesses on the stock market? Typically, they go up. We, of course, at Real Broker have a brokerage split, and just like any other brokerage. But at Real Broker, it might be a little bit lower than what you're used to. If you're a solo agent, it's $12,000 Canadian per year. Now, that right there is likely less than your current brokerage split. But now we have the opportunity to make that back or even profit, cash positive, if the stock price goes up. Stocks do not always go up, and who knows what the future will hold. But you can see why this opportunity is exciting and why real agents are so passionate about it. Now, real agents receive stock bonuses as they sell their first property each year, as they hit their yearly cap, if they hit elite status. So financially, being at Real Broker for 2 years has not only saved me money by means of the lower brokerage split, but it's actually made me cash positive by means of the rising stock price alone. And again, of course, that can't be guaranteed year over year. Some years will be flat, absolutely. But I can just speak to what's happened over the last 2 years. And I can also speak to the benefit of having this, you opt in, but somewhat forced savings account. Real estate agents, we're good at pounding the pavement and selling homes, but not necessarily good at financial management. So this way, a portion of your check is going to this little side investment. You don't see it, you don't feel it. You're still getting paid and you operate your life and you pay your bills, but now you're saving money into this appreciating asset that is company stocks. Now, other reasons to be excited as real agents are fantastic technology that we have. It streamlines our business, our workflow. It gives us opportunities that are not available anywhere else. Within Leo, which is our AI assistant that's accessible from our phone, from our computer, I can say, make me social media shareables for my listing on and say the address, and it spits out 8, 10, 12 different options based on a listing, and I can just go from there. It plugs that listing into Canva templates, and I can go and tweak them or just simply download, done, I have it. We also have an amazing and connected community of agents that actually care about us all succeeding. Why do we care? Because again, we're building something and it benefits all of us when we succeed, when the company does well. We all financially gain. And lastly, profit sharing. So the traditional brokerage business model has a brokerage owner essentially benefiting from the profits of that office. Every agent in that office, typically they'll have a higher brokerage split, and then after expenses and paying for the office, that brokerage owner gets those profits. They'll have their expenses, they'll have their franchise fee, but at the end of the year, there'll be profits, and they take those profits. At Real, rather than all those profits going to the brokerage ownership group, it's shared with individual agents that work to grow and build the community, the company that we have. Thus, we all benefit. And that's exciting. That's exciting. It does amp us up. I try to attend all Real in-person events. Attending these events, I feel that I do have a good feel for the culture, for the company, what is being grown here. I have met the leadership group. I've shaken their hands. I've seen them speak, and I can sense that they're genuine in their efforts to actually make something that benefits us as Real agents. And that is the goal, more so than profits. The goal of Real, and I've heard management say this several times, is to make a brokerage that provides the best agent experience possible. Their goal is to make our life better. And in doing that, the profits will come. And they are coming. Real brokerage is profitable already, but they're not focused on that. They're focused on making their agents profitable, and it'll trickle back to the company. So to summarize, there are many reasons that Real agents are amped and hyped about their brokerage. It benefits our lives. It benefits our businesses, our families' lives by providing options like willable revenue share. Even after I'm long gone, that can be passed on to my wife, to my children. Just like a favorite car brand, though, it is personal. It's the best fit for me, but it might not be for you. So if you'd like to have a conversation to see whether or not it might be a good fit for you, or if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. All my contact information is on my website below.
Have you noticed this? Every time you open your socials, it feels like another top team or high producing agent is announcing that they've joined Real Broker. In fact, Real Broker is, and has been for several years, the fastest growing brokerage in North America. And today I want to show you the big picture about why it's happening, what it means for our industry, and why being an early adopter actually can be huge. Let's start with the numbers. Just a few years ago, Real had fewer than 1,000 agents. Today, over 27,000 agents across the US and Canada, and it's growing every single week. It's not just the agent count also, though, that's growing. We've been publicly traded on the NASDAQ since 2020. As mentioned, we're currently operating in 49 states and 4 Canadian provinces, soon to be 5. We are growing that way as well. We're consistently ranked as one of the fastest growing brokerages in industry reports. And it isn't just growth, it's acceleration. Growth and acceleration like this doesn't just happen by accident. So why are agents moving, making the move in droves? One reason is the model. It's an agent-focused model. The low cap, the fair split, the revenue share opportunities, the stock purchase program opportunities and bonuses that are given. Also, there's no silos. So it's all about collaboration instead of competition. Agents openly share their playbooks instead of locking them away and keeping them behind a closed door. Our technology is next level. Within Real Academy, with Reason, with Leo AI, our Real Wallet tools, these are all tools that are given to us that actually save time and help us run our business more efficiently and professionally. Nextly is our culture. Work hard, be kind. You see that everywhere? It's not just a tagline, it really defines us. It's our operating system. Agents aren't just joining Real because it's a better deal, because it can save them money. They're joining because the model is built for agent success. It is propelling agents, moving them forward in their careers. For decades, brick and mortar franchises dominated real estate. We can think of all the big names across North America and the world: Remax, Keller Williams, Royal LePage, Century 21. But the industry has and continues to shift. Agents want freedom to be able to build their own brand. They want a national network that they can plug into quickly and instantly for referrals to share them back and forth. And they want to keep more of their hard-earned income and also benefit from stock bonuses, like we mentioned, and revenue sharing opportunities. So Real Broker is simply giving agents what they've always wanted. And these old models, they're not pivoting, they're not adapting fast enough. And this is how disruption is happening. Now, why being early, an early adopter matters, and here where it gets interesting. Anytime an industry goes through disruption, early adopters benefit the most. Think about agents who went all in on social media before anyone else, right? They dove into Instagram or into YouTube before it became saturated in your market. How did they benefit? Of course, it's huge now. Teams who embraced YouTube lead generation before the masses. With Real, positioning yourself early means that you're going to become that go-to person in your community before the brand has saturated your entire market. You'll be the agent that comes to mind when you think of somebody in your area. You're building your revenue share tree while others are still saying, what's Real Broker? In the future, 5 years from now, the question won't be, should I join Real? It'll be, why didn't I join Real sooner? So yes, Real is the fastest growing brokerage in North America. Agents are tired of silos, of bloated fees, of outdated systems. They want freedom, they want collaboration, and they want a model that grows with them. That's why Real isn't just growing fast, it's exploding, it's redefining what a brokerage can even look like. So if you've been watching from the sidelines, this could be your early mover moment. If you're curious about what Real actually looks like and works, and how it would work if you plugged your business into the model, what it would look like, reach out and we can have a conversation. All my contact information is in the description. All right, let's talk about something big that's been shaking up the real estate industry in Canada. Why are so many top agents leaving traditional brokerages and moving to Real Broker? We're seeing agents from all the big name brokerages make the switch. So what's going on? Is it just hype, or is Real Broker actually offering something better? Today we're breaking down the top reasons why agents, especially top producers, are leaving their old brokerages behind and choosing Real. So if you're an agent wondering whether this makes sense or not, stick around. One of the biggest factors is there's quite simply a better commission model. We get to keep more of the commission that we earn with every single sale. Traditional brokerages take a big chunk of your hard-earned commission, whether it's through high splits, franchise fees, desk fees, using the photocopier. At Real, it's simple. Of course, the brokerage itself has to make money as well. At Real, it is an 85-15 split, meaning you keep 85% and 15% goes towards the brokerage until you've paid your entire cap in Canada of $12,000 Canadian. That's if you are a solo agent or a team leader. If you're on a team, that $12,000 cap is actually cut in half to $6,000. Once you cap, you're at 100% commission for the rest of the year. There is a deal fee that's added on to every single transaction. There are no royalty fees, no desk fees, no monthly fees. Essentially, if you did not sell a home, you will not be charged anything from the brokerage. There could be a board MLS fee, right, for being part of your MLS, but not from Real. So compare that to your current split, to what you're paying. Do the math, and you can easily see the difference. Quite simply, the costs are significantly less. You could be paying 20, 25, even 30% of your commission year after year. So for top producers that sell a lot of homes, they can quite simply do the math, see the difference, and make that decision. Another reason top producers are switching over is revenue share, building passive income. Here's where things get even more interesting. Revenue sharing. So if you've looked into EXP, you've probably know about their revenue share models as well, but Real Brokers is even more straightforward and sustainable. Essentially, you earn a small percentage of the commission from agents that you bring into the company. You don't have to be a recruiter though. Just talk to people about where you are, show that it's working for you, and people will come and ask you about it. That's how it works. We're not knocking on doors and trying to recruit agents. We're not cold calling them and saying, hey, come on over here. Essentially, the way it works is a small portion of that $12,000 cap that they pay into the brokerage is allocated for revenue sharing. Now, in a traditional brokerage, there is a franchise owner and they essentially get all the profits and benefit from every single agent that's at that brokerage. Rather than all of that being funneled to the brokerage owner at Real, it's revenue sharing. It's splitting up some of that profits. And instead of, again, putting it to one person, it's putting it to people who have helped grow the brokerage. And this money, of course, grows as your network expands. So for top producers, this means that you're building a secondary income stream while still doing what you love, selling real estate. Thirdly, top producers are making the switch because of stock ownership. This is another opportunity for building long-term wealth. Unlike traditional brokerages, where you're just another agent paying fees into that brokerage, at Real Broker, you actually become a shareholder and a part owner. You earn stock bonuses when you hit milestones, when you sell your first transaction of the year, when you attract another agent, when you hit your cap. All of these different things give you a stock bonus. As well, if you opt into the stock purchase program, you're setting aside a specific amount of your commission every single time you sell something and buying into the stock purchase program. And for doing that, Real rewards you and gives you even more stock for free. This is how agents are building real wealth beyond just their commission. After 2 years of being at the brokerage, my stock portfolio has expanded so much, taking into account what I've paid into my commission split and paid into Real, and then taking into account, well, what's sitting in my stock account now, I am by far cash positive. Let's be honest, most agents don't need a physical office anymore. Top agents are already running their business remotely, from their phones, on the go. It's just how we operate. Many agents, even though they're part of a brick and mortar brokerage, won't step foot into the office very often. They might have a desk sitting there, but they can operate from their vehicle, from their home. They don't have to go into the office to sell a house. So it's just not required anymore. Real Broker, of course, is fully cloud-based. So you can work from anywhere. You're not tied to a physical address. You don't have to pay desk fees, and support is available virtually whenever you need it. Real Broker really gives agents the flexibility to live life on their own terms, while still having all the tools that they need to be able to succeed. Collaboration and community is another reason that top agents are making the switch. It's not just another virtual brokerage. It's not just another Zoom meeting that you have to be part of. It actually is something special. It's something that actually surprises a lot of agents, is how connected the Real Broker community actually is. Even though there's no physical office for us to step into, we're never alone. Real has a strong Canadian network of agents helping each other grow. I physically am located in BC. In BC, we're still very young, but if we look at provinces like Alberta and Manitoba, where Real came to Canada first, the agent count there is massive. Real is going to continue to grow in BC and Canada at a massive rate. We are North America's fastest growing brokerage. We have regular mastermind sessions and training calls with top producers. We have a culture of collaboration, not competition. That is why top agents aren't just switching to Real, they're thriving here. So should you make the switch? At Real, we have a better commission model that saves thousands. We have passive income through revenue share. We have stock ownership to build long-term wealth. We have total freedom to work from anywhere. And we have a strong, supportive community. So if you're an agent looking at your current brokerage and thinking, am I really getting the best deal? Then it might be time to take a serious look at Real. I believe it's an awesome option and the best fit for me and for my team. Now, I also believe that it's not the best fit for everybody. So if you'd like to have a conversation about what it might look like for you, what do you need in a brokerage, feel free to reach out. We can have a chat and really determine, dig in deep if it may or may not be a good fit for you. Have you noticed a trend in the real estate world lately? Top producing agents working in your market, some of the biggest names, are quietly making a move. And they're not always broadcasting it everywhere. They're not making a big splash, putting it on their socials. They're just kind of quietly slipping away and joining Real. Why? That's the first question. And I look at the stats too, and I notice agents jumping around from brokerage to brokerage. And sometimes it is surprising. It is shocking. You go, oh, wow, they made a move. They've been there forever. And they made that switch. So the reason why may start with them looking into the business model and seeing the cost savings that are available, how the splits are good. But really, that's just a surface level reason of why people are switching, making the move to join over to Real. Yes, there's a cost savings, but what value is being provided? What community, what culture? They're seeing also that many traditional brick and mortar brokerages are slow to adapt. And the agents that are willing to make that change are ones that aren't willing to just wait and stay at the status quo. It's those that really want to continue to grow and to modernize and to look into technology and how can they grow their business. So when ones that are looking into Real and making the decision to join, when they're weighing it all out, what are the determining factors? Not just commission splits. What is making them say, yes, this is where I want to be? So here's a few things. First off, it's freedom. Top producers, they really don't want to be micromanaged. They've outgrown the cookie cutter systems, and Real really gives them and us flexibility to run our business the way that we want to, while still offering high-end and top-tier back-end support for our business from managing brokerages and from the brokerage, and of course compliance teams and FinTrack compliance. We're doing the business correctly, but we're not being micromanaged. A second key influence is the wealth building opportunities. And again, we're not just talking saving a few $1,000s, sometimes many $1,000s on commission splits. Within Real, we're not just selling homes, we're actually building our future. And this is because every time we sell a home, if we're part of the stock purchase program, a portion of our commission check automatically buys us into the stock purchase program, and then we're given bonuses for doing so. For every single time we buy stocks, we're given more free stock. And being part of buying into a stock from North America's fastest growing brokerage, the stock price is escalating and will continue to escalate, in my opinion. Of course, who knows what will happen in the stock market, not financial advice, but we're part of a growing business. Then, of course, there's the revenue share model, and it's a model that rewards long-term vision. Real really offers a way to actually own a piece of what we're growing. And that's why when you see Real agents, they're passionate. You see these videos even from myself. Why am I doing this? It's because I'm passionate about this company, about this business, and about it growing because I'm part of it. And if it succeeds, I succeed. So it really is being part of something growing and something special. Another third determining factor is that we're part of a community that doesn't have silos. There's no closed doors. There's no, oh, you didn't join with me, you can't be in my mastermind. Or if you really want to join Real, you should join with me so you are in my special YouTube mastermind. No, it's an open book. Every single coach, every single mastermind, we can all join them. And it can be held anywhere in North America, Canada, the States, open doors, open opportunities. So despite being a cloud-based brokerage, Real is one of the most connected offices, brokerages that I've ever seen. Over 30 weekly masterminds every single week, and they're all recorded. So if I miss it, I can tune in. There's collaboration across provinces, within our towns, within our cities. There's no silos. There's no ego battles for trying to get the corner office. We're all in this together, growing this together. And another determining factor then is our modern tech stack. And that's just a way of saying the tools that we are given, the tools that are being built for us and continue to grow and improve are next level good and really do make our lives easier and improve our business lives. Top agents want leverage. They realize that they only have so much time. So if they can leverage technology tools to make their life easier, then they have more time to either sell more homes or create more of a life balance with their family and with their friends. So our tech platform here at Real is clean, it's integrated, it's built to scale, it's built to grow. It's not cobbled together pieces like legacy systems and multiple logins. Go here for this and type in a login and password. Then you have to go here. It's a one-stop shop. We log in and it's all there in one place. Another determining factor is our leadership. Real's leadership is accessible. It's industry best, in my opinion. And again, being so accessible, I can write them a message and say, I'm having this problem. I really think that this is the direction we need to go. And they'll take the time to chat with me. And Not that everything I say or that you might have to say will be incorporated, but they do take the time to listen to determine if that is the best thing for the business or not. So many of the agents that are making the switch over don't necessarily shout it from the rooftops. It's just another day at work, and for them, working on their business, focusing on what they're actually good at, which is selling homes. It doesn't have to necessarily be a Facebook post, an Instagram story, or a movie about you making the switch. These ones realize that we're all required, of course, to be at a brokerage as a licensed agent. We have to be associated with a brokerage, and that clients that you're working with, they don't really care what brokerage you're at. They just care about working with you because they know you and they like you and they trust you. So the logo behind your name, behind your face on your business card ultimately doesn't matter to them. And that's what top agents are recognizing. So it's really not a trend. It's not a flashy fad. It's actually a shift. And it's a shift for good reason. It's a shift that you see again because we are North America's fastest growing brokerage. Agents are recognizing that it works, that the benefits of being here are huge. Many agents that I talk to that have made the switch, they just say, I just wish I would have made the switch sooner. So if you're behind the scenes, if you're in that exploratory phase, really taking in content like this to see what Real has to offer, especially here in Canada, feel free to reach out. We can have a chat and we can see if it would be a good fit for your business or not.
Will it hurt my brand, my personal branding, if I leave my bricks and mortar brokerage and join Real? That's a question that I asked myself, and I didn't know the answer when I joined. But now, after being with Real for over 2 years, I am able to answer that question. So when I initially joined, I had several concerns about the change and how it would affect my business, my clients, my listings. What would my sellers of their biggest holding in their entire life think or say about me switching from a well-known, established, one of the biggest brands in Canada to a relatively new company within Canada that likely they'd never heard of? In fact, I could pretty much guarantee they had not heard of. Why? Because Real wasn't in BC. So there was zero brand awareness, essentially. So again, I was with a brand that was one of the biggest in my locale. It had a just fine reputation, and it still does. And I still feel that they're a great brand with great management and some great people, some great agents. So with leaving this well-known, established brokerage and joining one that just came to my province be a bad decision. So people in the community just did not know that brand, and would they even associate it with real estate? So nevertheless, I jumped in, I made the change, and I was among the first handful of agents that joined Real within the first few days when it came to our province here in BC. Now, I knew that Real was coming to BC for several months prior to making my change, so it wasn't just a willy-nilly decision that I made within a day or two. It was not spur of the moment by any means. Now, at that time, I had about 16 or 17 listings, and I had concerns about how would my sellers respond to this change? Would I lose listings? I'd have to have them all sign documents that at that time would have to cancel the listing and then re-sign all the documents again for a new listing, even when they were already on the market. So I reached out to every single seller and I had a conversation about that change that I was making. And I took a very positive approach and said that I had exciting news. Well, exciting for me anyways. So I made a little light of it that way, but I explained that I was making a brokerage change, but nothing would change regarding who they'd be working with, who they'd be communicating with. And I would still be the face that they're communicating with, and I would still be offering them the same high level of service. No cost difference was going to be made to them. It was just essentially my back end, my internal document filing system that I would be changing with my brokerage change. So I had this conversation over and over again with each listing, with each seller, and not one had anything negative to say or question my change. All the sellers signed any and all of the documents that were required for the change. I didn't lose a single listing. One person asked me if there'd be any cost difference, and I explained no, not at all. I explained again that just in BC, we're required to be with a brokerage, and the brokerage is essentially my filing cabinet. It's where I file the sale documents so that it can be processed and handed on to the lawyer. So you'll still be working with me as an individual. It's just my back end is changing. Now, on one of my listings, it actually took quite a while to get an offer on it. So it was about 4 months later, after I had made that change, that we got an offer. We were sitting at the kitchen table, going over the offer and, signing, initialing. And then they asked the question, which brokerage are you with again? And this surprised me because we had the brokerage switch conversation earlier, and my sign had been in the yard, again, for months and months, and it says the brokerage name right there on it. But it really solidified to me that it largely doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have nothing but good things to say about my previous brokerage. I obviously love where I am at now and love making content like this, of course. But again, it doesn't matter to most people, to the consumer, what brokerage you're with. They work with you because of who you are. You are the brand. I love Real and I wear it on my shirts, but it doesn't sell me more houses. And my last brokerage, it didn't sell me more houses. I am the brand. Now, oftentimes new agents, because they're not known, they will rely on their brand heavily, right? They'll put that logo there and proud to be part of this brokerage. And it's because people don't know them as an agent, but they do know the brokerage. And that's totally fair enough. And that's a strategy that does work. Another strategy that works is joining a team, an established team that's well known in the community. Yes, you as an agent might not be known in the community yet, but people will recognize that team logo, that team's brokerage. So that can help get you established more as well. So yes, I'm with Real, but people work with me because they know who I am and they see what I'm able to do and accomplish in the market here. So I don't say this to be conceited or to brag, but just to emphasize that I lost no business with the brokerage change. And regarding buyers, I did not lose a single one either. And now at Real has even introduced pro teams, which is essentially a way that a boutique brokerage can come over to Real and they can plug into our back-end system and our structure, but still maintain their own logo and branding. So for agents and brokers in that specific scenario, it's such a no-brainer to join Real now, because essentially you can hang on to your branding and very, very little will change that's consumer facing. You'll still look the same, but you're plugged into all the benefits that Real has to offer. Now, Real was an excellent fit for me, for my team, and joining, but it may or may not be the best option and the right decision for you and for your team. If you'd like to have a conversation about what it actually might look like, if you have any specific questions that I haven't been answering, all my contact information is on my website below. Please do feel free to reach out. Today we're tackling the topic of transitioning to Real and addressing a common concern, and that is, will my clients, will my buyers, will my sellers care if I switch brokerages to Real Broker, a brokerage that they might never even have heard about? So this is a question that many people, many agents worry about when they're considering making the switch and can stop them dead in their tracks from making that switch. So let's dive into this topic and explore the factors that actually do matter to our clients. Clients primarily focus on the quality of service that they receive. They value trust and communication and results over the name of the brokerage. While brand recognition can play a role, it's not just secondary, it's actually way lower down the list of what's important. First on the list is the personal relationship that you have with them, the professionalism that you bring to the table, and your branding, not the brokerage's branding. In fact, many clients might not even be aware of the brokerage that you represent or that you're with, especially if you've really succeeded in building a personal, strong brand. Your reputation, your responsiveness, your expertise, that's what leaves lasting impressions. They want to work with you because of who you are, not because of the logo on your business card. So some agents worry that moving to a less traditional or newer brokerage like Real might affect their credibility.
But Real has been making significant strides in the industry. We are, of course, over 10 years old now and North America's fastest growing brokerage. Real empowers and allows its agents to spread their wings and to create their own personal brand. So in doing so, you can continue to be yourself, to present your unique brand to your clients and ensure that the level of service can stay consistent even if you switch brokerages. Most clients likely won't even notice. Some seller clients will notice because the sign might change. Buyers, they likely won't even notice. When you're making the switch, clear and proactive communication with your clients is super important. It shouldn't come out of left field. They should at least have had a phone call or an email explaining what you're doing. So prepare yourself regarding what you will say to your clients and how you'll say it. Let them know about the change, but emphasize that it will be enhancing your services that you'll be able to provide to them. Explain the change in a positive way, how it'll personally be helping you and your business. They probably won't notice, but it's really going to streamline your business so you'll be able to offer an even higher level of service. Reassure clients that your commitment to them remains the same and that the transition will be as seamless as possible. Focus and chat about the advantages, how it'll really be helping your business, and then ask them if they have any concerns. I asked this to 16, 17 listings that I took over when I made the switch. The only one concern I had, one person asked, is this going to cost me more money? Them as a seller. And I said, no, the commission arrangement that we've agreed to already will be exactly the same. You'll see no changes. If the conversation goes that way, you can really lean into about all the tools that Real gives us, how it really equips its agents with cutting edge tools and platforms. And if anything, it'll be enhancing the client experience because that transaction management is so much more streamlined being with Real. So to wrap it up, while it's only natural to have concerns and to have this thought and this question pop up in your mind about how will clients think about this change? What if they haven't heard about Real? The key factor that influences their satisfaction will remain the same, and that's you. That's how you're handling their transaction, their sale, their purchase. That's your professionalism, your communication, your commitment to their needs. And we know that's not going to change. You're going to stay the same person, so they will stay just as happy. So if you effectively communicate the benefits of the transition in your business and just continue to deliver exceptional service, you can make sure that your clients will remain confident and happy to work with you even as you make the switch. If you're curious about how your business model would look like if you plugged it into Real, we can have a chat. We can see if it would be a good fit for you or not. Feel free to reach out. If you're building a team or even just thinking about it, thinking that's the way I want to take my business in the near future, your brokerage choice matters a massive amount. And in some cases, it can actually be working against you. Team leaders don't always start their career with that idea that this is where I want to take my business. It can start with just you being so busy. You are in demand. And leverage becomes necessary because you simply just don't have enough time to do everything, to handle all the showings, to handle all the listings. But just having a team doesn't necessarily solve all of the problems. And truthfully, it will create more problems too that have to be solved. Many traditional brokerages were never really designed to support team autonomy in the first place. They were designed to bring in single solo agents, and then they had to evolve because solo agents wanted to create these teams. So sure, you can have a team at that brick and mortar brokerage down the street, but the question to ask is, what advantages did they give you for having your team there at the brokerage? Because you can take your team anywhere you want. What does that brokerage give you for being there? Because in the end, you're giving the brokerage money for being present. So what commission splits are they offering for you and for your team members? Is it simply the same commission split and cap for a solo agent and for that team member? Because if it is the same, how long is that team member on your team going to stay on your team when it's costing them way more money to be there? Because they could simply leave at some point, stay at the same brokerage, but be a solo agent and not have to pay the team split. If you are that team leader, you need clarity on whether your brokerage is designed to grow with you and your team. Is my brokerage giving me the tools to successfully build my team and to retain team members? Yes, my value add as a team leader is present. But what value add is the brokerage where I'm planting my team at, making it a no-brainer for my team members to stick around, because they see the value that I, as a team leader, am adding, and they see the value that the brokerage is adding to them. The fact of the matter is that being a team leader at Real Broker does give you a lot of advantages. Real allows us to have our team members on half caps. So here in Canada, the cap amount goes from $15,000 Canadian to $7,500. In the US, it goes from $12,000 US dollars to $6,000. So that means a team member on your team, yes, they'll be paying that cap at the 85-15 split because everybody's on that. Until they've capped, they paid in that $7,500 and then it's done. They're not having to pay the $15,000, the whole cap. And at many, if not most, brick and mortar brokerages, those team members are paying the full cap plus the team split, making it very expensive for them to be with you. And with pro teams at Real Broker, you as the team leader can decide on an individual level with every single agent what's the cap split that that team member will be paying into the team. And then also, when will they cap? It can be indefinite. It can just be, they pay 20%, 25% to the team on every single deal. But you could also adjust that they pay 25% until they paid in X amount of dollars, and then they're completely free of any more payment into the team. Or you could even do it, well, they're free, but there's still a deal fee. So it's very customizable. You can tweak all the numbers on an individual basis. Having the ability to cap what your team members pay in splits adds a lot of clarity to members. They know what to expect. They can plan better, and it gives them this feeling that they're not overpaying. Pro Teams is really a game changer. It gives us as team leaders so much more control about the fine numbers and how everything works. If you'd like to have a chat and go through a demo of how it actually works, click the link below and we can set up a time to have a confidential Zoom meeting or phone call, and we can chat it through and see whether or not Real will be a good fit for you and your team or not. Many new agents choose a brokerage for the wrong reason and pay for it later. And the tricky part is that at the time, it might even feel like the right decision. If you're a brand new real estate agent, chances are that you're being pulled in a lot of different directions right now. Different brokerages, different team options perhaps, different promises, different commission splits. Everyone's saying that they're the best place to start and to join. This video isn't about telling you where to go. It's just going to hopefully help you understand what actually matters before you make that big decision that shapes your career path. Most new agents focus on a few very specific things when choosing a brokerage. The best commission split, the biggest brand name and recognition, perhaps even the flashiest training program, or where a friend already has joined and is present. And none of those reasons are necessarily wrong, and they're all factors to take into consideration. But they're usually not the reason that so many agents struggle, stall, or stop in a year or two. What matters a lot, more than people realize, is environment. What are you surrounded by every day? What does that normal look like in that office, in that brokerage option? Is it normal to prospect daily? Or is it normal to have water cooler gossip? Is it normal to ask questions and to collaborate and to learn? Or is it normal to just stay quiet and figure it out by yourself? Is growth expected? Is it exciting? This is what's working and people are sharing with you? Or is it optional and the doors are closed and they don't want to share it with you because if they share it with you, then you're going to do it too? You don't rise to the training that you watched once. You rise to the environment that you sit in every day and every week. Training is super important, especially early on. But the part that new agents often don't hear is training teaches you what to do, but your environment determines if you'll actually do it and if you'll continue to do it. Training is going to say you should be touching base with 10 people every single day, but your environment is going to push you towards actually doing that. You can have the best scripts in the world, but if no one around you is pushing their business to the next level, then that momentum, that knowledge can be in your head, but doesn't actually transfer to action. A large question that you need to ask yourself, and that is often overlooked, is who does this brokerage turn agents into 5 years from now? Do their top producers live the kind of career that you want? Do they grow, lead, and build? Your first brokerage isn't just about surviving year one. That's of course important, but it sets your expectations for what's possible and points you down the path that your life and your career and your business will be going. Before you choose a brokerage that based on splits, based on logo, brand net recognition, pause and look deeper. See what aligns with you as a person and your business goals. What do you want to focus on? What do you want to build a team? Do you want to delve into high-level media creation? Does the brokerage option that I'm considering tend to cater toward the kind of agent that I want to be? If you'd like to have a conversation to chat about what your goals are and if Real would be a good fit for your business plans or not, feel free to click the link down below. We can set up a time to have a chat. If you're a new agent, I want to say this clearly right up front. You didn't make a bad brokerage choice, but there are a few things about that initial decision that many agents don't fully understand or realize until years later. Almost every new agent chooses their first brokerage based on the same few things. The training that's being offered, perhaps the brand name, brand recognition, the desk fees, the splits, or whoever felt the most supportive at the time that you were interviewing and checking your options, whichever managing broker you really resonated with the most. And that makes total sense. When you're new to the business, you're not trying to optimize and tweak and get the most out of your business per se. You're really just trying to learn how to do everything properly without getting into trouble. You're trying to survive, you're trying to learn. But what most new agents don't really grasp at the moment about making that decision of which brokerage you go to is realizing how it quietly affects your trajectory and your future. It affects how you can earn, it affects how you can grow, and what options you later have. Many brokerages are designed to get you started, but not all of them are designed to grow with you, to provide leverage, to grow your business in different ways. Yes, all brokerages will help you buy and sell homes, but beyond that, are there options for growth? And that's why so many agents hit this point just a few years into their career saying, I think I've outgrown my office and the opportunities that my office provides me. But now switching can feel complicated. So while it is important to ask yourself, well, how can this brokerage really help me today? It's even more important to ask yourself, who will this brokerage make me become over the next 2 or 3 years? Does it encourage independence or dependence? Does it reward collaboration? Or is there a lot of competition between those high producers? Are they in their offices with the doors locked and they don't want to chat with you? Or are they bringing you in and saying, this is what I did and look at how it worked? Is there room for your goals to change? Your initial goal, again, is survival and to sell some houses. But can you grow that? Can your business grow at the brokerage you're considering? Some models are built around short-term support, about strong oversight within the office and clear structure. And there's nothing wrong with that. Those are all valid and good aspects to take into consideration. But other brokerages, they're built around long-term flexibility, about business ownership, and those optional paths that maybe even right now you're not wanting to grow your business in those directions, but is the option there for you in the future? For example, what about agent attraction? Hey, you're new to the business, you just want to start selling houses, that's fine. But is agent attraction in, say, 3 to 5 years? Is that possible where you're going? Because it can be a lucrative way to make an additional cash flow into your business. Like so many things in life, one option is not always right and the other is wrong. There's just different options out there for different people that are in different stages of their career. So if you're new, don't rush into anything. If you're still looking for your very first brokerage, interview, see what's the best fit for you. If you are that agent that joined a brokerage and now it's 2-3 years later and you're just feeling like you might have outgrown your opportunities that are possible there, start taking in knowledge about the options that are around you. You don't need to necessarily jump ship this week or next week. You don't need to commit to anything, but you might just benefit from having conversations and understanding how the different brokerage models actually work and what options are actually available to you. My goal here isn't to convince anyone to jump ship and join Real instantly. It's to just talk about the options, encourage you to have conversations, see what's out there. And if you ever want to have a private conversation to see what Real can offer you and how it might fit into your business or not, feel free to click the link below and we can set up a time to chat about it. If you can't answer these questions clearly, it's probably not a good time to make a move. Every year, many agents ask the same question: should I switch brokerages? And usually that question shows up during frustration, maybe a slow month or slow several months. Maybe there's a bad deal. It could be burnout. It could be something that happened to the office that you just no longer want to be a part of. This video isn't about convincing you to move. It's going to help you decide if you're actually ready and if that's what you need in your life or not. Switching brokerages is a really big decision, but it doesn't need to be rushed. And if anything, the wrong move at the wrong time can set you back. So let's slow it down and let's walk through 5 questions that you should be able to answer clearly before you make a move. First question: what exactly is not working? Not I'm mad at so-and-so. What specifically isn't working? Is it the support? Is it the training? Is it the culture? Is it the systems that are in place? Is it leadership? Is it your own consistency? If the problem feels vague and you're just angry at yourself for perhaps not selling a home or enough homes, changing brokerages might not fix that. That can just end up relocating the problem to your new brokerage. Second question: have I maxed out the current opportunities at my current brokerage? Have I actually used what's available here? Have I attended the trainings at my current brokerage? Have I asked for help? Have I implemented the new systems and the tools that my current brokerage gives me? Have I asked for feedback? If I asked for something and it didn't happen, have I asked again and say, hey, I'd really like this to be solved? So the point of this question is the problem that I'm having solvable? Will it actually get better at my current brokerage? If it won't, if it's solvable, it might not be worth changing. Third question: what do I want more of and less of? What do I want more of in my business and in my life? Do I want more structure or do I want more autonomy? Do I want more accountability, someone over my shoulders saying make your calls, or do I want more collaboration? And just as important, what do I want less of? What is bothering me at my current brokerage that perhaps at another option won't be there? The fourth question is: does a move solve a skill problem or a context problem? And this one matters a lot. If the issue is skill, prospecting, follow-up, conversations, scripts, a new logo won't necessarily fix that. If the issue is context, it's structure, it's the environment, it's the expectations, it's the leadership at my current option, and you're just not aligning with what's present at your current option, your current brokerage, then a move might be a good option. Fifthly, where do I want to be in my life, my business, my career in 3 to 5 years? Not next month, not next quarter, 3 to 5 years. Does your current brokerage support that version of you, where you want to go? Or does a new option clearly align with what you want to be? The idea of switching brokerages can start with the desire to escape discomfort from a certain issue. So going through those 5 questions and answering them clearly, answering them honestly to yourself, can help give clarity about whether or not it's a good time to make a switch. If you'd like to have a private conversation, click the link down below. We can set up a time to have a conversation about whether or not making the switch would be a good fit for you. If you're watching this video, you're probably not looking to make a move today or this week. You're just trying to understand whether Real Broker Canada is even something worth considering. And that's exactly what this video is meant to be. This is not going to tell you Real is the best brokerage. It's going to explain how the model is structured, who it tends to work well for, and who it probably doesn't work very well for. Most agents don't start looking at Real because they're unhappy. They start looking just because they're curious. They're curious about why agents that they know and respect have made the switch and what really is being offered at Real. Real tends to show up on an agent's radar when they start asking structural questions like, how does my business currently work at the brokerage I'm at, and how much am I paying, and what does it look like over here? What's the difference? That's usually the first conversation. At a higher level, Real is really built around a few core ideas. First, it is platform-based, not place-based. That means the systems, the support, and the collaboration, they aren't tied to a physical office. They're built to scale with agents wherever they may be. Now, that could be a pro or it can be a con. It depends on you and your life and where you're at in it. Some people really need to be able to drive into the office every single morning and pour their cup of coffee and have the water cooler chat and be able to knock on people's doors. And yes, there's a level of entertainment at times, right? Like, oh, that happened, that's terrible. But then there's also an element of stability that comes with that. And there's also some motivation that can come with that. Because if you're at home, maybe it's easy just to turn on the TV and then all of a sudden your day's gone, you haven't done anything. Going into the office can mean that someone's to a degree watching over your back and saying, hey, did you make your calls today? It can prod you along if that's what's needed in your life. Being platform-based rather than place-based means that you can still accomplish everything, but you can accomplish it from anywhere. I can do it from right here in my home office. I can do it while I'm on vacation with my family. Really, nothing changes. Absolutely everything can be accomplished other than me physically being present to show a house, which of course there are solutions for as well, like having a team. The second core idea is about alignment. Within Real, when agents grow, when we help others, when we collaborate, when we build something beyond our own personal production, the model is designed to acknowledge that and to promote that. We're not just all solo agents that happen to be under the same logo and brokerage, and we're just going down the highway at our own speed and we're just there for compliance. Real has made an environment where we all want to help each other succeed. Collaboration, yes, it can be a buzzword and overused, but it is actually a real thing. We want that other real agent to succeed because we want the brokerage to succeed. We are all part owners. We are given stock bonuses. We're part of the stock purchase program where if we buy stock with a small portion of our commission check, we're given 10, 15% bonuses. So we want the brokerage to do well so that the stock price continues to go up. And nextly, Real is intentionally flexible. Not everyone wants the exact same career path. The model allows room for agents to decide what success actually looks like for them. Every single brokerage allows you to buy or sell a home. But at Real, there's actually multiple different avenues that you can make a living, and a serious living, an actual living that would sustain you and your family. It can involve teaching within Real. You're given stock bonuses. It can involve becoming an elite member. You're given a massive stock bonus. So does your current brokerage give you those multiple options, or no, it's just you have to sell houses to make a living? In my experience, Real is really a good fit for agents who are thinking long term. They're thinking about where they want to take their business and not just, I want to survive. I want to sell houses and actually make a go of it. The agent that values autonomy, that wants transparency about how the math works and the numbers work out, and the agents that don't need to be managed to perform. If you need to be managed and have that manager looking over your shoulder and making sure you're doing your calls daily, then being at that brick and mortar might be the best fit for you. It can really be a great fit for experienced solo agents, for team leaders, and some newer agents who are already thinking like a business owner. It's not always necessarily the best fit for every single new agent because a new agent does need a lot of handholding. So if you're a new agent coming to Real, my 2 cents is always you should join a team. Real's awesome. It's a fantastic brokerage, but you should be with a team to help propel you and to really up your odds of success in being able to carry on in this career. If you really want to lean into your marketing, if you want to lean into modern ways of selling and collaborating with agents that are on the ground floor of cutting edge ideas and technology, this is the place. If you're okay with the status quo and the way that things have been going and the way the business has been operating for 40, 50 years, there's other options too. But if you want to push forward and be on the horizon of what's coming next, this is a great option. So that's kind of who Real is for, but who is it maybe not going to be a good fit for? We talked about the new agent. So it's that individual that wants a lot of heavy oversight, who needs that daily accountability from management, or they prefer just that traditional top-down structure. And that's okay. Different brokerages exist for a reason. If it's not appealing to be on the ground floor of cutting edge technology, then it might not be the best option for you. The first step is to really see if your business aligns with the model, with the brokerage, with the leadership, and with the collaboration that is present at Real. And what opportunities are available to you, and does that fit with where you want to go in your life and your business? If you'd like to have a chat about that, click the link below. We can have a private discussion about whether or not bringing your business to Real would be a good fit or not. Most conversations about brokerages start and focus on splits, but splits are not the biggest difference between traditional brokerages and new modern models. The real difference is something that many agents don't look at until much later at times. And just to be clear, before we get into this isn't saying one model's good and one model's bad. Traditional brick and mortar brokerages have worked and still work for a lot of agents, and they will continue to work. That will be an option that at times is the best fit for some agents. But there are new models and new options that are available that are designed to solve modern world problems. Traditional brokerages are usually optimized for structure, for oversight, for brand consistency, for compliance, and for managing large numbers of individual agents typically. And this certainly serves its purpose, and it can be helpful and can be a good option, especially for the ones that are newer in their career, because you're given clear rules, you're given a clear hierarchy, a well-defined way of doing things, and it can create stability. But the structure, of course, comes with trade-offs. There's pros and cons to every option. As an individual's production increases, the desire for more flexibility and ways to grow one's business and leverage options arises. You're selling enough homes to be sustainable, but you want to grow other parts of your business. Maybe you really want to lean into your logo, into your brand, and not necessarily the brokerage logo. Is that an option? So modern brokerages are really realizing this, that the modern agent who's grown past a certain level, they want more autonomy. They want more alignment with their specific goals and their specific business plan, and they want more optionality on how they can grow aspects of their business. So these modern models, what they're doing is they're emphasizing platform over place. Platform over place. That's what cloud-based is. It's a platform. It's not contained within physical walls at a certain street address, that place. And the modern model also emphasizes collaboration over competition. Is that available at your current brokerage? Or are the top agents, are they too busy to talk with you? Or are they in their locked office and they don't want to share what's actually working, because if it's working for them, then you copy them and now all of a sudden it'll dilute it? Or is their door open and they're saying, hey, look at this just worked. Look at how many views I got on this video for this reason. And they're sharing that all with you. That's collaboration. And modern models also, they'll incentivize and reward contribution. Contribution to the brokerage. If you're helping the brokerage grow, you should be rewarded. So there's ways you can be compensated beyond just production, buying and selling homes. Not that one model is better than the other, they're just different. So you need to understand the differences, really analyze your business, what you need in it, what avenue you'd like to take it forward. If you're fine with where you are, the status quo, then staying where you are probably is the best decision. But if you're feeling a little stagnant, a little stalled, in a rut, and it's just the same old, and you want there to be a change and something to look forward to, and to go down this avenue, to really lean into media more, but there's no one at your brokerage doing it, then a change might be in order. If you are happy where you are at your current brokerage though, that's what really matters a lot too. Being content in life is huge. And we all know people that constantly jump to the next shiny object and we think, well, there they go again. So you don't necessarily need to make a move. That might not be the best decision. But understanding the options that are out there and taking the time to slowly analyze them can help create clarity in your life and to help you make that decision, well, making this change actually would be the best thing for me. If you'd like to have a chat about what the change would look like if you were to make one in your business and join Real, feel free to click the link below. We can set up a time to have a private conversation and see whether it'd be a good fit for you or not. The act of switching brokerages, changing your license from where it's being held at a certain brokerage to another, really isn't that hard. What is hard is switching when you don't fully understand what you're moving from or to. Where was I? What did it give me? And where am I going and what's different? what new doors are opened up with this move. And that's what many agents don't have explained to them, or they don't have crystal clarity about what it'll actually mean from what they're giving up to where they're going. And that's what can cause stress or paralysis, and the reason why a decision is never actually made. I talk to agents all the time that are curious about different brokerages, but some hesitate. Not because they're unhappy, but because the switch feels risky. It's scary. There is paperwork involved. You do have to tell your clients. You might have active listings that you're going to have to tell and explain the transfer over. You might have pending deals. How does that actually work? And there's your reputation too. What will the other agents think about you? There's a lot of question marks around the active switching, what's involved, and not necessarily clarity. And that's just, again, what causes the anxiety. So understanding what the switch actually involves with clarity helps alleviate that. Ultimately, having questions answered solves that problem. Now, the reason why you're contemplating switching brokerages isn't usually just one reason. There's usually a collection of small frictions that kind of just have added up over time. Things like, maybe I've capped, but I still feel constrained. I can't really take my business in these different directions that other brokerages offer. I want some flexibility in my business and my life that just doesn't exist at my current brokerage. Perhaps you've outgrown the systems, the culture, the leadership. Maybe it's kind of feeling like it's stuck in the past a little bit, not on the cutting edge. And maybe you're just realizing that the model where you are isn't built for where you want to take your business next. And none of those reasons necessarily means that your current brokerage is bad or is the wrong one for you. It just means that perhaps a change is in order. Business and lives change, and what you need out of your business can change too. It can evolve and it can grow with you. A mistake, though, that a lot of agents make is focusing on surface level differences. So every single brokerage has a cap and a split. And you can look at that and you can say, okay, well, this one is the cheapest. Does that necessarily mean it's the best? Not necessarily. It might be. But is the cheapest cell phone necessarily the best one for you? Or is it one that maybe costs some money but has some really good features? So you can see how just looking at the splits and taking that into consideration won't answer the question of what's the best brokerage for you. A better question to ask is, how does this brokerage behave when I grow? Does it allow me to grow and expand into different opportunities and areas? Are they restrictive on the idea, or are they supportive? Does the brokerage I'm at create opportunities to make a living in different areas, or are they just there to manage compliance, to make sure that you have every page initialed? Agents that I see that make the switch and are successful with it, they aren't rushed. They don't rush into the decision. They do their research. They take their time to understand the different models, the model where we're at, different options, not just what Real offers. Look at other brokerages. See what they have to offer too. Ask questions about what can I do and how does it work. Remove emotion from the decision. Remove hype. Remove, shiny toy syndrome. Well, this one has this CRM. Look at all that is offered, and then you can make the best decision for you with clarity. Not moving fast, moving with clarity in the direction that you need to go. Being curious about what's out there doesn't mean that you're committed to make that change, but understanding your options is just you being informed and you making the best decision for your business, for your family, and for your life. My goal with this channel, with this video, isn't to pull anyone away from their brokerage. It's just to help give clarity about the options that are out there. If you'd ever like to have a private chat about what options Real Broker can give you, feel free to click the link below. We can arrange a time to chat about whether or not Real would be a good fit for you. Oftentimes, a brokerage switch or move doesn't start with excitement. It starts quietly with a problem or several problems that need to be solved. And right now, a lot of Canadian agents are quietly reconsidering their brokerage. Even if they haven't said it out loud yet, they're just looking at the options that are out there. So this isn't about panic or creating hype or going to the next new trend. It's about having conversations and understanding options so that you can make the best informed decision for you and for your business. Over the last few years, a few things have changed. Of course, the market's shifted. Costs of life and business in general all have went up, so margins have tightened. And a lot of agents, they're starting to pay closer attention to questions that previously weren't really an issue. Questions like, well, where does my all my effort actually go? What am I building here with having my business at this brokerage? Who benefits the most when I sell another house? Is it the brokerage because they're constantly getting a split and there's not even a cap there? Is the model of the brokerage that I'm at, is it built for stability and to allow me to grow my business? Or is it stagnant and it's just, I sell a house, I pay the brokerage money? What I'm seeing is a lot of agents just pausing, taking inventory on their business, and realizing that the brokerage model that they chose initially or years ago, or maybe even just a few months ago, it might not be designed for the version of themselves and their career that they're in now, or the version that they want to be. And it doesn't always mean that your initial decision of the brokerage where you're at was necessarily a mistake. Maybe it just means that you have grown, your business has grown, the industry itself is maturing, the world changes. So that could have been the best decision for you X amount of years ago, but we're here now, and this is where I want to go. What's the best decision for you now? So if you're having the feeling of being stagnant and no longer excited about where you are, if you've been looking at what other brokerage options are out there and you're curious if there might actually be a better option for you, then it's worth exploring. If you're seeing a lot of your colleagues, ones that you know and respect and like, go to different options, chat with them. See what they have to say about where they've gone. You can also hit the link down below and we can set up a time that we can chat about your business and whether or not it would be a good fit for you to bring it to Real.